Chapter 1, Horror Game. Madam, you wouldn't want your child to be kicked out of the advanced class, would you? In the hallway, a young man, about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white printed t-shirt, army green cargo shorts, and with messy, eyebrow-length hair, smiled. The young man had sharp eyebrows and a handsome face. His name was Qi Feng. Opposite him stood a young woman dressed in a white home dress, revealing half of her smooth, fair, long legs, and wearing fluffy rabbit slippers. Her wine-red wavy hair and a pair of bright, captivating eyes. A perky, delicate nose, and a small mouth like a cherry. The thin white dress couldn't conceal her full, firm breasts. The woman's S-shaped curves and soft, slim waist were subtly visible beneath the skirt. Any normal man would probably feel their pulse racing upon seeing such a stunning woman. But Qi Feng could feel a cold sweat starting to form on his forehead. Because, right now, he was in a horror game, and the beautiful woman in front of him was not human. There were 12 new players in this horror game. Qi Feng was one of them. The new player quest was set in Xinyuan community, and the players had to survive at least 15 days within the community to complete the game. The completion score for the quest was based on the number of tasks players completed and the number of days they survived. The score was graded from F to SSS, with 9 levels in total. It was important to note that after 15 days, for every additional day players stayed, they had to pay 50 ghost coins as rent. Ghost coins could be earned by triggering various tasks or by fulfilling requests from the ghostly residents of the community. Holding the room card and taking the elevator to his floor. Qi Feng had just separated from the other players and was about to enter his apartment when he ran into the beautiful woman carrying a black bag. This game was a trigger-type quest. Players had to interact with the ghostly residents of the community in order to accept tasks. But before Qi Feng could speak, the beautiful woman suddenly changed her expression upon seeing him. Her once beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually turned red. Her wine-red, beautiful curls also began to flutter, each strand of hair rising up. Though it was a high-end community, at that moment, the hallway was filled with eerie winds. The lights on the ceiling flickered, and black water started to ooze from the cracks in the walls. Even though Qi Feng hadn't figured out what was happening, the moment he saw the ghostly woman and the strange atmosphere in the hallway, his hair stood on end, and he thought to himself, this isn't good. Damn it, am I going to be the player who dies the quickest in this horror game? But I haven't even lost my virginity yet. If I die now, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? At that moment, Qi Feng suddenly noticed a panel appear above the ghostly woman's head. Ghost Woman, Zhonglan. Level? Power, Furious Ghost level. Backstory, a pitiful woman abandoned by her husband, who poured all her hopes and efforts into her only son, hoping he would study hard and have a successful future. Reminder, your overly handsome appearance caught her attention, reminding her of many unpleasant memories. She was once abandoned by a man whose looks were only slightly worse than yours. You need to change her first impression of you through conversation. If she is dissatisfied with your conversation, there is a 99% chance she will kill you. Tip, the ghost woman cares most about her son's grades, so you can start the conversation with him. What the hell, my golden finger? Qi Feng was stunned. His first thought was that his golden finger had arrived. For someone who had read countless web novels, the situation in front of him was all too familiar. When the ghost woman first appeared, there was no panel like this. But now, he could not only see her backstory. In the blink of an eye, Qi Feng smiled and spoke. Madam, you wouldn't want your son to be kicked out of the top class, would you? What do you mean? The ghostly young woman's white dress fluttered up, revealing a portion of her long, smooth legs, almost up to her thigh. At the same time, her eyes fixed on Qi Feng, and her long hair seemed alive, swirling more violently than ever. The black water on the wall had spread all the way to the ceiling, and drops of water were falling, splashing. The lights in the corridor were flashing wildly, making Qi Feng's eyes dizzy. Danger! Danger! An alarm sounded in his mind from the system. What I mean is, I can help your son improve his grades and keep him in the top class. With a quick glance at the panel description, Qi Feng hurriedly spoke. The ghostly young woman's murderous aura softened a bit. She looked at Qi Feng, hesitant. You? That's right. I am a student from Hucking University. I entered Hucking with the top score in the entire province. Your son should still be in middle school, right? My knowledge is more than enough to teach him. Through the system's introduction, Qi Feng knew that the beautiful ghostly woman in front of him, despite her young age, had been tricked by a scoundrel into having a child when she was young. Fortunately, her family was well off. Although she had severed ties with her parents on the surface, she still received support from her mother, and her father turned a blind eye. Over the years, she had raised her son alone, seeing him as her hope for the future. She was very focused on her son's studies. Even after her death, the ghostly young woman continued to obsessively supervise her son's studies, forming an obsession. Knowing this, Qi Feng was not as panicked. Although he claimed to be a student from Hucking University, it was all a bluff. But before he transmigrated, he had been a student at a well-known, prestigious university, so teaching a middle schooler wasn't too difficult. Of course, this was also because the ghostly woman had died from overdosing on sleeping pills. She didn't look especially terrifying like those who had died in accidents. Her high, tight-fitting white dress supported her ample chest, and her smooth, flawless legs even gave Qi Feng a sense of desire. Although Qi Feng was handsome, he was still a virgin. The reasons behind this were not convenient to explain. In his heart, there were three people Qi Feng admired most in life. One was Dong Yang. One was Su Xian. And the third was Ning Kaichen. Right now, he had the chance to be like Ning Kaichen. It wasn't that Qi Feng was bold enough to take advantage of a ghost. It was just that when he first entered the horror game, he already understood the rules. In this horror game, once you entered, you could forget about leaving. The mortality rate was as high as 99.9%, and even among 100 people, there might not be one who survived. In simpler terms, once you enter the horror game, you don't know if you'll see tomorrow after today. So, Qi Feng's idea was simple: before he died, he had to lose his virginity. He didn't want to die with his virginity intact. Otherwise, what a waste of being so handsome. Task triggered: become a tutor, help the ghostly woman Zhong Lan improve her son Zhong Xiaoqiang's grades, and keep him in the top class. Task reward: 500 experience points, 1,500 ghost coins, special reward X1. Failure penalty: death. Chapter 2, Sister, don't do this. Huh, the task triggered already? Upon hearing the game prompt, Qi Feng felt a slight joy in his heart. As expected, starting the conversation according to the system's hints worked very well. Can you help me improve Xiaoqiang's grades? The ghostly woman looked him up and down, her willow-shaped eyebrows slightly twitching as she spoke. Alright, I'll trust you for now. If you can't help me raise my son's grades, I'll devour you. Staring at the beautiful ghostly woman, Qi Feng's mouth twitched. Damn, as expected, this is a terrifying world, where they talk about eating people all the time. He then asked, so how is the payment calculated? Payment? The ghostly woman, Zhong Lan, slightly narrowed her eyes. Yeah, of course, there should be a fee for private tutoring. Do you think you can get it for free? Qi Feng didn't care about that. Although there would be a reward for completing the task, if he could get some extra benefits from the ghostly woman, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. If he failed the task, he'd be done for, and the ghostly woman would definitely not spare him. This was a gamble with his own life at stake, so of course, he'd take any chance to earn a little more. The ghostly woman smiled slightly, 50 ghost coins per hour, with at least 2 hours of tutoring each day. If your tutoring results are obvious, I might give you some extra bonuses. Is that okay? Okay. There were actually extra rewards. Qi Feng was slightly happy in his heart. The system's basic stay period was 15 days, during which no rent was required. That meant if he could keep the ghostly woman happy in these 15 days, he could earn 1,500 ghost coins. Come in first, the ghostly woman said, turning around to open the door. Qi Feng glanced at his own room nearby, then looked back at the room across the hall, his face showing some regret. He silently followed behind the ghostly woman. The room across had just been occupied by a long-legged beauty wearing a black camisole. Qi Feng had originally wanted to enter his room first and chat with the girl, but it seemed the ghostly woman was in a hurry. Looks like he'd have to deal with the ghostly woman first and find time later to connect with the girl. In this cold, cruel, terrifying world, it was better to cling to each other for warmth than to sleep alone in bed at night. Qi Feng thought the ghostly woman's room would be the kind filled with ghostly energy and an eerie atmosphere. However, to his surprise, the room's decoration was quite unexpected. A dining table, 2 chairs, a sofa and coffee table in the living room, and a 70-inch TV on the wall. The setup was very similar to a human household, unexpectedly cozy. This doesn't seem so scary. Feel free to look around. I'll check on Xiao Shang, the ghostly woman said. By the way, where's your bathroom? I really need to pee. The one at the end on the left. Walking to the end of the hallway, Qi Feng entered the bathroom. Pitter-patter. At that moment, Qi Feng noticed a pile of colorful clothes on the washing machine nearby. Curious, he moved closer to pick up the clothes to take a look. Just as Qi Feng picked up a pink item of clothing, bang! The bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. The ghostly woman stood at the door, her expression somewhat flustered. The two of them stared at each other, wide-eyed. Looking at the clothes Qi Feng was holding, the ghostly woman's face turned bright red. Why are you touching my things? And no, it's not like that. Looking at the clothes in his hand, Qi Feng felt his skin crawl. This was still a... Oh no, this is bad. Did he just seal his fate and get ready to be swallowed by the ghostly woman? This towel, its style is quite special, not only does it have 2 straps, but it also has a faint fragrance. An idea struck him, and Qi Feng said. He had just obtained the system, and it was still warm. Generally speaking, someone as handsome as him with a system would be the protagonist of a novel. He couldn't let his story end before it even began. He had to fight back. Fearing that the ghostly woman wouldn't believe him, Qi Feng pretended to unfold the clothes, ready to wipe his face. "Stop!" the ghostly woman shouted. The next moment, a cold gust of wind blew through the bathroom. The clothes in Qi Feng's hand disappeared without a trace. Then, the ghostly woman's embarrassed face appeared beside him, and the clothes were nowhere to be seen. "The handkerchief is here. This is my son's handkerchief, you can use it first." The fingers, as white as scallions, wandered over the rack beside her, and the ghostly woman took down a towel, turning her head away. Okay. Qi Feng reached out to take the towel, secretly thinking to himself how close he came to disaster. Accidentally brushing against the ghost woman's cold fingers, he suddenly noticed her fingers seemed to tremble for a moment. 20 years of virginity weren't kept for nothing. At this moment, the ghost woman felt the intense yang energy from Qi Feng's body. Why is the yang energy on this person so strong, could it be? Her face flushed with red, and the ghost woman nearly let out a soft moan, hurriedly turning around and walking out. Qi Feng, feeling guilty like a thief, wiped his face randomly and returned to the living room. "Were you just lying to me?" The ghost woman sat on the sofa, lost in thought for a while. Being no young girl, she eventually calmed down and realized something was off. Seeing Qi Feng come out, she coldly asked with a frosty face. The thing she hated the most in life was being deceived by handsome but deceitful men. From her experience, the more handsome the man, the more likely he was to lie. Warning, the ghost woman has become suspicious of you. If she finds out you're deceiving her, she might take your kidneys. Tip, never admit to anything, just show your sincere side. Also, you might want to casually reveal your virginity secret, it might win her favor. What did I lie to you about? Qi Feng blinked, confused, and said. He looked completely innocent. Seeing Qi Feng's bewildered big eyes, the ghost woman smiled sweetly, suddenly leaning her body closer. Little brother, do you think your sister is beautiful? She was very confident in her body and appearance. What cat doesn't like fish? If this man really had improper thoughts, she believed this little test would make him reveal his true intentions. Beautiful. Qi Feng's gaze traveled down the ghost woman's neckline, struggling to swallow his saliva. His face looked absent, lost in thought. So stunning. A cold light flickered in the ghost woman's eyes. As expected, this scumbag had shown his true colors. Her hand moved down, tracing towards his waist, and the ghost woman whispered in Qi Feng's ear, her breath soft as orchids. Do you want to play something exciting with your sister? A chill ran down Qi Feng's spine as a cold wind blew past his ear. To be honest, if this move was done by a human beauty, it would definitely be quite alluring. But at this moment, it was being done by a ghost. Qi Feng felt a cold shiver down his back. This woman. Could she be thinking of taking my kidneys? Just as the ghost woman's 5 fingers touched his waist, Qi Feng suddenly spoke up. Sister, don't do this, I don't have a girlfriend yet. The 5 fingers, which were about to sink into his waist, suddenly stiffened. In the ghost woman's stunned gaze, Qi Feng shyly said. I'm still a pure virgin. Chapter 3, Ghost Student. In that moment, the ghost woman stood frozen. A pure virgin? Looking at Qi Feng's shy expression, the ghost woman's face suddenly darkened. She realized her beauty trap, her ghost trap had failed. Where did she go wrong, or was her charm just not enough? A sense of defeat rose up in her heart, and a wave of unnameable anger surged. Looking at Qi Feng, the ghost woman said coldly, What, is it that I'm not beautiful? You don't like me? The temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Damn. I never thought that the ghost woman would turn on me faster than flipping a book, Qi Feng broke out in cold sweat. My meaning is that I'm just not ready yet. Qi Feng quickly explained. Who would like a ghost? What nonsense. Calling me sister, do we even know each other that well? Oh. Really? The ghost woman looked at Qi Feng. Qi Feng nodded repeatedly. Really, more real than gold. The temperature in the room returned to normal, and the ghost woman smiled. I'm not joking with you. Go to the study and take a look at my son first, let me introduce you to him. Qi Feng stood up faster than her. While walking towards the ghost student's study, Qi Feng confidently said. Sister, I'm not boasting, but tutoring or something like that, I'm the best at it. You can trust me with your son, I guarantee his grades will rocket up, soaring like a rocket. However, as soon as he pushed open the door and entered the room, Qi Feng immediately felt something was wrong. A cold wind rushed towards him. Qi Feng couldn't help but shiver, his body instinctively trembling. Looking up at the ceiling, Qi Feng saw drops of water formed by negative energy and resentment falling down, dripping steadily. After a brief daze, Qi Feng came to his senses. Thinking about it, it made sense. He couldn't bear his mother's oppression when he was alive and jumped off a building to end his life. Unexpectedly, after death, he was still forced by his mother to do homework. How much resentment must this ghost student have now? That was understandable. Just as he was about to move, Qi Feng felt something wrong with his feet. It was slippery and sticky. Looking down, he saw the floor of the room was covered in dark bloodstains. He was standing on a patch of blood. Where did all this blood come from? Qi Feng's heart, which had just calmed down, began to pound again. When he looked at the figure bent over the desk, writing quickly, he saw the person turned around at that moment, two blood-red eyes staring fiercely at him. Damn! Two blood-red eyeballs, like light bulbs, were bulging out. On the bloodstained blue and white school uniform, there was a head that exploded like a watermelon, and the two blood-red eyeballs were hanging on the ghost student's flat face, looking as if they would fall at any moment. Qi Feng almost got scared into running away on the spot. This ghost woman looked pretty, how could her son be so terrifying? Ghost student, Zhong Xiaoqian. Level 8. Power, evil ghost level. Background information: originally a naive and carefree student who, in the second year of junior high, fell in love with a girl in his class, causing his grades to drop, disappointing his mother. After being kicked out of the advanced class, he couldn't stand his mother's nagging, and finally chose to jump from the 10th floor to end his life. Warning: because of his mother's nagging, Ghost Xiaoqian has a strong hatred for learning. He holds a deep grudge against you now and is plotting how to kill you after his mother leaves. Tip: the reason for Ghost Xiaoqian's decline in grades is because of a female student in his class. He is very afraid of his mother finding out this secret, and you can use this to blackmail him. Hello, I'm the tutor your mom hired, little friend, what's your name? Taking a deep breath, Qi Feng suppressed the fear in his heart, looking at Zhong Xiaoqian's half-head, and smiled calmly while speaking. Ghost Xiaoqian didn't answer. The two lightbulb-like eyes, oh no, his two eyeballs turned even redder. The blood on the floor began to move like a living thing, flowing up from the soles of Qi Feng's shoes, toward his calves. Xiaoqian, how could you treat your teacher this way? At that moment, Qi Feng felt a chill on his neck, as a voice whispered in his ear, how does your mom usually teach you, no manners? The ghost woman stood behind Qi Feng, aren't you going to clean up your stuff? Mom, he made a mess. Zhong Xiaoqiang said unhappily. But clearly, he didn't dare to argue with Zhong Lun. The two lightbulb eyes glared at Qi Feng, and obediently, they cleaned up the blood on the floor. Qi Feng watched as the black blood on the floor flowed like water back into Zhong Xiaoqiang's head, and the exploded head, like a watermelon, returned to the appearance of a normal person. Now it looked much better. Qi Feng cursed under his breath, this ghost student really had a strong opinion about him being his tutor, using the image of his death to scare him. Recently, your grades have dropped badly. Listen to the teacher and improve your grades, do you hear me? The ghostly woman, Zhong Lan, said a sentence and turned to Qi Feng, alright, you talk to him. Saying that, she closed the door and walked out. Looking at Zhong Xiaoqian, who was glaring at him with hatred, Qi Feng straightened his chest and coughed twice. Xiaoqian, the teacher is not much older than you, there's no need to be so stiff. Next, let Qi Gu teach you. As soon as the words left his mouth, black mist began rising from the little ghost's body. The system had already prompted that Zhong Xiaoqian hated him deeply, and probably wished to tear him apart right on the spot. Qi Feng's face slightly changed. He then smiled and said, little ghost, I guess you want to eat me now? What do you think? Plop. A piece of Zhong Xiaoqian's scalp fell to the ground. The blood vessels on Zhong Xiaoqian's face twisted like worms, and he sneered. Looking at the blood flowing down from the chair, Qi Feng calmly spoke. I advise you not to do that. Zhong Xiaoqian was stunned for a moment. Oh, why? First, I'm the tutor your mother hired. Why do you think, as a human, your mother didn't eat me, but instead hired me as your tutor? Is it to provide you with food? At this moment, Qi Feng had no choice but to use the ghostly woman's status as a banner. He walked to the side, casually pulled out a chair, and sat down. Qi Feng spoke confidently. Wrong. It's because I have the ability to help improve your grades. If you eat me, won't your mother punish you? A disobedient child is the most disappointing to parents. The little ghost's head stopped cracking open, and his eyes slightly flickered. Qi Feng continued, and another thing, I'm thinking about you. Zhong Xiaoqian looked at him, speak. If I'm not wrong, your drop in grades has already displeased your mother. Are you sure if you eat me, she won't hire another tutor? What if your next tutor is a powerful ghost? Think about what your life will be like then. This seemed to hit a sore spot for the ghost student. Staring at Qi Feng, Zhong Xiaoqian thought for a moment and sneered, useless, you can be my tutor, but don't bother me. Otherwise, I'll eat you. But unexpectedly, Qi Feng suddenly laughed. Chapter 4, The Ghost Student's Weakness, The Screams from the Room. I have to say, Qi Feng's words hit the nail on the head for Zhong Xiaoqiang's thoughts. Right now, he was full of disgust for studying. At the same time, he also clearly understood his mother's expectations for him. If he ate Qi Feng, it would only be a temporary solution, and another tutor would inevitably appear. Since that's the case, it's better to let this human be his tutor. In Zhong Xiaoqiang's eyes, weak humans were no different from food. What could be easier to control than having food as a tutor? But unexpectedly, this food suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Zhong Xiaoqiang was confused, then angrily asked. Qi Feng smiled slightly. I know the reason for your drop in grades. Tell me, if I tell your mom the reason, what do you think she'll do? The next second, Zhong Xiaoqiang's expression suddenly panicked. What reason? Don't talk nonsense. I warn you. Qi Feng secretly laughed. A child is just a child, they can't hide anything. Now that he had grasped the weak spot, this little ghost was in his complete control. At your age, when grades suddenly drop, there are only two reasons. The first is being too playful. The second is being in a relationship. I think your situation belongs to the second one, right? Qi Feng calmly spoke, looking at Zhong Xiaoqiang as though he had seen through everything. His task was to improve Zhong Xiaoqiang's grades and keep him in the top class. If he couldn't control this little ghost, and Zhong Xiaoqiang wouldn't listen to him, his task would be a dream. If the mission failed, he'd be in deep trouble. Zhong Xiaoqiang excitedly shouted, "You're talking nonsense. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let your mom hear it." With the system prompt, how could Qi Feng possibly make a mistake? Looking at the excited Zhong Xiaoqiang, Qi Feng smiled faintly. You tell me, if I tell your mom about that girl you like in your class, do you think your mom would make you transfer schools? Would you ever be able to see that girl again? You're talking nonsense, I'll eat you. Zhong Xiaoqiang's face twisted, his watermelon head suddenly split open again. Don't forget. Qi Feng smiled, calm and composed, your brother Feng has been through this too. As long as you listen to me, I can not only help you chase that girl, but also raise your grades, making sure your mom has no complaints. Everyone will be happy, how about it? You? Zhong Xiaoqiang looked at Qi Feng suspiciously, how can I trust you? Triggering task, help Zhong Xiaoqiang win over the ghost girl from Qingtung Middle School, Lili. Task reward, 400 experience points, 1000 ghost coins, special reward X1. Failure penalty, Zhong Xiaoqiang will take away the tongue you used to boast. Another task? Qi Feng was stunned for a moment, but decisively chose to accept it. First, if he didn't accept, Zhong Xiaoqiang, this little devil, wouldn't necessarily listen to him and study obediently. Without solving this problem, it would be tough to improve his grades. If the task failed, he'd be finished too. Even if he had to deceive, he had to first boost Zhong Xiaoqiang's grades. Second, with the system at hand, Qi Feng wasn't worried at all. Just listen to me, your brother Feng won't lie to you. Now, don't study for a while. Tell me about that ghost, that female classmate. Brother Feng will give you some advice. Qi Feng patted his chest and guaranteed it. Next, from Zhong Xiaoqiang's mouth, he managed to extract a lot of information about the ghost girl Lili. Then, he taught Zhong Xiaoqiang 2 tricks from online dating theories, leaving the little devil stunned. An hour later. Zhong Xiaoqiang looked at Qi Feng as if he was seeing the reincarnation of a love saint. Looking at Zhong Xiaoqiang's serious expression, Qi Feng sighed in relief. Finally, he had gotten the little devil under control. Now, it was time to get down to business. The 2 tricks I taught you, use them well tomorrow at school. Next, we start studying, and we'll pass your mom's test. Opening his homework book, Qi Feng said. Okay, brother Feng. Zhong Xiaoqiang nodded eagerly like a chicken pecking at rice. He clearly understood that the hardest part was passing the ghost wife Zhong Lan's test. When he was in college, Qi Feng had tutoring experience, teaching high school students. Teaching Zhong Xiaoqiang wasn't difficult. After explaining a few problems, Qi Feng also realized that this kid wasn't stupid, otherwise, he wouldn't have been in the elite class. It was just that his mind had been distracted by Lili's matter. Dinner's ready. After 2 hours, Zhong Lan's voice came from outside. Qi Feng and Zhong Xiaoqiang walked out of the study. Only then did they notice that the ghost wife had made a whole table of dishes. What surprised Qi Feng was that these dishes were actually normal ones, like braised pork and stewed ribs. There were 3 bowls on the table. It seemed that Zhong Lan saw Qi Feng's slightly awkward expression and smiled. Don't worry, this meal is specially made for you, not human flesh. It's delicious. Half believing, Qi Feng picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth, letting out a satisfied sigh. Who would have thought that the first meal in a horror game would be so sumptuous? And it was made by a ghost for him. The ghost wife wasn't lying. These dishes, whether in taste or color, were comparable to what Qi Feng had eaten at restaurants before he crossed over. The cooking skills were extraordinary. Full and content. Zhonglan took out 100 ghost coins, bringing Qi Feng back to reality. He wasn't in the human world, but in a horror game. Taking the ghost coins, Qi Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. After agreeing on the time for tomorrow's lesson, he was ready to leave. Xiaoqian, study hard, tomorrow Brother Feng will check your progress. Looking at Zhong Xiuqiang beside the ghost wife, Qi Feng said. Qi Feng blinked his eyes, and one hand quietly reached into his pants pocket. He had earned 100 ghost coins on the first day, and it felt really good. Brother Feng, I won't disappoint you. The little ghost replied loudly. Zhonglan looked at the two of them. She was somewhat puzzled. In just 2 short hours, how did her son become so close with a human tutor? When she made eye contact with Qi Feng, Zhonglan's face revealed a slight smile, and her gaze softened significantly. In the past, she had worried a lot about Zhong Xiaoqian's studies and had hired many tutors. She knew how much her son disliked these tutors. She didn't expect this human named Qi Feng to be so capable. On the first day, he had already turned her son's attitude toward learning around. Sister Lan, I'll head back first. See you tomorrow. As Qi Feng walked to the door, he said with a smile and politeness. Ah. But at that moment, a woman's scream suddenly came from the opposite side. Qi Feng's face changed slightly. This building had 4 rooms. Zhonglan's house was room 301, and the opposite was room 302. Qi Feng's room was 303, next to Zhonglan's room, and the other beautiful player's room was 304, across from Qi Feng's room. At this moment, the scream came from room 302, the room opposite Zhonglan's house. Who was living in this room? What kind of ghost? Chapter 5, The Perverted Evil Ghost at the Level of a Fierce Ghost. Qi Feng subconsciously looked towards room 304. It had been about 2 or 3 hours since he entered Zhonglan's house. During this time, the long-legged beauty player in a black camisole had no idea what she was doing. Such an obvious scream, logically, she should have heard it too. But room 304 was eerily quiet. After thinking for a moment, Qi Feng let out a sigh of relief. It was actually normal that there was no noise from room 304. When human players encounter such situations in horror games, they would rather hide and not come out to join the commotion. Perhaps the person was not even in the room at that moment. Sister Lan, who is living in this room? Living. Zhonglan's expression became extremely unnatural, seeming somewhat afraid, and before she could finish speaking, the door opposite creaked open. When Qi Feng saw the scene inside the room, his eyelids twitched wildly. Inside the room, a woman's half-naked, snow-white body was lying on the sofa, and on her legs, she wore black stockings. The terrifying part was, she only had half a body. Blood flowed in large pools across the floor. Almost immediately, Qi Feng recognized the identity of the body. This was the body of the female player from room 304. On her left arm, there was a large floral tattoo that was easy to recognize. Apparently, this woman had somehow entered this room and had been killed by the ghost in this room. Qi Feng took a deep breath and involuntarily looked at Zhonglan beside him. It seemed not every tenant in this building was as easygoing as Zhonglan. In just about 3 hours, someone had already died at the hands of a ghost. Thinking back to what he had just experienced in Zhonglan's house, Qi Feng also silently breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for the system's prompt, he would have probably ended up like that female player. And now, what made Qi Feng most alert was, what kind of ghost was in room 302? Hello, new neighbor. Suddenly, a chilling voice sounded. Qi Feng was startled as a man with long hair appeared behind the door. The man's long hair hung down, as if it hadn't been washed for a long time, greasy and untidy. His eye sockets were sunken, and his eyes had dark circles around them, with a disgusting, lewd look. Upon seeing Qi Feng, the skinny ghost let out a creepy laugh, and his eyes flashed red for a moment. Would you like to come to my house for a visit? Let's get to know each other. His voice was hoarse and cold, as if coming from hell. Blood was still dripping from the corners of his mouth. He was holding a torn black lace panty in his hand. At this moment, a panel appeared above the perverted male ghost's head. Pervert, a bin. Level? Strength, ghost level. Description: a psychologically twisted pervert, lecherous and disgusting, a new tenant in Shangyuan community, has a special fetish for women's clothing, and the manager, Mr. Ma, is quite troubled by him. Hint: a bin has long been lusting after Zhonglan, and he harbors hostility toward you for entering Zhonglan's house. Be very careful when you return to your room. After midnight, no matter who knocks on your door, do not open it. Try visiting the first-floor management office more often. The apartment manager, Mr. Ma, might be able to help. Qi Feng didn't respond. Clearly, the female player must have entered the pervert's room, which led to her perverse death. But under the rules of the horror game, in public areas of this apartment, the pervert is not allowed to harm players, unless they foolishly enter his room. How about you stay at my place tonight? With Mr. Ma around, he wouldn't dare do anything to you in my house. Zhonglan clearly feared this pervert, and when Abin looked over, she was so scared that she hid behind Qi Feng, a human. Afraid that Qi Feng might not know who Mr. Ma was, she quickly added, Mr. Ma is the security guard of our apartment. Qi Feng. Abin is a perverted evil ghost, and while Zhonglan might appear more normal, in the end, she's still a ghost. Humans and ghosts follow different paths. Sleeping in a ghost's house at night? He wouldn't even know how he died. Better safe than sorry. Although he had a pleasant time with the ghostly young wife today, Qi Feng wasn't about to entrust his safety to a ghost he just met. What if the ghostly young wife sleepwalks at night and, hungry, eats him up? He'd have nowhere to cry. If the perverted ghost, Abin, came knocking, he might even end up as food for Abin. No thanks, I'll go back to my own room. I'm staying next door. If you need anything, just come over to find me. Qi Feng smiled and politely declined. Players' survival time in the game is limited to 15 days. During these 15 days, staying in their own rooms is absolutely safe. If it weren't for this rule, many new players would probably be wiped out on their first night in the horror game. This is also a protective rule for new players in the horror game. So, compared to the ghostly young wife's house, it's much safer to stay in his own room at night. Seeing that Qi Feng ignored him and was instead laughing and chatting with the ghostly young wife, Abin's blood-red eyes glared fiercely at Qi Feng. Qi Feng glanced at Abin but didn't pay him any attention. He walked to his own room and opened the door to enter. The system's prompt had been very clear. The pervert clearly held a grudge against him for entering the ghostly young wife's house. Even without the ghostly young wife involved, Qi Feng thought that this evil ghost wouldn't spare him. The female player who just died was a perfect example. To these evil ghosts, humans are either playthings or food. He closed the door and took a quick glance at the simply furnished room. Qi Feng casually sat on the bed. He secretly made up his mind, since Abin, this evil ghost, harbored such intense hostility toward him, he couldn't just sit back and wait for death. He had to think of a way to take the first strike and kill him first. Originally, he had planned to talk with that long-legged female player tonight to exchange some information about the apartment's ghostly inhabitants. But by now, she was probably already in Abin's stomach. The long night stretched on. Qi Feng lay alone on his bed, flipping through his character panel. Qi Feng. Level 1. Strength, ordinary human. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Mental, 10. Ghost power, 0. Ghost coins, 100. Skill, Eye of Investigation, can investigate the level of players and ghosts up to 10 levels higher than oneself. Gizmo's face twitched as he touched his chin. Damn it, with my current strength, killing that perverted ghost Abin isn't going to be easy at all. The ghost's power levels are divided into Evil Ghost, Fierce Ghost, Powerful Ghost, Dangerous Ghost, Horrifying Ghost, Nightmare Ghost, Catastrophe Ghost, Hell Ghost, and World Destruction Ghost. Abin's strength is the strongest among the 3 ghosts I encountered today. Powerful Ghost level. Her strength is that of a Fierce Ghost level ghost lady, and even with the Ghost Xiaochang together, they may not be able to take on the powerful Ghost Abin. Relying on myself is even more impossible. With Abin's powerful ghost level strength, if I go up to challenge him alone, I'll probably just end up getting eaten alive. Does this mean that once the 15 days of game time are over, I'll have to leave immediately? That means I'll have no chance to complete the game copy's rating and improve my strength, right? Qi Feng was unwilling to accept it. The new player copy of a horror game usually has the easiest difficulty. Looking at Zhonglan and Zhong Xiaochang, it's clear that these ghosts belong to the good ghost category. That evil ghost Abin should be the most powerful evil ghost boss in this apartment. If I don't get a high rating in this new player copy and can't improve my strength, future copies will only get harder. The system hint suggested starting with the apartment manager, Ma Bo, and the ghost lady also mentioned Ma Bo. By now, it was already night, and I wasn't sure if that perverted ghost Abin was still watching me. Qi Feng rubbed his chin, deciding to find a chance tomorrow to go downstairs and meet this Ma Bo. Chapter 6, Midnight 12 o'clock, The Terrifying Zhonglan. After making up his mind, Qi Feng continued to think back to the details of today, analyzing them. When he saw the ghost lady today, he didn't see her level, meaning her level had already exceeded level 11. Since there's a division of levels, this means that even ghosts of the same strength, their power differs with the level. For example, a ghost lady above level 11 is generally stronger than a fierce ghost level ghost of level 10. But I don't know what level the evil ghost Abin is, and compared to Ma Bo, who's stronger? Time passed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The hands of the clock on the wall quickly reached midnight. Dawn. Dawn. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Groggily, Qi Feng opened his eyes. Who is it? It's me, Zhong Lan. When he heard it was Zhong Lan, Qi Feng's tense nerves relaxed a lot. What's the matter this late? Zhong Lan replied, it's nothing major, I just want to talk to you about Xiao Chang. Talk about Xiao Chang? Qi Feng's first reaction was that he had been found out about teaching Zhong Xiao Chang how to flirt. He cursed the little ghost for being useless and only causing trouble. Qi Feng put on his slippers and walked to the door. But he didn't immediately open the door. Instead, he looked through the peephole at the outside. He saw the ghost lady standing outside the door in a sexy white lace nightgown, her body curvy, with a large expanse of white exposed at her chest, making her look particularly alluring. It's late, I've already gone to bed. Let's talk about Xiao Chang tomorrow. Qi Feng frowned and said. He suddenly remembered the system's reminder, after midnight, no matter who knocks, never open the door. At this point, the clock's hands had already passed 12:01. Through the peephole, he couldn't see the ghost lady's attributes. However, at this moment, Zhong Lan felt strange to Qi Feng. If she knew about Zhong Xiao Chang's early romance, as a parent, she would never be calmly talking to him like this. Wearing such revealing pajamas and knocking on my door in the middle of the night. Qi Feng had reason to suspect that the ghostly woman wanted to seduce him. Could this female ghost be trying to absorb my yang energy? But it seemed like Zhong Lan didn't plan on leaving. I just want to come in and sit for a while, and by the way, there's something I need your help with. Don't worry, I'll pay you for your trouble. Zhong Lan's voice was especially gentle, but Qi Feng frowned, unmoved. It's not about the money, I'm really tired right now. Then just open the door, let me say a few words and I'll leave. Saying this, the ghostly woman pulled open her pajama top. Qi Feng only glanced through the peephole and sneered. You're not Zhong Lan, who are you? Ha? Outside the door, Zhong Lan clearly froze for a moment before speaking. I am Zhong Lan, open the door and see for yourself. But inside the room, it was completely silent. Qi Feng stopped speaking. Although he didn't know who was outside, Qi Feng was certain that the ghostly presence trying to get him to open the door had no good intentions. Heh, kid, I didn't expect you to be quite clever. After waiting for about a minute, Zhong Lan seemed to lose patience, her eyes darkened as she stared at the peephole and spoke. But the voice that came out was a low, male tone. The fake Zhong Lan pulled off her scalp. A human skin peeled off, revealing a small, thin man in the peephole. It was the perverted ghost, a Bin, whom Qi Feng had seen during the day. Through the peephole, Qi Feng sucked in a cold breath. He really hadn't expected that a Bin could disguise himself as Zhong Lan. Qi Feng had previously thought that the one impersonating Zhong Lan was another female ghost. Because both in figure and demeanor, the fake Zhong Lan and the real Zhong Lan were identical, impossible to tell apart. He never imagined it was a Bin in disguise, and such a perfect disguise at that. At this moment, seeing that Qi Feng had seen through him, a Bin no longer hid, his blood-red eyes locked on the peephole as he sneered ominously. Tonight, I'll let you off the hook. Seeing a Bin leave, Qi Feng returned to his bed. In truth, just now, based on appearance, he hadn't noticed anything odd about the fake Zhong Lan. What had exposed a Bin's disguise was the phrase where he had said he needed Qi Feng's help. If Zhong Lan really needed help, why hadn't a task prompt appeared? Moreover, Zhong Lan's strength was clearly inferior to that of the perverted ghost A Bin, and her room was right across from a Bin's. How could she dare walk past a Bin's door dressed so provocatively in the middle of the night? Although tonight's experience was more of a scare than a real danger, it also showed Qi Feng another side of the terrifying game. In this world, anything unimaginable could happen. At this moment, Qi Feng's heart hardened. Since a Bin couldn't wait to kill him, let's see who kills who next. The night passed quietly. A new day. When Qi Feng woke up in the morning, there was still some pork and vegetables in the fridge, so he used them to make a simple breakfast. After breakfast, he took the elevator to the first floor. As expected, just as Qi Feng had predicted, there were already 4 or 5 players gathered around the stone table in the community. Hello, my name is Wang Yang, how should I call you, brother? Seeing Qi Feng approach, a middle-aged man with a tank top and muscles stood up and said. Hello, I'm Qi Feng. I'm Wang Hui. Lu Ku. Jiang Ming. The others also introduced themselves. Looking at the character panels above their heads, seeing that their attributes were similar to his own, Qi Feng didn't bother to look any further. The purpose of meeting these people today was to discuss the ghost residents of this apartment, to see if they could find any useful information. After a while, 2 more people arrived. There were a total of 2 female players and 5 male players gathered around the stone table. Jiang Ming, wearing glasses, glanced at his phone and said, there are still a few people missing, but it's about time. All right. Several players had no objections. This was originally a meeting to exchange information. Some people were willing to share, while others weren't, and naturally, no one could force anyone to do so. I'll go first. Jiang Ming pushed up his glasses and said, I live on the first floor. Yesterday afternoon, I was walking around here and found an old ghost man sitting at the stone table under that tree, playing chess by himself. I guess the task he issued is related to chess. If there's anyone with decent chess skills, you could give it a try. Also, if you walk along this path to the left, there's a vending machine. Human food is very cheap there, you can buy almost 3 days worth of food for just 1 ghost coin. Qi Feng glanced at Jiang Ming. He currently had 49 ghost coins on him, and it was clear he had accepted some task yesterday too. This guy was only sharing part of the information right now. At this moment, Jiang Ming had finished speaking and turned his gaze towards the girl beside him, Wang Hui. Wang Hui's face was pale, her eyes filled with fear, as if she was recalling something. After a while, everyone started to feel a bit impatient, and finally, she spoke with difficulty. I live on the 2nd floor, and another player who lives in the same building as me is a guy named Zhu. On the 2nd floor, there's an old lady. Her face is terrifying, and yesterday, I think I heard her mumbling about looking for something. What was she looking for? Many people brightened up, quickly asking. Wang Hui shook her head, I don't know. At that time, I was so scared by her face. She was holding a transparent bag, and inside it were human hands and feet. I was so terrified, I didn't dare ask. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of disappointment. The information Wang Hui provided, aside from knowing that there was an old lady ghost on the 2nd floor, was mostly useless. But then Wang Hui spoke again. After midnight last night, I heard knocking on the door from across the hall. I was curious, so I got up. Through the peephole, I saw a woman in a sexy white nightgown standing in front of the door across the hall. That woman had a big tattoo of flowers on her left arm. She was a new player too. I remember her name was Feng Yanhong. She said something to the guy in the room, and then I saw the door open. But I didn't expect. At this point, Wang Hui's pupils dilated, and her face twisted slightly. But I didn't expect that after the door opened, Feng Yanhong pounced on Zhu Zhen and knocked him to the ground, and then, I heard Zhu Zhen scream in agony. After that, I saw blood spurt out from Zhu Zhen's body. I was so scared I froze. Then I saw Feng Yanhong suddenly turn her head, covered in blood, looking at me with an eerie smile on her lips. At this point, everyone, except Qi Feng, shuddered. Many people looked around nervously, but after realizing that Feng Yanhong wasn't here, they calmed down a little. What happened? Did Feng Yanhong go crazy? Qi Feng glanced at Wang Hui, then stood up. Let me explain. Jiang Ming pushed up his glasses and curiously asked, you know? The Feng Yanhong Wang Hui was talking about is the player who lives on the 3rd floor with me. I know about Feng Yanhong. Qi Feng smiled and said lightly, actually, the real Feng Yanhong died yesterday afternoon. Last night, the Feng Yanhong that Wang Hui saw was not a player, but a ghost that had transformed. What? Everyone's faces changed, exchanging shocked glances, and they could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. This is unbelievable. Then, under everyone's questioning, Qi Feng explained that the perverted ghost, a bin, had eaten Feng Yanhong the day before. He revealed this information to all the players. It wasn't just about exchanging information. It was also to make everyone more wary of a bin. Qi Feng didn't want to wait until the game ended only to have these people killed by a bin, leaving him all alone to fight. Qi Feng also wanted to see, after hearing this news, if any of the players could come up with a way to deal with a bin. Even if it's just testing a bin's strength a little, it would be good. However, after seeing everyone's reaction, Qi Feng was slightly disappointed. Soon after, someone else came forward to share information. Qi Feng learned that just yesterday, among the 12 newcomers, 3 had already died at the hands of the ghostly creatures. And no one knew anything about the information regarding the apartment landlord, Ma Bo. At this moment, an old man slowly walked over from the hallway. The man with glasses, Jiang Ming, whispered, "This is the old ghost. Anyone who is good at chess, you can go and try. I'll give it a try." As soon as the words were spoken, a well-mannered young man walked out and followed the old ghost. Qi Feng was originally planning to leave and go inside the building to have a look, but upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel curious, so he followed everyone and walked behind the old ghost to the stone table on the other side. The old ghost glanced at everyone but didn't care, casually setting up the chessboard. The well-mannered young man, named Hu Jianghao, smiled when he saw the old ghost set up the chessboard and said, "Grandfather, playing chess alone must be boring, let me play with you." "You want to play chess with me?" The old ghost raised his eyelids and glanced at Hu Jianghao, his expression unreadable, and slowly said, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Jianghao's face suddenly changed. "Hu Jianghao, what's wrong with you? Are you all right?" The people around looked at Hu Jianghao's strange expression and quickly asked. Hu Jianghao glared fiercely at Jiang Ming. Then, reluctantly nodded and said, "All right." Seeing this, only Qi Feng understood. This kid must have triggered a task. And it seemed to be the kind of task that couldn't be refused, just like his own. Qi Feng glanced at the old ghost's panel and clicked his tongue. resident, old ghost. Level? Strength, fierce ghost level. Description: an old resident of apartment 101, enjoys playing chess, and is a master. Tip: winning against him at chess is a pipe dream. If you want to win, you must set up one of these endgame scenarios. Tao Lu Yuan Ji, Yuan Shen Haigu, Zhu Xiang Jai. Tao Lu Yuan Ji, Yuan Shen Haigu? Qi Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he turned and walked aside, pulling out his phone to search these endgame names online. He had already tested it last night, and although chat software didn't work, looking up information was fine. At this point, Hu Zhenghao no longer appeared as relaxed as before. Because, in the punishment for failing the task, the loser would have to give the winner something from their body, and refusing would have the same consequence. He realized that he was being used by Jiang Ming as a test subject. Sitting down, Hu Zhenghao looked at the old ghost and asked, "Grandfather, your chess skills are so high, could you let me go first?" "All right." The old ghost nodded with a smile, looking amiable. But inside, Hu Zhenghao felt more and more uneasy. The two began playing, and the onlookers stared at the chessboard without blinking. After about 7 or 8 moves, sweat started to appear on Hu Zhenghao's forehead. From then on, with every move, Hu Zhenghao took longer and longer to think, his moves slowing down. On the other hand, the old ghost remained calm and unhurried, not rushing him. At this point, anyone could tell that Hu Zhenghao was no match for the old ghost. The game took a full hour. After struggling through more than 30 moves, with sweat covering his forehead, Hu Zhenghao helplessly stood up. "I lost." As he said this, his face turned ashen. "You lost. You must give me something from your body." The old ghost squinted his eyes, sizing up Hu Zhenghao, and said slowly. The players around them were in an uproar. Everyone looked at Hu Zhenghao with eyes full of sympathy. At this point, the others realized that the cost of losing in a chess game was that the old ghost would take something from the loser's body. "Your ears, they look very nice." The old ghost spoke. The next second, everyone's eyes blurred, and they saw Grandpagnot's left arm stretch out, grabbing Hu Zhenghao's left ear and ripping it off. "Ah!" Hu Zhenghao's miserable scream echoed. Grandpagnot looked at the bloody ear in his palm, then took out a glass bottle and carefully stored the ear inside. Looking at Hu Zhenghao again, Grandpagnot smiled and asked, "How about another round, to take your ear back?" Hu Zhenghao trembled, holding his bleeding left ear, his face pale, shaking his head repeatedly. Turning his head to look at the others, Grandpagnot asked, "What about you? Who else wants to try?" Chapter 8, Precious Bets, Cheating. This was no kind old grandpa, this was a demon who viewed human life as worthless. Seeing Grandpagnot smiling, the crowd was so terrified they took 2 steps back. Some even accidentally bumped into a stone step, wincing in pain but not daring to make a sound. "Gigi Grandpa, we're not interested in your organs." Seeing Grandpagnot's ghostly, terrifying gaze fixed on him, Wang Yong, a 1.9-meter tall man with a body full of muscle, shivered and forced a smile. "Who said I want to gamble with your organs?" Grandpagnot rolled his eyes. He reached into his clothes and pulled out a bunch of things. Item: exquisite dagger, white ghost item. Item: black boxing gloves, where power +2, agility +1, green ghost item. Item: fishing rod, can be used for fishing, green ghost item. Item. Grandpagnot pulled out a bunch of random items. A few seconds later, everyone's attention focused on the last item. Item: invisibility cloak, blue ghost item. The wearer can conceal their aura and appearance. Looking at the item description of the invisibility cloak, many people's breaths grew rapid. In the terrifying game, the rarity of weapons and items is divided into 7 levels: white, green, blue, purple, red, orange, and gold. White ghost items usually sell in the game store for between 10 to 100 ghost coins. Green ghost items sell for between 100 to 500 ghost coins. Blue ghost items sell for between 500 3000 ghost coins. Almost at the same time, many people checked the price of the invisibility cloak in the game store. 2666 ghost coins. A top-tier blue ghost item appeared in a novice dungeon. The attributes of the invisibility cloak are undoubtedly the best, because it has no wearing requirements. For example, many green and above ghost items in the store have wearing requirements, some need strength, some need agility, and most require ghost power. At this moment, many people realized the significance of the invisibility cloak, this blue ghost item, for this novice dungeon. It could be said that with the invisibility cloak and a bit of ghost coins, one could survive until the end of the game. Get the first place rating in the dungeon. After all, this is just a novice dungeon, where no powerful ghosts that can see through blue ghost items will appear. So, what do you say? Want to have a game? If you win, you can take any of these things of mine with you. Grandpagnot smiled and said, as if he hadn't noticed the greedy looks on everyone's faces. Among the players, many were itching to take action. I'll do it. Wang Yang suddenly stepped forward. Sitting down across from Grandpagnot, Wang Yang smiled cautiously and asked, Grandpa, would you mind if I play on my phone while we play chess? Grandpa Nyo still had that kindly expression. No problem, no problem. As he spoke, he had already set up the board again. At this moment, many people had strange expressions. Wang Yang took out his phone and opened the Chessmaster app. Old man, you go first. Wang Yang said politely while looking at Grandpa Nyo. Little kid, you're quite polite. Then I'll go first. Grandpa Nyo took the red chess pieces and moved a pawn. Next, Wang Yang also moved a pawn on his phone. The opponent's master-level computer quickly responded and set up a central cannon. The crowd couldn't help but sweat nervously for Wang Yang's strategy. However, Old Man Nyo remained completely unaware, taking one step after another with Wang Yang. On the chessboard, the two were locked in a fierce battle, taking turns to compete. At that moment, noticing that Wang Yang had the slight upper hand, many people began to silently regret their choices. Wang Yang played in such a way that even someone who didn't understand chess could win against Old Man Nyo. Could it be that this exquisite blue ghostly object would fall into Wang Yang's hands just like that? This guy's mind is moving too fast, how come I didn't think of this move myself? In the crowd, Jiang Ming's expression was dark, lost in his thoughts. Qi Feng's expression also showed some confusion. Is it really that easy? Why didn't the system prompt mention using a phone to play against Old Man Nyo? Just moments ago, he was busy memorizing the endgame chess patterns from the Deep Sea Pavilion as instructed by the system and hadn't considered using the phone chess against Old Man Nyo. Young man, do you know what kind of punishment you will face for cheating at chess? At this moment, after making a move with his horse, Old Man Nyo suddenly looked at Wang Yang and asked with a smile. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Wang Yang's face suddenly changed, he hadn't expected that the other party knew from the beginning about him using the phone for chess. His reaction was quick, he moved his finger to turn off the phone screen. But it was too late. Old Man Nyo rose, reaching forward with his arm. Ah! Wan Hui and Lu Ko, the two girls, were instantly frightened pale, almost fainting. The remaining boys trembled all over. In Old Man Nyo's hand was unmistakably Wang Yang's heart. The heart, the size of a fist, was steaming and still beating. Meanwhile, Wang Yang's body slumped backwards. There was a 5-finger wound on his left chest. Wang Yang's eyes were wide open, refusing to close. Make way, make way. At that moment, when everyone's faces were pale, a hunched figure suddenly squeezed in from behind. It was an old woman wearing a flowery dress, holding a cane, with a burlap sack on her back. The old woman appeared like a ghost, and no one could tell where she had come from. She suddenly appeared next to the two girls, causing Wang Ku to scream like a rabbit. And when Wang Hui saw this old woman, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted instantly. Tap tap, the old woman's cane struck the ground, and the remaining boys, including Qi Yuan, hurriedly made way. She stopped next to the dead Wang Yang. Raising her head, she looked at Old Man Nyo across from her. Alas, what good food, Old Man Nyo, you're too wasteful. As she lifted her head, everyone gasped, and their hair stood on end. One of her eyes was hollow, completely dark inside, like a black hole, and she had just 4 teeth in total, extremely terrifying. Old Granny Gu. Level? Strength, powerful ghost. Description: a resident of apartment 202, she usually likes to pick up trash and enjoys snatching a bit of small gains, with a slight forgetfulness issue. Tip: Granny Gu has lost one of her eyes, she is looking for it, and perhaps you can gain information about other residents from her. Seeing the panel introduction of Granny Gu, Qi Feng felt a shock in his heart. He initially thought there was only the lecherous ghost Abin in the apartment, but didn't expect there was another one. At this moment, Granny Gu ignored everyone. Looking at Wang Yang, her remaining eye was full of delight. She pulled out a burlap sack and deftly stuffed Hua. Uncle Neo shook his head. If we don't play chess, I will have to pack up my treasures. The players looked at Uncle Neo with complicated expressions as he started to put away each item. Although they were envious of that perfect blue ghost weapon, they were not foolish, they knew which was more important, their lives or the blue ghost weapon. Sir, I wonder if you would be interested in a game with me? At that moment, a tall and handsome boy, standing at 1.8 meters, suddenly sat down opposite Uncle Neo. Uncle Neo froze for a moment while packing his things. Lu Ko and Wang Hui, who had just woken up, both changed their expressions and hurriedly grabbed Qi Feng's arm, lowering their voices and saying, Qi Feng, are you crazy? A few boys also advised, Qi Feng, don't be impulsive. So far, there was no real conflict of interest, everyone was on the same side as humanity. Having just lost Wang Yang, no one wanted to watch Qi Feng rush to his death again. There's a saying that strength lies in numbers, and no one believed Qi Feng could defeat Uncle Neo. Only Jiang Ming, with a cold face, pushed up his glasses and said, people die for wealth, then followed behind Gupa, walking into the apartment. In his eyes, Qi Feng was no different from a dead man. Go, 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 if we're not playing chess, why are you causing trouble? Uncle Neo rubbed his hands together excitedly and said to the others beside him. Looking at Qi Feng, he smiled and said, "Let's begin." Qi Feng shook his head, "Just playing like this is meaningless. How about I set up a chess endgame, and if you can solve it, you win. What do you think?" Determined, if Uncle Nyo disagreed, he would turn around and leave, never playing with him. However, with the system prompt, Qi Feng felt that Uncle Nyo would not disagree. Task triggered, set up a chess endgame and win against Uncle Nyo. Task reward, experience points 200, ghost coins 1200, special reward, apartment resident clue x1. Failure penalty, Uncle Nyo will take one of your organs, possibly a kidney. Endgame? Sure enough, Uncle Nyo was momentarily taken aback and then asked curiously, "What endgame is it? Show me." Soon, Qi Feng set up the endgame for Abyss Deep Sea Pavilion. Uncle Nyo stared at the chessboard, his eyes fixed, and soon fell into deep thought. This scene made the people around them glance at each other. So chess could be played like this? Isn't this the chess trick used in street stalls? Looking at Uncle Nyo's expression, it seemed he was truly intrigued by the endgame Qi Feng had set up. I have to say, Qi Feng's move was unexpected for everyone, and it was something they could not learn. But where did Qi Feng learn this chess endgame? Many were curious in their hearts. At this moment, Uncle Nyo reached out, picked up a piece, and made a move. Qi Feng, however, remained still. Until Uncle Nyo's curious gaze came over, Qi Feng finally spoke, "Sir, you haven't told me whether you agree or not." "All right, let's do as you say. If you win this endgame, you can choose one of these things." Saying this, Uncle Nyo urged, "It's your turn, hurry up." Qi Feng felt a surge of joy. He had just memorized 2 endgames, Abyss Deep Sea Pavilion and Tactics Original Mechanism. The two of them started playing back and forth. After 10 minutes, Uncle Nyo threw down the piece in his hand, looking dejected. Looking at Qi Feng, he reluctantly said, "Let's do it again. This time, I can definitely solve your endgame." "Sir, about the bet." Qi Feng smiled. "All right, you pick one." Uncle Nyo looked at Qi Feng and said straightforwardly. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Qi Feng took the blue ghost weapon, the hidden cloak. At this moment, Uncle Nyo, however, looked anxious. "Let's do it again." "Sir, I wouldn't dare." Qi Feng shook his head as he put away the cloak. "Why?" Uncle Nyo looked at Qi Feng in confusion, his expression resembling that of a gambler who had lost desperately, with wisps of black mist leaking from his body. Watching Old Man Nyo about to explode, several players nearby were instantly frightened and hid far away. Some secretly rejoiced, saying, "See, that blue ghost artifact is not so easy to get. Damn, this old ghost can't take a loss." At this moment, Qi Feng was also startled and cursed silently before hurriedly speaking up. "It's not that I don't want to play with you. It's just that your skill is too high. If we play again, you will definitely break this deadlock, and I don't want to lose the pieces on me." To be honest, when they were playing the deadlock just now, he also realized Old Man Nyo's chess skills were exceptional. If they played again, he couldn't predict the outcome. Upon hearing Qi Feng's words, Old Man Nyo's angry aura receded, and he burst into laughter. "What's the big deal? Play another game with me. If I lose, I won't want your stuff." "Are you serious?" Qi Feng asked tentatively while secretly checking the system's prompts. Old Man Nyo snorted and sat down again. "Let's talk, let's start quickly." Seeing that the system prompt indicated no danger, Qi Feng sat down and rearranged the deadlock. But unexpectedly, Old Man Nyo lost again on the second try. This time, he didn't rush to ask Qi Feng to play again but instead rubbed his grizzled hair, staring intently at the chessboard. "There's this trick, why didn't I think of it? Just now I felt that move was correct. Which step went wrong, the last step or the one before that?" Watching the oddly murmuring Old Man Nyo, Qi Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Though he's a ghost, Old Man Nyo is way too obsessed with chess, right? "Old man, if you want to review this endgame slowly, I have things to do, so I'll leave now." Looking up at Qi Feng, Old Man Nyo said, "Play one more round." He then added, "1 round, and you can pick one more thing from me." 10 minutes later, Qi Feng won again. His gaze swept over the items in front of Old Man Nyo, finally landing on the fishing rod. Fishing rod, green ghost artifact. Can be used to fish. Tip: the fishing rod can be used for more than just fishing. Taking it with you may offer unexpected help. After taking the fishing rod, Qi Feng rearranged the deadlock and politely bid farewell to Old Man Nyo, who was still lost in thought. Seeing the 2 ghost artifacts in Qi Feng's hands, everyone showed envy and surrounded him. "Qi Feng, you're too strong. Dude, that's amazing you won 2 ghost artifacts from the old ghost in one go. Brother Qi Feng, do you want to team up? Dude, how did you know this old ghost couldn't break the deadlock?" Qi Feng smiled and shook his head. "I was just trying my luck. Good fortune, I won the bet. As for teaming up, there's no need. If you all gather useful information about the residents, we can trade some intel." Refusing these requests for a team-up, Qi Feng reminded, "By the way, be careful if you encounter that male ghost on the 3rd floor. Also, observe carefully and try to gather information about the apartment residents. This can help reduce the risks of taking on tasks. Hu Jianghao realized Qi Feng was talking about him and lowered his head in shame. He blindly took on a task without understanding Old Man Nyo's situation and lost an ear in the process. Chapter 10, Task Rewards, Meeting the Ghost Granny. In this horror game, there was no such thing as friendship, only pure interests existed. Qi Feng was very clear about the purpose of these people wanting to team up. They were simply eyeing the 2 ghost artifacts he possessed, considering his self-defense ability, hoping to rely on him to safely get through this game. To be honest, aside from seeing them once before entering the game, today was only the second time he met these players. Without establishing enough trust, there was no way he would team up with them. Qi Feng didn't want to be stabbed in the back. Even if he were to team up, it must at least be on the basis that both sides have mutual value. But until now, he has not seen any value in these new players. As for reminding these players to inquire more about the apartment residents' information. On one hand, out of goodwill, Qi Feng could not do like Jiang Ming, using the players' lives to test the apartment's ghostly task. On the other hand, Qi Feng did not want to go collect information about the apartment's residents one by one himself. Still, the same saying, many hands make light work, with these players helping to inquire, it would be much easier for him to obtain information about the apartment residents. It was just a matter of exchanging information or spending some cost for exchange. Game players have a personal storage space. After parting with the crowd, Qi Feng put 2 ghostly artifacts into his personal storage space and turned to enter the apartment. At this moment, the voice of task completion rang out. Ding! Task completed. Player experience points plus 200. Level up to level 2, gain attribute points plus 4. Remaining unsplit attribute points plus 4. Gained ghost coins 1200. Special reward, clue plus 1 about the apartment resident Gupa in room 202. Clue, Gupa really likes to eat human brains, remember to bring a human brain when you meet her. Talk with her, and you will have unexpected gains. Glancing at his character panel, after leveling up, all of his 4-dimensional attributes increased by plus 1, and he still had 4 free attribute points unallocated. Qi Feng thought for a moment and decided to add all 4 attribute points to strength. It's simple, adding these 4 attribute points to physique would not have much effect. When encountering a malicious ghost like a bin, the opponent could kill him in one bite. Adding to agility, given his current agility, the chance of outrunning a malicious ghost would be 0. With the blue ghostly artifact, the Cloak of Concealment, Qi Feng felt it better to add it to strength. If he got another attacking ghostly artifact, he might have the chance to launch a sneak attack. He wandered around the first floor and reached the security room. He wanted to see what the ghostly Uncle Ma looked like, but unfortunately, the security room was empty. Glancing at the time in the security room, it was almost noon. Qi Feng decided to go back to his room to have lunch first, then make plans. Back on the 3rd floor, passing by room 302, Qi Feng suddenly saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him through the crack in the door. He sneered coldly in his heart and returned to his own room. After lunch, the vegetables in the refrigerator were gone. Qi Feng planned to go downstairs to buy some to stock up. In the morning, Jiang Ming said there was a vending machine to the west of the community. He went downstairs and walked along the path towards the west of the community. Sure enough, Qi Feng found a vending machine placed by the roadside. He spent 1 ghost coin to buy 3 days' worth of food. Now Qi Feng still had 13.99 ghost coins left. After looking at the food in the vending machine, Qi Feng took out 10 ghost coins. He bought 2 human brain flowers. He placed the food into the storage space and carried the 2 brain flowers. Qi Feng went to the 2nd floor. Arriving at the front of room 202, Qi Feng gently knocked on the door. Wait a minute. An old voice came from inside the room. After waiting a moment, the door opened. There stood the one-eyed Gupa, hunched over in front of the door. She was wearing an apron, which had large stains of blood on it, and in her hand, she held a dripping bone knife, one eye fixed directly on Qi Feng's face. Good child, your eyes are so beautiful. Gupa grinned. I specially bought you 2 pieces of human brain flowers. Looking at the human brain flowers in Qi Feng's hand, Gupa smiled and stepped aside. Good child, come in. Sit anywhere, I still have some food to deal with. Qi Feng entered the room and placed the human brain flowers down, then Gupa spoke and walked into the kitchen with a dripping bone knife. Soon, the sound of the knife chopping bones came from the kitchen. Qi Feng's scalp tingled, and without thinking, he knew that Gupa was definitely dealing with the food she had collected earlier that morning. Grandma, let me help you clean the room. Seeing the broom in the corner, Qi Feng stood up and said. If he didn't find something to do, he really couldn't stand the terrifying sound of meat being chopped in the kitchen. Picking up the broom, Qi Feng began to clean the room. A pair of golden earrings. Hint, Gupo's dowry when she got married, this thing is of no use to you. A slipper. A cup for drinking water. An old wooden comb. Hint, this thing is somewhat useful to you, you can keep it. Cane, green ghostly item. Hint, Gupa has used this cane for many years. It is covered with the aura of a fierce ghost, and can be used to intimidate and scare away weaker ghosts. It's a good weapon, keep it. Soon, Qi Feng swept out many things from all corners of the room. He placed the cane and wooden comb into his storage space. Then, he placed the pair of golden earrings in the most eye-catching spot on the table. Qi Feng called out, "Grandma, I found a lot of things, come take a look at what's useful." "Oh, aren't these my golden earrings from when I got married? And this slipper, I was wondering where it went a few days ago." Gupa walked out of the kitchen, wiped her hands, and when she saw the golden earrings on the table, her face lit up with joy. The strong smell of blood on her was overwhelming, but to get some information, Qi Feng still forced himself to endure it. "Gupa, please keep these things well, don't lose them again." Gupa repeatedly praised him, nodding her head. She carefully put the golden earrings away, then turned back to look at Qi Feng. "Young man, I didn't expect you to be so tall and strong, and yet so thoughtful." She sat down across from him, poured a cup of water, and handed it to Qi Feng. "Young man, Grandma has something to ask of you, I don't know if you are willing." Looking at the blood-red water in the cup, Qi Feng dared not drink it. Hearing Gupo's question, he knew the task was coming, so he quickly nodded. "Please tell me, Grandma." Gupa spoke, "Last week when I went to the rooftop, a grain of sand got into my eye, so I took my eyeball out and washed it. But one of my eyes, I don't know where it went. Can you help Grandma find the eyeball I lost?" Chapter 11, Gupo's Reminder, Big Gains. Task triggered, help Gupa find the lost right eye. Task reward, 300 experience, 1,500 ghost coins, special reward, a powerful kidney. Failure penalty, none. Hint, you can search near the water tank on the rooftop. Also, there is a vicious dog on the rooftop, remember to get some items from Gupa before you go. Qi Feng wondered if it was because of the 2 pieces of human brain in helping Gupa clean the room, but surprisingly, there was no penalty for failing this task. He immediately chose to accept the task without hesitation. "No problem, Grandma, leave it to me. I will definitely find your eyeball." Gupa smiled and nodded. "By the way, do you have the key to the rooftop?" Qi Feng was stunned, "No." Gupa reached into her pocket, fumbled around, and pulled out a key, handing it to Qi Feng. "This is the key to the rooftop." Qi Feng took the key, and Gupa continued, "Don't rush to go now, there's a vicious dog on the rooftop. Wait, I'll stew some meat for you. When you go up, give it to the dog, and it won't attack you." Qi Feng almost got up to leave, but then realized how lucky he was to have cleaned the room for Gupa. Only then did she give him these tips. Gupa stood up, trembling, and walked into the kitchen to stew human meat. Qi Feng's heart stirred, and he followed inside. "Granny, let me take over. You rest for a bit." Gupa opened her mouth, smiled. "All right." While the meat was stewing, Qi Feng casually said, "Granny, I've just moved into the community and I'm not very familiar with the residents. Can you tell me about the apartment?" "Young man, I see you are a nice person, let me tell you." Gupa nodded, "You new residents are too weak. First, be careful. After 8 o'clock in the evening, absolutely do not take the elevator, because some residents like to play tricks in the elevator, making fun of newcomers like you. Second, a couple on the 5th floor lost a cat these past few days. Try to go out as little as possible at night. Third, there is a very fierce little ghost on the 3rd floor. Try not to provoke him. Fourth, there is an overly flashy female resident on the 4th floor. When you encounter her, keep your distance to avoid being drained of your energy." The information provided by Gupa was very important, and Qi Feng happily nodded. I'll remember." Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "What about the security uncle at the apartment?" "You mean Xiao Ma?" Qi Feng explained, "I glanced in the security room at noon, and it seemed there was no one there." Gupa snorted, clearly a bit dissatisfied with Ma Bo. "That guy is just a wine barrel, probably drunk, who knows where he went to sleep. If you're looking for him, you'd better wait until he's sober." As she spoke, Gupa remembered something else. "By the way, Xiao Ma is forgetful. This morning I saw him reeking of alcohol wandering around the flower bed, looking like he lost something." Qi Feng quietly noted that down. First, Ma Bo likes to drink. Second, he is looking for something. At this time, the meat was already stewed. Gupa specially scooped a piece of meat with a big bone, packed it in a bag, and handed it to Qi Feng. She warned, "That vicious dog has very sharp teeth. You must use this meat with bones to feed it. When it gnaws on the bones, you'll have time to find the eyeball." Putting the bone meat into his storage space, Qi Feng checked the time. It was about time to tutor Xiaoqiang. After chatting with Gupa for a while, he finally left. As soon as he stepped out, Qi Feng saw 3 people. Leading them was Jiang Ming, whom he had met in the morning. The other 2, Qi Feng had only met once before entering the game. One was named Wang Yuan, who looked quite fair-skinned. Qi Feng had a bit of an impression, while he had forgotten the name of the other. Qi Feng, did you just come out? Jiang Ming squinted his eyes, smiling as he asked, is the one living inside the ghostly granny? Yes, but I advise you not to go in. Glancing at Jiang Ming, Qi Feng maintained a straight face and spoke to the two beside him. This Jiang Ming was very scheming. Qi Feng had seen his stunt of tricking Hu Jianghao in the morning. He didn't expect that upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Ming had already quickly gathered two little followers. This sentence was actually a reminder to the two not to be tricked by Jiang Ming. Whether they listened or not was their affair. After saying this, Qi Feng brushed past the three. Jiang Ming opened his mouth, originally wanting to ask something, but seeing Qi Feng not paying attention to him, his expression darkened. Looking at Qi Feng's back as he left, Wang Yuan curiously asked, Jiang Ming, is this Qi Feng the one you just mentioned, who won 2 ghostly items from the Ghost Elder? Zhou Yang beside him curled his lips, isn't that just a blue ghostly item? What's so impressive about him? No need to envy him, when we take on tasks, the rewards we get might not be worse than his. Jiang Ming said with a serious face. Looking at Zhou Yang next to him, Jiang Ming said flatly. Besides the 3rd floor, we just visited the 4th and 5th floors. Overall, it looks like the ghostly old lady on the 2nd floor is the easiest to talk to, making it easy to take on tasks. Zhou Yang, you try it. Zhou Yang was indeed one of the two who had been bought off by Jiang Ming with food. At this moment, hearing Jiang Ming let him enter the old ghost granny's room, Zhou Yang showed a hesitant expression, but didn't that Qi Feng just go in already? Maybe he has already taken on a task. Entering a ghost's room alone, even if this ghost appeared to be a frail old lady, Zhou Yang still felt uneasy deep down. Exactly because of Qi Feng being a trailblazer, that's why I let you try going in. Jiang Ming's eyes sparkled with intention, smiling as he said, when Qi Feng came out just now, did you see any injuries on him? Zhou Yang and Wang Yuan exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Jiang Ming asked again, did he lose any parts from his body? The two shook their heads once more, as if they both realized something. You mean? That's right. Jiang Ming smiled and said, since he went in without any trouble, the chances are you'll be fine too. And who knows, there might be another task waiting. Zhou Yang nodded, gritted his teeth, and knocked on door 202. Hello there, child. As the door opened, they saw a one-eyed old lady leaning on a cane standing before the three, smiling warmly. Granny, we are new residents in this building and wanted to ask if you need any help. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and said, forcing himself to stay calm. The old granny's one eye fixed on Zhou Yang's, and she smiled. Granny indeed has something to ask of you. Come in and sit down. Granny turned around and walked unsteadily into the room. Zhou Yang followed her inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan stood outside the door, not moving. As the door shut, before Zhou Yang could see the room's layout, he saw Granny sit on the sofa and pour a cup of blood-red liquid. Looking at Zhou Yang, Granny's voice echoed ominously. Child, your eyes are so beautiful. A scream suddenly pierced the room. Chapter 12, A Good Word Can't Save a Damn Ghost. Back in his room, Qi Feng revealed the spoils of his mission. Fishing rod, green ghost tool. Cloak of concealment, blue ghost tool. Old wooden comb. Cane, green ghost tool. Next, it was almost time to head over to the ghost widow's home for tutoring, but Qi Feng was not in a rush to finish Granny's task on the rooftop. After all, Granny had already warned that there was a vicious dog on the rooftop. Simply relying on food to attract the vicious dog was not enough, he needed to ensure everything was foolproof. His gaze fell upon several ghost tools. The cloak of concealment was definitely his biggest trump card at the moment. But before he had the strength to defeat the colored ghost Abin, Qi Feng didn't want to expose it. In case Abin knew and took precautions. After all, the best effect of the cloak of concealment against Abin was surprise. Qi Feng stored it and the comb away. Looking at the cane, Qi Feng picked it up. Cane. Rarity, green ghost tool. Usage requirement, ghost power 5. Hint, without ghost power, it's just a sturdier cane. With ghost power, it can turn into a weapon. Opening the game store, Qi Feng looked at the price of ghost power. Ghost power. Exchange rate, 100:1. Looking at his 1389 ghost coins, Qi Feng took a deep breath and directly exchanged for 10 points of ghost power. With ghost power added, Qi Feng felt something different, a surge of strength inside him. Holding the cane, Qi Feng infused it with ghost power and swung it once. Immediately, the cane transformed into a shadowy figure. The air emitted a piercing explosive sound. Wow, what power! A single strike, wasn't it enough to smash someone's skull? Looking at the glowing green cane, Qi Feng's eyes sparkled with joy. He stored the cane and fishing rod away. Qi Feng closed his room door and came to the entrance of 301, gently knocking on the door. Are you all right from last night? The ghost widow, dressed in a white top and yoga pants, opened the door and, upon seeing Qi Feng, quickly pulled him inside, then looked through the peephole at the outside, concernedly asking. "I'm fine." Qi Feng replied with a smile. "That's good." Zhonglan also let out a slight sigh of relief. She led Qi Feng into the living room and then brought out a plate of fruit. "You should still be careful when you go out these days. Abin seems to have taken a liking to you." She actually wanted to say that Abin liked Qi Feng's food, but she didn't dare to speak it out. Qi Feng didn't care, he had already decided to get rid of that evil ghost before the 15-day deadline arrived. If he couldn't get rid of it, then he could only quit the game. While eating fruit, he chatted with Zhonglan about Zhong Xiaochang's performance today. "When I went to pick up Xiaochang from school today, I saw a smile on his face," Zhonglan said happily when she mentioned Zhong Xiaochang's performance. "You have no idea how long it's been since I saw him smile like that." Qi Feng thought to himself, you pressure him to study every day, it's a miracle he can even smile. It was clear that because of Zhong Xiaochang, Zhonglan was much nicer to him today. After chatting for a while, Qi Feng went to the study to prepare for tutoring Zhong Xiaochang. "Brother Feng, you're still amazing. Today, I did it your way, and Lili really treated me differently. At noon, she even asked me about the questions." As soon as he closed the door, Zhong Xiaochang, that little ghost, jumped on him and excitedly hugged Qi Feng's leg. "I told you, has Brother Feng ever lied to you? Children just haven't seen much of the world." Qi Feng let out a faint hum and said. "Then you better work harder. If she asks you questions later and you can't answer, wouldn't that be very embarrassing?" "Okay, Brother Feng." Zhong Xiaochang quickly nodded in agreement. After tutoring for a while, Zhong Xiaochang listened seriously to Qi Feng's explanations, full of energy. While explaining, Qi Feng was secretly contemplating. How could he help Zhong Xiaochang complete his task? "Alright, let's stop studying for today. Make sure to solidify the knowledge Brother Feng explained to you." Looking at Zhong Xiaochang's hairstyle, Qi Feng thought for a moment and said. "People rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles, go get a stylish haircut tomorrow." Qi Feng knew that Zhong Xiaochang had only sparked curiosity in the female ghost, Lili, and maybe a tiny bit of fondness. Relying on just this little bit was unrealistic to win over Lili. Of course, there was a simple way, which was to go see the ghost student Lili together with Zhong Xiaochang. As long as he could see the ghost student, everything would be easy. Because through the system's prompts, Qi Feng could accurately find the opponent's weaknesses. As long as he found the weaknesses, Qi Feng could make a plan to help Zhong Xiaochang win her over. However, this couldn't be rushed. This novice dungeon was only in Shangyuan community. Once they left the community, Qi Feng didn't know what would happen. He couldn't take that risk. Qi Feng instructed Zhong Xiaochang to get familiar with Lili more at school these days. In the early morning, after a good night's rest, Qi Feng had breakfast and went to the rooftop. Arriving at the 5th floor, the elevator door opened. Unexpectedly, he suddenly encountered 3 people here. "It's you guys? Is it you?" Looking at Qi Feng, Jiang Ming and the others were all surprised. Zhou Yang's eyes were even filled with hatred, missing one eye. Jiang Ming took the initiative to speak. "Are you also here to find the eyeball for the ghost granny?" Ignoring Zhou Yang's resentful gaze, Qi Feng calmly replied, "Yes." He had already reminded the 2 yesterday, since they didn't listen, it was not his fault. "We also accepted this task," Zhou Yang said coldly. "So what?" Qi Feng asked back. Jiang Ming lightly coughed and said, "Qi Feng, Zhou Yang paid the price of one eye for this task. So, I hope you can give this task to us." "What does this have to do with me?" Qi Feng sneered. "Doesn't have to do with you?" Zhou Yang's face suddenly twisted. "I lost this eye all because of you." Qi Feng laughed. He kindly reminded them yesterday, and not only did the 3 not appreciate it, they also found it funny that Zhou Yang had lost an eye to the old lady. Zhou Yang did not dare to fight ghosts, but instead came to find trouble for himself, acting tough in front of him. Quietly watching Zhou Yang, Qi Feng's expression grew cold. "So, do you want to have a fight with me, or do you want to kill me?" "Zhou Yang, calm down." Jiang Ming glared fiercely at Zhou Yang and smiled at Qi Feng. "Zhou Yang lost an eye and is feeling a bit irritable, please do not hold it against him. This time, he is the only one taking on the task. I hope you can consider his loss of an eye and let him take this task first." After a pause, Jiang Ming continued, "After all, we all entered together, let's not hurt each other's feelings. At this time, we should unite and safely get through this dungeon, it's the most important thing." Wang Yuan followed up, "Qi Feng, you already completed a task yesterday, so don't fight Zhou Yang for this one. If he can't find it, then you can go look, how about that? We absolutely have no objections." Looking at the 3, Qi Feng shook his head and said with a smirk, "Is that all?" This was truly the funniest joke he had ever heard. He had clearly taken the task first, while Zhou Yang came later. Why should he yield it to Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang losing and I had nothing to do with him. Jiang Ming's face changed slightly. Qi Feng had obtained 2 ghostly items from Ghost Grandpa yesterday, and he knew that even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be Qi Feng's match. Whatever conditions you have, just say them. Qi Feng shook his head. I still remind you, this task is not easy to complete. Looking at Zhou Yang, his smile was somewhat meaningful. I just don't want anyone to die needlessly. Zhou Yang's face turned angry. What do you mean? Yet Jiang Ming showed joy on his face and quickly said, so, you have no objections? Qi Feng shrugged and made a casual gesture. Zhou Yang, Qi Feng agreed. Let's go find it now. Seeing Zhou Yang still wanting to say something, Jiang Ming hurriedly encouraged, fearing Qi Feng would change his mind. Although Zhou Yang still wore a face of resentment, upon hearing this, he walked to the iron door, took out the key. Behind the 3, Qi Feng stood with his arms crossed, looking indifferent. Seeing the 3 seemingly taking advantage, he gently shook his head. It's really hard to persuade a stubborn ghost with good words. Chapter 13, Evil Dog, Unexpected Gain. Click. Unlocking the door, Zhou Yang's face lit up with joy. Then, unable to wait, he pushed open the iron door and walked out. Jiang Ming, Wang Yuan, we should go separate ways to find. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan inside looking at him with horror on their faces. At the same time, a putrid wind with a foul smell came from behind his ear. Zhou Yang's heart jumped, he quickly turned his head. Then, his body was left with nothing but below his neck. A large, fearsome dog appeared behind Zhou Yang, opening its mouth full of fangs, and bit off Zhou Yang's head in one gulp. Blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan were completely frozen in shock, their expressions twisted with fear. Oh my god. The 2 of them were stunned for a second, then screamed and crawled past Qi Feng, pee running down their legs. They didn't even take the elevator and just rushed down the stairs frantically. A smell of urine assailed the senses. Seeing the puddles on the ground, Qi Feng disgustedly waved his hand in front of his nose. He walked towards the open iron door. Surrounded by some clothes-drying racks, there were 2 huge water tanks, and at the edge of the rooftop on the east side, there was a wash basin, and on the other side, a flower bed. Wash basin. Hint, there are no eyes you are looking for here. Walking to the wash basin, a hint appeared before him. Qi Feng wore a puzzled expression. The eyes are not by the wash basin? Did Gupa remember wrong? Qi Feng shook his head, the system's hint was on the rooftop, so it shouldn't be wrong. Starting from the wash basin, Qi Feng began to search carefully. With the system's hint, he quickly searched the environment on the east side. However, he still did not find the eyeball. He went to the west side of the rooftop. At this moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the nearby flower bed, and Qi Feng's eyes lit up. So the eyeball had fallen here. Flower bed. Hint, pull out the 5th rose in front of you, and Gupo's eyeball is inside it. Without hesitating, Qi Feng pulled out the indicated rose with force. Sure enough, among the entangled roots of the rose, there was an eyeball hidden. At the moment Qi Feng pulled it out, the eyeball even turned a bit, looking in Qi Feng's direction. Damn! Qi Feng was startled. Gupo's eyeball. Description: when Gupo was washing her eyeball by the wash basin, this eyeball was hidden by a bin in the flower bed. Before he could put away the eyeball, a sudden gust of wind came from behind. Qi Feng quickly summoned his ghostly power to dodge. When he looked closely, he realized that the vicious dog had finished chewing on Zhou Yang's corpse at some point. Now it was in front of him, dripping saliva from its sharp fangs. Just as the vicious dog was about to pounce, Qi Feng took out a large bone with meat and threw it at its feet. The vicious dog was momentarily stunned, then sniffed the bone, unable to resist the tempting scent, and started to tear into it. Seeing that the vicious dog was no longer interested in him, Qi Feng sighed with relief. He hurriedly stored the eyeball away. Watching the vicious dog focus on the bone, Qi Feng prepared to leave. However, when he took a shortcut between the 2 big water tanks, Qi Feng suddenly saw a system hint. Water tank. Climb up and take a look, you will gain something. Glancing at the vicious dog, Qi Feng resolutely climbed up the water tank. Now he wasn't completely helpless, with his ghostly power and ghost tools, he could at least fight against this vicious dog. Even if he couldn't win, retreating into the hallway shouldn't be difficult. Climbing to the top of the water tank, Qi Feng took a look around. He didn't see anything. Just as he was considering whether to open the water tank to check inside. At that moment, something suddenly caught Qi Feng's attention on the opposite water tank. This is. Standing up, he took a running start and jumped to the opposite water tank. Qi Feng saw clearly that the thing on top of the water tank was a black rubber roller. Rubber roller. Blue ghost tool. Usage requirement, ghost power 50. Description: originally the equipment of the apartment's security guard, Ma Bo, it was left here during one of his inspections of the water tanks. Hint, the rubber roller is a mission item for the task Find the Lost Stick. Give it to Ma Bo, and you will receive generous rewards along with his favor. A blue ghost tool, and it's a mission item. Picking up the black rubber roller, Qi Feng stored it in his storage space. As he just got back down to the ground, the vicious dog had already finished the bone. Qi Feng carefully walked towards the iron door while preparing to take out his cane to strike if necessary. But unexpectedly, the vicious dog, perhaps because it was full, did not pounce on him again. At this moment, Qi Feng noticed something different on the panel above the vicious dog's head. Vicious dog. Level? Strength, evil ghost level. Description: a vicious dog left behind by a former resident of the apartment. It has become very irritable due to a long time without food. Hint, after being abandoned by its owner, you are the first person to actively feed it. Now it has developed a slight fondness for you. Perhaps you can try feeding it continuously, maybe it can become your helper. Note, when feeding, please carry a weapon with you. What the hell? Qi Feng was a bit stunned. He thought the panels of these ghostly beings would never change, but he didn't expect that after feeding them, he could actually alter their panels. Closing the iron door and returning to the corridor, thinking about the panel prompt above the vicious dog's head, Qi Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Interesting, it seems he knows how to deal with that malicious ghost, a bin. Walking into the elevator, Qi Feng pressed the button for the second floor. Contemplating the outline of his plan. Ding! At that moment, the elevator door suddenly opened. Qi Feng instinctively glanced at the floor, his heart skipped a beat. It was actually the fourth floor. Before Qi Feng could react, a fat male ghost walked in. He wore a yellowed shirt, with disheveled hair, as if he hadn't washed it in many days. He also emitted a terrible stench. The ghostly fat man stared at Qi Feng with his small eyes, sniffing his nose. Food? Qi Feng's expression changed. Sorry, I'm the new tenant of this apartment. Chapter 14, The Homebody Ghost, Reward Acquired. Lu Fei. Level? Strength, Evil Ghost Level. Introduction: the tenant of apartment 403, a homebody, rarely goes outside. Hint, his body is a bit weak, don't be afraid, he can't defeat you. Seeing the panel introduction above the ghostly fat man, Qi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He ignored him further. Returning to the second floor, Qi Feng hurriedly exited the elevator. Not to mention, the smell inside the elevator was too unpleasant. Grandma, I found your eyeball. He knocked on Grandma Ji's door and said. Found it? Grandma Gu quickly opened the door. Seeing the eyeball in Qi Feng's hand, she showed a delighted expression. Good boy, I really didn't read you wrong, I knew you could find it. However, Qi Feng noticed that Grandma Ji's two eyes were perfectly fine at this moment. Connecting it to Zhou Yang's appearance in the morning, he instantly understood what was going on. Returning to the room, he saw Grandma Gu extend two fingers, pop out her right eye, and then fit the eyeball that Qi Feng had brought back onto it. Blinking, Grandma Ji's mouth, with only 4 teeth, smiled widely. It's still comfortable to wear the original eyeball. Qi Feng. Thinking of the hint he saw when searching for the eyeball, Qi Feng hesitated for a moment and spoke. Grandma, how did you lose your eyeball? Grandma Gu chuckled, I'm old, my memory isn't good. Maybe I just forgot where I put it for a moment. As she spoke, she praised Qi Feng again. I think you young people have good eyesight, helping Grandma find her eyeball so quickly. Qi Feng scratched his head and then pretended to be embarrassed, asking doubtfully, is there a possibility that someone deliberately hid your eyeball? No way? Grandma Gu was stunned, who was so bad? Qi Feng explained, because, I found the eyeball in the flower bed on the west side, digging through the soil. Grandma Gu frowned, falling into deep thought. Qi Feng remained expressionless. This was enough for now, saying too much would instead raise suspicion. After chatting with Grandma Gu for a while, it was time for lunch, and he declined her kind offer to stay for the meal, taking his leave. At the same time, the sound of task completion rang out. Ding! Task completed. Player experience points plus 300. Level up to level 3, gain attribute points plus 4. Remaining unallocated attribute points plus 4. Gained 1500 ghost coins. Gained special reward, 1 powerful kidney. Thinking of the vicious dog on the rooftop, Qi Feng decided to go downstairs to buy some special food first. Unexpectedly, when he reached the first floor, he ran into the fat ghost who had come back from buying groceries again. Glancing at the groceries the fat ghost had bought, Qi Feng secretly clicked his tongue. It seems this big brother is really very weak. Everything this brother was carrying in his bag was just kidneys. After buying some food and wine, putting them into storage space, Qi Feng returned to his room. He ate a simple lunch. Qi Feng thought for a moment. Spent another 1000 ghost coins to purchase 10 points of ghost power. At the same time, added all 4 attribute points to strength. Now, his strength points reached 20. The balance of ghost coins remaining is 869. However, feeling the powerful force within him, Qi Feng thought it was all worth it. According to the previous system prompt, with the additional 10 points of ghost power, defeating evil ghost-level creatures should be no problem now. At this moment, Qi Feng even had an impulse. He wanted to find the lewd ghost Abe in to see how much difference there was between them. His gaze fell on the special reward. Powerful kidney. Using it will make your kidney even more powerful. For some reason, seeing this kidney made Qi Feng think of the fat ghost on the 4th floor. This thing doesn't add combat power. After some thought, Qi Feng decided to keep it in storage for a while. Maybe it could be useful later. Just as he lay down for a short time, suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Qi Feng looked through the peephole, and to his surprise, it was Abin knocking. It wasn't midnight, ghost creatures would be restricted by the game rules. Qi Feng was not afraid of Abin attacking him for no reason and opened the door. What's the matter? Looking at Abin, Qi Feng spoke coldly while observing the panel above his head. Abin. Level? Strength, evil ghost level. Description: a psychologically twisted pervert, lustful and lewd, a new resident in Shangyuan community who has a special fetish for women's clothing. The manager Ma Bo finds him troublesome. Tip: Abin harbors malice towards you, but don't worry, he doesn't dare to ignore the rules and take action against you. At this moment, Abin behaved unusually. Bro, let me introduce myself, I'm Abin. Seeing Qi Feng not responding, Abin laughed and said, we are neighbors, I wonder if you are interested in helping your brother with something. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on the reward. After it's done, 2,000 ghost coins. What do you think? Qi Feng replied calmly, no need, you should find someone else. I'm not interested. Because, at this moment, the system prompt had appeared. This is a trap. Do not attempt to take the task, with your current strength, he could crush you with just one hand. Looking at the prompt, Qi Feng sighed inwardly. Indeed, with his current strength, dealing with Abin was unrealistic. 3 days had passed in game time, with 12 days remaining, it seemed he had to hurry up and improve his strength. Of course, taking on tasks and boosting his strength was one aspect. Qi Feng had another backup plan. Another plan gradually took shape in Qi Feng's mind. The tasks for the ghost woman Zhong Lan and the ghost student Zhong Xiaochang were the simplest, basically without any life danger, but they were also the most time-consuming. Next, Qi Feng decided to take the initiative and accept some tasks. Boosting strength was one aspect, and the other was to see if he could make some ghost friends. For example, Gupa, Ma Bo, and the ghost dog on the rooftop. First, Qi Feng prepared to go meet that fat ghost. When the elevator doors opened, Qi Feng noticed a beautiful woman with big waves wearing a black deep V dress inside the elevator. Hello, handsome. The moment she saw Qi Feng, the woman's peach blossom-like eyes brightened slightly, and she greeted warmly. Qi Feng. What's wrong? Handsome, aren't you coming in? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Seeing Qi Feng not moving, the woman laughed charmingly. Taking a glance at the woman's skirt that reached her thighs, Qi Feng silently stepped into the elevator. At this moment, a panel appeared above the woman's head. Luo Shi. Level? Strength, evil ghost level. Description: resident of apartment 401, a woman of the world, likes to tempt and play with men. Tip: your handsome appearance has caught Luo Shi's strong interest. Be careful when you are alone with her, lest she suck away your yang energy. Chapter 15, want to suck my yang energy? Impossible. What surprised Qi Feng was that the woman was also going to the 4th floor. This woman is the one that the old lady mentioned, the glamorous resident. As my gaze brushed over the woman's fair, long legs, I deeply agreed with the old lady's assessment. Indeed, she is very alluring. At that moment, Luo Shi also noticed that I didn't press the elevator button. Little brother, are you also going to the 4th floor? Luo Shi rested one hand on my shoulder. Why not come to my place for a bit? I shook my head, no need. The female ghost was taken aback, clearly not expecting that this human could resist her charm. Unwilling to give up, she spoke again. Don't worry, I won't charge you any money. I bought some outfits today, and I just want you to help me see which one looks good. The elevator door opened, and the female ghost grabbed my hand. Looking at me, her eyes sparkled, and she licked her lips. Tip: guard your yang energy. Luo Shi's most proud feature is actually her beautiful hair. You might try to start a conversation about hair, perhaps you can sell your wooden comb. Suddenly, I smiled and said, Sister, I noticed your hair is beautiful. Really? Luo Shi suddenly became a bit shy. Other ghosts complimented her beautiful eyes, fair skin, or pretty legs, but I was the first to praise her hair. This human is truly special and quite interesting. After giving me a deep look, Luo Shi touched her beautiful hair and said, I actually think so too. What's your name, little brother? Qi Feng. I said, with such beautiful hair, it must be troublesome to take care of it? Then, I suddenly pulled out a wooden comb from somewhere. Just right, I have a wooden comb here. Would you like to buy one to take home? I'm not lying to you, this comb is really useful. Luo Shi. With such beautiful hair, are you sure you don't want to take good care of it? I continued, with this comb, maintaining your hair will be twice as easy, and your hair will become even prettier. Looking at the exquisite wooden comb in my hand, Luo Shi admitted that she was a bit tempted. How much? I quoted a price, 500. 500? Luo Shi's eyes widened. Are you selling something? Are you robbing me? Selling a wooden comb for 500 ghost coins? Seeing Luo Shi's shocked expression, I remained calm. Is 500 expensive? Not expensive, know that, sister, you're not just buying a wooden comb, you're buying your hair, your beauty. When combing hair, hair usually falls out, but with this comb, you won't have to worry about shedding. The riching energy in this comb not only cares for your hair, but also makes it shinier and prettier. Besides, 500 ghost coins is nothing for you, it's just a matter of moving your legs. Looking at me, Luo Shi's lips twitched. 200. Unexpectedly, I immediately nodded and agreed, deal. Luo Shi. Not being stingy, she paid me 200 ghost coins happily. Selling an old wooden comb for 200 ghost coins, I felt delighted as I touched the coins I had received. Little brother, if you need anything, you can come find me anytime, okay? Putting away the comb, Luo Shi winked and said. I pretended to be clueless. Finding you? Don't think I don't know you want to absorb my young energy? After waiting for Luo Shi to close the door to her room 401, I finally walked towards room 403. At that moment, the door to room 404 suddenly opened. Hu Jianghao. Looking at the person who opened the door, I was shocked. How did you become like this? Just a day's absence, and now Hu Jianghao had sunken eyes, with dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept well. And seeing the panel above Hu Jianghao's head, I instantly understood what was going on. Hu Jianghao. Level 2. Physique 15. Strength 11. Ghost coins 998. Description: a newbie player in a horror game, with weak skills of 5, lost his left ear while playing chess because of a ghost. Tip: he is currently suffering from severe loss of yang energy. Not your opponent, I can defeat him with just one hand. Hu Jianghao's level has risen to level 2, clearly having completed a task. As for what task he completed, seeing the prompt, Qi Feng understood. This guy truly prefers to die under the peony flower, becoming a ghost regardless anyway, he is bold enough. He really isn't afraid of being drained dry by Luo Qian. So brave. Qi Feng? What are you doing here? Hu Jianghao was a bit dazed, and upon hearing someone call his name, he finally noticed Qi Feng. However, his expression was somewhat cautious. It seems the last time he was tricked by Jiang Ming left quite a shadow in his heart. I came to find the occupant of room 403, to see if there's a chance to take on a task. Qi Feng didn't hide it. After experiencing the morning's events, he already knew that even with the same task, multiple people could take it on. As for whether it could be completed, that would depend on everyone's own abilities. That fat guy? A hint of disgust flashed in Hu Jianghao's eyes. He was clearly not pleased with the fat ghost, but still reminded him. He lives in room 403, rarely goes out, so you should be able to find him now. Hu Jianghao yawned. I'll go buy some things to replenish. Goji berries, or kidneys? Qi Feng had a good impression of Hu Jianghao, smiled and spoke. Hu Jianghao's face suddenly became a bit awkward. You figured it out? Brother, impressive. Qi Feng gave a thumbs up. You aren't even sparing ghosts. Hu Jianghao's old face turned red. There's no way, I also have to complete the task. If I don't have food to eat, I'll starve to death. Although the game provided rooms, food still had to be handled by the players themselves. Qi Feng's heart stirred, and he spoke. Brother, I'm not saying you, but in your current situation, you might not even recover by eating goji berries. I have a good thing here, do you want it? Hu Jianghao asked curiously. What thing? Qi Feng glanced behind him. Let's go inside and talk. Arriving at Hu Jianghao's room, Qi Feng took out a kidney from his storage space. Good stuff. At the moment Hu Jianghao saw the kidney in Qi Feng's hand, he excitedly stood up. Clearly, he also saw the introduction of the kidney. Qi Feng, how much do you want for this kidney? Qi Feng smiled and extended 2 fingers. 2,000 ghost coins. 2,000 ghost coins? Hu Jianghao immediately wilted, shaking his head. Too expensive, can you make it a bit cheaper? I'll tell you the truth, I only have 500 ghost coins on me. Hu Jianghao clearly was not telling the truth. Qi Feng shook his head and calmly said, Brother, I'm also being kind, willing to sell it to you for 2,000 ghost coins. Think carefully, ghost coins can be earned back, but if your life is gone, then there's nothing left. You're fully aware of your own physical condition, right? Chapter 16, Transaction. To be honest, if it weren't for Qi Feng urgently needing ghost coins to increase his strength, he wouldn't sell the kidney. When he received the kidney at noon, he browsed through the free trading area in the mall. This kidney could sell for at least 3,000 ghost coins or more. Once the dungeon ends, selling the kidney in the free trading area would be more appealing, right? Brother Qi Feng, I really don't have that much money. At this moment, Hu Zhenghao saw Qi Feng about to put away the kidney, hurriedly grabbed Qi Feng's hand and pleaded, "Let's negotiate a bit more." "There's nothing to negotiate, it's this price." Qi Feng thought for a moment and asked, "Your task should be repeatable, right? With this kidney, you can at least take on 2 to 3 more tasks without any problem, and completing the tasks will also give you experience to level up. I'm already giving you a friendship discount because we know each other." Of course, this was just Qi Feng's bluff. How many times this kidney can be used, he wasn't sure, maybe it would be drained dry after just one use. So, he wasn't willing to take that risk to resell the kidney to Hu Zhenghao. Putting away the kidney, Qi Feng patted Hu Zhenghao's shoulder. "You think about it seriously. I'll go meet the tenant of 403 first. But give me an answer as soon as possible, you never know when someone might want this kidney." With Qi Feng's departure, Hu Zhenghao sat alone in the room, deep in thought. No one knew how much time passed, but it seemed like he had made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he opened the door and walked out. Back in the corridor, Qi Feng didn't immediately look for the ghost fatty. Instead, he seriously thought about the issue of Yang Qi and consulted the system. The system quickly provided a prompt. When the power of a ghost and a human is vastly different, it is possible to forcibly take the Yang Qi from the human. Once the Yang Qi is exhausted, the human will die, and this is not limited to XX. Similarly, you can exchange for a method to absorb ghost power. When encountering ghosts weaker than you can activate the method to absorb their ghost power. Absorb ghost power method, beginner version. Price, 5,000 ghost coins. After looking at the absorb ghost power method in the game store, Qi Feng clicked his tongue inwardly. Forget it, I'll wait until this game ends before exchanging for a method. If I want to survive long in this horror game, a method like this is definitely necessary. As the saying goes, little by little makes a lot. But for now, Qi Feng felt that it was more important to improve his strength first, safely get through this beginner dungeon, and then think about the method. Standing in front of room 403, Qi Feng knocked on the door. "Hello, I'm a new tenant in the apartment. My name is Qi Feng." Seeing the fat ghost who opened the door, Qi Feng smiled and said, "We just met at noon." "Hello, what's up?" The fat ghost squinted his little eyes and asked cautiously. He could sense that Qi Feng seemed stronger than when they met at noon. "Bro, how about coming in to chat?" Qi Feng said sincerely, "I have something here. I think you'll be interested." Lu Fei thought seriously for a moment, then stepped aside to make room. "What is it?" Seeing the walls covered in posters of 2-dimensional lowless and beautiful women, and the pillows covered in black stockings. On the table, even the cup was 2-dimensional. Qi Feng's mouth twitched. So this is the life of a nerd? However, Qi Feng didn't show any surprise. Facing Lu Fei's curious gaze, he took out a kidney. "Bro, take a look? This is definitely a good thing, only 2,000 ghost coins." But to his surprise, after a quick glance at the kidney Qi Feng took out, Lu Fei shook his head. "I don't need it." At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Hint, no man will admit he is useless. Your action of taking out the kidney made Lu Fei uncomfortable, thinking you were humiliating him. "Qi Feng? What kind of thinking is this?" "I'm being kind, you carried a bag of kidneys upstairs at noon, I saw it very clearly, okay?" Quickly putting the kidney away, Qi Feng looked at Lu Fei with some embarrassment. At that moment, a prompt appeared above Lu Fei's head. Hint, nerds like action figures of beautiful women, pillows, and especially love white stockings. If you have white stockings, you can sell them to him. Qi Feng. Bro, you misunderstood. Looking at the poster of a 2-dimensional loli wearing white stockings, Qi Feng smiled and said, "Bro, turns out you like white stockings too." The nerd was stunned, then asked with some excitement, "You too?" "Of course." After scanning the room, Qi Feng feigned confusion and said, "But I see you don't seem to have any white stockings collections here? Original flavor ones, they're not easy to find." Lu Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You like the original flavor?" Thinking of the female ghost Luoshi from room 401, Qi Feng had a plan in mind. "Bro, let me tell you a secret." Qi Feng leaned in and whispered, "Actually, I have a channel." "Really?" Lu Fei's eyes shone with excitement. 1,000 ghost coins each, bro, can you get me 2 pairs? Trigger mission, buy 2 pairs of original flavor stockings for Lu Fei. Mission reward, 200 experience, 800 ghost coins. Failure punishment, he can't beat you, no need to worry. Both white stockings? Qi Feng asked. Lu Fei thought for a moment, one white, one black. Qi Feng gave a knowing look. Nodding slightly. No problem, it's a deal. Wait for me a few days. Coming out of Lu Fei's room, Qi Feng almost collided with someone. Unexpectedly, Hu Zhenghao was waiting at the door. What are you doing? Before Qi Feng could speak, Hu Zhenghao asked anxiously. Qi Feng, you haven't sold your kidney yet, right? Seeing Hu Zhenghao's expression, Qi Feng asked, so, have you figured it out? I've figured it out. Hu Zhenghao nodded and said, I only have 900 ghost coins now, can I pay half as a deposit first? After I complete the mission, I will pay you the remaining ghost coins. Afraid that Qi Feng would refuse, Hu Zhenghao pulled out 900 ghost coins and added, I can write you an IOU. In horror games, IOUs are like waste paper, they have no real binding power. Strength is everything. Looking at Hu Zhenghao, Qi Feng smiled, took the ghost coins from his hand, and nodded, okay. Then he took out the kidney and placed it in Hu Zhenghao's hand. Not worried at all that Hu Zhenghao would take the kidney and not give him the ghost coins. The reason is simple, because he has the strength. At this moment, Hu Zhenghao looked at the kidney in his hand and decisively chose to use it. The next second, visibly, his face turned rosy. Feeling the strength in his body, Hu Zhenghao's expression turned excited. I'll write the IOU right now. No need. Qi Feng smiled calmly, I trust you. Glancing at the time, Qi Feng parted ways with Hu Zhenghao. Then he went to the 5th floor and opened the iron door with a key. There, a drooling vicious dog appeared before him. Chapter 17, A Gift for the Female Ghost. Looking at the vicious dog, Qi Feng was not at all flustered. He took out food from his storage space and threw it in front of it. I specially bought this for you, go ahead and eat. The vicious dog seemed to understand human language, stared at Qi Feng for a while, then lowered its head to pick up the meat on the ground and started eating it vigorously. Hint, the vicious dog's favorability toward you has increased. Hearing the system prompt and watching the dog finish all the meat, Qi Feng finally left. Back in his room, he flipped through a few ongoing tasks. Regarding the task of the fat ghost Lu Fei, Qi Feng thought about it and decided it could be treated as a way to repeatedly earn ghost coins. As for the stockings, Qi Feng checked the game store. To his surprise, there were actually some for sale. In the special items section, Qi Feng bought 2 pairs of stockings. Of course, he didn't buy those that increase agility or ghost power. He only bought 2 ordinary pairs, costing 10 ghost coins. He wrapped them in a gift bag. Carrying the gift bag, Qi Feng didn't expect to run into the ghost lady returning from grocery shopping as soon as he stepped outside. Qi Feng, where are you going? Seeing Qi Feng carrying a bag, Zhong Lan, dressed in a crop top, looked very curious. Not going anywhere. Why are you back so early today, Lan Jie? Qi Feng greeted her with a smile. The ghost lady had recently become more charming, it seemed that she had let go of her worries about Zhong Xiaoqiang. If nothing's wrong, why not come over to my place for a bit? Zhong Lan gently played with her hair and said, I specifically bought some vegetables today, I'll cook for you later. Sure. Looking at the vegetables and fish Zhong Lan was carrying, Qi Feng agreed readily. Before completing the tasks for Zhong Lan and Zhong Xiaoqiang, it was very necessary to build a good relationship with the task issuer. As for Lu Fei's matter, it was okay to set it aside for now. You sit here for a bit, I'll go wash the vegetables. Zhong Lan washed some fruits and placed them on the sofa, then called Qi Feng before heading into the kitchen to get busy. Qi Feng casually picked up an apple and started eating. Through 3 days of observation, he found that most of the ghosts in this novice dungeon, Shangyuan community, were quite friendly. For example, Uncle Niu, for example, Aunt Gu, and the ghost lady and her son, or the 2 ghosts on the 4th floor. They generally wouldn't actively seek trouble with humans unless you triggered a task. After finishing an apple, Qi Feng didn't want to just sit there, so he walked into the kitchen. Is there anything I can help with? Zhong Lan, who was cutting the fish, quickly said, No need, I can do it myself. It's fine, let me wash the vegetables. Qi Feng took the greens out of the bag and said while washing them. Seeing Qi Feng insist on helping, Zhong Lan felt she couldn't reject him. However, while cutting the fish, her gaze couldn't help but drift towards Qi Feng. Looking at Qi Feng's profile and his serious appearance washing the vegetables, she suddenly felt a bit dazed. For all these years, she had raised the child on her own. All the household chores, laundry, and cooking were done by her alone. Zhong Lan never imagined that one day, a man would appear, willing to stay in the kitchen and cook with her. Sister Lan, what's wrong? Qi Feng turned his head after washing the vegetables, smiling as he asked. Zhong Lan's heart suddenly sped up. In that instant, her face turned red. Qi Feng stood up and said, Shall I take over? I'm good at cooking too. No need. Zhong Lan said, a bit flustered, and quickly opened the cupboard above her head where she kept the seasonings. I'll have it ready soon. But the moment the cupboard door opened, a bottle of seasoning suddenly fell down. Qi Feng reacted quickly and reached out to catch the bottle. But he didn't expect Zhong Lan's reaction would be just as fast. In the next second, the two of them held hands, catching the bottle at the same time. The two stared at each other, both froze. Feeling the cold, smooth little hand, Qi Feng reacted first and withdrew his hand as if shocked. Sister Lan, I didn't mean to. Zhong Lan blushed and lowered her head gently, saying, "It's okay, it was my clumsiness." Then feeling a bit shy, she said, "You can go out first, I can handle the rest myself." "Alright, just call me if you need help," Qi Feng said and hurriedly left the kitchen without looking back. Zhong Lan watched Qi Feng's hurried retreating figure. Recalling the scene just now, she suddenly gently bit her lip and smiled slightly. Perhaps not every handsome man is a scumbag. On the other side, back in the living room, Qi Feng secretly wiped a cold sweat. Damn, Zhong Lan won't think I took advantage of her, will she? Thinking of Zhong Lan's first impression of him when they met, Qi Feng felt something was terribly wrong. Determined, he decided to check her panel again when Zhong Lan came out. He hoped not to accidentally trigger the bad luck of the ghost lady. If his task wasn't completed, that would be one thing, but if she got rid of him, that would be a huge loss. After half an hour of waiting, when Zhong Lan came out of the kitchen with the cooked dishes, seeing the panel above Zhong Lan's head, Qi Feng was suddenly dumbfounded. Zhong Lan. Level? Power, Ghost level. Introduction. Hint, Ghost Lady's impression of you has changed, keep communicating to gain her favor. Damn, didn't she say she didn't like handsome guys? How did her impression change suddenly, because of what just happened? Qi Feng was completely puzzled. At this moment, the last dish was served, and Zhong Lan handed Qi Feng a pair of chopsticks. Give it a try. Leaning on the table, Zhong Lan rested her chin on her hands, her sparkling eyes looking at Qi Feng. Looking at the tempting dishes, Qi Feng swallowed and was about to use the chopsticks. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Aren't we waiting for Xiao Chang to come back?" Zhong Lan's voice was very gentle. "He doesn't eat this, I'll make something for him later." Qi Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and the taste was indeed very good. While he was enjoying his meal, Zhong Lan noticed the gift bag on the sofa. "Qi Feng, you bought a gift too? Is it for me?" Picking up the gift bag, Zhong Lan asked curiously. A glint of expectation flashed in her eyes. "Qi Feng?" Looking at Zhong Lan's expectant face, sweat suddenly appeared on Qi Feng's forehead. If it was an ordinary gift, at this time, he would definitely just go along with it and give it to Zhong Lan. Anyway, the 2 pairs of stockings only cost 10 ghost coins. She, the person in question, could afford such small expenses. But this gift is stockings. Zhong Lan had just started to think better of herself, and now, 2 pairs of stockings are being given to her? How would she view herself? She might think I have improper thoughts about her. Isn't this just asking for trouble? After thinking for a while, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Reminder, do not tell her the truth about buying the stockings. It is very dangerous for you. She might just lose it. Reminder, do not say you bought the stockings for Luo Shi. This is very dangerous for you, and she might just explode. At this point, you need to admit openly that they are for her. Looking at the system's prompt, Qi Feng gritted his teeth and smiled. Yes, Sister Lan, it's for you. Let's see if you like it. Hey, you're treating me to a meal, and now you bring a gift. When she heard it was from Qi Feng, Zhong Lan looked very happy. Though she said no, her hands were already opening the gift bag. Let me see what it is. Zhong Lan reached in and pulled out a wrapped gift. Stockings? As soon as she saw the gift, Zhong Lan's eyes instantly widened. Qi Feng glanced at her long, smooth, white legs, but didn't dare to speak. Sure enough, Zhong Lan's expression grew somewhat angry. Qi Feng, how could you give such a gift? What do you think of me, huh? Reminder, don't panic, compliment her legs. Qi Feng. At this moment, besides trusting the system, Qi Feng had no other choice. He put down his chopsticks, looked into Zhong Lan's eyes, and said sincerely, yet with a hint of grievance. Sister Lan, just look at your legs. How beautiful they are. I just thought that with such beautiful legs, stockings would look even more beautiful. I didn't know which color you'd like, so I bought 2 pairs besides the black ones. There's also a pair of white ones, so you can switch them out. Zhong Lan looked at the gift bag, and sure enough, there was another pair of white stockings. Her face immediately turned red, and she shot Qi Feng a fierce glare. Little brat, you still say? Seeing Zhong Lan make a move to throw the stockings, Qi Feng quickly spoke up, Sister Lan, don't throw them, please. After all, this is my heartfelt gift. I really didn't mean to be inappropriate. Qi Feng explained, your legs really are beautiful. I thought that the first day I saw you. So, you should take good care of your legs. All right. Zhonglan eventually didn't have the heart to throw the stockings away. She just gave Qi Feng a look and said, "Stop talking." At this moment, they suddenly heard some noise coming from outside the door. "Mom, I'm back." The door opened, and Zhong Xiaoqiang came in with his backpack. "Oh, Brother Feng, you're here too." When Zhong Xiaoqiang saw Qi Feng, he looked very excited. He didn't even put down his backpack before walking over to Qi Feng's side. But Zhong Xiaoqiang's sudden appearance startled Zhonglan, who quickly stuffed the stockings back into the gift bag. This child, no sense of boundaries, calling him Brother Feng. He should be calling him Teacher Qi or Uncle Feng. To cover up her own nervousness, Zhonglan scolded Zhong Xiaoqiang. "It's fine, call him Brother Feng." Qi Feng smiled. Brother Feng sounds friendly. With Qi Feng backing him up, Zhong Xiaoqiang made a face at Zhonglan. "Since Brother Feng said so, Mom, you don't have any objections now, right?" Sitting beside Qi Feng, Zhong Xiaoqiang grinned and said, "It's still Brother Feng who treats me well." "You brat, you forget your mom when you have Brother Feng, huh? Do you not remember who raised you this big?" Zhonglan said unkindly. Watching her son and Qi Feng being so close, a strange feeling rose in Zhonglan's heart. Because she had never seen Zhong Xiaoqiang be so close with any tutor before. In just 3 days, he was already calling Qi Feng Brother Feng so affectionately. Zhonglan even had a strange feeling that maybe Zhong Xiaoqiang, having grown up without a father, liked fatherly love too much. Afterwards, Zhong Xiaoqiang finished his meal. Qi Feng said goodbye to Zhonglan. Zhong Xiaoqiang was taken into the house for tutoring. After tidying up the dining table, she returned to the living room. Zhonglan's gaze fell on the gift bag on the sofa. She hesitated for a moment, stood up, and took the gift bag into the bedroom. On the other side, after tutoring Zhong Xiaoqiang for 2 hours, there weren't really any big problems. After the tutoring ended, he asked Zhong Xiaoqiang to find a chance in a few days to bring the female ghost Lili to the entrance of the community to meet him. Qi Feng was getting ready to leave. As he just pushed open the door, he saw Zhonglan sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed watching television. This was not the main point. The focus was on her legs, which were clad in a pair of black stockings. What? At this moment, Zhonglan was wearing a pair of red-soled high heels, her long, straight legs covered in black stockings, lounging comfortably on the sofa. Noble and enticing. For a moment, Qi Feng was mesmerized, unable to react. When he came back to his senses, Qi Feng instinctively swallowed. Zhonglan gracefully stretched her slender waist, as if she had just noticed Qi Feng. "Done with the tutoring?" Qi Feng nodded. "Sister Lan, your legs look really beautiful." After saying this, he hurriedly left. "Don't forget to come over for dinner tomorrow." Watching Qi Feng leave, Zhonglan's red lips slightly curled, and she called out in a loud voice. Walking to the mirror, she glanced at her long legs and let out a light laugh. "Oh, he really is a little virgin, he can't handle this?" Back in her room, she checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Thinking of Jipo's reminder to not take the elevator after 8 o'clock at night. Although walking up the stairs would also get her to the 4th floor, considering that Hu Zhenghao might be doing some kind of exercise, and there was a high-level ghostly presence watching her. Qi Feng decided not to go out. Instead, after taking a cold shower, he went to bed. He would deal with these things tomorrow morning. His decision was obviously correct. Because at this moment, in the elevator, a child was standing. "Sister, come play." Wang Hui, standing at the elevator door, looked at the child in front of her, her face twisted with terror. "Please let go of sister, okay?" She was so frightened that she fell to the ground, crawling towards her room with hands and feet. "Want to leave?" The child's gaze became sharp, causing the entire hallway's light bulbs to flicker wildly. "I'll give you anything you want, please let me go." The child lifted its head, 2 blood-red eyes looking at Wang Hui, who was slumped on the floor, and grinned. "I want you to play with me." "Sister doesn't want to play, find someone else, please let me go." But the ghostly child ignored Wang Hui's pleas and grabbed her leg, pulling her into the elevator. "Sister, you lost." Soon, Wang Hui's screams echoed from inside the elevator. The next day, after breakfast, getting ready to go upstairs, the elevator doors opened, and Qi Feng saw bloody fingerprints on the door. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Room 104 has a little ghost that likes to play tricks. They often sneak into the elevator to prank people when the apartment security guard, Ma Bo, is not paying attention. This is what he left behind. The little ghost's strength is not as strong as yours, there's no need to worry. You can boldly try to find him to play games after 8 o'clock at night to earn rewards. Qi Feng was slightly taken aback. There is such a good thing? Without waiting for Qi Feng to speak, she opened it herself. This? Looking at the 4 unopened pairs of stockings, Rosie paused for a moment, then gently patted Qi Feng's head and giggled. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to like this." "No problem, if you have any other requests, older sister will definitely satisfy you." She then blinked her watery eyes and looked at Qi Feng pitifully. "But these 2 days really won't work, can you give me a break for 2 days? Qi Feng was sweating buckets. "No, I mean I want you to wear these stockings and then give them to me." "Rosie? What do you mean?" For the sake of the 2,000 ghost coins, Qi Feng decided to take the plunge. Making money wasn't embarrassing. "Qi Feng, I like the original taste." Rosie widened her eyes, looking at Qi Feng. A look of "I understand" appeared on her face. "Oh, it's no big deal, sister understands. Just so happens, I have a few pairs here that haven't been washed yet, I'll give them to you." Rosie turned and went into the house, bringing out 4 wrinkled pairs of stockings, not only white but also black, red, and black lace fishnets. "You have them ready?" Qi Feng was overjoyed. "Thank you, sister. Then I will accept them." He took out a bag and stuffed all the worn stockings into it. "Who is it?" Early in the morning, Hu Jianghao was awakened by the knocking on the door. When he looked through the peephole and saw the person standing outside, he instantly woke up and hurriedly opened the door. "Qi Feng, you're here?" Hu Jianghao enthusiastically grabbed Qi Feng's hand. "Come in." Sitting on the sofa and looking at Hu Jianghao's panel, Qi Feng smiled and asked, "How's your kidney doing?" At this moment, Hu Jianghao's panel clearly displayed that he had 2,089 ghost coins. This meant the guy had used his kidney last night, and he used it twice. "It's good. It's good." Hu Jianghao nodded repeatedly, then remembered something and quickly took out a stack of ghost coins. "Brother Feng, this is the remaining 1,100 ghost coins, you count it." After receiving the ghost coins, Qi Feng counted it and confirmed the amount was correct. Looking at Hu Jianghao, who obviously hadn't slept well, he reminded him, "Take it easy." After leaving room 404, he came to the door of room 403 and knocked on the door of the fat ghost. The door opened carefully, revealing Lu Fei's half-face. "Brother, did you get it?" Qi Feng nodded. Lu Fei hurriedly opened the door wider, letting Qi Feng in. "I have white silk, black silk, red silk, and fishnet." Placing the bag in front of Lu Fei, Qi Feng said, "You choose." "So many?" Lu Fei opened the bag, looking surprised. However, he didn't rush to declare. Instead, he picked up a pair of stockings and started to smell them. "Qi Feng." Lu Fei looked intoxicated and nodded. "Not bad, the smell is just right." Then he looked at Qi Feng. "Can I take all 4 pairs?" "What the hell, this fat guy is so perverted." Qi Feng feigned a look of difficulty. "Brother, I had a hard time getting all 4 pairs, I originally planned to keep 2 for myself." Before Lu Fei could say anything, Qi Feng added, "But since it's for you, I will reluctantly agree to this request. But about the price, what do you think about adding a little more?" Lu Fei had a knowing look and quickly nodded. "Then I'll add 500, 4,500 in total, what do you think?" Just by talking, he made an extra 500 coins? Qi Feng nodded with a pained expression, but inside he was laughing with joy. "Okay, fine." He thought that even if he asked for 1,000 right now, it would be possible. But this way, his relationship with Lu Fei wouldn't be so close, so keeping things steady, Qi Feng readily agreed. "Brother, you're so straightforward. If you need anything next time, come find me, I live in room 303. Ding. Task completed. Player level up experience plus 200, current level 3, experience, 200/400. Ghost coins plus 800. After coming out of room 403, Qi Feng took a look at his current ghost coins. 7,979. Wow, so many. He spent 5,000 ghost coins to buy 50 points of ghost power. Looking at his current ghost power, he saw it was 70 points. Qi Feng was in a great mood. He went to the rooftop and threw a piece of meat to the vicious dog as usual. Qi Feng examined the panel above the vicious dog's head. Sure enough, the prompt changed again. Prompt: the ghost dog's favorability towards you has increased. You no longer need to carry weapons for self-defense when encountering it. You can defeat it with your fists. Qi Feng tried to approach the evil dog, and this time it didn't react aggressively at all. It just looked up at Qi Feng for a moment and continued to eat. At this rate, it will become his helper sooner or later. Returning to the room on the 3rd floor, Qi Feng took out the rubber roller he found on the water tank on the rooftop. This blue ghostly object was a quest item in the game. Previously, Qi Feng's ghost power wasn't high enough to use it. But now he could use it. This was also the reason why Qi Feng had been delaying going to find the apartment manager, Ma Bo. It wasn't too much to borrow it for self-defense before returning the stick to Ma Bo, right? Just as he was about to find a little ghost to experiment with the power of the rubber roller, Qi Feng suddenly heard arguing outside the door. Ah Bin, you still don't admit it? The blood in the elevator was also caused by you, right? Curious, Qi Feng opened the door and walked out. He saw in the hallway a group of people gathering in front of room 302. Gupa, Uncle Nyo, and a middle-aged man he didn't recognize. At that moment, a familiar voice arrogantly rang out. You say I deliberately hid your eyeball? Where's the evidence? Do you have evidence? Bin walked out casually. Gupa and the others took a step back. Looking at Gupa, Bin sneered, Gupa, you're getting old, your memory isn't good. This time someone helped you find your eyeball after it got lost, but next time it might not be so lucky, don't you think? Also, if you have trouble walking, just try to go out less to avoid falling. Gupo's expression was angry, wanting to say something. But when she saw Bin's expression, the cane she was about to raise was put down again. Bin clearly didn't take the others seriously, turning to look at the middle-aged man beside Gupa. And what kind of nonsense is this elevator? Even if the blood inside isn't my doing, what if it is? Ma Bo, as the manager of the apartment, isn't maintaining the elevator's cleanliness your job? If you think you can't handle it, I'd rather you give the job to me. Bin, don't go too far. The middle-aged man looked furious, instinctively reaching for his waist, only to find nothing there. Suddenly, he looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Bin laughed loudly. What's wrong? Where's your rubber roller? You lost it, huh? Uncle Neo coughed twice. Bin, tone it down a bit. You know everyone has a lot of opinions about you. Uncle Neo, you're absolutely right. Bin's laughter faded, and his expression seemed respectful, but his tone was extremely dismissive. I'm the kind of person who is always open to advice and willing to correct mistakes. If anyone has a problem, I'll have a good talk with them. Patting Uncle Nyo's shoulder, Bin smiled and asked, Uncle Nyo, you don't have a problem with me, do you? No. Dark mist surged around his hands. Uncle Nyo didn't dare reply, forcing a smile. Chapter 20, Encounter with a Ghost in the Elevator. Wow, Bin, this fierce ghost is a bit scary. Qi Feng watched, secretly amazed. At first, he thought Gupa was also a fierce ghost-level being, so Bin would be somewhat cautious. But the scene before him showed he had been too naive before. Facing two fierce ghost-level beings, Ma Bo and Gupa, plus a strong ghost-level Uncle Nyo, Bin wasn't afraid at all. This showed that his level must be very high. Glancing at Bin's panel, Qi Feng discovered that, indeed, with his ghost power of 70, he was still no match for him. Bin. Don't even think about beating him, your current strength can barely hit him once, causing minor damage, but his anger will kill you. Shifting his gaze to Gupa and Uncle Nyo. Gupa. If you use the weapon rubber roller, you can barely fight with her. Uncle Nyo. If you use a weapon now, you. Finally, Qi Feng fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man, who was Ma Bo. Ma Bo. Level? Strength, fierce ghost level. Introduction, the apartment administrator and security guard, lazy and fond of drinking. Hint, Ma Bo's favorite drink is Nyolan mountain liquor. When you visit him, it's best to bring some alcohol, this way, he will be much nicer to you. Also, the rubber roller in your hand is Ma Bo's weapon. After accepting the task, return it to him, and make sure he doesn't find out about the rubber roller in your possession beforehand. At that moment, Gupa also noticed Qi Feng and quickly called out. Child, come here. With no choice, Qi Feng smiled and walked over. Looking at Qi Feng, Gupa said, Child, tell me, where did you find the eyeball that day? Under a flower in the flower bed on the rooftop. Qi Feng spoke the truth. Gupa snorted, looking at Bin. I was washing the eyeball at the sink that day. If no one touched it, how could my eyeball have randomly ended up in the flower bed? You were the only one on the rooftop that day, how can you say it wasn't you? Bin's expression changed as he looked at Qi Feng. Kid, was it you who found Gupo's eyeball? You can mess with your food, but you can't mess with your words. Looking at Gupa, Bin sneered, Gupa, I still say, where's the evidence? Who saw me take your eyeball? Besides, so much time has passed. I've even forgotten whether I went to the rooftop that day. Bin stubbornly refused to give in, and Gupa and the others had no way to deal with him. After Gupa and the others left, Bin suddenly called out to Qi Feng. I didn't expect you to have such sharp eyes. Looking at Qi Feng, Bin sneered coldly. I hid it so well, and you still found it. Qi Feng turned back and said lightly, so what? Bin snorted and continued speaking, Kid, you've been getting pretty close to that girl across the hall lately? Qi Feng. Let me tell you, I've had my eyes on that girl for a long time now. Bin's eyes stared firmly at Qi Feng, and a cold wind swept through the hallway as he ominously said. If you know what's good for you, keep your distance from her, otherwise, I'll take your head. Looking at the ghostly aura surrounding Bin, Qi Feng suddenly smiled. Sorry, Sister Lan said she made me lunch today. It's about time for me to eat. A bin? Get out here, I'm going to kill you. Seeing Qi Feng turn around and shut the door, A bin shouted in anger. On the other side, after entering the door, Qi Feng took out the food from the fridge and cooked lunch. What he just said was only to deliberately anger A bin. Even if Zhong Lan really invited him to eat, he certainly wouldn't go out at this time. The plan was already in motion, he didn't need to conflict with A bin too early. It was best to make A bin lower his guard against him. When the time came, he would catch him off guard and send him straight to hell. After having lunch, Qi Feng slept until the afternoon. In the evening, he went to the ghostly widow's house on time. Today, Zhong Lan was dressed in a white shirt and a fitted skirt. As expected, she wore black stockings on her legs. Do I look pretty today? Looking at Qi Feng, Zhong Lan smiled slightly. Qi Feng didn't dare to look too much. After sitting on the sofa, he repeatedly drank water. Zhong Lan giggled to herself, picking up a piece of vegetables and placing it on his bowl. Eat more. After finishing the meal, Zhong Lan started to clean the dishes. Qi Feng went into the study. Next, it was time for the usual tutoring of Zhong Xiaochang's homework. After finishing the homework, Qi Feng glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Sister Lan, I'll head back first. Patting Zhong Xiaochang on the head, Qi Feng declined Zhong Lan's suggestion to stay and chat for a while, casually picking up an apple from the table. I'll take this apple back to eat. Be careful yourself these days. If there's any trouble, let me know at the first moment. Looking at Zhong Lan, Qi Feng hinted. Zhong Lan nodded. You be careful too. Call me if anything happens. Back in the hallway. After 2 consecutive nights of not finding him, A bin did not know whether he had already given up or if he wanted to wait until the game restrictions ended to solve his problems. Not seeing A bin's figure, Qi Feng let out a slight sigh of relief. He glanced at the elevator at the end of the corridor and walked over. Ding dong. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor. Then, the elevator door opened, and a boy with bangs appeared in front of Qi Feng. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the corridor. Brother, come play games with me. Looking up, the little boy's eyes, which had no pupils, stared straight at Qi Feng. Sure, what do you want to play? In the surprised expression of the little boy, Qi Feng smiled slightly and nodded. The game had progressed to this point, and he had roughly figured out some of the game rules in the apartment. In the apartment, the stronger the ghost, the greater the restrictions. Just like A bin, under the rules, before the 15-day game ended, he could not take the initiative against the players, unless the players triggered a task, then he could exploit the loophole to kill players. The same goes for Old Man Nyo, who killed Wang Yong. Wang Yong cheated in the game and was discovered by him, which is why he was killed. And this little boy, clearly like the evil dog on the rooftop, was executing a different set of rules. As long as someone stepped into their territory, the rooftop or the elevator, and met certain conditions, a task would be triggered. And the condition for triggering the little boy's task was likely that players entered the elevator after 8 o'clock at night. Qi Feng guessed it was related to the ghost's strength. The weaker the strength, the weaker the restrictions on the ghost. Because the little boy in front of him was truly very weak. Duo. Level 5. Strength, evil ghost level. Introduction: a mischievous little ghost living in room 104, fickle in temperament, enjoys teasing people. Be careful when playing games with him. If you lose, he will take something from you. If you refuse, he will kill you out of anger. Tip: don't worry, play boldly with him, your current strength can crush him with one hand. Alright, come in. Seeing that Qi Feng wasn't afraid, the mischievous ghost named Duo became very unhappy and looked dejected. Once Qi Feng entered the elevator, he suddenly smiled and said with a playful twist of his eyes, Let's play red light, green light. I'll call out. If you move, you lose. Qi Feng quietly looked at the little ghost, a slight smirk on his lips as he coldly replied, No. You dare refuse me? Upon hearing Qi Feng's refusal, the little ghost instantly burst into anger. Do you know that a girl refused me like this last night? Do you know what happened to her? Suddenly, the elevator light flickered, and it quickly descended. In Chapter 21, Playing Games? I call the shots. Ghost power surged from Qi Feng, and the descent of the elevator abruptly stopped. Before the mischievous little ghost could react, Qi Feng held him by the collar with one hand and lifted him up. What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go, do you know? Held high in the air, the little ghost flailed around, his face contorted in a fierce threat, saying, Do you believe I will kill you? As he spoke, he held his head up, opened his mouth, and was about to bite Qi Feng's arm. Crack! In the next second, the steel tooth that the little ghost had just grown shattered into pieces. He widened his eyes in pain, his face full of disbelief. What he bit into was a rubber roller. Ah! Don't hit me, I know I was wrong. Holding the little ghost, Qi Feng's stick fell without hesitation, causing the little ghost to scream endlessly, giving him a complete childhood. Looking at the little ghost with a sore bottom, Qi Feng frowned and set him down on the ground. It wasn't that he was afraid of killing him, but rather that his own task was not completed yet. Watching the little ghost lying on the ground howling in misery, Qi Feng smiled and asked, "Are we still playing games?" The little ghost shook his head in fear. "Not playing, not playing." Qi Feng's face darkened. "Not playing?" This little ghost was clever. Seeing Qi Feng's expression, in a hurry, he changed his words. "Whether to play or not is up to you." Qi Feng nodded his head. "If we're going to play, how can we not play? I love playing games the most." The little ghost nodded repeatedly. He opened the door and carried the little ghost out of the elevator. Qi Feng rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. "Then let's play hide and seek. I'll be the mouse, you be the cat. As for the playing field, let's choose this corridor. If you can't catch me in 10 minutes, then you lose." Looking at the empty corridor, the little ghost was a bit dazed, then awkwardly nodded. Task triggered, play hide and seek with the little ghost, location limited to the first floor corridor. Task reward, experience plus 200, ghost coins plus 500. Failure penalty, the little ghost can't beat you, no need to worry. At this moment, the little ghost looked puzzled at Qi Feng. This corridor, since he moved into this apartment, he had walked through every day, not knowing how many times. How could he not know that people could hide here? But Qi Feng ignored the little ghost's confused expression, patted the little ghost on the head, and told him to stand up and turn around. "Alright, let's start. You count to 30, then come find me." The mischievous ghost faced the wall, covering his eyes with both hands, not daring to cheat, and began to count. 1, 2, 3. As the mischievous ghost counted, Qi Feng took a few steps back. Then, he took out a cloak and draped it over himself. In the next second, he completely disappeared. 30 seconds passed. The little ghost cautiously turned around. Where is he? Looking at the empty corridor, the little ghost was completely confused. Searching the corridor took less than 2 minutes. With the remaining time, the little ghost sat on the ground, bored, looking at the empty corridor. Damn human, he must have secretly run away. The little ghost angrily said, "Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in trouble." At that moment, with a bang, the little ghost fell flat on the ground. Which big fool? Rubbing his head, the little ghost turned angrily. When he saw Qi Feng standing behind him with a stick, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. You, when did you appear behind me?" The little ghost opened his mouth wide, shocked. Qi Feng slung the rubber rod over his shoulder and said calmly, 10 minutes have passed. You lost. Ding. Task completed. Player experience plus 200, level up to level 4, get 4 free attribute points to distribute. Remaining unallocated points plus 4. Ghost coins plus 500. Continuing to add the 4 attribute points to strength, Qi Feng's strength reached 26 points. And the ghost coins returned to 3419. Holding the stick in his hand and tapping it, the little ghost's eyes gradually filled with fear, and only then did Qi Feng speak. From now on, don't let me see you in the elevator, understood? Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Big brother, I won't dare anymore, I won't dare anymore. The little ghost nodded repeatedly. Then, he darted into the room in a flash. This human was more like a ghost than a ghost. Could it be a spirit? Back in the room, Qi Feng went to sleep. A night without conversation. Time came to the 5th day. In the morning, Qi Feng went downstairs to stock up on food. After breakfast, he went to the rooftop again. He opened the iron door. He saw a shiny-coated big black dog squatting by the door. Seeing Qi Feng arrive, the big black dog quickly stood up and wagged its tail at Qi Feng. For you. Qi Feng smiled and tossed over the food. Then, he quietly sat beside it, watching the big black dog finish eating. Woof woof. This time, after the big black dog finished eating, it barked twice at Qi Feng. Hint, the ghost dog's affection for you greatly increased. Qi Feng's heart stirred, and he tried to issue a command to the big black dog. Come here. Next, a magical scene unfolded. The big black dog walked over and even affectionately rubbed against Qi Feng's pant leg. Rubbing the big black dog's head, Qi Feng smiled. It wasn't easy, but he finally tamed it. Lifting the big black dog's head with both hands, Qi Feng asked, Are you willing to follow me? The big black dog nodded. Qi Feng happily patted the big black dog, then wait for me a moment. Wait for me to tidy up the room and make a nest for you, then I'll come to pick you up. Woof woof. After parting with the big black dog, Qi Feng felt cheerful and planned to make a nest for it when he returned. However, The moment he stepped into the elevator, he unintentionally glanced at the gloomy corridor on the 5th floor, and suddenly a doubt stirred in his heart. Gupa had said that a pair of ghostly husband and wife lived on the 5th floor. Strangely, he had already lived in the apartment for 5 days and had gone to the 5th floor several times, yet he had never encountered this ghostly couple once. Forget it, I'll find a chance to inquire about this ghost couple when I get back. Back in the room, he spent 1 ghost coin to buy a dog nest from the game shop. By noon, Qi Feng had finished tidying up the room. He had just cooked and hadn't had a chance to eat yet. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Is Qi Feng there? He glanced through the peephole and opened the door. Lu Ko? Looking at the pretty girl with a bun hairstyle, wearing a JK uniform and white knee-high socks, Qi Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. It's me. Lu Ko nodded, and just as she was about to say something, she caught the delicious smell of food wafting from the room and instinctively swallowed. Looking at Qi Feng, her face suddenly flushed red. Qi Feng smiled and said, I just finished cooking. Why don't you come in and eat while we talk? Lu Ko shyly looked at Qi Feng and blinked. Is it convenient? It's just an extra set of chopsticks. Chapter 22, The Ghost Couple. Qi Feng, your cooking is really good. While eating, Lu Ko admired, whoever becomes your girlfriend will be really lucky. Saying this, her gaze was fixed on Qi Feng. In the few days since entering the apartment, everyone could see Qi Feng's strength. Moreover, she had learned from Hu Zhenghao in room 404 on the 4th floor that he had completed a task with Qi Feng's help. So, she thought of coming to seek Qi Feng's help. To be honest, who wouldn't be tempted by such a tall, handsome, and strong boyfriend? Besides, if Qi Feng helped with that task, at least self-preservation wouldn't be a problem. However, Qi Feng seemed not to understand Lu Ko's hint and asked casually, by the way, did you come to find me for something? Lu Ko felt a bit disappointed and asked. Do you know about the ghost couple on the 5th floor? Qi Feng nodded, I know. Lu Ko took out a piece of paper with writing on it. Take a look at this. Upon taking it, Qi Feng realized it was a lost cat notice. It said, Lost cat notice. I am zipping from the 5th floor of the apartment, and my wife Gu Shueixin and I lost our beloved cat on the evening of the 4th, Gui, completely black. Please help the residents of the apartment keep an eye out, there will be a generous reward for anyone who can help find it. When Qi Feng saw this lost cat notice, a game prompt rang out. Triggered task, help the ghost couple zipping and Gu Shueixin find their lost black cat. Task rewards, 600 experience points, 2,000 ghost coins. You can team up, but the task rewards will decrease according to the number of team members. Failure penalty, when you find it, it will also find you, so be careful to guard your heart and eyes. Tip, as long as you are cautious, there's no need to worry about the failure penalty, but be careful not to expose yourself. Once exposed, your speed won't be able to catch up to it. Qi Feng looked up at Lu Ko. She gently nodded, I saw this task at the security office on the 1st floor this morning. It's likely that more than one person saw it, and I wonder how many people have taken the task. So it's a public task? Qi Feng thought deeply. This was the first time the game had released a public task, and he had to treat it with caution. First, this task might require cooperation among multiple people to complete. Second, the danger of this task was extremely high, which is why it would be released to all players. Qi Feng glanced at the panel above Lu Ko's head. Lu Ko. Level 2, Experience 200 of 300. Description, a rookie player in a horror game, with a combat strength of 5, not very useful in the game, but quite pretty. Tip, your handsome appearance and strong abilities have attracted her. She hopes to become your girlfriend, to gain your protection. No wonder she seeks me out, going alone to find the black cat is almost like asking for death. Seeing Qi Feng show some interest, Lu Ko softly said, Qi Feng, how about we team up? This time the rewards are quite generous, take me along and I can definitely help you. I understand, let me think it over. Qi Feng remained silent for a while and did not immediately agree. This time the mission's hints from the system were rather vague, and he wasn't completely sure he could accomplish it. What he could guarantee was simply that there would be no punishment for mission failure. Why not team up with Lu Ko? It's not that he feared Lu Ko in any way. From the system's hints, he knew Lu Ko only wanted his protection, her aim was just to complete the task. But the problem was, what could Lu Ko do to help him? Qi Feng couldn't see it. Moreover, if they teamed up, the mission rewards would be split in half. Rather than that, he might as well go to the rooftop, bring back that big black dog, and complete the mission himself. At least the big black dog was stronger than Lu Ko, and wouldn't take any of his rewards. Seeing Qi Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Ko opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing. As soon as Lu Ko left, Qi Feng headed straight to the rooftop. Originally, he intended to meet with Ma Bo on the 1st floor this afternoon, after all, he had the blue ghost artifact rubber roller that Ma Bo lost. However, now that he had accepted the mission to find the black cat, Qi Feng decided to hold onto the rubber roller for a while. He would return the rubber roller to Ma Bo after completing the task. At that moment, upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the big black dog lying on the ground immediately stood up. Woof woof! Seeing it was Qi Feng, the big black dog barked twice, then joyfully ran up to his side. Petting the big black dog on its head, Qi Feng smiled and said, "Big Black, your new home is ready, let's go take a look." However, when they reached the iron gate, the big black dog suddenly stopped. "What's wrong? Do you not want to go?" Qi Feng was a bit surprised. The next moment, his hair stood on end. He heard a hoarse male voice from behind. "You can't bring it into the building." Turning around, he saw a tall middle-aged man standing next to him without him noticing. The man wore glasses and had a blank expression. The cold air wafting from his mouth made Qi Feng's neck feel chilly. Qi Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why not?" At this moment, he noticed the panel above the man's head. Way zipping. Level? Strength, ghost level. Introduction, a resident of 502, a dink, dual income no kids, couple who raise a pet cat as their son. His beloved son went missing yesterday, and Wei Zipping is now frantic. He believes that bringing the big black dog into the building could endanger his lost son. The man coldly stated, "I said no means no." Qi Feng laughed, "Is this building yours?" The man's face darkened. He coldly explained, "My son is missing, and if you bring this big black dog into the building, what if it hurts my son?" This was clearly a specious argument. But in reality, there were many people like this middle-aged man in the world. Qi Feng knew it was pointless to argue with such a person, and he was too lazy to engage. He was about to pull out his stick to explain things to the man properly. At that moment, he saw a middle-aged woman walk out from the side door. "Let me see who wants to harm my son." As soon as she came out, the woman glared at Qi Feng and the big black dog with an unfriendly expression, shouting loudly. Qi Feng frowned. Suddenly remembering something, he dismissed the idea of reasoning with the two using his stick. He said lightly, "What if I help you find your son? That black cat. You can find him back?" The middle-aged woman glanced at Qi Feng, her tone clearly doubtful. However, the middle-aged man thought for a moment. He opened his mouth and said, "If you can help me get my son Giga back, you can take this big black dog wherever you want, I won't stop you. Moreover, I won't just pay you the reward listed in the lost cat notice, but I will also give you a gift." Looking at the middle-aged man, Qi Feng smiled slightly. "All right, it's settled then." He patted the big black dog's head and squatted down, saying, "Good boy, wait for me for 2 days, I'll bring you back soon." The big black dog nudged Qi Feng's palm with its head and made a few soft sounds. Chapter 23: Jiang Ming's Invitation. Agreeing to help the ghost couple find the black cat, Qi Feng wasn't unwilling. Because of this task, he had already accepted it when he saw the lost cat notice. 600 experience points, plus 2,000 ghost coins, and a gift promised by the male owner, it was hard not to be tempted. Of course, there was another reason. That was, he needed to bring the big black dog back to his apartment. However, he didn't want to conflict with the ghost couple and make things worse. Because this ghost couple both possessed the strength of fierce ghost-level entities. Once a conflict arose with the two, it would be hard for Qi Feng not to expose his strength. Not to mention the consequences of revealing the rubber roller that was a task item. It's just another point, Qi Feng didn't want to expose his strength. Because he needed to catch a bin off guard. If his trump card was exposed early, it wouldn't be a trump card anymore. Returning to the 3rd floor. To Qi Feng's surprise, Luku appeared again outside his door. "Why are you here again?" Looking at Luku, Qi Feng asked. "Qi Feng, I still want to team up with you." Luku said, "Don't rush to refuse, let's talk inside." The two entered the room. Glancing at Qi Feng, Luku bit her lip and spoke. "You know, I live on the 5th floor. A couple of days ago, I helped Mrs. Wei on the 5th floor with laundry and completed some tasks. This morning, I got some special dried fish from her." As Luku spoke, she took out 2 pieces of dried fish from her space. Special dried fish. Has a tremendous attraction for cats. With these dried fish to attract it, we can definitely lure that cat out. Luku paused for a moment and continued, "I know the game has released this public task and the risks must be considerable. I can assure you, I'll just keep the experience from completing the task. As for the ghost coins, I can give you my share after I get the reward." Hearing this, Qi Feng couldn't help but give Luku a higher regard. There are quite a few smart people in this game. Clearly, Luku also realized the risks behind the possibility of teaming up for this task. But she didn't know. At this moment, Luku was very aware that teaming up with Qi Feng was the wisest choice. Luku understood that even if she had the special dried fish to attract the black cat, she didn't have the ability to catch it. Among all the players, Qi Feng's strength was the strongest. Rather than teaming up with others, sharing the task rewards with 3 or even 4 people and also risking death. It was better to choose to cooperate with Qi Feng. Even without the ghost coin reward, gaining experience points from leveling up was still a profit for her. Qi Feng thought for a moment and nodded slightly. All right. Luca stretched out her hand and stuck out her tongue. Then I'll rely on you from now on, Qi Feng. Next, the two briefly discussed their plan, and Luca handed the 5 pieces of dried fish to Qi Feng. Just as Qi Feng was sending Luca out the door, the elevator doors suddenly opened, and 4 people walked out. Jiang Ming, Wang Yuan, Hu Zhanghao, and Zhou Yimin. Aside from the 6 who had died, all the remaining players in the apartment were present. Leading them, wearing glasses, was Jiang Ming. Qi Feng. Seeing Qi Feng, Hu Zhanghao quickly waved his hand. But Jiang Ming noticed Luca wearing a JK uniform beside Qi Feng and smiled at her. Luca, you're here too. I said earlier that I was looking for you to team up, but you didn't agree. Turns out you came to Qi Feng instead. Since Jiang Ming appeared until now, Luca had been keeping a cold face. Her eyes even held a trace of anger. But at that moment, she suddenly smiled. You all want to team up with Qi Feng too, right? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes. The reward for this black cat hunt is quite generous, and I believe everyone knows this task will be difficult. Looking at Qi Feng, Jiang Ming adjusted his glasses and smiled. Qi Feng, I represent everyone to sincerely invite you to join us. Before Qi Feng could speak, Luca sneered and stepped in front of Jiang Ming. Then she said loudly, sorry, but I've already teamed up with Qi Feng. What? You teamed up with Qi Feng? Everyone was taken aback. Hu Zhanghao hurriedly rushed forward. Qi Feng, Wind Brother, add me in. Qi Feng shook his head, although he didn't know how Jiang Ming convinced these people. Agreeing to team up with Luca was his bottom line. He would never team up with Jiang Ming, nor did he want to share the task rewards with so many people. Looking at Hu Zhanghao, Qi Feng said lightly, do you remember how you lost your ear? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't participate in this task. Hu Zhanghao was stunned for a moment, then seriously nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, Wind Brother. After saying that, he ignored Jiang Ming and the others' ugly faces and turned to walk into the elevator. Jiang Ming couldn't be bothered to stop the departing Hu Zhanghao and looked at Qi Feng, unwilling to give up. Qi Feng, I admit we had some unpleasantness before. But Zhou Yang is dead now, and that is in the past. This time, I am truly inviting you. Jiang Ming was the highest level among them, at level 3. But he had already seen Gupo's eyes and knew that Qi Feng had completed another task. Moreover, Qi Feng also had the fishing rod and the stealth cloak one from Old Nil, both blue-grade ghost items. In terms of overall strength and utility, Qi Feng was undoubtedly the strongest player here. If Qi Feng joined the team, they would have a much greater chance of succeeding in this task. Glancing at Luca beside him, Jiang Ming smiled confidently. We have 4 people here, our help to you will definitely be greater than hers. Qi Feng, won't you consider it? Luca's expression suddenly showed panic, nervously looking at Qi Feng. Jiang Ming was indeed an excellent persuader, and what he said was not wrong. However, Qi Feng simply replied, sorry, I don't want to team up with anyone, especially you. In terms of combat power, or being cannon fodder, the 4 people on Jiang Ming's side would indeed be more useful to Qi Feng than Luca, without a doubt. But they all forgot one point. Qi Feng's current strength was far beyond their estimations. When dealing with the black cat, he didn't need anyone's help at all. If it weren't for Luca being somewhat pleasing to him, plus her special fish jerky and the conditions she offered, he wouldn't even team up with her. Let alone Jiang Ming, that sinister guy. 4 people meant that Qi Feng's rewards would have to be split into 4 parts. Could he agree to that? Fine. Jiang Ming opened his mouth and finally squeezed out a sentence. I hope you don't regret it. Watching Jiang Ming leave in anger, Qi Feng smiled faintly. Turning to Luca, he casually asked, did Jiang Ming look for you before? He had just noticed that Luca's stare at Jiang Ming was a bit off. Luca hurriedly explained, this guy looked for me to collaborate before, but I didn't agree. Qi Feng curiously asked, why? Do you know what conditions he offered for me to join his team? Luca gritted her teeth and said, that bastard proposed the condition that I sleep with him. Angry Luca certainly had another charm. Qi Feng suddenly spoke, what if I propose a similar condition? What? Luca stood there, stunned and unresponsive. Qi Feng mischievously smiled, just kidding. Chapter 24, Fierce Cat. Luca quickly realized that Qi Feng was teasing her. Rolling her eyes, she glared at Qi Feng and, not willing to be outdone, said sweetly, if you want it, you can have it any time. Saying this, she deliberately unbuttoned the top button of her JK uniform, revealing her white bra. At noon, her hints were so obvious, yet Qi Feng remained unmoved. Clearly, Qi Feng was not that kind of person. But when Luca saw Qi Feng's deep gaze, she suddenly realized she was wrong. At this moment, Qi Feng's eyes were fixed on Luca. Only when Luca pulled her clothes back up did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze, sighing softly. So big. Evening arrived. Qi Feng went to Zhong Lan's house to help Zhong Xiaochang with his homework, so he asked Luca to stay in his room until they could go out together after finishing the tutoring. Today, Zhong Lan was wearing home clothes. A loose dress printed with cartoon patterns, paired with bunny slippers. But the killer was her straight, beautiful legs, clad in red suspender stockings. The hem of the dress just reached her thighs, accentuated by the red suspenders. Her hair fell lazily around her shoulders, exuding a mature and charming allure. Qi Feng's heart raced a few beats faster. You're here. With sparkling eyes looking at Qi Feng, Zhong Lan smiled gently. Her eager gaze was like that of a woman waiting for her husband to return home. Yeah, I'm here. Qi Feng smiled and nodded, feeling a bit shy to look directly at her. On the table lay a feast of sumptuous food. This made Qi Feng feel a bit uncomfortable. Sister Lan, you really only need to stir-fry a few simple dishes, there's no need to make every meal so lavish. Don't you like it? Zhong Lan sat beside him and naturally picked up a piece of food and placed it in Qi Feng's bowl. Qi Feng. No, I really like it, I just don't want you to go to so much trouble. Zhong Lan propped her chin on her hand, her eyes curved warmly, and said, what I like most is cooking, it's not tiring at all. Qi Feng. Forget it, as long as you are happy. After dinner, it was time to help Zhong Xiaochang with his homework. While Qi Feng was tutoring Zhong Xiaochang, on the other side, under the apartment building, Jiang Ming, Wang Yuan, and Joey Min had already set out. Clearly, they had done ample preparation. They arrived at a big tree. Jiang Ming looked at the two of them. Wang Yuan, is your fishing net ready? It's ready. Wang Yuan nodded and took out a fishing net about 1.5 meters long and wide. This fishing net was a green ghost tool, proving that Wang Yuan was serious about this task. Joey Min, how about you? Joey Min patted his bulging backpack. I bought 10 fish jerky, all for cats. It will definitely attract it. Jiang Ming nodded. Okay, later you are responsible for setting the bait, slowly luring that black cat down to this tree. Joey Min nodded, swallowing hard. Brother Jiang, I won't be in danger, right? With me and Wang Yuan beside you, what are you afraid of? Jiang Ming snorted and patted Joey Min on the shoulder. Relax, it'll be fine. Then he took out a delicate wolf-headed dagger and said lightly, does Qi Feng have a blue ghost tool, but I don't have one? Seeing the wolf-headed dagger, Joey Min and Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. With Brother Jiang here, we feel at ease. Watching Joey Min leave, Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan spread the fishing net, hiding on either side in the greenery by the tree. Wait until Joey Min lures the black cat over, we'll use the fishing net to catch it, then tie it up with this rope. In the dark night, a sudden, chilling cat cry pierced the silence, like a baby's wail. Qi Feng looked up from his tutoring and frowned slightly. It seemed that Jiang Ming and the others had already made their move. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Zhong Xiaochang looked at Qi Feng, puzzled. Qi Feng shook his head. Did you hear that cat cry just now? Scratching his head with the pen, Zhong Xiaochang blinked. Yeah, where did that cat come from? Alright, you continue with the rest of your homework. Patting Zhong Xiaochang on the head, Qi Feng said, Brother Feng will step out for a moment. Okay. Zhong Xiaochang nodded and then said, but Fengge, remember to wait for me outside the community on time tomorrow. Got it, Fengge won't forget that matter. Walking to the living room, Qi Feng said to Zhong Lan that he had something to do today, and then returned to his room. He saw that Lu Ku was already prepared. Her hair was pulled into a ponytail, wearing a tight black leather outfit, just like in a little movie. Is this cosplay? Qi Feng was a bit surprised, feeling that Luca's chest should be stuffed with something, otherwise, why was it so bulging? What's cosplay? Luca rolled her eyes and said irritably, I am in disguise, merging with the night. Don't you understand? Qi Feng. You say, it's so dark, how do cats catch mice at night? Luca? She felt her intelligence had been crushed. Qi Feng looked at Luca with disdain, shook his head, and went to change his clothes. After a while, Qi Feng came out of the bedroom dressed in new clothes. Seeing Qi Feng in black clothes, Luca, who was about to change outfits, was dumbfounded again. Okay, let's go. Patting the dazed Luca, Qi Feng said. In the dark night. Joey Min, holding a backpack, arrived at a corner and dropped a piece of fish jerky every few steps under the dim street light. At that moment, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, followed by a chill running down his back, instantly reaching the top of his head. In the flowers about 10 meters to his right, a pair of green eyes, like ghostly flames, were staring at him. It's okay, stay calm, stay calm. Muttering to encourage himself, Joey Min's hands couldn't stop trembling. Shaking, he threw the fish jerky to the ground, nearly crying. He wanted to quickly reach the tree where Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan were, but he suddenly found his legs weak and couldn't move at all. It's coming, it's coming. With a slightly crying voice, a figure stumbled over. Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan instantly perked up, ready for action. However, when they saw the black cat behind Zhou Yiming, both were stunned in fear. It was a huge black cat, with fangs that must have been 10 centimeters long, and its green eyes gleamed with ferocity. If they didn't know better, they would think it was a small leopard. Wherever the black cat passed, a dark and eerie aura rose from the stone bricks on the ground. At that moment, Zhou Yiming had reached the tree. But as he reached into his backpack, his face changed instantly, going pale as if he had seen a ghost. It's over, the fish jerky is gone. He saw the black cat swallow the fish jerky in one bite. The next second, it jumped onto Zhou Yiming's head. Ah! Brother Jiang, save me. With a swipe of its sharp claws, the black cat dug into Zhou Yiming's scalp. Bloodily, he painfully cried for help from Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming ignored Zhou Yiming's cry for help. Taking advantage of the black cat feasting on Zhou Yiming's brain, he coldly said to the terrified Wang Yuan. Do it! The two instantly stood up, throwing a large net over Zhou Yiming's body and the black cat. Got it! Desperately channeling ghostly power, Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan looked at each other with joy on their faces as they saw the black cat trapped in the fishing net. Meow! However, just then, a heartbreaking cat cry was heard. The black cat's fur bristled, dark mist rising around it. In the next second, it clawed at the net. With a ripping sound, the fishing net was actually torn apart. Chapter 25, Killing, Total Annihilation. Meow! Watching the black cat tear the fishing net, its fierce glowing eyes stared at them. Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan's faces instantly changed dramatically. It's over. Wang Yuan felt heartbroken. He had spent 400 ghost coins in the mall on this green ghost artifact, just to have it break on its first use. But at this moment, he couldn't care about the fishing net anymore, throwing it down and running away without looking back. However, after running less than a meter, he felt something stab his thigh. Stumbling, he fell to the ground. Wang Yuan raised his head. He saw Jiang Ming having already run past him, holding a blood-soaked dagger. Damn it! Jiang Ming, you won't die well. In an instant, Wang Yuan understood what was happening. Looking at the blood pouring from his thigh, he cursed in despair. A shadow flashed by, and Wang Yuan felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His eyes were clawed out by a black cat. Then, the black cat's sharp claws plunged into his chest, ending his life. This time, the black cat was clearly furious. After killing Wang Yuan, it did not stop, but turned into a remnant shadow, pouncing on the fleeing Jiang Ming. Damn it, don't come over! Turning to see the black cat lunging at him, Jiang Ming cursed angrily. He swung the dagger, stabbing at the black cat. But the black cat's reaction was something he could stab. The dagger missed, and Jiang Ming's face changed dramatically. Before he could retract his dagger, he saw a shadow flash before his eyes. Then, his vision plunged into darkness. Ah! My eyes! Jiang Ming screamed in pain, one hand covering his bleeding eyes, the other hand tightly gripping the wolf-headed dagger, swinging it wildly. The black cat nimbly landed to the side, claws holding two eyeballs, squinting at the two green eyes, quietly watching Jiang Ming. On its face, it showed a mocking expression. It was clearly afraid of the dagger in Jiang Ming's hand. As Jiang Ming's movements with the dagger slowed, the black cat seized the opportunity, leaping forward like a cheetah. Its sharp claws easily cut open Jiang Ming's throat. Until Jiang Ming fell, it then stepped forward, ripped open Jiang Ming's chest, and began to enjoy its heart. At this moment, in the shadowy place where the streetlight could not shine at the apartment entrance. Seeing this scene, Qi Feng casually remarked, "Evil people have ghosts to collect them." Beside him, Luku was already so scared she couldn't speak properly. "Qi Feng, do we still have to do this task?" Actually, when Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan had fled, they had already reached downstairs. But they did not make any noise. Qi Feng had no intention of intervening and instead found a place with many trees to hide. In less than 2 minutes, under electric light and fire, Jiang Ming and Wang Yuan had tragically died under the black cat's claws. At this moment, Luka couldn't help but feel immensely grateful that she hadn't joined Jiang Ming's team, but chose to team up with Qi Feng instead. Yes, why wouldn't we? Looking at the trembling Luku, Qi Feng suddenly smiled. Taking out a fishing rod, he hung a special dried fish on the line, handing it to Luku. Hold this. Luku's face suddenly turned a bit pale, but she still took the fishing rod. What should I do? Just hold this fishing rod and use the dried fish on it to lure the black cat into the elevator. Looking at Qi Feng, Luku opened her mouth. The horrific scene of Zhou Yiming was still fresh in her mind. Looking at the small dried fish at the end of the rod, she felt like she was the next Zhou Yiming. It's okay, once you get to the elevator, just take all the dried fish out. Qi Feng patted her shoulder and said, with me protecting you, what are you afraid of? It must be said that the dried fish Zhou Yiming had previously brought helped Qi Feng a lot. Otherwise, relying solely on Luka's special dried fish, it really might not be possible to lure the black cat into the elevator. At this moment, the black cat was only about 10 meters away from the apartment entrance. In Luca's astonished gaze, Qi Feng took out a cloak and draped it over himself. The next second, he disappeared completely. Qi Feng? Looking at the empty surroundings, Luca gripped the fishing rod tightly, feeling a bit panicked. Don't speak, I'm right next to you. Suddenly, Qi Feng's voice appeared beside her, and Luca finally felt relieved. She walked onto the road, raising the fishing rod high, the small dried fish swaying in the wind. Watching the black cat sitting on Jiang Ming's body, feeding, Luca swallowed hard, feeling the weight of her fear. While shaking the fishing rod, she shouted. Little black cat, come here, I have delicious fish treats, your favorite fish treats. Seeing her timid look, Qi Feng almost laughed out loud. At this moment, hearing the sound, the black cat had already noticed Luca, its two green eyes looked over. But as the small fish treat swayed in the air, its gaze shifted, captivated by the little fish treat waving in the wind. The black cat's gaze locked onto the swaying fish treat, showing an interested expression. Meow. It called out and ran towards the small fish treat. Luca reacted quickly. Seeing the black cat coming, she put the fishing rod on her shoulder and dashed towards the door. Qi Feng followed right beside Luca. At this moment, as the black cat got closer, Qi Feng saw the panel on its head. Little black cat, mysterious. Level? Strength, ghost level. Constitution, 30. Power, 35. Agility, 40. Spirit, 15. Ghost power, 20. Introduction, a pet raised by the ghost couple on the 5th floor, it loves fish. Always kept at home, it sneaked out one evening when the ghost couple wasn't paying attention. Note, the little black cat is very resistant to going home. Do not easily anger it, otherwise, your companions will be in danger. Tip, the little black cat is unaware of your presence. You can have your companions lure it into the elevator and go directly to the 5th floor. Additionally, if it gets angry, remember to protect your companions. Luca closed her eyes and rushed into the elevator, constantly chanting in her heart. Qi Feng, you have to protect me. I'm risking my life here. When she stopped and turned around, she saw a black cat the size of a small leopard blocking the elevator door. The black cat leaped up effortlessly, grabbing the small fish treat in its mouth. Without even chewing, it swallowed it in one bite. Then, with its eyes shifting, it stared intently at Luca. Luca was so frightened that she dropped her fishing rod. She didn't even notice the button for the 5th floor light up. Remembering Qi Feng's advice, she reached into her bag and tossed a small fish treat at the black cat. The small fish treats scattered and flew away. But the black cat, with agile movements, easily caught all of them in its mouth before they landed on the ground. Looking at the black cat with its mouth full of small fish treats, Luca was stunned, her face filled with shock and fear. Without a doubt, if the black cat pounced on her with such speed, she wouldn't even be able to resist, only able to wait for her fate like Jiang Ming and his companions before her. At this moment, Luca even doubted whether Qi Feng could protect her. But at that very moment, neither Luca nor the black cat noticed. The elevator door had already started to close slowly. Chapter 26, Purple Reward, Eyeballs. Meow. As the elevator door was about to close completely, the black cat finally reacted. Its eyes glimmering with ferocity stared at Luca. But it didn't pounce towards Luca, instead, it turned and used its sharp claws to pry open the elevator door. At that moment, Qi Feng took action. A rubber roller appeared out of nowhere and blocked the black cat's sharp claws just in time. The elevator door finally closed. At this time, the black cat looked confused at the suddenly appeared rubber roller. It even stepped back in fear and crouched down. But then, as if remembering something, it turned and stared at Luca, letting out a loud meow. Meow. Luca's face turned pale with fright. It's not me, really not me. The black cat didn't care for such excuses, it even abandoned the small fish treats and pounced towards Luca. Luca, scared, closed her eyes, it's over. In the next second, feeling no sharp pain, Luca opened her eyes in confusion. She saw the black cat lying on the ground, its cat eyes wide open and fearfully staring at her. Meow. Just then, as the black cat jumped, the rubber roller suddenly moved again. A stick hit the black cat on the head. One person and one cat faced each other in silence. Luca didn't dare to move, and the black cat dared not move even more. It was already confused by this strange human. Until the elevator reached the 5th floor, with a ding, the doors opened. The moment the door opened, the black cat shot out like an arrow released from a bow. However, Qi Feng had already anticipated this playful move. At the instant the black cat jumped, the rubber roller came crashing down again. Meow. A shrill cry echoed through the entire corridor. Then, Qi Feng grasped the black cat by the nape of its neck and lifted it up. At that moment, the black cat wore a confused expression. Because, at that moment, it felt like an invisible hand had grabbed its neck. Yet, apart from Luku in the elevator, there was no one else around. Son, what's wrong? Who hurt my son? Wei Zipping and Gu Shueixin, the ghost couple on the 5th floor, had clearly heard the black cat's cry. At that moment, they opened the door and rushed out, their faces full of anger. Seeing the black cat floating in the air, the couple paused in surprise, and their faces instantly revealed joy. But as they got closer to the black cat, confusion began to fill their expressions. This black cat seemed to be under someone's control. It looked as if it were being held up by a hand. At that moment, they saw a girl walk out of the corridor. Luko? Luko lived next door to them, so naturally, they recognized her. Looking at Luku, Gu Shueixin asked in confusion, "Did you catch this black cat?" "Yes." Luka felt a bit embarrassed, but thinking of not exposing Qi Feng's existence, she could only smile and explain, "Just now, your little darling tried to sneak away, so I gave it a little lesson." "You wouldn't mind, right?" After glancing at Luku, Gu Shueixin's confusion deepened. This little human girl could actually teach her precious son a lesson? It didn't seem possible at all. She looked so weak. Beside them, Wei Zipping quietly poked his wife and quickly hugged the black cat in his arms, smiling, "Not at all, not at all." Seeing Wei Zipping wink at her, Gu Shueixin quickly caught on. She thought to herself how close she was to being deceived by Luka's appearance. Even though this little human girl looked weak as a chicken, with the secret skills that they couldn't see, her strength was definitely above theirs. At that moment, Gu Shueixin didn't dare to challenge Luku about hurting her son anymore. She hurriedly smiled and said, "Not at all, not at all. Gue, this child is naughty. Even if you don't teach him a lesson, we will certainly give him a good lesson ourselves." Wei Zipping took out a stack of ghost coins, his gaze towards Luku already carrying a hint of respect, saying, "This is the reward I promised you for bringing back Gue. Please accept it." Luku accepted the ghost coins and nodded. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the corner of the hallway. "Aren't you missing something?" The ghost couple turned their heads to see a figure slowly walking out from the shadows. "It's you?" Seeing Qi Feng, Wei Zipping was quite surprised. Because, when he just came out, he hadn't noticed that there was still someone hiding there. Gu Shueixin was equally baffled. "What does this have to do with you?" Qi Feng smiled, "Of course, it has something to do with me." Before the ghost couple could ask again, Luka spoke up to explain, "This task was completed in cooperation with Qi Feng." "You?" Wei Zipping's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qi Feng. Based on what Luku had displayed earlier, it was hard for him to believe. How could a powerful human like Luka need help to catch a little cat? Qi Feng couldn't be bothered to explain to him and asked, "What about the reward you promised before?" Looking at Luka next to him, Wei Zipping lowered his head, gritting his teeth while taking out a small bottle. "Here. This is what I found in Ghost Street, you can have it." Qi Feng took the bottle and found that inside was actually a pitch-black eyeball. Eyeball of the Shadow Demon from Ghost Street. Rarity, purple. Description, the eyeball of the Shadow Demon, a tyrant of Ghost Street. During the battle with the red-clothed ghost, it was gouged out and found by Wei Zipping. Hint, the eyeball has the ability to see through things. After putting it on, you can observe the surrounding environment from 360 degrees without any blind spots, but for you, the magical energy above is too strong. Be careful not to be assimilated by it and turn into a ghost. Using it recklessly is very dangerous, perhaps you could fuse it with something else. The purple material looks quite nice. Especially that so-called perspective feature with 360 degrees unobstructed view, making Qi Feng quite pleased. Unfortunately, there is only one of this thing, and it can't be used immediately. Qi Feng put it away and asked lightly, "By the way, can I bring Dehei inside the building now?" With a powerful human like Luka around, Wei Zipping didn't dare to say a word against it. "Yes, of course." After bidding farewell to the ghost couple, Qi Feng directly opened the rooftop door with the key. Looking at Dehei lying on the ground, he whistled. "Dehei, let's go, time to go home." "Woof woof." Dehei immediately stood up, affectionately circling Qi Feng's feet twice. Then, it followed Qi Feng back to the corridor. At this moment, upon seeing Dehei beside Qi Feng, Luka was completely stunned, terrified. It. Pointing at Dehei and looking at Qi Feng, Luka was shocked, unable to say a word. Could there really be such a thing? Taming a ghost and making it a pet? Is this something a newbie player can do? How many secrets does Qi Feng have that I don't know? Watching Dehei act all clingy, Luka fell into deep self-doubt. A ghost petting a human, isn't that upside down? Chapter 27, Hey, I just got a blue ghost artifact for free. As Luka handed the ghost coins to Qi Feng, the sound of mission completion rang out. Ding! Mission completed. Player task experience plus 300, current level 4, 300/500. Ghost coins plus 2000. Gain special reward, Shadow Demon's Eye Orb. Due to teaming up with Luku, this time the mission rewards experience was reduced by 300, preventing him from leveling up to level 5. However, Qi Feng didn't take it too seriously. One can lose something but gain something else. Although he didn't reach level 5, Luku had also helped him a lot. With Luku as a cover, his strength remained undisclosed. Suddenly thinking of Jiang Ming and his group downstairs, Qi Feng felt a stir in his heart. He remembered that Jiang Ming used a dagger to stab Wang Yuan. I'll head back first. Looking at Luku, Qi Feng smiled and said, "It's getting late, you should rest well, bye-bye." To his surprise, Luku shook her head. "I'll go downstairs with you, I want to take a walk." Luku explained, "Tonight's mission was really thrilling, I need to unwind." The two locked gazes. Qi Feng. Luku. In the end, it was still Qi Feng who broke the awkwardness, saying, "Then let's go down together." Bringing Dehei along, the two entered the elevator in silence, and Luku pressed the button for the first floor. When the elevator reached the first floor and stopped, a child's laughter could be heard from outside. He 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 he. The elevator door opened, and a little ghost with a fringe stood outside. The little ghost looked up, its two blood-red eyes gazing at Luku, giggling, "Sister, let's play a game." But in the next second, the little ghost's face suddenly turned extremely terrified. "Be big brother." Qi Feng walked past Luku, smiling, "Didn't I say? If you want to play a game, come to me. I love playing games." And no. The little ghost retreated while shaking its head. "Big brother, I listen to you, I really do what you say. I didn't go in the elevator, I was just playing in the corridor on the first floor." Before Qi Feng could respond, it dashed back into its room. Beside them, Luku was dumbfounded. "Do you know this little ghost? What kind of shock must it have received to be this scared of Qi Feng?" Luku looked at Qi Feng and didn't feel he was that frightening. "Sort of, I played a game with him once." Arriving beside Jiang Ming's corpse, Qi Feng picked up the wolf-headed dagger. Wolf-headed dagger. Rarity, blue ghost artifact. Description, a sharp dagger that can easily slice through your skin. Meanwhile, Luku ran to the corpse of Joeymin. He took back the broken fishnet. With envy, Luku glanced at the wolf-head dagger in Qi Feng's hand, blinking as she thought carefully before cautiously speaking. "One for each of us, I take the fishnet, and you take the dagger, is that okay?" Upon hearing this, Qi Feng felt a bit embarrassed. The damaged fishnet clearly couldn't sell for many ghost coins. However, this wolf-head dagger was exactly the weapon Qi Feng needed, so he didn't hold back. "Alright, I'll take the wolf head, and I'll compensate you with 1,000 ghost coins." As he spoke, Qi Feng took out 1,000 ghost coins and handed them to Luku. Surprised by Qi Feng's generosity, and after confirming he wasn't testing her, Luku quickly accepted the ghost coins. Her heart was filled with excitement, full of gratitude towards Qi Feng. To be honest, she had no real use for this wolf-head dagger. Without strong power, even if she got a blue-level weapon, its effectiveness would be very limited. Jiang Ming was a great example. After parting with Luku, Qi Feng took the big black dog to his room. "This is your new home now, so how do you like it?" The big black dog barked twice. It dashed into the doghouse Qi Feng built, then ran out again, wagging its tail and circling around Qi Feng's feet. Qi Feng smiled, taking out food and putting it in the dog's bowl. "Eat up, it's dinner time." Hint, the ghost dog's affection for you increases. Hint, the relationship with the ghost dog reaches loyalty. Seeing the big black dog eat, Qi Feng smiled. Lying on his bed, he examined the wolf-head dagger. Now, he had one more blue ghost weapon. Qi Feng thought for a moment and felt it was time to return the rubber roller to Ma Bo. Early the next morning. As Qi Feng went downstairs to buy groceries, he recalled the system's hint and spent 20 ghost coins to buy a bottle of special ghost liquor. After breakfast, he came to the first floor. Qi Feng waited outside the management office for a full hour. When he saw Ma Bo walking in with a swagger, Qi Feng cursed under his breath, thinking this guy really had no sense of punctuality, and smiled at him. "Hello, Ma Bo?" "Hello." Ma Bo nodded casually, looking at Qi Feng with curiosity, and asked, "What's the matter?" Qi Feng quickly nodded and said, "I'm the new tenant on the third floor, Qi Feng, we met a couple of days ago." Before he could finish, Ma Bo waved his hand and said, "Come in and talk." After fumbling for a while, he finally pulled out a key from his pocket and opened the office door. After sitting down, he took out a cigarette and lit it, then looked at Qi Feng slowly and said, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much, I just wanted to chat with you casually, Ma Bo." While watching the hints, Qi Feng spoke. "For example, Ma Bo, have you lost anything recently that you can't find? I might be able to help look." Hint, give him the liquor. Qi Feng took out a bottle of ghost liquor along with a bag of peanuts and placed them on the table. "Here, let's drink and chat." When Ma Bo heard Qi Feng mention lost items, his expression changed slightly. But when he saw Qi Feng pull out the ghost liquor, his eyes immediately lit up. Sure, let's drink and chat. Qi Feng and Ma Bo chatted about some casual topics. Unexpectedly, this ghost liquor actually had a recovering ghost power effect. Though very slow, it still surprised Qi Feng. He pondered, he now had 70 ghost power points. Should he stock up a few bottles of good liquor in his storage space for emergencies? After chatting for a while, they finally got to the topic of what Ma Bo had lost. What did you just say? You need my help? Ma Bo popped a peanut into his mouth, looking at Qi Feng. Qi Feng smiled, saying, well, I can't guarantee anything, just making casual conversation. Believe it or not, I really did lose something. Ma Bo raised his glass and downed it. A while back, my baton went missing. I don't know if someone stole it or if I lost it. I've searched for several days and haven't found it. It's frustrating. Qi Feng looked at Ma Bo, feeling somewhat speechless. So, was it stolen or lost? It's... You don't even know? How would I know? That day I was patrolling upstairs, had a bit to drink, and I just fell asleep. Ma Bo slapped his thigh. Hey, guess what? When I woke up, my police baton was gone. Isn't that unlucky? Qi Feng. That's really unlucky. Maybe you got so drunk that you forgot where you went. Chapter 28, Ma Bo and Zhong Xiaochang's task. Qi Feng, right? If you can help me find my baton, I'll owe you a favor. Ma Bo glanced at Qi Feng, then popped 2 peanuts into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Task triggered, help Ma Bo find the lost rubber roller. Task reward, experience plus 300, ghost coins plus 500. From the rewards, it's clear that finding the rubber roller isn't too difficult. However, Qi Feng isn't only after the reward, he wants Ma Bo's favor and the good feelings too. Without hesitation, Qi Feng accepted the task. Looking at the already tipsy Ma Bo, Qi Feng casually asked, Ma Bo, do you know everyone in this apartment? Ma Bo burped, basically, I've dealt with them all. Can I ask who lives in room 302? I saw him in the corridor the other day, he looked pretty impressive. Is he not afraid of you guys? Ma Bo huffed, sounding a bit unhappy. That kid is called a Bin, he just moved in not long ago. He's a little punk from outside. If my baton were in my hand, how would he dare to be so arrogant? Shaking his head, Ma Bo motioned for Qi Feng to pour him a drink, regretting, unfortunately, my baton is lost now. Now, we can't beat that kid. So, he's so cocky. Qi Feng's eyes lit up. So you mean, if I help you get your baton back, you can beat him? Ma Bo was taken aback for a moment, looking at Qi Feng before nodding vigorously and shouting, of course. After chatting for a while, seeing that Ma Bo had finished most of the bottle, Qi Feng promised to bring Nyolan Mountain next time and left the management office. Once I get the baton, Ma Bo can beat a Bin. But this guy is drunk every day, I don't know how reliable he is. And, I wonder if helping him find the baton will get him to take action against a Bin, that's also uncertain. Returning to his room, Qi Feng cooked lunch while thinking. It's impossible to return the rubber roller to Ma Bo right away, to avoid making him suspicious. I'll find a time tomorrow to hand it to him. After lunch, Qi Feng took the big black dog downstairs to the community, planning to train it a bit. I don't know if it's because of turning into a ghost, but the results were very remarkable. The big black dog clearly understood the commands he issued, and even without special training, it knew how to attack various weak points of the human body. This delighted Qi Feng immensely. Before he knew it, it was 5:30. Just then, in the fog outside the community, 2 figures appeared hand in hand in Qi Feng's line of sight. Xiaochang? Seeing the boy, Qi Feng suddenly remembered something. Right, he had an appointment with Zhong Xiaochang yesterday. Today, Zhong Xiaochang would bring that girl student Lili over, and he needed to quickly use the system prompts to find out Lili's weaknesses to help Zhong Xiaochang capture this little girl ghost. Brother Feng. At this time, Zhong Xiaochang also saw Qi Feng holding a big black dog, and waved eagerly. He showed off to Lili, this is my tutor, Brother Feng, I told you about. Brother Feng's grades are amazing, he's a top student from Huaqing University. Lili looked at Qi Feng with starry eyes and exclaimed, I didn't expect your tutor to be so young and so handsome. That's right, Brother Feng said, when I grow up, I'll be even more handsome than him. Zhong Xiaochang said proudly, noticing Qi Feng approaching, quickly greeted, Brother Feng, we're here. So this is Xiaochang's girlfriend, she's really beautiful. Looking at Lili in her black and white school uniform, Qi Feng praised. No way. Lili's face turned red immediately, and she glared at Zhong Xiaochang, saying, I am not his girlfriend. Zhong Xiaochang hurriedly explained, Feng Ge, Lili hasn't agreed to me yet. Seeing Zhong Xiaochang's flustered expression, Qi Feng shook his head, the young man was still too young. Turning to look at the little ghost girl. A panel appeared above Lili's head. Lili. Level 9. Strength, evil ghost level. Description: a student of Qingtang Middle School, gentle, admires boys who understand poetry and are talented. Tip: if you want to win her over, you can write some love poems and place them in small gifts for her. Students are great, winning someone over is so easy. Qi Feng smiled and said, "Alright, Fengge was just joking with you, little sister, don't take it to heart." He turned around and walked away with Da Hei. Back in the room, Qi Feng took out a piece of paper, found a pen, and started writing. Sweet words on the lips, sincere love in the heart, a romantic story is unfolding, every second of parting is filled with longing, past vows never change, each day looks forward to your presence, a lifetime of companionship is what matters most. After writing, Qi Feng read it over, shivered, and hurriedly put the note away. Then, he spent a ghost coin in the mall to buy a doll and some small crafts as gifts, packing them into a bag. Hearing the sound of a lock being opened nearby, Qi Feng opened the door and walked out. "Xiaoqiang, wait for me to go in together." Seeing Zhong Xiaoqiang about to enter, Qi Feng smiled and said. Following Zhong Xiaoqiang, he walked into the room. Zhong Lan, who was cooking, heard the noise, wiped her hands, and walked out. Upon seeing Qi Feng, a hint of joy flashed in Zhong Lan's eyes as she asked, "Why are you here so early today?" "I haven't finished cooking yet." Qi Feng smiled and replied, "I just ran into Xiaoqiang downstairs, and since I was free, I came to sit for a bit." "Am I welcome?" "Of course, you're welcome." Zhong Lan's pretty face blushed slightly, pointing to the sofa in the living room. "Please sit down, the meal will be ready soon." "Fengge, what's in the bag?" At this moment, Zhong Xiaoqiang noticed the bag in Qi Feng's hand. Curiously, he asked while rummaging through it, "What delicious food is in there?" Before Qi Feng could respond, Zhong Lan was startled and hurriedly stopped Zhong Xiaoqiang. "Xiaoqiang, this is the teacher's thing, you can't mess with it." As she spoke, Zhong Lan nervously looked at Qi Feng. She remembered clearly the gift Qi Feng had given her last time. The stuff in the bag this time wouldn't be that kind of gift again, would it? What if Zhong Xiaoqiang found out? What should she do? She would have no face to see her son. Zhong Lan felt extremely anxious in her heart. Don't scare the child. At this moment, Qi Feng smiled slightly and ruffled Zhong Xiaoqiang's head. Then, he opened the bag and handed it to Zhong Xiaoqiang. Looking at Zhong Xiaoqiang, who had his head down, Qi Feng gently said, "It's okay, this gift was originally for you, see if you like it." Zhong Lan stared intently at Zhong Xiaoqiang's actions, her face tense. Zhong Xiaoqiang reached into the bag and took out the item inside. Wow, a Garfield doll. At that moment, seeing Zhong Xiaoqiang pulling out a doll, Zhong Lan finally let out a sigh of relief and patted her ample chest. Looking at Qi Feng with a smile on his face, Zhong Lan was momentarily unsure of her feelings. She felt both relieved and a bit lost. Also, there was a touch of warmth. She didn't expect that Qi Feng not only gave her a gift but also gave a gift to her son. What did this mean? Chapter 29, Teaching Zhong Xiaoqiang How to Chase Girls and Being Discovered. "Fengge, I'm a big kid now, why are you still giving me these things?" After rummaging through the bag, Zhong Xiaoqiang said with frustration. "Come on, let's go to the study." While Zhong Lan was busy cooking, Qi Feng took Zhong Xiaoqiang into the study. As soon as they entered the study, Qi Feng tapped the little ghost's head in disappointment. "Is this gift for you?" "Fengge, what do you mean?" Zhong Xiaoqiang asked, confused. Qi Feng sat down in a chair. Crossing his legs, he said lightly. "These gifts, you give to Lili. As for the timing, 1 gift a week should be good. Do you understand?" "Got it." Zhong Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. "Brother Feng, you are the best." "I haven't finished talking." Qi Feng took out a note and handed it to Zhong Xiaoqiang. "Copy the love phrases from this note and tuck one inside each gift when you present it. Got it? Sweet words on your lips, sincere love in your heart." After looking at the words on the note, Zhong Xiaoqiang looked skeptical. "Brother Feng, can this really work?" "You better get rid of that question mark." Qi Feng slammed the table and rolled his eyes. "If it doesn't work, come and chop me." At that moment, Zhong Lan's voice came from the living room. "Qi Feng, dinner is ready, let's eat first." Next was a warm and abundant dinner. After dinner, Qi Feng was about to take Zhong Xiaoqiang into the room for tutoring. Zhong Lan suddenly spoke up. "Qi Feng, wait a minute." "Sister Lan, what is it?" Zhong Lan let Zhong Xiaoqiang go into the room first, then looked at Qi Feng and hesitated before saying, "Tomorrow is the weekend, I wonder if you are free." Qi Feng glanced at the task list. Task: tutor Zhong Xiaoqiang to improve his grades, ensure he stays in the top class before the next test. Status: in progress. Task: help Zhong Xiaoqiang pursue the female student Lili. Status: in progress. Task: help the apartment manager Ma Bo find his lost police baton. Status: in progress. He had nearly taken on all the tasks in the apartment. If he wanted to say he had something to do tomorrow, the only thing left might be returning the police baton to Ma Bo. Qi Feng nodded. Sister Lan, just tell me what you need. He secretly felt joy. Could there be another task? Xiaoqiang has been studying hard lately. Tomorrow is the weekend. I want to take him out to have some fun. Zhong Lan gently bit her lip. Do you want to join us? Join? Qi Feng was a bit confused. Sister Lan, you know I don't dare go outside the community. Qi Feng awkwardly said, why don't you and Xiaoqiang go? With his current strength, staying in the beginner copy was nice enough. He couldn't even deal with the small boss Ubin in the beginner copy. If he went outside and got slapped to death by some powerful ghost, he would be left in tears. Zhong Lan smiled. You forget, there are some entertainment facilities within the community. Xiaoqiang isn't a child anymore. You wouldn't think I'm going to take him to an amusement park, would you? Zhong Lan continued, then it's settled. I'll come to call you in the morning, and we'll go out for a stroll. After tutoring Zhong Xiaoqiang, when Qi Feng left Zhong Lan's home, it was already close to 9 o'clock at night. He instinctively glanced at room 302 and felt a bit strange. He seemed to have not encountered Ubin for 2 or 3 days. Could it be that this guy has gotten scared? That doesn't make sense, right? Let's not even mention that Qi Feng has not revealed his true strength until now. When it comes to strength, Qi Feng also felt that his current strength was not enough to deal with Ubin. Otherwise, he would have taken the initiative to attack by now. So, facing such a weak self, Ubin had no reason to be silent. Could it be that he was waiting for the game's 15-day deadline? Qi Feng calculated, as of now, half of the time had already passed in the game. He could not genuinely wait for 15 days and let Ubin come knocking at his door. In the following time, with 2 blue ghost tools, plus the help of ghost dogs and Mabo, it was time for him to take the initiative. On the other side, right after Qi Feng left, Zhong Xiaoqiang took out a piece of letter paper and carefully copied Qi Feng's note. He carefully folded the letter and tucked it inside a Garfield plush toy. Zhong Xiaoqiang excitedly hugged the toy and slipped out the door. Brother Feng said, to pursue girls, first you need to be bold, and second, you must be quick. Lili, I'm coming. Xiaoqiang, it's time to take a shower and get ready for bed. Coming out of the bathroom, Zhong Lan was wrapped in a bathrobe, her hair slightly damp, her fair feet stepping on the floor. The alluring body exuded a mature fragrance. Seeing that the study's light was still on, Zhong Lan called out while rubbing her hair. However, after waiting for a while, no one responded from inside the room. Zhong Lan pushed open the door. The room was empty, and Zhong Xiaoqiang was nowhere to be found. Where did this child run off to in the middle of the night? Didn't I promise him that we wouldn't study tomorrow and I'd take him out to play for a whole day? Zhong Lan muttered to herself. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a note on the table. This child is growing up, going out and still leaving a note. Zhong Lan smiled and picked up the note. Sweet words linger on my lips, sincere love rests in my heart. As she looked at the bold and passionate love words on the note, Zhong Lan's eyes gradually widened. After reading it, she touched her own cheek. It was actually slightly hot. But soon, Zhong Lan's expression turned serious. How old is he, and Zhong Xiaoqiang has learned these love words already? Could it be that this kid is secretly dating behind my back? Who did he learn this from? Qi Feng? Zhong Lan looked at the note again. The handwriting was very neat and beautiful. Zhong Xiaoqiang clearly couldn't write like this. So there was only one possibility, this note was written by Qi Feng. Holding the note, Zhong Lan's body trembled. In an instant, inside the study, ghostly energy filled the air, and the ceiling was so thick with dark energy that water droplets formed and fell. Zhong Lan did not rush to find Qi Feng, but took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart. She had 2 doubts. First, what was the reason Qi Feng wrote this note? Was it just him teaching Zhong Xiaoqiang some things outside of his lessons, or was there some other purpose? Was it Zhong Xiaoqiang who asked for it? Second, or perhaps Qi Feng wrote this note specifically for Zhong Xiaoqiang? If it's the latter, then she would never let Qi Feng off the hook. All of this needed to wait until Zhong Xiaoqiang returned to clarify. In the darkness, the living room was quiet. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door lock, and a short figure slipped in through the crack of the door. And in the next second, the living room light suddenly turned on. Mom, you're still awake? Seeing Zhong Lan sitting on the sofa, Zhong Xiaoqiang was startled and awkwardly said. Zhong Lan had a dark expression, watching Zhong Xiaoqiang. Come here. Chapter 30, a series of mishaps, passing off as innocent. Mom, I just slipped down to the community below, is it really worth getting this mad? Zhong Xiaoqiang also felt the atmosphere was obviously off. Walking next to Zhong Lan, he flatteringly gave her a shoulder squeeze with a smile. Zhong Lan coldly snorted and grabbed Zhong Xiaoqiang's wrist, throwing him down to the ground. I ask you, during this time, has Qi Feng been teaching you? Zhong Xiaoqiang looked in pain, but Zhong Lan remained unmoved, coldly asking. Yes. Zhong Xiaoqian, looking confused, nodded and said, Mom, you aren't doubting Brother Feng, are you? Aren't I showing you all my homework during this time? You said I've made great progress. Zhonglan paused. Zhong Xiaoqiang's academic performance had indeed been praised by the class teachers during this time. This showed that Qi Feng's tutoring had indeed helped improve Zhong Xiaoqiang's grades. Her expression softened slightly. Zhonglan asked, I'm asking you, did he teach you anything outside of the course? What outside of the course? Zhong Xiaoqian was still baffled, obviously unaware that the note he had left on the table had already been discovered by Zhonglan. However, as soon as he asked, a wave of murderous intent surged from Zhonglan. If Qi Feng wasn't teaching Zhong Xiaoqian how to date, then the note on the desk would have only one explanation. Qi Feng has his sights set on her son. No wonder he would give Zhong Xiaoqian so many gifts. It turns out he has ulterior motives. Zhonglan took out the crumpled note and slapped it on the table. How do you explain this note? Tell me, the words on it, were they written by Qi Feng for you? Seeing this note, Zhong Xiaoqian was dumbfounded. His mom back then was just because she was too young and didn't understand. Deceived by a scumbag. What if she knew she was in a relationship? Wouldn't it be a disaster? Wouldn't she be furious enough to break her own legs? Zhong Xiaoqian also didn't expect that in his rush to leave, he forgot the note on the table. And this mistake was caught by his mother. Looking at Zhonglan's expression, it seemed she misunderstood the words on the note, thinking it was written by Qi Feng to her. What to do? Feeling the killing intent radiating from Zhonglan, Zhong Xiaoqian understood. In this situation, if he didn't handle it well, it could lead to very serious consequences. Thinking quickly, Zhong Xiaoqiang spoke up, Mom, things are not what you think. The note is right here, the evidence is irrefutable. Zhonglan looked coldly at Zhong Xiaoqiang, are you still trying to deny it? Since that's the case, I won't hide it from you anymore. Looking at Zhonglan, Zhong Xiaoqiang swallowed hard. The words on the note were actually written by Brother Feng for you. What? Zhonglan was stunned, unable to believe it. Mom, don't be too surprised. Zhong Xiaoqiang felt a joy in his heart. It seemed like his mother was scared. There might be a chance. He spoke earnestly, after all, in my heart, you are the most beautiful, incomparable. If Brother Feng wasn't moved, that would be abnormal, right? Hearing this, Zhonglan had already forgotten to be angry, murmuring, those words were written for me? For a moment, her heart was a mess. And Zhong Xiaoqiang felt no guilt for selling out Qi Feng. After all, if it came out that Qi Feng taught him how to chase girls, not only would he be in trouble, but Qi Feng would too. One person dying is better than two. Moreover, Zhong Xiaoqiang believed that as long as he spoke a few good words for Qi Feng, his mother might not deliberately make things difficult for him. After all, he was his mother's treasure, and his grades had always been the focus of her attention. If Qi Feng stopped being his tutor, and he fell behind in his studies, who would he hold accountable? This calculation, Zhonglan wouldn't miss. Zhong Xiaoqiang continued, you see, Brother Feng is a shy person, he feels embarrassed to give you the note himself, so he asked me to do it. But I thought the words on the note were too bold, so I didn't dare to give it to you. Who knew you would still find out? Zhonglan finally believed him. If she had to blame anyone, it was herself. She had thought and thought, yet never considered that the note was written for her. Remembering Qi Feng's handsome face, she found her cheeks burning. How could he write such passionate words? And let that kid Xiaoqiang see them. Alright, this has nothing to do with you, go back and sleep. Zhonglan said calmly. Watching Zhong Xiaoqiang go back to his room, Zhonglan picked up the crumpled note on the table, carefully unfolded it, and looked at it again. Putting the note away, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Am I really that charming? The next day, Hua Jianghao, who was going downstairs to buy vegetables, saw Gupa cleaning up 3 corpses. Looking at the horrible state of the 3 bodies, he couldn't help but shiver. Hua Jianghao had actually heard the screams of the black cat last night but, following Qi Feng's advice, had dared not go out all night. He never expected that Jiang Ming and the others were all dead. At this moment, Hua Jianghao couldn't help but feel grateful. Fortunately, he listened to Qi Feng, otherwise, there would probably be one more body on the ground this morning. Seeing Gupa coming over with a sack carrying a body, Hua Jianghao hurriedly stepped aside, thinking to himself. It seems like Qi Feng and Lu Ku also took on a mission. I wonder how they are doing. Just as he was thinking, Hua Jianghao ran into Lu Ku coming towards him. Lu Ku, good morning. Taking a careful look at Lu Ku, Hua Jianghao was surprised. You didn't go on the mission last night? Mission? Lu Ku looked puzzled and asked, are you talking about the mission to find the black cat? What else could it be? Hua Jianghao had reason to believe Lu Ku didn't go on the mission. Because Lu Ku was wearing a tight t-shirt, and there was not a single injury on her. If she had done the mission, looking at the horrible state of Jiang Ming and the others, how could Lu Ku possibly be unharmed? Little did he know, Luca smiled faintly upon hearing this. I did it, I finished it a long time ago. The task is completed? You caught the black cat? Hu Zhenghao almost shouted in surprise. He asked in disbelief, Qi Feng caught it? Lu Ku nodded in response. Hu Zhenghao stood frozen in place. He knew a little about Jiang Ming's strength, that guy had also exchanged for a blue ghost weapon. Yet, even with the blue ghost weapon, Jiang Ming and his two companions had still died under the black cat's claws. This shows just how fierce that ghost creature is. And now, the black cat that killed Jiang Ming and the others has actually been caught by Qi Feng. Moreover, it was done while protecting Lu Ku, who's like a burden. How powerful exactly is Qi Feng? Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Early in the morning, Qi Feng was woken up by the sound of knocking on the door. Putting on his clothes, Qi Feng opened the door with sleepy eyes and yawned, asking, Xiao Chang, what's the matter? Brother Feng, you just woke up? Zhong Xiaochang felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as he said, My mom made breakfast and told me to come call you. But she said if you were still sleeping, I should wait a little. Zhong Xiaochang murmured, then asked, Brother Feng, did I disturb you? Maybe you should go back and sleep a little more? Qi Feng. Is this kid lacking common sense? You woke me up, and now you want me to go back to sleep? It's okay, Brother Feng will wash his face and come over. Zhong Xiaochang looked at Qi Feng turning back into the room, quietly sticking out his tongue. I hope Brother Feng can get past my mom's test later. I'll speak well of you from the side. Zhong Xiaochang dared not tell Qi Feng about what happened last night. Because he was worried that once Qi Feng knew about the exposure, he would push Qi Feng out to take the bullet, and Qi Feng would no longer teach him how to flirt with girls or help him with his homework. After finishing washing up, Qi Feng followed Zhong Xiaochang to Zhong Lan's house. Chapter 31, Brother Feng, you treat me like dad. Just as Qi Feng was about to enter the door, Zhong Xiaochang suddenly said, Brother Feng, be careful later. What does that mean? Qi Feng didn't understand. Before he could think further, Zhong Lan in the living room had already spotted the two. Qi Feng, you're here. Come sit down for breakfast. Seeing Qi Feng, Zhong Lan quickly beckoned him. Today, she wore light makeup, and her long black hair was tied into a bun, adding a playful touch to her mature appearance. On top, she wore a tight midriff-bearing top that accentuated her full chest even more. On the bottom, she wore light blue denim hot pants. The light blue color made her long, slender legs appear even more fair and delicate, particularly eye-catching. When someone feeds you, it's hard to not feel grateful. Having been living off the food and drink in the ghost lady's house recently, Qi Feng felt a bit embarrassed and didn't hold back on his compliments. Looking at the delicious breakfast on the table, Qi Feng sincerely praised, Sister Lan, you look really beautiful today. Upon hearing Qi Feng's words, Zhong Xiaochang knew he was in trouble. Carefully glancing at Zhong Lan's position, he thought, this is it. This is it. Brother Feng is being so bold, Mom won't explode in anger right away, will she? However, when he saw the smile on Zhong Lan's face, Zhong Xiaochang was stunned. He couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes. Zhong Lan smiled slightly and shot Qi Feng a glance. What are you talking about? Are you saying I'm not usually pretty? Qi Feng quickly added, you're usually pretty, but today you look even more beautiful. His flattery made Zhong Lan laugh until her eyes squinted. Noticing Zhong Xiaochang still standing dumbfounded at the doorway, Zhong Lan changed the subject. Xiaochang, why aren't you coming over for breakfast? Zhong Xiaochang walked to the table in a daze and sat next to Qi Feng. Looking at Qi Feng and then at Zhong Lan. He felt a bit confused about their current situation. It seems like something's not quite right. Did I spend last night worrying for nothing? As he enjoyed the delicious breakfast, Qi Feng remembered Zhong Xiaochang's earlier words. By the way, Xiaochang, what did you just want me to be careful about? Zhong Xiaochang. It's nothing, just... Brother Feng, how does breakfast taste? Is it delicious? Of course it's delicious. Your mother's cooking is the best I've ever had. Feeling the gaze of Zhong Lan, Qi Feng nodded. He couldn't help but feel sentimental inside. To be honest, having someone make breakfast for you feels really good. The greenery in Shangyuan community is well done. At least in the real world, Qi Feng rarely saw a community this large. Inside the community, there are 4 ping-pong tables and a tennis court. Under the shade of large trees, there are 5 or 6 stone tables engraved with chess, and 2 swing sets. I haven't played on the swing for a long time. Seeing the swings under the trees, Zhong Lan said with a smile, feeling good. I'll go sit for a bit. Saying this, she sat on the swing and started to swing back and forth. At that moment, she looked like a pure girl, her 2 white and tender legs swinging, captivating people's hearts. Brother Feng, come here, I want to tell you something. Qi Feng was about to find a place to sit down. Just then, Zhong Xiaochang suddenly grabbed Qi Feng, looking mysterious. What is it? Qi Feng felt something was off about this kid today. Zhong Xiaochang cautiously glanced at Zhong Lan. Qi Feng also looked over and saw Zhong Lan giving him a small smile. His heart involuntarily raced a few beats faster. Zhong Xiaochang suddenly lowered his voice. Brother Feng, have you noticed anything different about my mom lately? What's different? Qi Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this kid have noticed that Zhong Lan was wearing stockings? But that wouldn't make sense, he knew those stockings were a gift from him. Zhong Xiaochang's gaze fixed on Qi Feng, suddenly speaking, haven't you noticed? My mom has become more beautiful. To be honest, Qi Feng did have that feeling. When he first met Zhong Lan, she was pretty, but her brow was always furrowed, giving off a feeling of heavy worries and a lack of vitality. But after spending time together recently, her smile had clearly increased, and she had become more lively and cheerful. Of course, since it was Zhong Xiaochang asking, Qi Feng would never admit it. Speaking carelessly can lead to trouble. Looking at Zhong Xiaochang, who was always careless with his words, Qi Feng thought that if he accidentally slipped up in front of Zhong Lan, it would be a big problem for him. He still hadn't completed his task yet. Qi Feng shook his head and said, no, I think your mom has always been very beautiful. Brother Feng, can't you really see it? Zhong Xiaochang leaned closer, looking down on Qi Feng as he said. My mom used to not really dress up, but recently, I found she really likes to get dressed up. Sometimes, she'll spend ages in front of the mirror trying on clothes. And I recently discovered she bought a set of makeup and skincare products. Zhong Xiaochang shook his head, looking puzzled. She stays at home all day and rarely goes out. Who is she dressing up so nicely for? Qi Feng. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. Is this kid fishing for information? What does he mean? For a moment, Qi Feng didn't know how to answer. I understand. While Qi Feng was silent, Zhong Xiaochang suddenly slapped his thigh. The sudden movement startled Qi Feng. What did you understand? Zhong Xiaochang sneaked a glance at Zhong Lan not far away, lowering his voice. Do you think my mom has someone she likes? Qi Feng? He didn't realize this kid had a talent for gossip. But he couldn't say that out loud. Don't guess randomly. Giving Zhong Xiaochang a light knock on the head, Qi Feng paused before speaking. If your mom finds a man now, would you mind? Zhong Xiaochang shook his head nonchalantly. Of course I wouldn't mind. You don't know how hard it has been for my mom to raise me all alone. I've long wanted someone to help her. Besides, if I had a dad, no one would dare bully me in school anymore. Zhong Xiaochang paused, but this person must be good to my mom and good to me. Looking at Qi Feng, he suddenly brightened up. Brother Feng, how about you be my dad? The people in Qi Feng's surroundings were stunned. He quickly glanced at Zhong Lan, who was swinging, but didn't expect her to be looking at him too, smiling slightly. Qi Feng almost couldn't hold himself back, wishing he could cover Zhong Xiaochang's mouth. Xiaochang, did you take the wrong medicine today? I'm serious, Brother Feng. Zhong Xiaochang said. At this moment, seeing the tall and handsome Qi Feng laughing and chatting with her son, Zhong Lan's heart inexplicably raced a few beats faster. She felt a warmth she had never experienced before. What are you two talking about? Qi Feng didn't dare to meet Zhong Lan's gaze, instead looking at the sky. It's nothing. Xiaochang asked me some questions about homework, and I told him that today's task is to relax well. As for studying, we can talk about it when we go back. Zhong Lan jumped off the swing and walked over. She touched Zhong Xiaochang's head. Actually, I'm not forcing Xiaochang to stay in the top class. I just want to see his attitude towards studying. If he really puts in the effort, it doesn't matter if he doesn't stay in the top class. Qi Feng. Didn't you say otherwise before? Before Qi Feng could speak, Zhong Lan told Zhong Xiaochang, Xiaochang, you go play over there first. I will have a chat with your uncle Qi Feng. Seeing Zhong Lan step away, Qi Feng quickly followed. Just as they rounded a corner, Zhong Lan suddenly stopped, and Qi Feng almost bumped into her. Zhong Lan turned around, revealing a shy expression on her face. She bit her lip and gently asked. Qi Feng, is what you said last night true? Chapter 32, Midnight, Dangerous. What did I say? Qi Feng was a bit confused. What did he talk about with Zhong Lan last night? Seeing Qi Feng still pretending to be clueless, Zhong Lan lightly punched his shoulder in annoyance. It's about that note, I saw it. The note? Before Qi Feng could react, Zhong Lan took out a crumpled note and slowly unfolded it. Sweet words linger on the lips, sincere love resides in the heart, a romantic plot is unfolding, every second of parting is missed, past vows remain unchanged, eagerly awaiting the time with you every day, lifelong companionship is the point. Looking at the words on the note, Qi Feng was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the note he had Zhong Xiaochang copy? How did it end up in Zhong Lan's hands? Before Qi Feng could reach out, Zhong Lan folded the note again and put it away. I already know your feelings, but... Looking at Qi Feng, Zhong Lan nervously asked. do you really not mind that I am older than you? Qi Feng? If he admitted it directly, would Zhonglan hit him? It seems like she can't beat him now anyway. For a moment, Qi Feng couldn't tell what Zhonglan meant. Although he really wanted to be a brave man in front of someone as enchanting as Zhonglan. But what if she was just playing tricks on him? He still had 2 tasks to complete. So, for the moment, Qi Feng didn't know whether to admit it or not. At this moment, the system's prompt appeared. Prompt, you better admit it, she has been hurt by a scumbag before. If you don't admit it, Zhonglan will think you are teasing her. Looking at the prompt, Qi Feng decided to go for it. So, Sister Lan, do you mind that I am younger than you? Zhonglan froze for a second, then shook her head, shyly whispering, I don't mind. Sister Lan, I like you, it's just because I like you. Qi Feng mustered his courage, placing a. My classmate came to play with me. Zhonglan's face was flushed, and she adjusted her hair. Go ahead. Come back early tonight. Understood. Zhong Xiaoqiang happily ran out. Outside the community, a girl in a skirt stood quietly there. It was Lili. Damn, this kid sure showed up at the right time. Qi Feng gritted his teeth in anger. The atmosphere was broken. After that, Qi Feng and Zhonglan simply walked closely together in silence. When their hands touched, Qi Feng grabbed Zhonglan's hand. Zhonglan shyly pulled her hand back, but finding she couldn't, she allowed Qi Feng to hold it. Unknowingly, they had gone in a circle and returned in front of the apartment. Suddenly, Qi Feng remembered that he hadn't completed the task of handing the stick to Ma Bo today. You go up first, I'll talk to Ma Bo about something. After sending Zhonglan to the elevator door, Qi Feng pressed the elevator button and said. Just as Zhonglan was about to enter the elevator, Qi Feng seized the opportunity, immediately wrapping his arms around her waist and pecking her lips. At that moment, outside the apartment, a pair of blood-red eyes was fiercely staring at the kissing couple. Seeing Qi Feng and Zhonglan separate, Bin's eyes burned with fury. Kid, tonight is your death night. He didn't expect that after just borrowing that item from Ghost Street, he would come back to see this scene. Bin had already warned Qi Feng to stay away from Zhonglan. Now it seemed this human kid really didn't take his words to heart. However, this kid probably didn't realize that this time he went to Ghost Street, he had borrowed the key to break the game rules. As long as it was midnight, he could use the time when the game rules vanished to open the door. Watching Qi Feng walk into the staff office, Bin sneered twice. At midnight tonight, get ready to be devoured by me. Not a single human in this apartment will escape. Ma Bo, it's rare to see you here. Seeing Ma Bo reclining on a chair smoking, Qi Feng smiled. Nonsense, I am dedicated and hardworking. Ma Bo argued unhappily, glancing at Qi Feng. Kid, what is it today? Look at what you said, can I come to chat with you if there's nothing going on? Qi Feng performed a magic trick, pulling out a bottle of Nyolan Mountain and a pack of cigarettes. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the cigarettes to Ma Bo. The cigarettes were Hongmei brand. When Ma Bo was last smoking, Qi Feng had paid special attention. Knowing he liked this brand, sure enough, when Ma Bo received the cigarettes, his smile grew much brighter. Kid, good job. You know I like this brand of cigarettes, strong enough? Setting the wine on the table, Qi Feng pulled out a chair and sat down. Ma Bo, didn't you say you lost your police baton last time? Ma Bo's eyes lit up. What, did you find it? Look at this. Qi Feng turned his hand and pulled out the rubber baton. Kid, amazing. Eagerly snatching the baton from Qi Feng's hands, Ma Bo stroked it and asked. Where did you find it? His expression was as if the baton were his lover. Qi Feng briefly explained how he found the baton on the rooftop. Ma Bo smacked his head, realizing it suddenly. Sticking the baton at his waist, Ma Bo stood up and solemnly said, All right, this favor, Ma Bo remembers. What favor nonsense? Qi Feng smiled and twisted the bottle cap. Come on, let's drink. After downing 2 cups of wine, Ma Bo squinted his eyes. The more he looked at Qi Feng, the more pleasing he became. Ding. Task completed. Player's experience plus 300, level raised to level 5, rewarded with 4 points of free attribute points. Unallocated attribute points, 4. Ghost coins plus 500. Tip, Ma Bo's favorability towards you increased significantly. You can now make some requests of him, and as long as it's not too excessive, he won't refuse. Now, holding the blue ghost item rubber baton, Ma Bo's combat power had obviously doubled. Qi Feng thought for a moment. Asking Ma Bo to help kill Bin, does that count as excessive? It should, maybe, a bit excessive. Forget it, Qi Feng wasn't in a hurry. There were still several days until the deadline of 15 days. At worst, I will buy Ma Bo liquor to drink every day and give him cigarettes to smoke. I will make his favorability reach its peak. Thinking this, Qi Feng took out 2 packs of Hongmei cigarettes and handed them to Ma Bo. Mabo, you can smoke these 2 packs first. If you run out, come find me for more. This, how embarrassing. Mabo pretended to be shy, but his hands did not hesitate as he accepted the 2 packs of cigarettes. Qi Feng also smiled in agreement. What is there to be embarrassed about? The main thing is that chatting with you is delightful. I feel like we really click. After coming out of Mabo's place. Just reaching the 3rd floor, Qi Feng suddenly discovered that the missing Abin was standing at the door of room 302. Looking at Qi Feng, Abin smiled sinisterly. Kid, have you been living well these days? Qi Feng glanced at him coldly and was too lazy to respond. However, at that moment, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Abin has developed a murderous intent towards you. You will be in great danger tonight. Chapter 33, 12 o'clock, Abin bursts in. Abin has developed a murderous intent towards you. You will be in great danger tonight. Qi Feng? Why did the system warn of danger? Could it be that Abin is going to attack me tonight? But isn't there a game rule in place? As long as I don't leave the house at night, Abin should have no means to deal with me. Qi Feng was puzzled. Whether it's living well or not, what does it have to do with you? With a sideways glance at Abin, Qi Feng retorted. To his surprise, the hot-tempered Abin actually held back this time. He simply looked at Qi Feng coldly, smiling sinisterly. Enjoy it while you can. Tomorrow, you won't have a chance. Qi Feng's heart filled with alarm. Abin's behavior was indeed too abnormal. Returning to his room, Qi Feng took out a piece of food and threw it to Dehe, thinking seriously. Then he went to Zhong Lan's place to explain that he wouldn't come for dinner or help with homework tonight. Next, Qi Feng visited Gupa on the 2nd floor, bringing 2 skewers of brain flowers. Grandma, Abin has returned. Abin holds a grudge against me for the last time when I helped you find your eyeball. Placing the brain flowers on the table, Qi Feng politely said, Abin might come at me tonight. So, I'd like to ask you, Grandma, to help me fend him off if he tries to attack. Gupo's wrinkles moved slightly, looking a bit troubled. I have no problem striking him. But with my strength, it is a bit difficult to stop Abin. Qi Feng smiled gently. No problem. Just do your best. Safety comes first. Gupa nodded. Okay. Night fell. After having dinner, Qi Feng carefully checked his ghost tools and attributes one more time. Qi Feng. Level 5. Physique 15. Strength 31. Agility 15. Spirit 15. Ghost power 70. Ghost tools: wolf head dagger, blue; cloak of concealment, blue; walking stick, green; fishing rod, green. Special items: shadow demon eye, rarity, purple. Ghost coins 5716. Time drifted by. As the clock on the wall approached midnight, Dahe, who had been lying at the door, suddenly stood up uneasily. Baring his teeth, he lowly growled towards the door. Qi Feng, who had been sitting on the sofa, instantly tensed up. Sure enough, they were coming. He saw sinister energy slowly seeping through the door. In less than a few seconds, the sinister energy on the door had already condensed into drops of water. The next second, with a bang sound, the door burst open. There stood the small-framed Abin, his whole body covered in overwhelming ghost energy, holding a black key in his hand, appearing at the door. Qi Feng's pupils instantly constricted. Although certain rules in the game weaken or even disappear after midnight, it was obvious that the previous Abin did not have the capability to forcibly open a player's door. Yet tonight, Abin opened his door after midnight. How did he do it? His gaze fell on the black key in Abin's hand, which was engraved with intricate patterns, and Qi Feng's face suddenly darkened. What the hell, this guy is cheating, right? Is he planning to take out all the players in the apartment? Key to breaking the ban. Rarity, purple. Description: a proud work of an alchemist from Ghost Street. The door that could break low-level seals and low-level rule doors. So, my door belongs to those that are added with low-level rules? At this moment, looking at Qi Feng in a daze, Abin grinned savagely and said, Qi Feng, right? I told you, tonight is the night you die. Saying this, he swaggered into the room. His eyes greedily fixed on Qi Feng, as if looking at a delicious meal. You are so strong, that place must not be small, right? Hee, this is a real boost. Abin's face showed a perverted smile, preparing to step forward and torture Qi Feng well. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and he let out a soft "Hmm?" His gaze turned and saw a large black dog crouching by the door. After looking at the black dog for 2 seconds, Abin suddenly remembered, you're that useless dog from the rooftop? Since you're a ghost, then whoever sees you gets a share. He thought the big black dog had sneaked in when he opened the door earlier, and didn't pay much attention to it. He sneered at the black dog, saying, wait, after I rip out his heart, his bones are yours. How strong is a ghost at the level of a fierce ghost? How fast is it? Abin's attributes are almost 5 times that of Qi Feng. Before Qi Feng could even react, Abin was already in front of him. His 5 fingers instantly grew into sharp claws and went to dig at Qi Feng's heart. However, just at this moment, a shadow jumped up from beside the sofa. The big black dog bit hard into Abin's arm. Ah! A large chunk of flesh was bitten off from Abin's arm, and he was in so much pain that his face contorted. He looked at the big black dog in disbelief, roaring, "You want to die?" With one slap, he sent the big black dog flying. Abin turned around and chased after Qi Feng. "Don't think that just because there is a ghost helping you, I can't do anything to you. A mere evil ghost-level useless dog, I can crush it with one hand." At this moment, Qi Feng had already reached the bedroom door. Abin followed closely behind, his eyes even redder from pain, and he swiped his claw toward Qi Feng's back while roaring. "I'll tell you, I changed my mind, tonight you all will die. But before you die, I will let you see how I am pressing your ghostly wife down next door." Just as the ghost claw was about to touch Qi Feng suddenly turned around. A dagger appeared in Qi Feng's hand, and he slashed at Abin's ghost claw. Abin's 5 fingers were instantly cut. "You son of a b***********. Without saying a word, Qi Feng took advantage of Abin's injury and quickly slipped into the bedroom, shutting the bedroom door behind him. At this moment, when Abin saw Qi Feng enter the room, he no longer rushed in. While using ghost energy to repair his injuries, Abin sneered, "I want to see how far you can run." With one palm, he smashed the bedroom door open. The entire house shook, windows and walls quivering. Abin angrily blocked the door. However, when he saw the scene inside the bedroom, he suddenly froze. Where is he? Inside the room, besides the empty bed and a cabinet beside it, there was no one. Hiding in the cabinet, huh? He walked to the cabinet, smashing it with a punch. But clearly, he guessed wrong. The cabinet only had a few pieces of clothing inside. Where is he? Just disappeared like that. Standing on the broken cabinet, Abin's eyes kept scanning the room. His 2 eyes were full of confusion, his face full of disbelief. This Qi Feng kid, is he even human or a ghost? How can he be more ghost-like than a ghost? Chapter 34, The Gap in Strength, Qi Feng's Crisis. Could it be that this kid is a soul? No, it can't be. The Qi Feng I interacted with before was clearly a solid being. Besides, even if he were a ghost, how could he suddenly turn into a soul like this? Abin didn't believe that anyone could disappear right under his nose. At this moment, Qi Feng, draped in an invisibility cloak, quietly slipped out from beside Abin. Looking at Abin venting his anger on the bed in the room. Abin on the furniture. Qi Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He sighed, realizing the hidden cloak was truly useful. But he overlooked one point. The goose feathers on the mattress had already been scattered all over the room by the furious Abin. A feather landed on Qi Feng, another 2 feathers landed on Qi Feng. As the destructive Abin stopped, he suddenly noticed. Dozens of feathers were floating in the air, drifting out of the bedroom and slowly moving towards the door. He instantly widened his eyes, blood-red eyeballs unmoving, rotating together with the floating feathers. What's going on? What happened to this guy Abin? Those blood-red eyes can scare someone to death, can you stop looking this way? Qi Feng, who was cautiously moving, suddenly felt something was off. As he moved forward, Abin's eyeballs also turned forward. As he moved back, Abin's eyeballs followed him back. Crap, could it be that he discovered me? Qi Feng was startled, just thinking about this when Abin suddenly roared and lunged at him. This time, Qi Feng was dumbfounded. Crap, I'm really exposed. What are you waiting for? Run. A few floating feathers suddenly fluttered and then fell softly in the air. A furious Abin lunged towards where the feathers were falling. Yet, he missed completely. As Qi Feng ran, the feathers had already been blown away from the hidden cloak by the wind. Qi Feng, you can't escape. Standing in the corridor, looking at the empty hallway. Abin was not in the slightest bit flustered, instead, he grinned menacingly. Although he had opened Qi Feng's room with the broken key, his strength would still be suppressed inside the player's room. But now it was different. After midnight, the hallway was his domain. With a furious roar from Abin, the ceiling of the entire building began to shake. In the next moment, in the empty hallway, an irregular ripple appeared somewhere. Qi Feng, I found you. Looking at that irregular ripple, Abin's eyes turned fierce. He summoned the dark energy around the corridor, pressing it towards Qi Feng. Here, he was the king. Never expected Abin's strength to be so formidable. The thick dark energy twisted around him like water. At this moment, Qi Feng felt an enormous pressure bearing down on him, as if he was sinking into a swamp. Almost unable to move a step. Crap, this guy even can transform? Looking at Aben, whose power was clearly on a different level than before, Qi Feng was so furious he wanted to spit blood. And at that moment, suddenly, the door of room 301 swung open. Then, Zhonglan rushed out. Qi Feng, run! Seeing the destroyed door of room 303, and glancing at the shadow wrapped in thick energy, Zhonglan gritted her teeth and launched ghostly energy directly at that shadow. Though she couldn't see the figure wrapped in dark energy, her instinct told her that this figure was Qi Feng. Two ghostly energies collided in the corridor, producing a loud explosion, followed by a huge gust of cold wind. And at this moment, Qi Feng clearly felt the pressure around him suddenly ease. He was able to move. Zhonglan? Aben was stunned and then burst into laughter. I was planning to finish with Qi Feng before searching for you, but I didn't expect you would come out by yourself. That's good, saves me from having to go find you. Looking at Zhonglan dressed in a black suit and black stockings, Aben's eyes were filled with thick desire. The broken key he borrowed was not just for killing all the players in the apartment. He also wanted to use this key to get to Zhonglan. See? This is the pretty boy you're interested in. Look how weak he is, weak enough that I could accidentally snap his neck. At this moment, seeing Zhonglan come to save Qi Feng, Aben was not angry, but instead pointed at Qi Feng, mockingly saying, Qi Feng, run! Zhonglan didn't even look at Aben, turning to shout at Qi Feng, I'll hold him off for you. As she spoke, a pitch-black pair of scissors appeared in her hand. With scissors in hand, charged towards Aben. You still want to help him? Seeing Zhonglan attack him again for Qi Feng, Aben's expression suddenly turned violent. With a swift grab, a whip made of ghostly energy appeared in his hand. With a flick of the wrist, he sent Zhonglan flying. His eyes glowed fiercely red, and he coldly snorted, I want to see how you can help him. At that moment, a childish voice suddenly rang out, Get lost, you creep. Zhong Xiaochang clenched his fists and charged at Aben. Don't you dare touch my mom. Xiaochang. Before Zhong Xiaochang could take 2 steps, Aben's large hand of dark energy grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. Zhonglan quickly threw the scissors to cut the dark energy away. At this moment, with Aben's attention fully on Zhonglan, Qi Feng could finally move. Glancing at Zhonglan and Zhong Xiaochang, Qi Feng did not hesitate and charged directly towards the nearby stairs. Want to escape? As Qi Feng reached the top of the stairs, Aben finally reacted. His gaze sharpening, he began to gather dark energy again to trap Qi Feng. Aben, you are going too far. At that moment, an elderly voice sounded. Along with this voice, a massive wave of dark energy suddenly burst out from below the stairs where Qi Feng stood, clashing with Aben's dark energy. Granny, help me block him. Seeing the hunched figure appear at the corner of the staircase, Qi Feng shouted, then hurriedly charged down. Aben had already acquired the key to break the loophole in the game rules. If he didn't die tonight, then the next would be all the players dying. Because every room in the apartment was no longer safe. So no matter what, tonight had to end with Aben. At this moment, watching Qi Feng disappear again at the staircase, Aben's expression turned furious. You old fool, even you dare to meddle in my affairs? Looking at Gupa who appeared at the staircase, Aben coldly said, Are you tired of living? Gupa straightened her hunched body and glanced at Zhonglan and Zhong Xiaochang not far away. Shaking her head, she sighed, Aben, please stop. Stop? Aben suddenly sneered. Who do you think has the right to tell me to stop? You, or that Mabo who even lost his police baton? Suddenly, all the lights in the corridor exploded. Aben's blood-red eyes hidden behind his hair glowed even brighter. The massive dark energy pressed down on Gupa, making her almost unable to move. He took slow steps towards Zhonglan. How pathetic. Looking at Zhonglan protecting Zhong Xiaochang in her arms, Aben's face was full of mockery and triumph. Didn't expect it, right? The person you risked your life to save. After you saved him, he turned around and ran away. Chapter 35, Ma Bo takes action, chaotic fight. What is the point of this, really? Aben stood in front of Zhonglan, cackling, risking your life to save a heartless person. But what about him? Right now, he has no idea where he has escaped, hiding in some corner of the apartment, trembling. Zhonglan remained silent, her eyes red, quietly staring at Aben. At this moment, her feelings suddenly became complicated. She didn't believe Aben's words. But just when Qi Feng charged down the stairs without looking back, not only did Aben see it, she saw it too. Could it be that Aben was right? Did Qi Feng abandon her and flee alone? Zhonglan's expression suddenly dimmed as she forced a bitter smile. She knew that with Qi Feng's strength, if he stayed here, it would mean death. Running away was indeed the correct choice for now. And allowing Qi Feng to escape was also her purpose of coming out to help him. But Zhonglan still couldn't bear to believe it. The Qi Feng who held her in his arms this afternoon, whispering sweet words, would actually abandon her without hesitation in a moment of crisis. He didn't even show a hint of reluctance or hesitation. Did he really think that he could escape Abin's pursuit like this? One could only say he was too naive. While Zhonglan fell into silence, Zhong Xiaochang in her arms suddenly struggled to stand up. You are talking nonsense. Without showing any weakness, Zhong Xiaochang glared at Abin, saying angrily, Brother Feng is not that kind of person. Abin was taken aback, instinctively raising the whip in his hand, but seeing Zhonglan's face, he ultimately did not bring the whip down. With a cold snort, he said, What do you know? These humans are nothing but scared creatures. Looking at Zhonglan, Abin softened his tone and said, Zhonglan, I advise you to obediently follow me. That cowardly Qi Feng, I will take care of him for you. As long as you follow me, I will not only help you capture him but also deliver him into your hands, letting you torture him slowly. Abin didn't care at all about Qi Feng escaping. The ghosts outside the apartment were much stronger than those inside the apartment. If this kid doesn't go out, it's fine, but once he steps outside the community, he will definitely not survive tonight. And if he stays in the apartment, even if Qi Feng manages to escape tonight, he would eventually be found. This kid is doomed no matter what. Meanwhile, Qi Feng ripped off his cloak and rushed to the first floor in one breath. The little ghost on the first floor was playing in the hallway. The moment he saw Qi Feng, he was so scared that he dropped his glass beads and hurried back to his room. Qi Feng didn't pay him any mind. Seeing Ma Bo just coming out with a flashlight, Qi Feng quickly shouted, Ma Bo, I need your help. Ma Bo shook the flashlight, shining it on Qi Feng. Little Qi, what's the matter? Ma Bo frowned and said, It seems there was a fight upstairs just now, I need to go check it out. It's a bin. Qi Feng relaxed slightly, as it appeared that the earlier fight had alerted Ma Bo. Qi Feng spoke quickly, This guy somehow got a key that can open all the doors in the apartment. There's such a thing? Ma Bo looked astonished, then said angrily, This guy is really getting more and more audacious, not putting me in his eyes. He just opened my door. So, I want to ask Ma Bo for a favor. Looking at Ma Bo, Qi Feng slowly said, Take him down. Ma Bo was startled, Kid, are you serious? This. Feeling his nightstick at his waist, Ma Bo suddenly hesitated. Looking at Qi Feng, Ma Bo said a little awkwardly, Actually, that day when I said I could beat Abin, I exaggerated a little bit. With my nightstick, I could at most restrain him, trying to kill him might be a bit difficult. Qi Feng. Who would have thought this guy, Ma Bo, also has a habit of bragging? But at this moment, the arrow is on the bow, and it must be shot. If Abin leaves alive tonight, Qi Feng knows he will definitely be the first target for revenge. At this point, Qi Feng could only fight for his life. As long as Ma Bo and Gupa could work together to subdue Abin, using the hidden cloak and wolf-tooth dagger, he might have a chance to kill Abin. Seeing Ma Bo's hesitant expression, Qi Feng spoke. Ma Bo, can you really tolerate Abin, this tumor, riding on your head and acting like a tyrant? After causing such a huge ruckus tonight, if you don't take action, think about it, will he still respect you in the future? Ma Bo seemed somewhat persuaded, shaking his head. But, killing him, I really can't guarantee that. Seeing that he had a chance, Qi Feng said in a deep voice, Tonight, as long as you and Gupa work together to subdue him. As for killing him, leave that to me. If it works, I will give you 10 bottles of Nulanchen and 2 Hongmei. Gupa is also in? Ma Bo's eyes lit up. He obviously knew Gupo's strength. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, okay. But how are you going to kill Abin? The next moment, right in front of Ma Bo, Qi Feng took out the hidden cloak and put it on. Suddenly, he vanished from the hallway. Let's go, Ma Bo, it might be dangerous for Zhonglan if we are late. Ma Bo was still in a daze, and suddenly heard Qi Feng's voice coming from the empty corridor. Alright, little Qi, Ma Bo believes you this time. Ma Bo pulled out the police baton from his waist, and his eyes suddenly became serious. Tonight, I'll take this guy Abin head on. As he spoke, Ma Bo held the baton and walked up the stairs. Zhonglan, don't refuse good wine and instead take the bad. In the corridor, Abin was already a bit impatient. Don't make me take action. Zhong Xiaochang struggled and angrily said, You ugly freak, give up. My mom will never agree to be with you. Zhonglan tightly held him in her arms, quickly covering his mouth. But Abin suddenly laughed. Little brat, you've got guts. Wait until I catch you, let's see if your mom agrees or not. As he spoke, Abin whipped Zhonglan's arm. Zhonglan's pale arm instantly showed a bloody whip mark, and she let out a muffled groan. She still held Zhong Xiaochang tightly, refusing to let go. Abin! Stop! Just as Abin raised his whip again, a calm and powerful voice suddenly came from the entrance of the stairs. Zhonglan turned around with anticipation. But soon, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. The person at the staircase was a middle-aged man. Ma Bo. Abin was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ma Bo to appear at this moment. But he quickly dismissed the whip in his hand and coldly said, "Mabo, are you here to join the fun tonight too?" "Ah Bin, as the apartment manager, I now order you to return to your room immediately." Mabo slowly approached Bin step by step, coldly continuing, "Also, hand over the key in your hand." With blood-red eyes staring at the approaching Mabo, Bin suddenly sneered. "What if I say no?" Chapter 36, Decisive Blow, Rewards from the Instance. "You two old geezers, always nagging at me, I've long found you both irritating." Looking at Mabo and Gupa, Bin sneered. "Come at me together, I just happened to solve both of you tonight." Mabo instantly erupted in anger. He raised his baton and struck at Bin. But Bin had already anticipated this, blocking the baton with his claw-like fingers, then kicking Mabo over. Just as he was about to continue his attack. At this moment, Gupa, who had been suppressed by the dark energy, finally caught her breath and quickly controlled the dark energy to entangle Bin. The three of them became tangled together. Mabo took the lead in attacking, while Gupa used ghostly energy to attack Bin from time to time. Although it was 1 against 2, as time passed, Bin gradually gained the upper hand. Moreover, he still had the strength to control a mass of dark energy to suppress Zhonglan and Zhong Xiaochang on the side, preventing her from returning to her room. At this time, seeing Mabo fighting while retreating, the ghostly energy around him slowly dissipating. Gupo's eyes turned red, and her ghostly energy surged out. The suddenly surging dark energy caused Bin's movements to slow down for a moment. And Mabo took this opportunity, striking Bin's arm hard with the baton. Bin's arm twisted strangely upon being hit by the baton. "You old fool, you're looking for death." Bin instantly erupted in anger, cracking his arm back into place. He struck twice with his claws on Mabo's baton. These 2 strikes made Mabo's hands tremble, and he shouted, "Qi Feng, if you don't make a move soon, I can't hold on." "Qi Feng?" Hearing Mabo's shout, both Zhonglan and Bin were taken aback. "This guy still dares to come back?" Bin scanned his surroundings cautiously. But he didn't see anything unusual. However, he didn't let his guard down, instead diverting some attention to Zhonglan. If this guy wanted to save Zhonglan, he would definitely sense it immediately. On the other side, Zhonglan was also constantly searching in the corridor. When Qi Feng escaped earlier, she wished he stayed behind. Now, hearing Mabo's shout, she suddenly became worried for Qi Feng. Neither Mabo nor Gupa is a match for Bin. What use would Qi Feng of coming back now? It was just walking right into the trap. "Qi Feng, hurry up and go." While trying to break through Bin's ghostly aura, Zhonglan shouted, "Don't worry about me." Bin waited for a moment, and seeing nothing unusual around him, he glared hatefully at Mabo, thinking this old fool was tricking him. A human, under such circumstances, how dare they come back to seek death? Did they think their life was too long? Hearing Zhonglan shout, Bin laughed loudly, "Haha, if this kid dares to come back, I'll snap his neck." However, just as he was laughing, a dagger suddenly appeared in the air behind him. This wolf-head dagger that appeared out of nowhere, plunged fiercely into Bin's back. Put! Without any resistance, the dagger sank into Bin's body as easily as stabbing into tofu. Bin turned his head in pain, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the bleeding dagger. He never expected that Mabo hadn't lied to him. Qi Feng really came back and gave him a stab. Before Bin could move, the next second, the dagger pierced his body again. This time, it was stabbed into his kidney. "Qi Feng, I'll tear you apart." The ghostly aura on his body was flaring up all over, and Bin finally couldn't hold back. 10 long fingers, with sharp claws, swiped forward. However, they swiped through air. "Bin, tonight, I will eradicate you, this tumor, on behalf of all the residents of the apartment." Mabo, who had long been enraged, had been holding back a burst of evil energy in his heart. At this point, Bin was injured, and there was no reason not to take advantage of his weakness and finish him off. Having completely forgotten that he, too, was a ghost, Mabo felt no shame in working with humans to deal with his kind. With a roar, the police baton swung toward Bin's head. Bin was about to act. But unexpectedly, because his ghostly power was weakened by injury, Zhonglan and Gupa had already broken through his ghostly aura, and even Zhong Xiaochang had grown fangs, biting the ghostly energy with all his might. Zhonglan and Gupa released their ghostly power and tightly bound his hands. Bang! The police baton struck Bin's head with a loud sound, as if smashing it into an iron door. Damn, his head is really tough. Mabo spat and swung the baton again. Bang! Bang! One blow after another, hitting Bin's head until it swayed and his ghostly aura scattered. At the same time, the dagger that had fallen to the ground floated up again. It stabbed directly into the position of Bin's kidney. Qi Feng and Mabo, one human and one ghost, cooperated. One strike after another. Soon, Bin's head was no longer tough. Wait, don't waste it. Gupa suddenly spoke. Then, under Qi Feng's shocked gaze, Gupa opened her mouth and bit off a Bin's head. I want my share. Ma Bo, not to be outdone, bit off one of a Bin's arms. Then, the two of them took turns, one bite after another. Qi Feng. He watched helplessly as Ma Bo and Gupa ate a Bin completely. At this moment, Zhonglan suddenly spoke, Qi Feng, how long are you going to hide? Pulling off his cloak, Qi Feng's figure appeared before everyone. Qi Feng, we still lead you, kid. Ma Bo instinctively reached to pat Qi Feng on the shoulder, only to suddenly realize that his hands were covered in a Bin's black blood from earlier. He awkwardly smiled. Old brother, I almost couldn't hold on. That stab you gave, really ruthless. You directly broke this kid's ghostly power into pieces. Ma Bo gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Gupa glanced at Zhonglan, then at Qi Feng, and smiled slightly. Alright, I'll be heading back first. I ate too much just now, need to go back and digest. As Ma Bo and Gupo's figures disappeared at the corridor entrance, a pair of cold little hands suddenly wrapped around Qi Feng's waist. Turning around, he saw Zhonglan with teary eyes, her gaze full of sorrow. You big jerk, I thought. How could it be? Qi Feng reached out, gently wiping away Zhonglan's tears. In his heart, he felt moved. He never thought even a ghost could cry. Even if I die, I want to die with you, right? Holding Zhonglan, Qi Feng gently patted her back. It's okay, I'm here. Leaning her head on Qi Feng's shoulder, Zhonglan couldn't say a word, just nodded vigorously. At that moment, the notification sound of the game rang in Qi Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations player Qi Feng, you have defeated the boss in the rookie dungeon Shengyuan community. Reward, player experience plus 1000. Reward, player ghost money plus 5000. Gain forbidden key plus 1, rarity, purple. Special reward, 1 uniform of your choice, 1 horror game identity modification badge. Chapter 37, this reward is a bit interesting. Player level increased to level 6, experience, 400/700. Attribute points plus 4. Unallocated free attribute points, 4. Casually adding the attribute points to strength. Looking at his 35 points in strength, Qi Feng smiled slightly. Mom, brother Feng. The two hugged for a while when Zhong Xiaochang limped over, mumbling, sorry to interrupt. Qi Feng then remembered there was a little ghost nearby and awkwardly released Zhonglan. What is it? Zhong Xiaochang looked at Zhonglan, Mom, can you heal me first? Qi Feng then discovered that healing ghosts was surprisingly simple. He saw Zhonglan sending strands of ghost energy into Zhong Xiaochang's body, and in less than a minute, the boy was bouncing around again. However, Qi Feng quickly realized he had forgotten something. Rushing into his room 303. He saw Dehei lying on the ground, not moving at all. Dehei, Dehei. Qi Feng called out twice, and Dehei slowly opened its eyes, struggling to stand up, but failing after 2 tries. Don't move. Squatting down to check Dehei's injuries, Qi Feng finally noticed 10 deep claw marks on its neck and chest. I'll handle it. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Having just fought with a bin, Zhonglan's ghost energy was already heavily drained, and after healing Zhong Xiaochang, her lips were looking a bit pale. But seeing Dehei's injuries, she didn't hesitate. She knelt down and placed her hand on Dehei's wound, sending ghost energy over. It's done, now let it rest and recover slowly. 3 minutes later. Standing up, Zhonglan smiled gently. Suddenly, her body swayed, nearly losing her balance. Sister Lan, are you okay? Qi Feng hurriedly supported Zhonglan. Looking at her haggard appearance, a flicker of pain appeared in his eyes. Lying in Qi Feng's arms, Zhonglan shook her head, I'm fine, just need to rest for a few days. At that moment, Zhong Xiaochang looked around the room and suddenly spoke. Brother Feng, your room is all messed up like this, where will you sleep tonight? Qi Feng. It's fine, I can clean it up. That wasn't a problem at all. The apartment's boss Abin had already been taken care of, and Qi Feng's biggest crisis was now resolved. Even if Qi Feng opened the door next, he was unlikely to encounter any danger. Plus, there was Dehei, the loyal ghost dog guarding him. Suddenly, Zhonglan spoke, why not stay at my home? Qi Feng looked down. He saw Zhonglan, in a fitted black dress, raising her delicate face, her big eyes looking at him with hope. I have a guest room at my place. At that moment, Qi Feng found it hard to refuse such an enchanting ghost woman. All right. After a long night of battle, Qi Feng's ghost power and spirit were nearly depleted, and he lay in the guest room, falling into a deep sleep. In the morning, Qi Feng woke up to the smell of food. Awake? Seeing Qi Feng come out, Zhonglan smiled and asked, having already prepared breakfast in the living room. Glancing at Zhonglan, Qi Feng nodded shyly. Today, Zhonglan looked particularly radiant. Her cheongsam highlighted her graceful figure. Especially when she bent over to arrange the food on the table, her full bosom and curvy hips were perfectly showcased, eye-catching. And at the slit of the cheongsam, her legs in white stockings were slightly visible. After a quick wash-up, Qi Feng sat down at the dining table. After finishing breakfast, watching Zhonglan clean the bowls and chopsticks, Qi Feng suddenly stood up and took the bowls and chopsticks from Zhonglan's hands. "Let me do it." Seeing Qi Feng rushing to clean up, Zhonglan quickly grabbed the bowls and chopsticks back. "No need, you should rest. I can wash them myself." Feeling guilty about eating and drinking for free, Qi Feng said, "Then let's wash them together." The two of them took the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen. Watching Qi Feng seriously wash the plates, Zhonglan somehow recalled the first time Qi Feng helped her wash vegetables. For a moment, her cheeks actually felt a little warm. "What's wrong?" Seeing Zhonglan lost in thought, Qi Feng felt a bit curious. But he didn't think too much about it and casually took the plate from her hands. "Let me wash it." Just as he put down the freshly washed plate. At that moment, Zhong Xiaocheng suddenly walked in. "Brother Feng, there are two suspicious people hanging around your front door." Following Zhong Xiaocheng to the corridor, Qi Feng then noticed that standing at his door were Hu Jianghao and Lu Ku. Qi Feng noticed that Hu Jianghao's missing left ear had returned. At this moment, Lu Ku also saw Qi Feng and quickly ran over. "Qi Feng, are you okay?" "That's great." Qi Feng looked at the two of them. "What brings you two here?" "We heard the game announcement. It said that the boss in Shangyuan community was killed by you." Lu Ku smiled and said, "We were worried about you, so we came to check." Hu Jianghao nodded and curiously asked, "Is the boss in Shangyuan community the guy named Abin you were talking about?" Qi Feng nodded, "Yes, that's him. But he's already dead." Hu Jianghao immediately gave a thumbs up, "Awesome. Brother Feng. This means our danger has decreased a lot." Last night's noise in the apartment was something both Hu Jianghao and Lu Ku definitely felt. There was no doubt that the big commotion was caused by a very powerful spirit. So, both of them were terrified in their rooms last night, too scared to come out. Only when they heard the game announcement did their anxious hearts finally settle. At the same time, although they heard the announcement about Qi Feng killing the boss, they were worried that facing such a strong spirit, even if he won, it might still be a tragic victory. Now that they saw Qi Feng was fine, they finally felt relieved. Looking at the two of them, Qi Feng turned to Zhong Xiaocheng and said, "Xiaocheng, you go back first. Tell your mom that I'm meeting two friends." Bringing the two to the room. His gaze fell on Hu Jianghao's left ear. Qi Feng curiously asked, "What happened to your ear?" Glancing at Lu Ku, Hu Jianghao said a bit shyly, "The kidney you gave me last time was very useful. After I earned enough ghost coins, I went to find Grandpa Nyo to get my ear back. The game store has a surgery skill. I bought one and reattached my ear." Qi Feng. "Damn, it seems like I did a bad business?" Hu Jianghao also felt Qi Feng's gaze and hurriedly took out a stack of ghost coins. "Brother Feng, this is 1,000 ghost coins, you take it first." Lu Ku was curious, "What kidney?" "It's nothing." Taking the 1,000 ghost coins and glancing at his current ghost coin balance, it had already reached 11463. Qi Feng's expression looked a little better. Hu Jianghao actually provided some useful information. In the game store, as long as it's not a direct death, one can spend ghost coins to reattach severed limbs. After chatting a bit more with the two, he sent them off, and Qi Feng sat on the sofa in the living room. Last night's battle was really tiring. He hadn't even had the chance to properly check the rewards given by the game. Now it was time to take a good look. Key of breaking restrictions. Value, purple. This key, last night when Ma Bo and Gupa were dividing a bin, they couldn't have missed it. Picking up the key of breaking restrictions and looking at the intricate patterns on it, Qi Feng smiled slightly. It seems this was intentionally left for him by Ma Bo and Gupa. This thing has the feel of a bug exploit. A special item, and it's valued at purple. Although it seems there's currently no place to use it. But Qi Feng did not intend to sell it. Perhaps the following scenarios would need it. Next, Qi Feng looked at the uniform and identity modification badge beside him. Chapter 38, Hidden Task, New Scenario. The uniform and badge are a matched set. Uniform. Description, can transform into the corresponding work uniform according to the player's modified identity badge. Identity modification badge. Description, can be used in horror games. Within the rules of the game, players modify their game identity based on the badge's options. Qi Feng curiously clicked on the identity badge, and a prompt appeared. Player's current scenario, Shangyuan community. Player's current identity, apartment tenant. Player can choose identity, apartment resident, apartment tenant, apartment management staff. Do you want to change your game identity, yes/no? No wonder it was a reward dropped from defeating the scenario's boss. This thing, like the broken key to the Forbidden Realm, is very useful if used wisely. The boss of Shangyuan community, a bin, is already out of the game. After some thought, Qi Feng put away the uniform and identity badge. There's no need to waste it. It's better to wait until the scenario ends and use it in the next game. Now, in the scenario, only the last 2 tasks remained. In the next 2 days, Qi Feng wrote several notes to Zhong Xiaoqiang again. Without Qi Feng saying anything. This kid learned his lesson this time and directly destroyed the notes after copying them. As expected, on a sunny afternoon, Qi Feng received the prompt that the game task was completed. Ding! Task completed. Player experience plus 400, level increased to level 7, experience points, 100/800. 4 unallocated free attribute points. Ghost coins plus 1000. Special reward, a mini hidden camera. Casually putting the attribute points into strength, Qi Feng looked at the mini camera in hand. Qi Feng? What is this for? Am I supposed to secretly film others? Phew, that's really creepy. With a satisfied feeling, he put away the camera. In the evening, Zhong Xiaoqiang came back. Bro Feng, I have a question to ask you. As soon as he entered, Zhong Xiaoqiang excitedly pulled Qi Feng towards the study. Curious, Zhong Lan, who was preparing dinner, said, "What question? Can't you wait until after dinner? It'll be quick." Zhong Xiaoqiang responded. Seeing Qi Feng and Zhong Xiaoqiang enter the room, Zhong Lan shook her head, a smile on her face. This child's enthusiasm for learning has really increased. As soon as he entered, Zhong Xiaoqiang carefully locked the door. Qi Feng pretended not to know and asked, "What question?" Zhong Xiaoqiang grinned. He helped Qi Feng sit down in a chair. Bro Feng, Lili agreed to be my girlfriend. Just this? Qi Feng curled his lips, looking disdainfully at Zhong Xiaoqiang. I thought it was something significant. Bro Feng, you don't understand. Zhong Xiaoqiang continued excitedly, several boys in our class are pursuing Lili, and she agreed to be with me. Don't celebrate too early. Qi Feng continued to pour cold water. She agreed to be your girlfriend today, she might agree to be someone else's girlfriend tomorrow. Bro Feng, don't hit me where it hurts. Zhong Xiaoqiang pouted, with a nervous expression asking, then what do you think I should do later? Qi Feng crossed his legs. Zhong Xiaoqiang understood immediately and quickly offered Qi Feng a leg massage. Only then did Qi Feng slowly speak, let me tell you, to succeed you need to be strong yourself. Think about it, when did Lili start noticing you? Zhong Xiaoqiang thought for a moment, it was when I explained a math problem to her. Qi Feng nodded and started to persuade him. So, if you want her to always be your girlfriend, you can't fall behind in your studies. Do you understand? Zhong Xiaoqiang nodded repeatedly, got it. I will definitely study hard and not let Lili leave me. Qi Feng casually took out a book of love poems and handed it to Zhong Xiaoqiang. Studying is one aspect, your little girlfriend likes talented people. Keep this book hidden and read it when you have time. Receiving the book of love poems, Zhong Xiaoqiang treasured it dearly. Bro Feng, don't worry. In terms of studying, I will not disappoint you. I will show you my first place in the final exam. To be first in the class, how easy could that be? Moreover, dating at Zhong Xiaoqiang's age must affect his studies to some extent. Qi Feng thought to himself, if you can just pass this month's exam, I'll be grateful. At this moment, a game notification suddenly rang out. Hidden task triggered, help Zhong Xiaoqiang achieve first place in the class for next month's final exam. Task reward, player upgrade experience plus 2000, ghost coins plus 5000, special rewards x2. Failure penalty, none. There's actually a follow-up hidden task? When Qi Feng saw the task objective, his eyelids twitched hard. Damn, this kid is really ambitious. First place in the class? Why don't you just aim for the sky? But when Qi Feng saw that there was no penalty for failing the task, he immediately chose to accept it. No penalties for failing the task? Only a fool wouldn't accept it. Moreover, this hidden task's rewards looked incredibly generous, comparable to defeating a newbie dungeon boss. After Qi Feng accepted it, the game notification appeared again. Notice, hidden task initiated, the player will automatically enter the new dungeon Qingtun High School to play with other players. Would you like to enter, yes/no? You can even choose the time to enter the hidden task, that's nice. Qi Feng didn't rush to accept, after all, he still had a task to complete, and he hadn't received his score from the newbie dungeon. He patted Zhong Xiaoqiang on the shoulder and smiled, good kid, you have ambition. This time, Brother Feng supports you. Zhong Xiaoqiang lifted his chin, of course, I'm not aiming for first place for Lili, but for my mom and you, Brother Feng. Qi Feng? What do you mean, why say that? Zhong Xiaoqiang said proudly, if I get first place, you and my mom will have to go to school to receive the award for me, right? I'm just giving you both face. Qi Feng. This kid's way of thinking is so unique. It actually makes a lot of sense. He was left speechless. During dinner, Zhonglan placed a dish into Qi Feng's bowl. I heard from Xiaoqiang that you're going to tutor him so he can score first in the final exam next month? Looking at Qi Feng, Zhonglan curiously asked. Qi Feng? He almost choked on his food. Damn, your son brought this up himself, okay? Who guarantees he'll get first in the final exam? Who dares to guarantee that? He glanced at Zhong Xiaoqiang, who was focused on eating as if nothing was happening. Qi Feng forced a smile. Xiaoqiang is pretty smart. As long as he studies diligently and gets a little tutoring, he should have a good chance of getting first. All right. Zhonglan rolled her eyes at Qi Feng and said with a smile. If he were really that smart, I wouldn't have to ask you to be his tutor. Just tutor as much as you can. Zhonglan gently tapped Qi Feng's nose, just don't tire yourself out. After dinner, Qi Feng lay on his bed and thought for a moment. Once Zhong Xiaoqiang stays in the top class after this month's exam, his task would be completely done. During lunch, Hu Jianghao and Lu Ku already said that once the deadline of 15 days was up, they would exit the game. So then he could exit the game. As for that Qingting High School dungeon, he could go back, enhance his strength, and enter later. Chapter 39, Task completed, score SS+. Sister Lan, why didn't you knock before coming in? In the morning, he opened his eyes upon hearing a voice. Looking at Zhonglan standing at the door, quietly closing it, Qi Feng felt a bit dazed. Zhonglan had her hair styled in a fancy updo. She wore a tight-fitting blue cheongsam that accentuated her curves. On her long, straight legs, she wore a pair of black stockings. Her beautiful face was especially stunning. Zhonglan suddenly smiled, this is my home, why can't I come in? Saying this, she walked to Qi Feng's bedside and sat down, lifting the hem of her cheongsam. Qi Feng, do I look good? Qi Feng swallowed, you look good. It's beautiful, but why haven't I heard from you in the last 2 days? Zhonglan's eyes were filled with deep longing. I left the door open for you for 2 nights, yet you never came looking for me. Qi Feng suddenly felt embarrassed. Isn't Xiaoqiang at home? What if he hears us? That wouldn't be good. I knew you were timid. Zhonglan rolled her eyes at Qi Feng, then gently lifted his blanket. Don't worry, Xiaoqiang went out this morning. As Qi Feng watched Zhonglan slowly lean closer, he thought it would take a long time to become Ning Kaichen, but unexpectedly. An opportunity came so suddenly that it caught him off guard. After a storm of passion. Several springs and autumns passed. Looking at Zhonglan quietly lying in his arms, Qi Feng silently lit a cigarette. An unexpected surprise was that just earlier, while they were making love, the system had notified him that his ghost strength had actually increased. Now, his ghost strength had increased by a full 10 points. It had just reached 80. This truly surprised Qi Feng. He had just worried about his young energy being drained, yet here he was, not only fine but with an extra 10 points of ghost strength. The problem was, he hadn't yet exchanged for any techniques to absorb ghost strength. At that moment, the system's notification appeared again. Notification, the ghost lady is actively supplying ghost strength to you. After embracing Zhonglan for a while, Qi Feng suddenly remembered that today was Xiaoqiang's monthly test day. He gently stroked Zhonglan's hair and said apologetically, Sister Lan, I need to tell you something. I might have to leave for a while. Zhonglan looked up, staring blankly at Qi Feng. She suddenly smiled, it's okay, you can come back whenever you want, Sister Lan will always welcome you. Resting her head on Qi Feng's chest, Zhonglan murmured, just don't forget about me. Just as Qi Feng was about to speak, the game's notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations, player has obtained the identity of a resident of Shangyuan community. After completing the mission, you can enter and exit the community freely without consumption. Resident of Shangyuan community? Free entry and exit without consumption? This happiness came too suddenly. Glancing at Zhonglan, Qi Feng turned over and kissed her. By 5 in the afternoon, the task completion notification finally came. Ding! Task completed. Player experience plus 500, current level, 7, experience points, 600/800. Ghost coins plus 1,500. Special reward, magical guitar. Seeing the special reward, Qi Feng was taken aback. What is a magical guitar? I want a Wolf Fong Club. Picking up the guitar in front of him, Qi Feng glanced at its introduction. Magical guitar. Rarity, blue. Description, when played, plus 15% charm attribute to female ghost entities, plus 20 affinity. Holding the guitar, he walked into the living room. Looking at Zhonglan lounging on the sofa watching TV, Qi Feng smiled and said, Sister Lan, can I play a song for you? As he spoke, Qi Feng spent 500 ghost coins to exchange for playing skills and sheet music in the game shop. You said your favorite is the lilac flower. He played a song he had heard long ago, Lilac Flower. It was a bit melancholic. Because he was about to leave, even if it was temporary. As the song ended, Zhonglan was already in tears. Notification, Zhonglan's affinity for you plus 20. Qi Feng gently stroked her hair. Enjoying the last warmth before leaving. He didn't know how long it had been. The door opened, and Zhong Chang came home from school. Only then did the two part. Seeing Zhong Chang, Zhonglan quickly fixed her hair and asked, Xiao Chang, how did you do on the test today? With Brother Feng tutoring, are you still worried? Zhong Chang beamed, no problem. Xiao Chang, come here. Qi Feng ruffled Zhong Chang's hair. See you at school. At that moment, the game prompt had already sounded in Qi Feng's mind. This time, the new player instance Shangyuan community game time is up. Participants, 12, survivors, 3. Currently, 2 players have exited, remaining players, 1. Do you want to continue the game, yes/no? After saying goodbye to Zhonglan and returning to his room, Qi Feng pressed no. A flash of white light passed by, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Qi Feng returned to the huge hall before entering the game. This is a vast and enclosed space. At this moment, Qi Feng was in a gigantic floating light sphere, just like when he first entered the game. The electronic announcement of the game sounded. Instance mission reward settlement in progress. Player's instance rating, SS+. Player received ghost coins, 13963. Rating reward, ghost coins 3000, special reward X1. Special reward, Wild Whip. Free trading market opened. Auction house opened. Killing the instance boss, but the rating was only SS+. Qi Feng guessed that it was probably because he did not complete the mission of the ghost lady Luoshi on the 4th floor. However, Qi Feng had no regrets. Because not only did he play the role of Ning Kaichen once, but he also gained the privilege of freely entering and exiting Shangyuan community. You win some, you lose some. Of course, in a horror game, preserving one's life is the most important thing. After receiving the rewards, the light sphere vanished, and Qi Feng's body slowly descended to the ground. Qi Feng checked his character attributes. Player, Qi Feng. Level, 7, Experience, 600 out of 800. Strength, 41. Constitution, 16. Agility, 16. Spirit, 16. Ghost power, 80. Ghost coins, 17,163. Skill, Eye of Exploration, can probe players and ghost creatures within 10 levels below their own, and strength levels not exceeding 3 levels below theirs. Introduction, a rookie player who has experienced a horror game, besides being a bit handsome, possesses certain strength, a delicacy in the eyes of powerful ghost creatures. Still food? Qi Feng. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. One day, I will become strong, and who knows, I might even turn the tables and eat ghost creatures myself. In this world, Qi Feng had just crossed over. He only knew that this world was different from the blue star of his previous life. Outside the space where ordinary humans live, there exists another dimension. It is called a horror game by people. Qi Feng had no time to understand more about horror games before being selected by the game and being transported here. From what Qi Feng gathered, the other dimension, which is the horror game, is divided into many independent spaces, and the players entering them are called instances. Inside these instances, there are not only ghost creatures but also vampires, werewolves, zombies, demons, and more. Of course, ghost creatures occupy the majority of the instances. Additionally, some of these instances overlap, while others exist alone, with varying degrees of difficulty. According to statistics, the death rate for rookie players entering instances reaches a terrifying 99.9% or higher. However, as players experience more instances and become stronger, the death rate decreases. Once players become powerful, they won't stay in the game hall anymore. Powerful players can not only establish their own territory in instances, commanding ghost creatures and demons, but can also leave the instances and return to the human world. Much of the information about the horror game comes from players who have exited the game and organized their findings. Of course, this is still far off for Qi Feng. So, Qi Feng looked around the hall and then found an empty room. He obediently went in to rest. Chapter 40, Qingteng High School. Wild Whip. Rarity, Purple. Usage requirements, Strength 50, Ghost Power 100. Description, a whip that is both loved and hated, dealing plus 30% damage to female ghost creatures. Looking at the black leather whip in his hand, Qi Feng felt a little strange. But at least he now owned a purple ghost artifact. He swung it a couple of times, the feel was pretty good, and Qi Feng put it away. Next, Qi Feng laid out all the gains from this instance. Fishing rod, green ghost artifact. Cane, green ghost artifact. Wolf head dagger, blue ghost artifact. Cloak of concealment, blue ghost artifact. Special items, uniform and identity modification tag, a set, forbidden key, rarity, purple, mini spy camera, magic guitar, rarity, blue, eye of the shadow demon, rarity, purple. After taking a look, Qi Feng set the fishing rod and cane on the trading market. The price was all 100 ghost coins. He already had a wolf-headed dagger as a weapon. Plus, a wild whip was enough. These two green ghost artifacts could be replaced. Next, Qi Feng looked at the shadow demon's eyeball, then glanced at other items. Finally, his gaze locked onto the mini spy camera. The system hinted that the shadow demon's eyeball could be fused with other items. After looking around, only the mini spy camera was suitable for fusion. Qi Feng directly spent 1,000 ghost coins to buy a purple fusion scroll. Then, he fused the two items together. After a burst of intense white light and fluctuations, a new item was born. Shadow mini camera. Rarity, purple. Description: after fusion, it inherits some abilities of the shadow demon. When activated, it can enter an invisible state and has 360 degrees long-range shooting with no blind spots, making it the best choice for secretly gathering evidence. Wow, this is getting more and more bizarre. Taking a glance at the shadow mini camera, Qi Feng carefully stored it away. He really liked it. He looked at the usage requirements of the wild whip. Strength 50, ghost power 100. Qi Feng entered the game mall to start purchasing attribute points. Now, his strength was only 41 points, and ghost power was only 80. He still needed 9 strength points and 20 ghost power. Unexpectedly, the price for attribute points was even more expensive than for ghost power. 500 ghost coins for 1 attribute point. He spent 4,500 ghost coins to raise his strength to 50. Then, Qi Feng spent another 2,000 ghost coins to buy 20 ghost power. Instantly, he had only 9,663 ghost coins left. At this time, Qi Feng's gaze fell on the martial arts section of the mall. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Tip: in a horror game, you can't move without ghost power. It is recommended to buy a method to absorb ghost power. Qi Feng flipped to the martial arts evolution section. Wow, there are methods like corpse eating method, vampire bloodline, zombie bloodline, werewolf bloodline, and biopsycho injection. All kinds of bloodlines and auras are available. But upon seeing the prices above, Qi Feng quietly turned the page to the green methods section. Then, he spent 6,000 ghost coins to buy a green method for absorbing ghost power. Basic absorption method. Rarity, green. Description: can absorb weak ghost power from the horror world, and can also extract a small amount of ghost power from ghost creatures to strengthen oneself. Looking at the remaining 3,663 ghost coins, Qi Feng did not buy anything else. In the horror game, ghost coins are also needed. It's not a bad thing to save some for entering the next dungeon. After resting for 3 days, standing in the light column of the hall, Qi Feng was fully armed. He opened the hidden task. Hidden task: help Zhong Xiaoqian get first place in the final exam. Whether to start, yes/no. Qi Feng pressed yes. The game announcement sounded. Please prepare, you are about to enter the dungeon Qingting Middle School. Number of players in this dungeon, 10 people. Preparation countdown, 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. The 30 seconds countdown ended. Qi Feng's figure disappeared in the light column. Where is this? Ghost Creature School? On the old and dilapidated playground, the light column enveloped 9 people. There were both men and women. Looking at the scenery around them, a few people whispered to each other, but their faces showed no panic. Clearly, they were no longer newcomers. At this time, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at the words above the teaching building and adjusted his glasses. It's the dungeon Qingtung Middle School. Our current roles are students. As soon as he finished speaking, the horror game announcement sounded. Welcome to the dungeon Qingtung Middle School. Task objective: survive for 10 days in school and pass the final exam successfully. Friendly reminder: be sure to obey school rules while in school. If you make a mistake, you may fall into irreparable doom. Good luck to all players. After the announcement ended, the light column disappeared. The figures of 10 people appeared on the playground. This also meant that they had officially entered the dungeon now. Everyone, let's introduce ourselves first. The man wearing golden-rimmed glasses introduced himself first. My name is Yin Tian, and I have experienced 2 dungeons. My identity now is a student from class 4 of the 3rd year. My name is Mu Yuan. The others followed suit in introducing themselves. After a round of introductions, among the 10 players, including Qi Feng, they were all students from class 4 of the 3rd year. Except for Qi Feng and 6 others who had experienced a novice dungeon once, surprisingly, 4 of them had experienced 2 dungeons. For some reason, Qi Feng felt that the man named Yin Tian, wearing golden-rimmed glasses, was not telling the truth. Because of the existence of the system, Qi Feng could easily see everyone's attributes. Yin Tian's level was the highest among all players, at level 16. His attributes and ghost power were also higher than the other 3 who had experienced 2 dungeons. Among the other 3, only one reached level 9, while the others were at level 8 and level 7. Aside from Qi Feng, among the other 5 who had experienced the novice dungeon once, the highest level was only level 5, while the rest were all level 4. At this time, it should be the lunch break at school. In the playground, many students could be seen playing soccer. After introducing themselves, no one was in a hurry to leave and find their classroom. Instead, they sat down on the lawn. Yin Tian smiled and slowly began to speak. Entering this game dungeon is also a kind of fate. My suggestion is to form a team. This way, we can share information with each other, and if there is danger, we can help each other. I wonder what everyone thinks. Except for 2 players who had experienced 2 dungeons, Su Guang and Huang Shou, who frowned slightly, the others all nodded in agreement. After all, what Yin Tian had said was just like the game's announcement. Subconsciously, many people leaned towards listening to him. Qi Feng nodded subtly. His intuition told him that Yin Tian was not simple. But at this moment, it was best to follow everyone. The most taboo was to act alone and be the first to stand out. Moreover, this was only Qi Feng's second time experiencing a dungeon. He also wanted to hear the opinions of these players who were more experienced than himself. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Yin Tian smiled slightly and continued to speak. The game announcement you all just heard is clear. It seems there are only 2 points: survive for 10 days and pass the final exam. Everyone perked up, and Yin Tian paused before continuing. However, based on my experience, the most difficult part of the dungeon is how to safely get through these 10 days. First, we do not know the school rules. During these 10 days, some of us might inadvertently violate the school rules. As for the consequences of violating the school rules, the game has already hinted at it. I don't think I need to say more. Second, is the final exam. We need to clarify the content of the exam because the so-called final exam may test more than just textbook knowledge. Yin Tian said seriously. So, next, I hope everyone pays as much attention as possible and gathers information on these 2 aspects. Let's communicate and share more to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Qi Feng silently nodded. This guy should belong to a wise type of person. He managed to analyze the key points of this terrifying game in such a short time. Moreover, from the current situation, what Yin Tian proposed was indeed beneficial for all players. It was still unclear what he intended to do. Thinking of this, Qi Feng was the first to agree. I have no objections. The other players pondered slightly and then nodded in agreement. Okay. I have no objections. Agreed. Then it's settled. Everyone, let's find our classrooms. After Yin Tian finished speaking, everyone prepared to get up and leave. However, at that moment, a dark ball suddenly flew towards everyone. By coincidence, when it fell, it hit a male player and rolled in front of Qi Feng. The male player tilted his head, and anger immediately appeared on his face. But when he saw the few ghostly students kicking the ball, he moved his mouth and swallowed his anger. It was obvious that players who had experienced one instance of the dungeon knew the horror of ghostly beings. Even if the ghostly students kicking the ball were not as strong as him, could he defeat one? Could he defeat 10? Even the strongest, Yin Tian, did not speak up. But it was clear that the ghostly students were doing it on purpose. As they were about to leave, a ghostly student in a school uniform flashed a hint of surprise on his face and shouted, "Hey, you guys who just transferred. Please help me kick the ball back." Everyone looked at the unmoving Qi Feng. The ball was right at Qi Feng's feet. One of the female players spoke up to advise, "Qi Feng, why don't you kick the ball to them? It's better to avoid trouble." But Qi Feng merely glanced at the football beneath him and turned to leave. "I won't kick it, and I advise you not to kick it either." Just when the football landed at Qi Feng's feet, the system's prompt had already appeared. "Warning, do not touch this football, it is a trap set by ghostly students." Beside him, Yin Tian looked at Qi Feng's leaving figure, then looked at the football, pondering something. "Kid, didn't you hear what I said?" At this time, seeing Qi Feng turn to leave, the ghostly student spoke again, his expression somewhat violent. "I told you to kick the ball back." Looking at Qi Feng's back and the indifferent crowd around, the previously speaking female player gritted her teeth and replied, "I'll kick it to you." Saying this, she kicked the football. She originally thought to settle the matter peacefully. Little did she know, when her kick landed, the black football suddenly exploded, splattering brains everywhere. The female player was dumbfounded. Before she could regain her senses, she saw dozens of ghostly students surrounding her. And the players around her quickly avoided, retreating far away. "You kicked my football?" Standing in front of the female player, the leading ghostly student stared at her with sharp eyes. I didn't mean to. One of the ghostly students sneered, didn't mean to? Then it was on purpose? Or are you implying that we intentionally set you up? The female player looked around with a pleading expression. Ironically, the other people who had just agreed to cooperate had turned their heads away, with some looking at her coldly. The female player instantly showed despair. Looking at the ghostly students surrounding her, she hurriedly said, No, it wasn't like that. I can buy you a new one. Pay? Can you afford it? The leading ghostly student sneered. Someone beside him said, Boss, that seems possible. I think her head looks pretty good. As soon as this was said, many ghostly students agreed. Exactly, let's take her head off and use it as a football. Such a beautiful head, it must be fun to kick. Qi Feng frowned slightly and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because at this time, at the foot of the teaching building, a woman in a black suit skirt, holding a teaching stick, walked towards the playground with sexy catwalk steps. Beneath her skirt were straight, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, with black high heels on her feet. The upper half of her professional suit was filled out, her figure extremely attractive, with a full chest and slender waist. After a few seconds of focus on the woman's figure, Qi Feng's eyes were drawn to the panel above her head. Driamna. Level? Strength, danger level. Position, Director of Academic Affairs. Introduction: the secret lover of the principal of Qingting High School, holds significant power in the school, treats students very harshly, often enjoys punishing students. Warning: do not fall into her hands. Additionally, her relations. This might become the key to passing your final exam. Qi Feng? You know, during the last newbie dungeon, Bin was only a vengeful spirit level ghost, and I almost couldn't handle it myself. Now I have to catch a dangerous level ghost whose level is unknown. Is this not pure nonsense? At this moment, I saw Meng Na walking over to the surrounded female player. What happened? Looking at the bewildered female player, Meng Na smiled and said, I am the head of the academic affairs office at Qingtung High School. You can tell me if you encounter any difficulties. Her gaze swept across, and the surrounding ghost students lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. Like gentle sheep, they were completely different from their earlier arrogant selves. Seeing this scene, the female player revealed a joyful expression and nodded eagerly. Director, it's like this. They just kicked a soccer ball that hit my companion, but we didn't hold it against them. I just wanted to kick the ball back to them, but when I lightly kicked it, the ball exploded. Now they insist that I compensate them for a soccer ball. I want to buy a new one for them, but they won't agree. Meng Na looked sternly at the surrounding ghost students. Is that so? These ghost students didn't dare to breathe. After a while, the leading ghost student finally stood up and reluctantly admitted, yes. But he added, I only told her to kick the ball back to me, but I didn't say anything about exploding the ball. The other students all nodded repeatedly. We only have this one soccer ball. How can we play if she explodes it? In any case, she must compensate us for a soccer ball. Meng Na's face turned cold. Shut up. Who did you hit? Looking at the leading ghost student, Meng Na coldly said, now, go apologize to him. The ghost student did not dare to make a sound and shamefully ran to the male player who had just been hit by the ball. I'm sorry. As he spoke, he even respectfully bent his waist to 90 degrees. Everyone was incredulous. The male player was stunned for a few seconds before responding, looking at Meng Na still watching him, and hurriedly said, it's okay, it doesn't matter. Meng Na smiled. Then, she looked at the female player. The matter of him being hit by the soccer ball is already settled. Now, let's talk about you exploding their soccer ball. The female player's face suddenly changed slightly. Looking at the ghost student, Meng Na asked, how do you want her to compensate you? The ghost student, who had just been timid, raised his head at this moment, a bright smile on his face. Director, I want her to take off her head and give it to me as a soccer ball. Is that okay? Hearing the ghost student's words, everyone's faces changed. No. The female player said in horror, I can compensate you with a new soccer ball. However, Meng Na nodded. Okay. Saying this, she ignored the female player's terrified gaze and stretched out her slender, fair arm. With a crack, the female player's head was removed. Here you go. Meng Na casually threw the head to the ghost student. Director is wise. A dozen ghost students grabbed the female player's head and scattered away. Then they tossed it to the ground and started kicking it. Only the headless body of the female player lay on the ground. Chapter 42, Making Plans, Little Ghosts Interfere. Looking at the headless body on the ground. For a moment, the OT. How people looked at them was unsettling. By the way, you are the new transfer students, right? Almost forgot. She suddenly remembered something and said, "In class, you must obey the teacher's rules, and the same goes for outside of class. You must follow the school rules of Qingteng Middle School, and make sure you don't get caught by me." After Meng Na left, the group quickly found the location of class 3, 4. The classroom was actually not much different from the classrooms Qi Feng attended before. However, the students here were all ghostly beings. As soon as Qi Feng entered, he saw two female students pulling each other's hair. You a strand, I a strand. They even pulled off chunks of scalp, yet the two ghost girls were still having fun. There was also a male student whose eyes were dug out and used as a bouncy ball, thrown on desks and bounced around by several students. Watching made everyone's hearts race. What are you doing? At this moment, one little ghost who was sitting on a desk jumped down as they saw the newcomers enter. As he spoke, all the ghost students in the classroom stopped their actions. With red eyes, faces adorned with black veins, half of their scalps missing, and eyes gouged out, each ghost student turned to look over. We are the new transfer students. Yin Tian said, hands in his pockets, casually. Saying this, he walked past the ghost students. Excuse me, please. At that moment, the expression of the ghost students suddenly turned fierce. A ghost claw reached out from behind, aiming for Yin Tian. Watch out. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Only Qi Feng remained silent. The moment the little ghost attacked, he knew this little ghost was doomed. Yin Tian's strength was definitely at the level of a strong ghost, even able to fight against a fierce ghost. This little ghost was merely at the level of an evil ghost. Not to mention Yin Tian, even a few players present who had only experienced one instance wouldn't necessarily lose to him in a fight. Sure enough, it seemed as if Yin Tian had eyes on his back. He turned his hand, grabbing the ghost student's claw. With ghostly power unleashed, the ghost student's face changed. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yin Tian did not let go, instead smiled and said, "Tell me, does this count as breaking school rules during a fight, or as self-defense?" The ghost student quickly replied, "Self-defense, self-defense." Yin Tian still did not let go, but instead asked thoughtfully, "You won't go tell the teacher afterwards, will you?" "No, no." Seeing Yin Tian seemed not to believe him, the ghost student hurriedly explained, "The teacher only manages classroom discipline. They rarely interfere with issues between students during break times. They don't care about such trivial matters." "Is that so?" Yin Tian looked at several students around, and seeing them nod, he then released the ghost student. Everyone quietly nodded in approval. Yin Tian, an experienced player, managed to learn part of the game instance's rules through the ghost student's words in just a few sentences. Qi Feng speculated that the reason Yin Tian dared to make a move in the classroom was because he had sensed something when the ghost students were about to attack that female player on the playground before. With Yin Tian's intervention, although many ghost students looked at the group with slightly unfriendly expressions, no one dared to approach and cause trouble afterward. Qi Feng found his seat and sat down. It was the second to last row by the window. Soon. Ding ling ling. The class bell rang. A slender female teacher, with curves in all the right places, walked in. Wearing a creamy-colored professional dress, with a delicate face adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her hair was tied up at the back. The moment the female teacher appeared, all the players' eyes unconsciously focused on her. If it weren't for being in a horror game, everyone would have thought a TV star was guest starring as the teacher. Song Fei. Level? Strength, strong ghost level. Introduction, the homeroom teacher and language arts teacher of class 3, 4. Like literature, like music. Prompt, you can showcase your musical talent to attract her, perhaps she can give you some unexpected help. By the way, don't forget to use the magic guitar while playing. Qi Feng. After thinking, Qi Feng felt this prompt was feasible. After all, as the head teacher, Song Fei couldn't possibly not know the content of the final exam. If he could get help from Song Fei. By then, if she could produce an exam paper with answers, he could pass even with his eyes closed. But Zhong Xiaochang's hidden task was not so easy to handle. His identity this time was a student from class 4 of the third year, and not to mention that he was not in the same grade as Zhong Xiaochang, he didn't even know which class Zhong Xiaochang was in. To help Zhong Xiaochang get the first place in the class was indeed a puzzle. Relying on Song Fei for help was definitely out of the question. The teachers of the third year had nothing to do with those of the second year. Relying on himself? In 10 days, even if he helped Zhong Xiaochang every day, it wouldn't work. Unless he dug out Zhong Xiaochang's brain and put his own in, it would be more manageable. After considering, Qi Feng quickly confirmed his plan. He still had to rely on cheating. He had to think of a way to get his hands on the answers to Zhong Xiaochang's final exam. While he was lost in thought, Qi Feng suddenly noticed everyone's gaze on him. He looked up and met Song Fei's gaze. He saw her smile and say, "Next, let's welcome this new student to introduce himself." Qi Feng was completely bewildered. Stepping onto the stage, he looked at the identity assigned by the game and read it out loud. Hello everyone, my name is Qi Feng. I like music, especially playing the guitar. The last hobby was a last-minute addition that struck Qi Feng in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as Qi Feng finished speaking, Song Fei beside him smiled slightly and nodded at him. Next, the newly joined players took turns introducing themselves. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there were no unexpected incidents. The content of the lessons was all basic middle school knowledge. This made all the players let out a breath of relief. And when the 9 were about to leave together, a girl student in front suddenly stood in front of 2 players. You two cannot leave. The 2 players pointed at were confused. Why? This little girl ghost, all 9 had some impression of her. She was the class leader of class 4, named Yu Xiaoqian. But her strength was not impressive, she was just a ghost level. Yin Tian stood beside the 2, glaring sharply at Yu Xiaoqian, asking the question everyone was curious about. Why can't they leave? However, unexpectedly, Yu Xiaoqian surprisingly held her ground against the pressure released by Yin Tian and stared directly at him without fear. Because this is arranged by the teacher. Chapter 43, School Rules, the 2 players who lost their arms. Arranged by the teacher? The few were stunned, feeling very strange. The entire afternoon, they hadn't seen any teacher telling Yu Xiaoqian to arrange anything for the 2. Yu Xiaoqian spoke confidently. According to the seating arrangement, today it happens to be your turn for duty, so you both must clean up before you can go back. As she spoke, she pointed at the 2. Clean up? Is that all? Hearing Yu Xiaoqian's words, everyone felt relieved instead. Not a strange task, just cleaning up. The 2 players also relaxed their expressions. Okay, just cleaning this classroom, right? Yu Xiaoqian said, and also the corridor outside the classroom. Yin Tian nodded at the 2 and said, then we will go back to eat first. You can come back after you finish cleaning. After everyone left, the 2 male players hurriedly began to clean up. However, they didn't notice that as Yu Xiaoqian, the ghost class leader, left, a strange smile appeared on her lips. 30 minutes later. Old Yuan. Is it almost clean like this? The tall, skinny player put away the broom and said. Another chubby boy wiped the sweat off his forehead. It should be about right, I've never cleaned this thoroughly at home. Just then, a pile of paper scraps fluttered down from upstairs. Who is it? The 2 changed their expressions and quickly looked up, just in time to see a shadow flash by. Damn it! Old Yuan, you hurry up and clean here, I'm going up to see who is causing trouble. Sulu, the tall and skinny one, couldn't hold back any longer, throwing down the broom, ready to storm upstairs to find the troublemaker. However, just as he stepped forward with his left leg, Old Yuan pulled him back. Old Yuan lowered his voice and said, Sulu, look, someone is coming. Sulu looked up and saw a male teacher slowly walking down the stairs with a red armband on his arm. The 2 immediately tensed up. From their breaths, they could tell that the other was definitely not an easy opponent. Which class are you from? The ghostly teacher seemed to have just noticed the 2, turning his head with a cold gaze. The 2 hurriedly spoke up, Hello, teacher, we are students from class 3, 4. Glancing at the paper scraps on the ground, the ghostly teacher suddenly frowned and coldly said, Are you on duty today? His tone clearly contained anger. Recalling the tragic fate of the female player at noon, both Old Yuan and Su Li's hearts trembled slightly. Sulu quickly responded, It's like this, teacher. We just finished cleaning, but we don't know which little brat threw down a bunch of paper scraps from upstairs. Old Yuan added, Don't worry, teacher, give us 2 minutes, no, just 1 minute, and we will clean this place up immediately. Observing the 2's respectful attitude, the ghostly teacher nodded slightly, his expression easing a little. Your attitude is quite good. But before the 2 could breathe a sigh of relief, he raised his arm and glanced at the watch on his left hand. However, rules are rules. The inspection time has already passed, so class 3, 4, fails this duty assessment. As soon as they heard the words fails, Old Yuan and Sulu turned pale. Even though they didn't know what that meant, they sensed from the previous signs that it wasn't a good thing. The ghostly teacher spoke indifferently. According to the rules, if the duty is failed, the students on duty will be punished. Looking at the 2 whose faces turned ashen, he paused and said, Since it's your first offense, this time, I'll just give you a little lesson. Saying this, the ghostly teacher suddenly struck. One of his arms stretched out abruptly, locking onto Su Li's shoulder. Crack, crack. Blood splattered. The arms of both were torn off by him. Who hiss? Old. All bones, not to mention old and skinny, can't even be chewed. Another ghost student complained, The craziest thing is the intestines cooked in the morning, the damn chef didn't even clean them properly. Made me eat a mouthful of filth. As the discussions grew louder, many ghost students waiting in line slowly gathered around the 7. They stopped lining up altogether. In the crowd, Qi Feng caught a hand that was secretly reaching for him and broke it. Coldly, he said, "Get lost." The others also released their own ghost powers. When Yin Tian released his ghost power that was comparable to the ghost teachers, the faces of these ghost students changed drastically. They quickly retreated to the side, looking dismayed. Thanks to Yin Tian's intimidation, the few of them hardly used much effort to cut in line to the front. However, strangely, the players in front of them stood at the food counter for a long while, and in the end only ordered a serving of stewed potatoes and stewed cabbage. Wow, is it a trend to eat vegetarian nowadays? When it was Qi Feng's turn, he finally understood the reason. Braised human hand price, 4 ghost coins. Boiled human intestines price, 2 ghost coins. Stir-fried human liver price, 3 ghost coins. Looking at the menu at the counter, Qi Feng's eyelids twitched. The ghost chef holding a big ladle was a chubby man with a face full of rolls, but his forehead had been split open. While continuously catching the brain matter that flowed out with his hand, he coldly stared at Qi Feng. Seeing that Qi Feng stood motionless at the counter for a long time, the ghost chef finally lost patience and spoke. "What do you want to eat? Hurry up, there's a long line behind you. If you don't want to eat, then scram." After staring for a while, Qi Feng still couldn't find anything edible. On the very bottom of the menu, there was a stewed cabbage and stewed potatoes. As Qi Feng was considering whether to order a serving of stewed potatoes as well, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. "There is roast chicken under the table, you can buy a roast chicken from the ghost chef. Give me a roast chicken." Roast chicken? The ghost chef was taken aback for a moment, then swore as he pulled a roast chicken out from under the table. "I wondered why you were stuck staring for so long. Turns out you're a penny pincher. In the ghost world, the most delicious food is human flesh. Chicken, duck, goose, and pork are generally eaten only by ghosts who can't afford human flesh. But in terms of taste, they can't compare to human flesh." No wonder the ghost chef looked down on Qi Feng so much. He casually tossed the roast chicken into Qi Feng's bowl and rolled his eyes, saying, "Roast chicken costs 0.5 ghost coins. With a bowl of human soup, it's a total of 1 ghost coin." Qi Feng. Chapter 44 Ghost Dormitory, Qi Feng under siege. "I just want 1 roast chicken." Taking out 1 ghost coin, Qi Feng placed it in the ghost chef's greasy hand. "Thank you." But the ghost chef rolled his eyes again, looking displeased. "What do you take me for?" Looking at Qi Feng, the ghost chef glared and said, "I'm not some greedy cook." Quickly stuffing the ghost coin into his pocket, the ghost chef took out 2 more roast chickens from under the table and said, "Fine, I'll give you 2 more roast chickens, consider it for 1 ghost coin. Don't say I took advantage of you." At this moment, the players in front who had bought stewed cabbage and stewed potatoes looked at the 3 roast chickens in Qi Feng's bowl and gulped with envy. Suddenly, the stewed potatoes in their bowls didn't seem tasty anymore. Of course, they weren't tasty to begin with. Seeing this, the players behind quickly adjusted their orders. "Chef, give me 2 roast chickens." "I want 2 as well." While eating roast chicken, Qi Feng's gaze scanned the cafeteria for Zhong Xiaoqiang's figure. However, after searching for a long time in the second-year area, Qi Feng still couldn't find Zhong Xiaoqiang. Until he saw the 2 figures appearing at the entrance of the cafeteria, Qi Feng suddenly remembered. Damn, Zhong Xiaoqiang usually goes home for dinner in the evenings. How did I forget this? When his gaze fell on the 2 incoming players, Qi Feng's pupils contracted slightly. He saw that both people were pale, and both of their arms were missing one. At the same time, a few players at the same table noticed Qi Feng's anomaly. Following Qi Feng's gaze towards the cafeteria door, everyone's faces changed. "What's going on?" Sulu and Old Yuan walked over, and a player hurriedly made room. Qi Feng placed 2 roasted chickens in front of them. Looking at the roasted chickens on the table, Old Yuan shook his head, indicating he had no appetite. However, Sulu grabbed a chicken leg and bit into it fiercely, saying, "Damn, we were set up." Originally, Old Yuan and I had cleaned everything well, but suddenly someone scattered paper scraps in the corridor. Coincidentally, just as the paper scraps were scattered, the ghost teacher appeared to check the cleanliness. "It must have been those little devils in our class, especially that Zhu Xiaoqian, she is the most suspicious." After Su Li's account, everyone understood the situation. For a moment, many people were anxious. They thought cleaning was a trivial matter. Who knew the 2 nearly lost their lives because of it? I underestimated them. Yin Tian patted Old Yuan's shoulder, comforting him. "Next, everyone should be as careful and low-key as possible." At this moment, Old Yuan suddenly remembered something and looked at Qi Feng. "What's wrong?" Qi Feng asked curiously. "Qi Feng, I remember you sit at the table behind us, right?" As soon as Old Yuan spoke, the face of a female player at the same table changed slightly. Because she was the one who sat with Qi Feng. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Qi Feng, with many gazes containing a hint of sympathy. The meaning of old Yuan's words was already very clear. Tomorrow, it would be Qi Feng's turn to clean. Qi Feng, what are you planning to do? Yin Tian frowned and asked. Everyone frowned, pondering over how to break the situation. Cleaning was something they couldn't avoid as long as they were in class 4 in the 3rd year. Some even quietly calculated which day they were on to see if they could escape it. Old Yuan and Su Lu were the first to be caught, so they only lost one arm. If Qi Feng faced such a problem tomorrow, he might even lose his life. To break the deadlock, 2 key issues must be resolved. One was the troublesome ghost students, and the other was the ghost teacher who checked cleanliness. The ghost teacher was a fierce ghost entity and also a school teacher. In comparison, tackling ghost students would be somewhat easier to break the deadlock. However, that was only relatively easier. Although ghost students were not as powerful as players, they were absolutely more familiar with the school than the players. They knew the school rules and were clear about the ghost teacher's schedule for checking cleanliness. That's how they timed it perfectly, dropping garbage to set up the players. A player spoke up, shouldn't you bow your head tomorrow, spend some ghost coins, and bribe those ghost students to not cause trouble? Killing ghost students was out of the question. Players didn't have that much authority, they couldn't afford the consequences of killing ghost students. After all, behind the ghost students were their ghostly parents and school teachers. What kind of stupid idea is that? The player's suggestion was quickly met with objections from others. The greed of ghost entities is endless. If this leads to a precedent, how will they increase their price later? How many ghost coins do you have to give them? Someone suggested, how about we negotiate with them? Others angrily said, damn it, find a time to beat them up and make them behave. In the end, the quarreling crowd all turned their gaze to Qi Feng. Qi Feng picked up a piece of chicken and ate it, saying lightly, it's okay, let's face it head on. Let's take it one step at a time. In fact, while everyone was arguing just now, Qi Feng already had an idea in mind. He just found it inconvenient to share with others. It was just throwing garbage, after all. Tomorrow, he will make these ghost students afraid to throw garbage. Besides, with Qi Feng's current strength, he doesn't look at a mere teacher of fierce ghost level at all. Seeing Qi Feng's calm demeanor, many people's lips moved. However, no one said anything. After all, it's Qi Feng who is on duty tomorrow. If anyone is to die, it will be Qi Feng first. For now, it's not their turn yet. Only the girl player, Tianlei, at the same table as Qi Feng, leaned over and quietly poked Qi Feng's arm, asking, Qi Feng, do you really have a way? Qi Feng turned to glance at her, shook his head, and smiled, I have no way, I already said let's take it step by step. Seeing Qi Feng's expression didn't seem fake. Tianlei let out a disappointed sigh, no longer bothering with Qi Feng, turned around with her plate and sat next to Yin Tian. Soon, the two began to chat softly. Watching the two chatting happily, Qi Feng smiled and didn't mind. After dinner and washing the plates, Qi Feng returned to the dormitory. There are 3 boys' dormitories in class 3, 4. Qi Feng himself was assigned to one dormitory. As for Yin Tian, he was assigned a dormitory opposite Qi Feng with another player. The remaining 2 players were assigned to another dormitory. Kid, you seem quite arrogant today? As soon as Qi Feng stepped into the dormitory, he saw a 1.7-meter tall chubby boy stand up on the bed next to the door, cracking his knuckles. The chubby boy tilted his head. Suddenly, a small ghost closed the dormitory door and locked it. With his call, the ghost students on the bed jumped down, surrounding Qi Feng. Looking at Qi Feng, the chubby boy sneered, are you feeling invincible just because that transfer student is by your side today? Now that you're alone here, let's see what you can do. Facing the crowd of ghost students closing in, Qi Feng smiled. Just right, he had just exchanged for a beginner absorption technique and was worried about not having a place to absorb ghost power. Now wasn't this a chance? They were all eager to come and deliver ghost power. Chapter 45, Beating Ghost Students, Absorbing Ghost Power. What are you laughing at? The chubby boy ghost student was taken aback for a moment, then angrily said. Qi Feng suddenly stopped smiling and asked, the door is locked tight, right? The small ghost responsible for locking the door was also slightly startled, instinctively saying, of course, do you really think you can escape? Before he finished speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared in front of his face. Ouch! The small ghost landed on the ground, holding his bruised eye socket. Qi Feng blew on his fist and said, then I can relax. The chubby boy flew into a rage. Brothers, beat him up. A heavy weight, like a mountain, charged toward Qi Feng. However, in the next second, Qi Feng raised his foot, and the chubby boy flew out, crashing into several small ghosts. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 5 minutes, there wasn't a single standing ghost in the dormitory. The ground was filled with ouch sounds. Qi Feng sat confidently on a bed. Looking at the chubby boy who had spoken earlier, he said lightly, come here. The chubby boy, rubbing his belly, dodged his gaze and dared not come over. Qi Feng spoke again, don't make me say it twice. Boss, we were really just joking, you're magnanimous. Finally, the chubby boy trembled and cautiously walked to Qi Feng's front, stammering. No more nonsense. Qi Feng tightly grasped the chubby boy's hand. The chubby boy's face changed instantly, trembling voice, boss, what are you doing? His eyes filled with terror. Qi Feng ignored him, looking at the small ghost still on the ground, said, you are the same, line up properly behind him, one by one. After saying this, Qi Feng activated the beginner absorption technique. 5 minutes passed. Ghost power +1. Qi Feng. The beginner technique, is it this week? Forget it, better than nothing. Thinking about it, 100 ghost coins in 5 minutes is still not bad. Half an hour later, he absorbed 6 points of ghost power from the chubby boy, and it was almost time for evening study. Alright, that's it for today. Qi Feng waved his hand at the little ghost behind him. After 10 days, the remaining little ghost slowly absorbed behind him. All the little ghosts wore bitter faces, afraid to say a single word of protest. Qi Feng continued slowly, by the way, you won't tell the teacher about tonight, right? No way, absolutely not. The chubby boy quickly stepped forward, patting his chest. As he spoke, he shot a warning glance towards the back. He had just been drained of ghostly power by Qi Feng, narrowly escaping a disaster. If these people reported the matter to the teacher, wouldn't his ghostly power be wasted? Seeing that Qi Feng seemed not to believe him, the chubby boy hurriedly explained, the teacher is only responsible for classroom discipline, dormitory matters are managed by school security. The other little ghosts nodded in agreement, many things outside the classroom are mostly managed by school security. One little ghost added, and the dean. If he remembered correctly, this time the identity modification nameplate had options like school subject teacher, school worker, school security, and cafeteria chef. Qi Feng rubbed his chin and said, so, the security at your school manages more things than your class teacher? The few ghost students thought for a moment and all nodded, yes. The chubby boy added, the teacher only manages one class. School security manages all the students in the school. Regular patrol duty in the dormitories and teaching buildings is the responsibility of the security, and we students fear them the most. Can security really patrol the teaching buildings? Qi Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had been thinking about how to get his hands on the exam papers and answers from Zhong Xiaoshan, but now he seemed to have found a way. Looking at the chubby boy, Qi Feng casually asked, patrolling the teaching building? So, does that mean the security has keys to all the rooms in the teaching building? Looking at Qi Feng with confusion, the chubby boy shook his head, most of the classrooms have keys held by the security department. But some room keys are with the dean. She's strict as a dragon, if you mess up and she catches you, the punishment is even harsher than that of the security. To say these ghost students were naive, Qi Feng hadn't even pressed for information, and they volunteered it all. Qi Feng was very pleased with the chubby boy's performance. First, the security should be responsible for maintaining order in the school. Aside from the classroom, most violations of school rules in students' daily lives are punished by security, which is why these students fear them so much. Second, the security can patrol almost all areas of the school. For example, dormitories, bathhouses, teaching buildings, playgrounds, and the small woods in the school can all be freely accessed by security. In this light, it seems very appropriate for him to change his identity to security. However, Qi Feng was not in a hurry to change his identity. First, although several ghost students said so, he still needed to confirm it personally. In a horror game, one must be cautious everywhere. Although the possibility was small, the identity modification nameplate was unique. After all, he had just dealt with these little ghosts and couldn't rule out the chance of them betraying him. Second, it's obvious that the school security cannot enter the room where the exam papers are stored. The keys to that room must be in the hands of that dean named Mona. Qi Feng needed to plan carefully about how to use his security identity to steal the keys from Mona and obtain the exam papers and answers. Next, it was time for evening self-study. Upon seeing old Yuan and Su Lo, who were missing an arm, enter, class monitor Yu Xiaoqian showed a smug, sinister smile. The two looked furious. You little witch, you were the one who scattered the scraps of paper this afternoon, right? I'll kill you. Su Lo was about to charge at her when he was stopped by Yin Tian beside him. Su Lo, calm down. Have you thought about the consequences if you kill her? Yin Tian looked at Yu Xiaoqian coldly. As he expected. The exposed Yu Xiaoqian was not the slightest bit flustered, smiling as she countered, what's wrong with me? The duty roster was arranged by the teacher. And the hygiene checks were also the teacher's responsibility. Yu Xiaoqian glanced disdainfully at Su Lu and said, I'm only responsible for notifying you guys. If you have an opinion, or don't want to clean, you can directly tell the teacher. The surrounding students all wore expressions of glee, as if they were watching a spectacle. From the moment Yin Tian entered the class and took strong action, it was clear that these new transfer students would never be accepted by the ghost students in the class. Indeed, Yin Tian's strength was formidable, so much so that they didn't dare to directly attack the players. But that didn't mean they were helpless against the few of them. The ghost students, familiar with the school rules, had plenty of ways to play them to death. For instance, the new player Tianlei and another female player had many injuries on them. What happened to both of you? Seeing the bruise on Tianlei's arm, Yin Tian frowned. Tianlei glared hatefully at Yu Shaoqian and whispered, "Let's talk about it when we're at our seats." Chapter 46, Ghost Guardians. The few of them found their respective seats and sat down. Only then did Tianlei say to Yin Tian, "After we finished eating and returned to the dorm, we got into a fight with the group led by Yu Shaoqian. Xiaoyu even had a handful of hair pulled out." The female player next to her parted her hair to reveal a bald patch on the top. The other two female players nodded in agreement. "We also ran into them. Thankfully, we were quick to react and took out our ghost weapons right away, so those ghost students didn't dare to attack us." Yin Tian pondered this. It was not hard to understand. Among the other two female players, one had also experienced 2 instances of the dungeon. Her strength was significantly higher than that of the ghost students. Turning to Lao Yuan and Sulu, Yin Tian asked, "What about you two?" Sulu took out a baton, sneering as he said, "Lao Yuan and I definitely ran into them, but I didn't go easy on them. I directly knocked all those bastards down." At that moment, Lao Yuan glanced around and suddenly frowned. "Didn't you notice that, among us, it seems like one person is missing?" Yin Tian raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Lao Yuan said solemnly, "Qi Feng." Everyone looked, and sure enough, Qi Feng's seat was empty. The player living with Yin Tian suddenly remembered something and spoke up, "I live in the same dorm as Yin Tian, Lao Yuan, you and Sula share a dorm. So Qi Feng must be living alone, he shouldn't have." As this was said, everyone's heart sank. On the first day, 2 players were already dead? Especially Tianlei, who slumped into her chair, almost furious enough to curse. "What do we do? Tomorrow, it's my turn and Qi Feng's to do duty. If he's dead, won't I be the only one cleaning? I'm finished. If those ghost students cause trouble, I definitely won't be able to finish cleaning." She cursed Qi Feng, the troublemaker, in her heart. Looking at Yin Tian, Tianlei earnestly said, "Yin Tian, can you help me tomorrow?" Yin Tian frowned, about to speak. At that moment, a group of people suddenly walked into the classroom. When they saw the person at the front, every player's mouth gaped in disbelief. "Qi Feng?" Qi Feng stood before a crowd of ghost students, a little chubby boy following behind him. Not only was he unscathed, but he seemed to be getting along well with these boys. Nearly everyone was in disbelief. Even Yin Tian now cast a fleeting look of surprise. How did Qi Feng manage this? Tianlei's expression suddenly turned awkward. Seeing Qi Feng approach, she hurriedly replaced her face with a smile. "Qi Feng, you're all right." Glancing at her indifferently, Qi Feng asked strangely, "What's the matter with me? What does she mean, wishing for his misfortune? This is baffling." Yin Tian chuckled and quickly intervened to smooth things over. After a round of explanations, Qi Feng finally understood. Not only him, but among the separated players. Except for the dormitory where Yin Tian was, everyone else faced provocations from the ghost students. Qi Feng glanced at Sulu Duo a couple of times. This guy could knock down 7 or 8 little ghosts in the dormitory even after losing an arm, which is quite impressive. But he didn't intend to reveal his strength. Instead, he said that a security guard happened to pass by, so those little ghosts didn't dare to bully him. As for whether they believed it or not, Qi Feng was unsure. Anyway, he didn't care. During the next evening study session, nothing unexpected happened. Because the players had just gone through a lot in the afternoon, they were very cautious during study time, not whispering to each other. However, Qi Feng noticed that during a period of study, a huge shadow passed by outside the window. It should be a man, seemingly dragging a chain in his hand. You could hear the clanging sound as he walked. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the man's face, and the system didn't provide a hint. After the evening study session ended, while returning to the dormitory, Yin Tian smiled and patted Qi Feng on the shoulder. "Qi Feng, be careful when you go back tonight. If anything happens, you can call me." Qi Feng smiled back, "Thank you." He turned and walked into the dormitory, closing the door. Yin Tian still stood in the hallway, staring at the closed door, his gaze thoughtful. A player nearby curiously asked, "Boss Yin, do you believe what Qi Feng said before the evening study?" To be honest, very few people believed Qi Feng's explanation before the evening study. They just didn't want to pry too much. After all, even though they were cooperating, they had only been together for less than a day. "Just call me Yin Tian." Yin Tian smiled meaningfully, speaking plainly. "We'll find out tomorrow morning whether Qi Feng is telling the truth or not." At this moment, back in the dormitory, Qi Feng had already taken off his shoes and socks. The chubby boy quickly called for a bucket of water. While washing his feet, Qi Feng casually grabbed a little ghost and absorbed its ghostly energy. Looking at the attentive chubby boy, Qi Feng asked, "Little fat, do you think the security will come to check the dorm tonight?" "Yes, the rule in the dorm is that roll call must have everyone present. And also, after the lights go out, you can't talk or else you will be punished by the security." The chubby boy nodded. Qi Feng was curious, what kind of punishment? The chubby boy suddenly looked a bit scared, many, like using hooks to pull out tongues, breaking bones, digging out eyeballs, and even being hung up with chains, all kinds of things. Qi Feng. Is it this terrifying? He almost forgot this is a ghost school. These ghost students could put their eyeballs back in after being dug out and might even act like nothing happened after breaking their legs. For them, such punishments were not unacceptable. But for players, it was rather bloody. After chatting a bit more with the chubby boy, he suddenly heard a little ghost pitifully say, "Brother Feng, it's been 40 minutes. Qi Feng then realized that this little ghost's lips were a bit pale. Holding back for 40 minutes before speaking was indeed quite tough for him. Letting go, Qi Feng casually pulled out 50 ghost coins and tossed them to the little ghost. "Take this to buy some nutrients." Looking at the 50 ghost coins in his hand, the little ghost perked up immediately. "Thank you, big brother." Feeling that Qi Feng had given too much, after receiving the ghost coins, the little go. He quickly nodded his head. "Okay, Feng go, what do you want to know?" Qi Feng smiled and said, "For example, where does teacher Song Fei live, where is her office, and which places does she often go to? Just casually talk about it." The system had indicated that gaining Song Fei's favor would help during the final exams. Although he still didn't know how Song Fei would help him later, following the hints to earn her favor was definitely the right choice. Before the chubby boy could speak, a small ghost on the bed said, "I know where teacher Song Fei's dorm is, it's in the opposite teacher's dorm, room 105. The office for the 3rd grade class is right upstairs, the first room on the left as you go up the stairs. Teacher Song Fei likes to go to the pond by the small forest." The little ghosts spoke one after another. Just then, suddenly a ringing sound echoed. Ding-ling-ling. "Fengge, the lights-out bell has rung, let's talk about teacher Song tomorrow." After the chubby boy finished speaking, he hurriedly climbed onto his bed. Other little ghosts also hurriedly climbed onto their beds, their swift movements made Qi Feng gasp in amazement. In the next second, all the lights in the dormitory went out. In the darkness, outside the security room, a tall figure stood under a streetlight. One hand held a flashlight, while the other dragged a chain, slowly walking toward the student dormitory building. Chapter 47, the following, the reported player. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of dragging chains resonated clearly in the quiet playground. As it approached the dormitory, the figure of the ghostly security guard gradually blended into the darkness. The sound of the chains also faded away. "Luo Xiao, can you lend me your homework to copy tomorrow?" In one dorm room, a little ghost spoke in a low voice. "It's almost finals, why are you copying?" "Just write something to get by." The little ghost on the top bunk turned over. "Are you still hoping to get a good grade by copying during finals?" The little ghost on the adjacent bed chimed in, "Stop talking, if the security catches us, it'll be awful." "What are you afraid of?" "The ghost security hasn't come to check our dorm tonight, they probably went off to slack." "Yeah, it's also possible they got into a fight with those guys from Ghost Street." At this moment, a rough voice suddenly came from outside the window. "Whoever was making noise just now, come out." A few little ghosts turned to look, instantly scared out of their wits. They saw a big face pressed tightly against the window, 2 blood-red eyes glaring inside. Inside the dormitory, there was a brief silence. Then, a few of the little ghosts who had just spoken started feeling around for their clothes, rustling as they got up. Bang bang bang. In the dorm next door, a man the height of the doorframe knocked hard on the door. "Who was making noise just now?" A little ghost got out of bed, trembling as he opened the door. The tall ghost security guard stepped in with his head lowered. The immense pressure made the air in the room feel incredibly oppressive. The flashlight scanned the beds one by one, and the ghost guard coldly said, "Who was making noise just now? Come out." No one spoke. The ghost guard looked at the little ghost who opened the door and asked again, "Who was making noise?" And no, it wasn't me. The little ghost hurriedly shook his head, his gaze shifting to the bed opposite. The ghost guard snorted coldly and said sternly, "If no one speaks, then the whole dormitory can come out." At that moment, a little ghost sitting on the bed raised a hand. "I report." He pointed at the bed across, they were the ones making noise. He was pointing at Lao Yuan and Su Li's bed. "UTM are talking nonsense." The hot-tempered Su Lu immediately exploded, "It was clearly you making noise just now." Lao Yuan quickly added, "It wasn't us, we haven't spoken since the lights went out." However, just then, the little ghosts around sitting up in their beds. One by one, they pointed accusing fingers at the two, saying, "You're lying, it was them talking all along." "Security uncle, we testify, it was them two making noise." "Right, I can also prove it." With an expressionless face, the ghost guard's voice was cold. Get out of bed. Su Li's veins were bulging as he stared at the ghost guard. In the end, he clenched his teeth and, together with old Yuan, walked out of the dormitory under the watchful gaze of the ghost guard. As the ghost guard led the two away, the little ghosts in the dormitory all wore smiles of success for their conspiracy. Sleep, they shouldn't be coming back tonight. In the dim light, a huge shadow slowly appeared outside the window. Qi Feng's expression slightly changed. The shadow lingered outside the window for about half a minute, then slowly left. Qi Feng turned over and got out of bed. Boss, where are you going? The chubby kid on the bottom bunk was startled and asked in a low voice. Looking at Qi Feng, he quickly shook his head. The guard just left. Boss, don't be impulsive. Qi Feng smiled. It's nothing, I'm just going to the bathroom. Going to the bathroom? The chubby kid was a bit confused. In his memory, there clearly was no concept of going to the bathroom. Especially at night. Concerned about the presence of the guard, he dared not say more and just nodded gently, then be careful. Many little ghosts were also not asleep at this moment, and hearing the conversation, several sat up in their beds. Under the admiring and amazed gazes of the little ghosts, Qi Feng opened the dormitory door. Then he swaggered out. With his own eyes, they watched Qi Feng walk to the corridor and shut the door. The little ghosts in the dormitory could only silently sigh in their hearts, awesome. At this moment, Qi Feng, who had reached the corridor, turned his body and went down the stairs. The ghost guard appeared at the window outside the balcony, but Qi Feng was not at all anxious. He was not worried about encountering the ghost guard. Reaching the corner of the stairs, Qi Feng took a look, took out the cloaking cloak, and draped it over himself. His figure vanished into the air. Qi Feng swaggered down to the bottom of the dormitory building. Tonight he planned to follow the ghost guard, to see if his patrol route was as the ghost students said. Patrolling the dormitory, the playground, including the teaching building. At the same time, familiarizing himself with the environment of the teaching building. Most importantly, to see which rooms the ghost guard could enter in the teaching building. At this moment, suddenly, Qi Feng noticed two familiar figures standing under the playground street lamp. Old Yuan and Su Lo? How could the two of them be here? Could it be that they were caught by the ghost guard? Seeing old Yuan and Su Lu tied up with a rope along with other little ghosts, Qi Feng was astonished. Especially Su Lu. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. And old Yuan beside him was constantly persuading him. Qi Feng thought for a moment, ignored the two, and instead turned to the corner of the dormitory building to look for the ghost guard's trace. Although he had a good impression of Su Lu, he still couldn't figure out what had happened to the two. Moreover, with the ghost guard's strength unknown, there was no need to put himself in unknown danger in this situation. Besides, looking at their current situation, it seemed unlikely they would be in danger anytime soon. It's best to take care of his own business first. He looked up at the dormitory building and soon saw a tall man with a chain hanging at his waist. Like a gecko, he was clinging to the wall outside the dormitory building. His movements were very agile, constantly climbing and moving along the wall. With a leap, he jumped to the wall of the girls' dormitory across from him. Qi Feng was taken aback. The ghost guard also patrols the girls' dormitory? Is there such a benefit? Watching the ghost guard patrol the girls' dormitory room by room, Qi Feng found himself with nothing to do for a moment. He simply crouched under the tree roots in the flower bed, waiting for the ghost guard to appear again. Whether it was an illusion or not, he didn't know. When the ghost guard appeared in Qi Feng's sight again, he seemed to glance at Qi Feng's position intentionally or unintentionally. This made Qi Feng tense up, thinking that his cloaking cloak had failed. He quickly checked his current state and found that he was indeed invisible. Finally, he felt at ease. He saw the ghost guard binding several female students with rope walking past him. At that moment, Qi Feng finally saw the panel on the ghost guard's head clearly. Upon seeing it, Qi Feng secretly gasped in cold air. Chapter 48, Exposure, Identity Modification. Ghost Guard, Huang Meng. Level? Power, Dangerous Level. Description: the only guard in Qingting Middle School, responsible for patrolling the entire school and dealing with ghosts from Ghost Street that enter the school, skilled at using a spirit binding chain, very powerful. Hint: the ghost guard, often wandering in darkness, has developed astonishing eyesight. Within Qingting Middle School, his guarding identity is enhanced with ghost power and attributes. You must be extremely careful, he may have already discovered you. Seeing the system's hint, Qi Feng's expression noticeably changed. Another dangerous level ghost. And he could see through his invisibility cloak? Is this real? Although Qi Feng understood that a blue ghost artifact like the invisibility cloak would eventually lose its effect against a powerful ghost, he did not expect that in just the second chapter, the invisibility cloak's effect would fail when facing a dangerous level ghost. This way, the difficulty of completing the task had more than doubled. Because, that director Driana was also a dangerous level ghost. Recalling the look Huang Mang had given him just now, Qi Feng decided to find an opportunity to test if he really had discovered him. If the invisibility cloak did not work against dangerous level ghosts, he would need to revise his plan. As the ghost guard walked past, Qi Feng stood up from behind the tree roots and followed the group of female students tied up with ropes. He saw the ghost guard lead this group of female students to the streetlight on the playground. Qi Feng thought the ghost guard would immediately punish these students. But unexpectedly, Huang Mang said, "You all stand here for now." Then, he walked towards the teaching building. Huang Mang took out a large bunch of keys from his body and opened the iron gate of the teaching building. Qi Feng felt a slight joy in his heart. It seemed the ghost guard hadn't discovered him. Why not take this opportunity to follow him into the teaching building and look for the storage room for the exam papers? If the broken key to lift the ban on him could open the door to the storage room for the exam papers, wouldn't the task be easily completed? He wouldn't even need to use that identity modification item. Just as Huang Mang was about to close the iron door, Qi Feng swiftly followed him into the teaching building. But in the next second, Huang Mang suddenly turned around and locked the iron door of the teaching building. Then, he drew out the chain from his waist. "Little ghost, you have some guts." "Qi Feng?" Huang Mang tugged at the chain, coldly saying, "Speak. Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour, following me for what?" Qi Feng looked at Huang Mang with a shocked expression. "You can see me?" "Nonsense, I saw you when you were hiding behind the flower bed." Huang Mang snorted coldly. "I was just curious what a student like you would want to do at this hour, so I didn't expose you. I didn't expect you to have such guts, daring to follow me into the teaching building." Huang Mang's eyes sharpened. "Speak. Are you trying to steal something?" At this moment, having been seen through by Huang Mang, Qi Feng stopped pretending. He tore off the invisibility cloak, exposing his figure in front of Huang Mang. "Who said I'm stealing something? You little ghost, still trying to argue." Huang Mang sneered. "I advise you to honestly confess everything, otherwise, you will know my methods." He seemed to be surrounded by ghostly energy that continuously swirled upwards, eventually condensing into a wall of ghost flames behind him. The enormous flames flickered unpredictably, with a massive pressure that nearly made Qi Feng gasp for breath. And Huang Mang's eyes also turned bright red. Is this the power of a dangerous level ghost? A serious expression flashed in Qi Feng's eyes. At this moment, Huang Mang gave Qi Feng the feeling even scarier than the principal, Mona, that they see during the day. Luckily, he had one last card up his sleeve, otherwise, he would really be in big trouble tonight. He pulled out the identity modification badge. From the options of cafeteria cook, school teacher, school security, school janitor, Qi Feng chose school security. Ding! Player's current identity, student of Qingtung Middle School. Player chose to modify identity, school security. Are you sure, yes/no? Without hesitation, Qi Feng chose yes. The game prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully modifying identity. Current identity, school security of Qingtung Middle School. Congratulations, player, for gaining identity attribute bonus of school security. Within the campus of Qingtung Middle School, when wearing the security uniform, all attributes plus 50%, ghost power plus 50%. Ding! Player modified identity, game tasks reset. Task 1, patrol the campus. Task 2, within 10 days of game time, assist the ghost security Huang Mang to kill at least 3 ghosts that have broken into the campus. Task 3, a ghost student ate food from the cafeteria and had diarrhea. As a school security, it is your duty to ensure the safety of students. Please investigate the secrets behind the cafeteria of Qingtung Middle School. The previous tasks suddenly disappeared, replaced by 3 new ones. But Qi Feng hardly had time to examine the task rewards, quickly opening his mouth. Don't get me wrong, big brother, I'm the new security guard at our school. Because at this moment, Huang Meng's fist was already coming down. As soon as his words fell, the massive fist stopped just an inch above Qi Feng's head. What did you say? Huang Meng's rough voice rang out. He looked at Qi Feng, sneering coldly, Kid. How could someone as weak as you be the security at Qingtung Middle School? Why not? At this moment, the uniform in his storage had transformed into the security uniform of Qingtung Middle School. Qi Feng flipped his hand to take out the uniform and pinned the identity badge to his chest. Take a good look. Seeing the badge on Qi Feng's chest, Huang Meng's pupils contracted slightly, his face full of disbelief. This. At this moment, the badge not only displayed Qi Feng's name, but also exuded a faint power. Feeling the power that originated from the same source as his own badge, Huang Mang glanced at his own badge, looking up and down at Qi Feng. Qi Feng's shirt was already soaked with cold sweat from Huang Meng's punch, and he finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Looking at Huang Mang, he smiled and said, Now, you must believe me, right? Huang Meng hesitated for a moment and nodded. His fist relaxed, transforming into a palm extended toward Qi Feng. School security of Qingtung Middle School, Huang Meng. Qi Feng extended his hand, shaking hands with his palm that was as big as a fan. Qi Feng. Before Qi Feng could speak, he saw Huang Meng talking to himself. I did suggest to the school to hire another security guard, but I didn't expect that the one they brought in would be someone like you. Glancing at Qi Feng, Huang Meng shook his head and sighed. Anyway, from now on, we are colleagues. Huang Meng hung the chain back around his waist and turned to walk ahead, signaling Qi Feng to follow. Let me briefly explain our responsibilities as security guards. We patrol the entire school, protect school property and ensure the safety of students. Qi Feng silently followed behind him, his gaze falling on the jingly large bunch of keys at Huang Meng's waist. With so many keys, surely I can find something useful, right? After patrolling the second-floor classrooms, Huang Meng finally finished explaining the duties of the security. Looking at Qi Feng, understand? Got it. Qi Feng nodded and spoke, Brother Huang Meng, it must be quite tiring patrolling so many places alone all the time. There's no choice. Huang Meng sighed, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossing one to Qi Feng. Lighting the cigarette in his mouth, Huang Meng exhaled a smoke ring. Who told that old man, the principal, to be so stingy? In such a big school, there's only one security guard. I don't know how many times I've asked him to hire someone. Now, that's just great, finally brought in someone, and it's... Huang Meng awkwardly smiled, Brother Qi Feng, don't mind me. It's not that I think you're weak, but you don't know that there are a bunch of guys in Ghost Street who climb over the walls to steal things from school occasionally. Patting Qi Feng's shoulder, Huang Meng's eyes were filled with sympathy, so, you need to be mentally prepared, keep your guard up, or you might get eaten by them. Qi Feng. Chapter 49, The Sealed Office. Generally, when someone says they don't mind, they actually do care. Qi Feng smiled, not caring much about it. No matter what, if he can't win, he'll just run away. At worst, he'd wrap himself in the cloak of invisibility. Those ghostly beings won't find him, right? Those ghostly beings in Ghost Street can't all be dangerous, can they? Otherwise, how could Huang Meng, the guard, still be alive till now? Right now, the most important thing for Qi Feng is to get the key to the teaching building and then send Huang Meng away. He needs to find a time to sneak in and steal the exam papers and answers. Meng Gu. Looking at Huang Meng, Qi Feng said. How about you take care of patrolling the dormitories, and I'll handle the teaching building. Now I'm also a security guard of our Qingting Middle School, I can't let you do all the hard work alone. Let's split the tasks. Brother, that's quite brotherly. Huang Meng nodded. As he spoke, he was about to take off the keychain from his waist. Qi Feng's heart leaped with joy. But unexpectedly, when Huang Meng had his hand halfway there, he thought for a moment and put the keys back. Shaking his head, he said. You're on patrol tonight, so let me first guide you through the patrolling routine, no rush. Qi Feng. Forget it, one night won't matter. It's fine to take a look at the office tonight, and he can come back tomorrow night. The office for the second-year grade group, the office for the third-year grade group, the chemistry lab, the biology lab, the physics lab, the multimedia classroom, the head teacher's office. Qi Feng and Huang Meng patrolled from the second floor to the sixth floor. On the sixth floor, there was only one office, the principal's office. Looking at the few rooms next to the principal's office, Qi Feng curiously asked. Mengo, what are those offices for? Huang Meng glanced and said, they are all archives and document rooms. This place should be very important, right? Qi Feng pretended to be a curious baby and continued to ask, are the exam papers for the final exam kept in there too? Yes. Huang Meng nodded, patting Qi Feng's shoulder, and turned around, saying, let's go and clean up those unruly little brats on the playground. Qi Feng stood still. Looking at those offices, a flash of excitement crossed his eyes. So this is where the exam papers are stored. With 9 days left until the final exam, the papers should be printed out by now. At this moment, the night was dark and windy, and apart from Huang Meng, there was no one around. He was just a few steps away from completing Zhong Xiaozhong's hidden task. Meng Gu. Qi Feng called out to Huang Meng and asked. In such an important place, shouldn't we go in and patrol a bit? No need for us to worry about that. Huang Meng looked at Qi Feng and smiled, don't you see the principal's office is right next door? In all of Qingting Middle School, there's no place safer than here. Saying this, Huang Meng signaled Qi Feng to lean in closer, whispering in his ear, our principal is one of the big shots from Ghost Street. These offices hold his important documents, who dares to pull hair from a tiger's head? As he spoke, Huang Meng shook his head. Besides, even if we wanted to go in, we can't. Only the head teacher and the principal have the keys to this place. Even if other ghostly beings come here, they can't get in without keys. Qi Feng looked at Huang Meng in surprise. Mango, you're so capable, and you can't get in? I can get in, but... Looking at Qi Feng, Wang Meng shook his head. However, the door has a seal set by the principal. If you force your way in without a key, it will alert him. Looking at Qi Feng, Wang Meng said, "Alright, let's go." Following Wang Meng downstairs, Qi Feng had a slight disappointment on his face. Although Wang Meng had a large bunch of keys hanging at his waist, he actually did not have the keys to many rooms like the teacher's office. Besides the classrooms and labs, patrolling was just walking around the corridor. He glanced at the broken key of prohibition in his storage. Although there was no opportunity tonight, Qi Feng still wanted to try if the broken key could open the doors of these offices. When they reached downstairs, the students had been standing for at least half an hour. And Qi Feng had also changed into the security uniform. In Qingtang High School, wearing a security uniform provided a 50% attribute boost and a 50% ghost power boost. Feeling the surge of power, Qi Feng could not help but feel a surge of confidence. At that moment, Huang Meng pulled out a chain, one end having a strangely shaped hook. Using the hook, he swiftly pulled out the leg bones of a dozen ghost students, and Huang Meng commanded, "You guys, start running laps around the playground. After 10 laps, come back to get your leg bones." Then, Qi Feng watched as the ghost students, with their leg bones pulled out, began to run laps on the playground with both hands. They looked both terrifying and amusing. But to be honest, their speed was quite fast, at least much faster than humans. Next, there were students who had their tongues hooked by Huang Meng as a punishment for speaking loudly after lights out. Some ghost students slapped each other's faces. When it was the turn of Old Yuan and Sulu, the two had already turned pale. Sulu was okay, but Old Yuan was even worse, his legs shaking like a sieve. Qi Feng felt a bit sorry in his heart and stepped forward to say, "Manga, leave these two to me." When Qi Feng walked under the streetlight, Old Yuan and Sulu finally saw his face clearly. "Qi Feng?" The two exclaimed in surprise, their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Just now, Qi Feng had been standing in the shadows without saying a word, and the two thought he was another ghost security. Never expected that this ghost security would actually be Qi Feng. Wasn't Qi Feng a student? How did he mix with the ghost security? They were still calling each other brothers? At this moment, the two were filled with confusion. However, there was some good news for them. Since Qi Feng spoke, they should be fine. Old Yuan and Sulu exchanged glances, and the tightness in their hearts finally eased. Looking at Qi Feng, their eyes were filled with gratitude. At that moment, Huang Meng suddenly spoke, "Do you know each other?" "Yeah, they are my friends." Qi Feng nodded and said, "Manga, they." Huang Meng waved his hand, "Since they are your friends, let them go back to sleep. Just don't let it happen again next time." "Sure, sure." Old Yuan and Sulu were overjoyed, quickly nodding and bowing to express their thanks. They never expected Qi Feng's relationship with the ghost security was so good, one sentence saved them from punishment. Then, they looked at Qi Feng again and spoke earnestly. "Thank you." No matter what, Qi Feng saved their lives. Qi Feng nodded, accepting it calmly. "Alright, go back, just don't let it happen again next time." The punishment time for the ghost students was a bit boring. Qi Feng and Huang Meng sat on the steps chatting. Huang Meng threw a cigarette to Qi Feng and asked, "Are you going back to the student dormitory tonight?" Then he explained, "We security have separate dormitories." Qi Feng didn't think twice and said, "I'll stay in the separate dormitory." Who would be stupid enough to live with ghost students if they have a separate dormitory? Chapter 50, Meeting Zhong Xiaoqiang again. After the punishments were done, under Huang Meng's lead, Qi Feng arrived at his separate dormitory. Lying on the bed, he finally had time to check his updated tasks. Task 1, Patrol the campus. Task reward, player experience plus 300, ghost coins plus 1000. Task 2, within 10 in-game days, assist the ghost security Huang Meng in killing at least 3 ghosts that break into the campus. Task reward, player experience plus 600, ghost coins plus 2000, for each additional ghost killed beyond 3, player experience plus 200 extra. Ghost coins plus 500. Task 3, some ghost students ate cafeteria food and got diarrhea. As a member of school security, I have the obligation to ensure student safety. Please investigate the secret behind the cafeteria at Qingtang High School. Task reward, player experience plus 1000, ghost coins plus 5000, special reward X1. To be honest, this updated task after changing identity is much more rewarding than previous tasks. However, Qi Feng knows that profit comes with risk, and this also means that the difficulty of his task is much higher than before. Looking at several tasks. Task 1 is easy, basically a freebie. Of course, the task reward is also the least. Task 2 carries some danger, but Qi Feng can still accept it. After all, he has a 50% buff from his security aura. If things get tough, he has the cloak of invisibility to escape. As for task 3, it's a bit ridiculous. Investigating the cafeteria is something a security guard should do? Qi Feng vaguely feels that there's more to this task than meets the eye. Even though this is just a regular task, the rewards are not much lower than that of Zhong Xiaoqiang's hidden task. Organizing his thoughts, Qi Feng decides to try using the key of breaking the band to see if he can open the rooms on the 6th floor while patrolling the teaching building tomorrow night. If he successfully steals the exam papers, then Zhong Xiaoqiang's task will be solved. After that, he can begin to investigate the secrets behind the cafeteria. If it doesn't work, he will have to start with the vice principal, Meng Na. As for that ghost principal, Qi Feng is determined not to provoke him if he can avoid it. Wang Mang once said the ghost principal is one of the big shots in Ghost Street, and with his current strength, he can't even fill the gaps of the opponent's teeth. Besides, the ghost principal hasn't shown up yet. In the morning, Yin Tian stands outside Qi Feng's dormitory. Yin Tian, are you waiting for that guy Qi Feng? A player from the same room asks curiously. Yin Tian has been standing there for 5 minutes now. At this moment, a little ghost opens the door and walks out. Yin Tian reaches out to stop the little ghost. Is Qi Feng still alive? Bro Feng? The little ghost looks somewhat downcast and shakes his head. He went out to the bathroom last night and hasn't come back yet. Yin Tian is stunned. He thought the worst outcome was that Qi Feng got torn apart by the little ghosts inside the dormitory. But he didn't expect Qi Feng actually went out last night? And judging by the little ghost's expression, it seems he actually feels regret when mentioning Qi Feng. At this time, another player speaks up. Yin Tian, what did that guy Qi Feng go out for in the middle of the night? He hasn't come back yet. He won't be dead, will he? Yin Tian shakes his head, looking at Qi Feng's dormitory, and sighs. Let's go. Yesterday's performance made him think Qi Feng was very strong. The reason he waited here this morning was to confirm Qi Feng's strength. But unexpectedly, just the first night, Qi Feng went missing. In a horror game, being missing is no different from being dead. Originally, Yin Tian wanted to collaborate with Qi Feng on that matter, but now it seems he must find someone else. Likewise, the 8 players arriving in the classroom also noticed Qi Feng was absent. Class is about to start. Where's Qi Feng? Tian Lei is a bit anxious because today is her turn to clean the classroom with Qi Feng. Yin Tian only promised to help stop the little ghosts from scattering paper, but he didn't agree to help her clean. A player with Yin Tian says, I don't know. This morning, Yin Tian went to ask the little ghost from Qi Feng's dormitory, and the little ghost said Qi Feng went out last night and hasn't returned yet. He might have died. Died? Tian Lei's eyes widen. So today, do I have to clean the classroom by myself? Looking at a female player beside her, Tian Lei says, Lulu, how about you help me clean this afternoon? There's no way I can clean this big classroom in half an hour. I'll give you ghost coins. How much will you give? Is 100 okay? 200. Old Yuan wanted to speak several times. But he was stopped by Su Li's gaze. First, Qi Feng saved them last night. Second, Qi Feng suddenly became a ghost guard, and the two of them still didn't know what was going on. Third, if they suddenly exposed Qi Feng's current identity and caused him trouble, they might end up being resented by him. Seeing Su Li's warning look, old Yuan could only remain silent. At this moment, dressed in the security uniform of Qingtung Middle School, Qi Feng was wandering around the campus. Upon seeing a ghost student just entering the school gate, Qi Feng's eyes lit up. Xiao Chang, come here. Zhong Xiaoqiang turned back in confusion and looked. When he saw Qi Feng in the security uniform, Zhong Xiaoqiang's eyes were full of surprise as he rushed over. Brother Feng, what are you doing here? Nonsense, didn't Brother Feng promise to help you get the first place in class? If I don't come, how can you make it? Qi Feng patted Zhong Xiaoqiang on the head and smiled. Then he asked, where's Sister Lan? How's she doing? Still the same, but sometimes I see her sneaking into your room, sitting on the bed and staring blankly. Zhong Xiaoqiang thought for a moment and asked, Brother Feng, when are you going to see my mom? Qi Feng was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless by the question. Thinking for a while, Qi Feng replied, after your exams. Then he changed the subject, how's your studying going recently? Zhong Xiaoqiang scratched his head bashfully, Brother Feng, I think I might have boasted before. It seems a bit difficult to get the first place in class. Qi Feng rolled his eyes secretly, thinking to himself that it was about time he realized that. He patted Zhong Xiaoqiang's shoulder and said, it's a small matter, Brother Feng will take care of it. Ha? Brother Feng, what do you have in mind? Zhong Xiaoqiang looked puzzled, and only then did he notice Qi Feng's clothes, growing even more confused. Brother Feng, how did you become a school guard? Qi Feng smiled and signaled Zhong Xiaoqiang to lean in closer, then whispered in his ear, I'll tell you first, but you must not tell your mom about this. Zhong Xiaoqiang's eyes gradually widened. After Qi Feng finished, he patted his shoulder, now you know why Brother Feng became a guard, it's all for you, you little rascal. After asking Zhong Xiaochang some questions, Qi Feng learned quite a bit about the rules of Qingtung Middle School, gaining useful information. Seeing that class time was approaching, Qi Feng said, "Alright, go to class first. We'll talk more at noon." Parting ways with Zhong Xiaochang, Qi Feng slowly walked towards the academic building. Last night, Wang Mang was beside him. There were some things he couldn't do then. Now, he needed to go confirm things alone. Chapter 51, Caught by the Ghost Principal. Stealing exam papers could only be done late at night when everything was quiet. But Qi Feng was now preparing to do some groundwork early. Arriving at the iron gate at the bottom of the academic building, Qi Feng took out the key to break the restriction and tucked it into his pocket. The thought of using the key to unlock the door crossed his mind, and then the system's prompt appeared. "This is an iron door with weak rule power, it can be opened." Qi Feng smiled slightly. As expected, it worked. In this way, he wouldn't have to wait until night. During the day, under the pretext of patrolling, he could test whether he could use the key to open the offices on the 6th floor. Every floor's stairs to the upper floors in the academic building had an iron gate. "This is an iron door with weak rule power, it can be opened." Qi Feng tested one by one. From the 2nd floor to the 6th floor, the prompts were the same. At this moment, standing in the corridor on the 6th floor, Qi Feng took a deep breath and looked at the principal's office and the two nearby offices. From the 1st floor to the 6th floor, all the doors could be easily opened with the key to break the restriction. But this was not what Qi Feng wanted the most. Whether he could open the office storing the exam papers was the key. Soon, he would know if he could successfully complete the task. He walked quietly past the principal's office. Glancing inside, no one. Qi Feng also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had never seen the ghost principal of Qingtung Middle School, from Wang Meng's description, this old ghost was definitely very powerful. If he could avoid it, he would. Walking to the door of the office where the exam papers were stored, Qi Feng touched the broken key to unlock his pocket. A door sealed by the ghost principal cannot be opened. A different prompt echoed. Qi Feng? Not willing to give up, he took out the broken key to unlock again. At this moment, the system's prompt changed again. "Warning, cannot be opened." Damn! Qi Feng cursed inwardly and reluctantly put the key back in his pocket. Fortunately, he had been mentally prepared, so he did not show that he was furious. Looking at the door in front of him, Qi Feng stroked his chin. The key to open it is in the hands of the director, Meng Na. It seems he had to find a way to steal the key from Meng Na. However, the other party is also a dangerous ghost entity. His cloak of concealment is useless in front of a dangerous ghost entity. This is a bit troublesome. Thinking back to the first time he encountered Meng Na, the system's prompt flashed in his mind. Qi Feng pondered for a moment. Could it be that he really had to find a weakness on Meng Na to get the key? After thinking for a while, Qi Feng decided to first find someone to learn more about this Meng Na. Like the places she often goes, her hobbies, and so on. Of course, if he could find out about her affair site, that would be the best. Using the Shadow Mini spy camera in his hand, Qi Feng was sure he could capture a set of high-definition photos. Yes, that's how it's going to be. Qi Feng slapped his thigh. What if it's a dangerous ghost entity? As long as he finds a weakness in her, he can threaten her, he believes she wouldn't dare to defy him. At that time, using the photos, it would not be impossible to coerce this director into complying. Just as he was getting excited, suddenly, the door in front of him swung open. Looking at Meng Na in a black professional skirt and two beautiful legs in black stockings, Qi Feng was dumbfounded. Meng Na, holding a pile of materials, also clearly did not expect someone to be standing outside the door. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. "What are you doing here?" Meng Na frowned. Her enchanting eyes slightly narrowed, a cold and dangerous light flashed. Damn, I've encountered this old witch. Watching Meng Na, stepping in her black high heels, walking towards him step by step, Qi Feng felt his scalp tingle. The sound of her heels striking the floor was like a death knell. Their faces got closer and closer. Meng Na's body leaned over, Qi Feng could smell the rich scent of rose perfume on her. But at this moment, Qi Feng had no time to appreciate the scenery in front of Meng Na's chest, every muscle in his body was tense. Narrowing his eyes, Meng Na was sending out strong signals of danger. In a critical moment, an idea flashed in his mind. Qi Feng took a deep breath and spoke. "I am the new security guard of Qingting Middle School. I just heard noises from inside, and for the safety of the school's property, I came to take a look." Saying this, Qi Feng put on a serious face, looking straight ahead, with righteous fervor. "Oh?" Meng Na stepped back a bit, looked at the badge on Qi Feng's chest, her eyes glimmered with doubt. "Why didn't I know?" Qi Feng stood up straight and said loudly, "I just arrived last night." His voice was so loud it made Meng Na rub her ears. After confirming the security badge on Qi Feng's chest again, she frowned and said, "Alright, I got it." Qi Feng let out a sigh of relief. But then, Meng Na reprimanded, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Qi Feng. At this moment. Looking at Qi Feng, Meng Na coldly said again, "Has Huang Meng not told you? After going up to the 6th floor, patrol properly in the corridor, you don't need to worry about the materials inside the office. Also, this is not a place you should be during the day, patrolling classrooms is your duty. Since it's your first time, I won't hold you accountable. But if I find out next time, you'll be out of here." Damn, encountering this old witch, she started scolding me all at once. Qi Feng secretly cursed his bad luck. Looking at the panel above Meng Na's head, Qi Feng noticed that the system prompt had changed. Tip, be sure not to fall into her hands. Also, her relationship with the principal must not be made public. If you want to get the exam papers, you need to find evidence of her affair with the ghost principal. Note, it's best to have multiple copies of the evidence. Turning around and going downstairs, Qi Feng silently nodded. As expected, catching Meng Na with the ghost principal was key to completing Zhong Xiaoqiang's hidden mission. Next, finding the place where Meng Na was cheating and installing a shadow mini camera would be my job. But how could the two of them cheat for so long in school without being discovered? I guess finding the cheating location won't be easy. When he reached the 3rd floor, he saw the classroom of Class 4 of Grade 9. Qi Feng's heart stirred, and he walked over. As soon as he got close to the classroom, he heard a terrible scream. Ah! The scream was chilling. Qi Feng walked to the window and looked in, only to see several players lined up at the back of the classroom. Their postures were very strange. Each person's butt was stuck to a chair, as if glued on. In front of them, a teacher wearing glasses held a dripping bloodstick in his hand. One of the female players had a leg broken in two, thrown aside. Blood flowed endlessly from her broken leg. The scream just now must have come from her. What was going on? Qi Feng didn't quite understand. So many people were punished together? And even Yin Tian, the strongest player, was among them? Chapter 52, The Punished Crowd, Qi Feng Takes Action. Originally, Qi Feng wanted to ask Little Fatty about Principal Meng Na, to gather some useful information. But unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived here, he was met with such an explosive scene. All the players had been caught by the ghost teacher? Could it be that they were going to wipe out all the players? At this moment, the ghost teacher flicked the blood off the whip and coldly said to the crowd, "At Qingtang High School, the student code, Rule 22, respect your teachers. When you see a teacher, you must greet them, when you see the principal, you must bow, and you must stand during class. Not respecting your teachers is your punishment." He glanced expressionlessly at the female player lying on the ground moaning. "Since you didn't want to stand during class, then this pair of legs, I see there's no need to keep them, don't you think?" Under his cold gaze, the female player trembled and quickly shut her mouth. At this moment, old Yuan caught a glimpse of Qi Feng in the corridor. Instantly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "Qi Feng! Brother Feng! Save me!" At this time, the ghost teacher's whip was already raised. Seeing Qi Feng, old Yuan no longer cared about his face, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, he shouted loudly. His voice was hoarse and broken. "Brother Feng?" The ghost teacher didn't even turn his head, sneering, "No one can save you today." At this moment, everyone looked at old Yuan's appearance and instinctively turned their gaze towards the window. They saw Qi Feng standing in the corridor, hands in pockets. He looked relaxed, curiously watching inside. All the players stared wide-eyed in shock. Was Qi Feng not dead? How was he still alive and well? The most shocked was Tian Lei. She had thought Qi Feng was dead and spent 200 ghost coins to have someone help her clean the classroom. But unexpectedly, the missing Qi Feng had now reappeared. And he was watching the show in the corridor. One by one, players wore expressions of disbelief. They were confused about Qi Feng's sudden appearance. What was he doing? Was he not afraid of the ghost teacher's punishment by not attending class? Besides, he wasn't even wearing the school uniform, dressed like a security guard. What was going on? But at this moment, it was not a time to be entangled in why Qi Feng was not dead. It was a bold appearance in the hallway to watch the show. Qi Feng's presence gave old Yuan the courage to resist. As the ghost teacher lifted the whip, old Yuan's arm suddenly exerted strength, freeing himself from the chair stuck to his back. Then, with his one remaining hand, he grabbed the teaching whip that was falling from the ghost teacher. The ghost teacher's strength was only at the level of a ferocious ghost. Old Yuan might not be able to defeat him, but he could still resist and fight back. "Brother Feng, save me! My life, old Yuan's life, is yours." At that moment, holding onto the ghost teacher's whip, old Yuan looked at Qi Feng and shouted. He was also unlucky, being tricked by a little ghost on the first day, losing an arm. That night, he was set up by a little ghost to talk after lights out, nearly tortured by the ghost guards. And now, this group was being tricked again by little ghosts. He didn't know which little ghost had smeared a slowly melting glue on their chairs. At first, the few people sitting down, including In Tian, didn't notice. It was not until the class bell rang that they realized their bodies were firmly glued to their chairs. This caused their butts to be glued to the chairs when the ghost teacher entered the classroom to teach. The ghost teacher, who had initially been amiable, suddenly changed his expression. Without paying any attention to their explanations, he directly ordered them to stand in the back of the classroom as punishment. Then, the previous scene unfolded. Seeing that he was about to suffer again, old Yuan was ready to give it all. Giving his life to Qi Feng was better than being tortured to death by the ghost teacher. Besides, without Qi Feng last night, whether he could see the sunlight today was uncertain. Beside him, Sula spoke quietly, "Brother Feng, as long as you save me and old Yuan, we owe you a life." The two understood that Qi Feng was connected with the ghost guards. If Qi Feng stepped in, perhaps the ghost teacher would give him some face. The ghost teacher saw old Yuan grab the whip and wasn't angry, he just smiled coldly. Hearing the two speak, he slowly turned his head and looked outside the window. The moment he saw Qi Feng, his eyes showed slight doubt. "Who are you?" "I am the security of Qingting High School." Saying this, Qi Feng took a few steps and directly pushed open the back door to walk in. "Security?" The ghost teacher asked curiously, "Isn't the security Huang Meng?" Except for old Yuan and Su Lu, the other players were confused. Wasn't Qi Feng a student? In just one night, how had Qi Feng become security? Qi Feng smiled politely, "Oh. I am the new security, Huang Meng is my older brother." Huang Meng's rank was dangerous, 2 levels higher than the ghost teacher in front of him. Recognizing a dangerous ghost as his big brother, Qi Feng felt no shame. And mentioning Huang Meng's identity was to make the ghost teacher wary. Sure enough, the ghost teacher looked at the badge on Qi Feng's chest and frowned. He then spoke, "They are in class, disrespecting their teacher. I am giving them a small punishment. Is there a problem? Even if you are Huang Meng's little brother, you shouldn't say anything, right?" This statement was reasonable. Last night, Qi Feng saw Huang Meng punish those little ghosts. His methods were even crueler than the ghost teacher's. However, now the ghost teacher was punishing players, not little ghosts. Little ghosts could recover immediately after an arm was broken, they just lost some ghost power. But players were different. With broken arms and legs, one had to spend ghost currency in the game mall to buy a healing spell. Moreover, if the lost arm was not retrieved, the cost of treatment would be very high. Even after treatment, there would be a period of weakness afterward. Like Su Lu and old Yuan, due to lack of ghost currency for treatment, they could only play with one arm. Qi Feng pondered for a moment and slowly spoke, "I think the teacher can change the way of punishment." The ghost teacher squinted his eyes, "What way?" Qi Feng smiled meaningfully. "Let's go outside and talk." Watching the ghost teacher and Qi Feng leave, the few who were punished for standing finally breathed a sigh of relief, almost collapsing on the ground. It must be said, the ghost teacher's strength is not that impressive. In fact, except for In Tian, Su Lu and another experienced player present could defeat the ghost teacher. But the consequences of defeating the ghost teacher are something they cannot bear. You have to understand, behind the ghost teacher, there is Qingting Middle School, the director, and the ghost principal. If they were to find a place to secretly kill the ghost teacher without being discovered, that would be one thing. But now it's in broad daylight. If they killed the ghost teacher, none of them here would survive. That is the rule of the game. They are not facing just any ghost, they are facing the environment of the ghosts and even the powers behind them. In the corridor. Looking at Qi Feng, the ghost teacher calmly said, "Speak, what method?" Qi Feng pinched with his fingers, "Can this work?" As he moved his fingers, a pile of ghost coins appeared in his hand. At that instant, the ghost teacher's eyes slightly lit up. But the next second, he straightened his face and said blandly, "For Huang Meng's sake, I will give you a face." As he spoke, he extended one finger, 1,000 ghost coins. Damn, he really is asking for a lot. Qi Feng smiled and bent his finger back. Then he extended 5 fingers, 500. The ghost teacher slowly removed Qi Feng's hand and raised one finger again. 1,000, less than this number, there is nothing to discuss. Giving you a face? Although Qi Feng wasn't using his own money. But if all the money goes to the ghost teacher, would there still be profit for him? Qi Feng coldly smiled at the ghost teacher. How about letting my big brother come and talk to you personally? Qi Feng had already seen. The ghost teacher's strength was only at the level of a fierce ghost. And just now, the ghost teacher's actions. It was obvious that he still held some fear for Huang Meng. Qi Feng was gambling, betting that the ghost teacher would not dare to ignore the danger posed by Huang Meng. Sure enough, the ghost teacher hesitated for a moment. Then it's 500. Chapter 53, this kind of person doesn't live past 3 episodes on TV. Do you think the ghost teacher will give Qi Feng this face? What are they discussing with the ghost teacher? Old Yuan, isn't Qi Feng a student? How did he become a protector? Inside the classroom, several players whispered to each other. Although Qi Feng went out with the ghost teacher, many people were unsure if Qi Feng could convince the ghost teacher to spare them from punishment. And regarding Qi Feng's current identity, many were even more curious. Did Qi Feng trigger some kind of class change quest? How could he become a ghost protector and talk equally with the ghost teacher? I don't know either. Old Yuan shook his head. It's not that he wouldn't say, but he really didn't know. At this moment, the classroom door opened, and Qi Feng walked in. Qi Feng, how did it go? Several players quickly surrounded him, anxiously asking. Qi Feng glanced at everyone, smiled, and said mildly, I've discussed it with the ghost teacher. Each of you pays 500 ghost coins, and you can avoid punishment. 500 ghost coins? A few players were stunned, then all relaxed their expressions. 500 ghost coins to buy an arm, no one would refuse. This is just too worth it. Immediately, some players eagerly nodded, okay, I'll pay. One by one, players took out their ghost coins and handed them to Qi Feng. Looking at Qi Feng, their eyes were filled with gratitude, curiosity, and envy. Didn't expect Qi Feng to have such a big face. He was only gone for a short while, and he already convinced the ghost teacher not to punish them. At this time, Qi Feng had collected 3,500 ghost coins, just one person short. Tianlei, are you not paying? Looking at Tianlei, Qi Feng slightly raised an eyebrow and asked. Tianlei bit her lip and said, Qi Feng, you didn't come this morning, so I used my ghost coins to ask Lulu to help me clean up this afternoon. Look, you are no longer a student, the afternoon cleaning can only be done by me alone, so... Upon hearing this, Qi Feng suddenly understood what Tianlei wanted to say. Her meaning was that she was no longer a student, they were supposed to clean together in the afternoon, but now it was just her alone, wanting to compensate for herself. This foolish person, Qi Feng didn't even know how she survived the first instance. He smirked coldly to himself and interrupted, actually, you don't have to pay. Tianlei's expression brightened, really? It's not a big deal, if you don't pay the fine, it's just that when the ghost teacher comes in, you'll just get some punishment. Qi Feng smiled, I've already talked to him, he won't take a life. Tianlei's face changed immediately. Looking at Qi Feng, she opened her mouth. Fine, I'll pay. Taking the 500 ghost coins, Qi Feng nodded. Then, without looking at Tianlei's extremely ugly face, he closed the door and walked out. Everyone was still a small group, so Qi Feng naturally wouldn't cut her off completely. With such a personality as Tianlei, she wouldn't last 3 episodes in a TV drama. Qi Feng didn't need to tear his face with her here and be the bad guy. It would be worse to upset the other players. At that moment, a female player named Lulu looked at Tianlei, her face showing dissatisfaction. Tianlei, you don't want to pay ghost coins, why do you have to use me as an excuse? At worst, I won't take your 200 ghost coins, you can find whoever you like. Tianlei, you are indeed in the wrong here. Another female player spoke up, Qi Feng is doing this for everyone's good, you're not someone who lacks 500 ghost coins, right? Tianlei's face felt a bit embarrassed, and she retorted, 500 ghost coins, it's easy for you to say, why don't you just give it to me? After saying that, she raised her voice with vigor, I sit at the same table as Qi Feng, knowing it's our turn to clean today, and he runs off to be a security guard, and I haven't even said anything to him. We just got punished by the ghost teacher, and he appears right after, don't you think that's too coincidental? Maybe he colluded with the ghost teacher to trick us? Who knows what his intentions are? Suddenly, Lao Yuan, who had been silent, stood up. Without Qi Feng, could you still be standing here? You'd have been beaten to a pulp. Sulu also looked coldly at Tianlei. Scared, she shrank her neck and dared not speak. Only In Tian frowned slightly. He looked at Tianlei, then out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Here, the promised 500 ghost coins. In the hallway, Qi Feng transferred 500 ghost coins to the ghost teacher. As for the remaining 3,500 ghost coins, they naturally went into Qi Feng's pocket. Helping these players was fine, but Qi Feng wouldn't do it without some benefit. The ghost teacher put the ghost coins into his pocket and then put on a serious face. Seeing Qi Feng didn't move, he curiously asked, is there anything else? Qi Feng nodded. There's one more thing, I want to consult your class's little fatty about something. The ghost teacher didn't ask anything, just nodded in agreement, alright, you go call him. Little fatty, come out. Pushing open the classroom door, Qi Feng waved at the chubby boy. Brother Feng, I didn't do anything wrong. Seeing Qi Feng in a security uniform, the chubby boy appeared particularly nervous. Thinking about how he almost fought with the school security yesterday, he was now at a loss. He quickly reached into his pocket and took out the 50 ghost coins Qi Feng had given him yesterday. Brother Feng, here's your money back. Qi Feng rolled his eyes and didn't take it. Does Brother Feng look like someone who lacks this little money? Come with me, Brother Feng has something to ask you. Hearing Qi Feng wasn't coming for money, the chubby boy instantly breathed a sigh of relief and followed Qi Feng downstairs cheerfully. Reaching a quiet flower bed next to the playground, Qi Feng stopped. Little fatty, Brother Feng wants to ask you something. The chubby boy nodded, with a knowing look. Is it about Teacher Song Fei? Brother Feng, Teacher Song Fei likes to play guitar, and especially there's a song she really likes called Nocturne No. 5. Qi Feng. Don't talk nonsense, who's asking about her? His current task had already changed. Even though this female ghost Song Fei was quite pretty. Just like a star, but Qi Feng had no time to waste on her. Ah. The little chubby boy looked puzzled, secretly sighing that Brother Feng's heart changed too quickly. Qi Feng paused for a moment, then asked, how much do you know about your guidance director, Meng Na? Director Meng? The little chubby boy was stunned. Then, he looked at Qi Feng in disbelief and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Feng, so you like flirtatious ones? Director Meng has big breasts, a nice butt, and she loves to wear black stockings and form-fitting skirts. She's definitely very attractive. But then, the little chubby boy shook his head again. But I tell you, Brother Feng. Though Director Meng seems flirtatious, to win her over, the difficulty is definitely not ordinary. Qi Feng's face twitched. This little brat knows quite a bit. If it weren't for the mission, who the hell would want to deal with a dangerous ghost? Less nonsense, just say it. But unexpectedly, the little chubby boy looked at Qi Feng and blinked his innocent eyes. Say what? Chapter 54, The Secret Song Fei Knows, Qi Feng Strikes. Qi Feng strongly held back the impulse to slap the little ghost away and calmly said, talk about Director Meng. However, unexpectedly, the little chubby boy answered with a sense of righteousness, I don't know. Qi Feng was a bit confused. You've been at Qingtang Middle School for 3 years, and you don't know? What I just told you, didn't I? The little chubby boy counted on his fingers. Director Meng has big breasts, a nice butt, and loves to wear black stockings and form-fitting skirts. What else? That's it. Director Meng is particularly fierce to students. Every time we see her, we hide far away and don't dare to get close. Qi Feng. You don't know where she usually goes? I don't know. The little boy looked innocent. She mostly appears in the classroom building or on the playground, and rarely seen after school. What does she like? Have you ever seen her with the ghost principal? Qi Feng asked a few more questions, but the little chubby boy knew nothing at all. Qi Feng was so angry that he could only helplessly let him go back. Unexpectedly, this Meng Na was still an elusive figure for the students. Even those who studied at Qingtang Middle School for 3 years didn't know her daily routine. This was a bit troublesome. Could it be that he had to track Meng Na? Qi Feng shook his head. Not to mention that Meng Na was very familiar with Qingtang Middle School. Tracking a dangerous ghost was extremely risky. He didn't want to die for no reason. What about asking Huang Meng? Qi Feng hesitated a bit. Huang Meng was in security, quite alert. If he asked too much, what if he figured something out? That wouldn't be good. The whole morning, Qi Feng spent his time patrolling the teaching building while thinking. But there was no good way. Until close to noon, Qi Feng suddenly discovered that Meng Na's figure appeared in the teaching building again. Seeing Meng Na enter the office of the third-grade teachers, Qi Feng immediately pretended to patrol and wandered nearby. Before he got close, a woman in a white blouse and black skirt followed Meng Na upstairs. Her black hair was styled behind her head, revealing a fair and delicate neck. The fitted blouse highlighted her graceful curves, and underneath the skirt were 2 long, straight, fair legs. On her exquisite features rested a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Qi Feng didn't need to look closely. He recognized that this woman was Song Fei, the head teacher of class 3-4. Are these two hiding something? Qi Feng thought to himself, hurriedly following quietly. Song Fei, you should think carefully. Don't blame Sister Na for not giving you a chance. Standing at the corner of the hallway, Qi Feng heard voices coming from the corridor on the 6th floor. The speaker should be Meng Na. Her voice was very soft and charming, quite special. Qi Feng had heard it before. He only heard another cold voice, like a lark. Meng Na, you don't need to say anymore. I will not agree. Don't worry, I won't expose your matter. Just like that. Suddenly, a light laugh was heard, and Mona spoke. Sister, it's not that I don't believe you. It's that the principal doesn't believe you. You know, he doesn't have much patience. This time I came over, but next time, it might not be the same. Hearing this, Qi Feng felt a mix of shock and joy in his heart. He didn't expect that he had genuinely come at the right time. It seemed that there was some leverage between Mona and the ghost principal that Song Fei had seized. At the same time, the system's notification suddenly sounded. Hint, Song Fei knows about the matter between Mona and the ghost principal. You can find the answers you need by getting close to Song Fei. Warning, please hurry to approach Song Fei. The ghost principal is gradually losing patience, and this secret won't be kept by Song Fei for long. Qi Feng. He didn't expect that after going in circles, the breakthrough of the task still had to start from Song Fei. It seemed he needed to act quickly. Hearing that the two above had stopped talking, without hesitation, Qi Feng quickly turned and left quietly. Getting close to Song Fei had to be done by himself. Of course, he didn't plan to drop the matter in the cafeteria. Now, he already had two helpers to investigate the cafeteria: Old Yuan and Su Lu. Arriving at the cafeteria, Qi Feng glanced at the layout of the cafeteria. Aside from hearing the ghost students complain about the bad food earlier, he really couldn't see anything wrong at the moment. As for tasting the food that ghost students ate, Qi Feng couldn't do that. Coming to the ghost chef called Old Fei from yesterday, Qi Feng ordered 2 roasted pig's feet. Perhaps seeing the security uniform on Qi Feng, Old Fei appeared very polite, smiling as he handed over 2 pig's feet. He even said no need to pay. Qi Feng didn't hold back, also ordering 2 plates of vegetarian dishes. At this moment, many people's attitudes toward Qi Feng had already changed. Seeing Qi Feng carrying his plate over, someone immediately took the initiative to make room. Qi Feng, sit here. Qi Feng smiled and sat next to Old Yuan and Su Lu. I'm fine sitting here. As Qi Feng sat down, many people were secretly sizing him up while eating, looking like they wanted to ask but didn't dare to. Qi Feng didn't bother to explain. In a horror game, it's best to remain mysterious and low-key, so as to deter certain malicious people with ulterior motives. The more secrets people expose, the quicker they usually meet their demise. Yin Tian seemed somewhat distracted, even ignoring nearby Tian Lei, who was trying to make small talk. Old Yuan, Su Lu. Come find me in the security room later. After wiping his mouth when full, Qi Feng stood up. He said a word to the two and left the cafeteria. Old Yuan and Su Lu exchanged glances and nodded. Following Qi Feng, Old Yuan and Su Lu arrived at the security room. They were also smart and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Standing in front of Qi Feng, Su Lu spoke, Brother Feng, did you need something from us? Sit down first. After the two sat down, Qi Feng finally asked, what you said this morning, owe me a life, is it true? Su Lu nodded without thinking, yes. Brother Feng, just say it. Even if we have to risk our lives, Su Lu and I will help you. Old Yuan also stood up and said, it's not a big deal. Qi Feng spoke indifferently, I need you to help me investigate the cafeteria, from the chef to the cafeteria owner. Can you do it? Old Yuan and Su Lu looked at each other and nodded. We can. Qi Feng could see the ghost chef's strength at a glance. What he wanted Old Yuan and Su Lu to investigate was how many staff members were in the cafeteria, as well as the relationship between the cafeteria's owner and the school. Also, there was the matter of the cafeteria's food. These tasks weren't dangerous, but they were quite time-consuming. Asking more students, even if it was just hearsay, should yield some information. In the afternoon, Qi Feng sat in the security room, eating the ice pops he bought from the snack shop while glancing at the third-grade office. When he saw Song Fei return from the office without a class, in the dormitory, he changed into a new outfit, passed through the basketball court, and entered the small forest next to the school. Qi Feng stood up. He tugged at his clothes and, facing the mirror, tidied his hairstyle. Then, he took out his magical guitar. It was time to strike. Chapter 55, Playing the Guitar, The Thrilling Ghost Teacher. The sun shone warmly. Qi Feng had a police baton at his waist and carried his guitar on his back. He passed through the small forest of the school and arrived at a pond filled with lotus flowers. He glanced toward the pavilion deep in the pond, where a woman sat on a chair, watching the blooming lotuses. Qi Feng smiled slightly and stopped in his tracks. He did not approach. Instead, he found a spot nearby with lush lotus leaves and sat cross-legged. Then, he strummed the guitar strings, and a melodious, enchanting tune played. It was Nocturne No. 5. The melodious sound of the strings floated gently from the pond, carried by the breeze. In the pavilion. Wearing golden-rimmed glasses and looking elegant and serene, Song Fei turned in surprise. But she didn't see anyone's figure. She stood up and took a few steps toward one side of the pavilion. Finally, beneath a large cluster of lotus leaves, Song Fei saw a young man in a Qingteng high school security uniform sitting cross-legged on the ground, gently strumming the guitar. Is it him? Seeing Qi Feng's appearance, Song Fei was taken aback. Among the new transfer students in her class, she felt the most impressed by Qi Feng. Not only because he was the most handsome among the transfers but also because he had introduced himself by saying he loved music and played the guitar. However, Song Fei couldn't understand line end. Wasn't Qi Feng a student? Why did he suddenly put on a Qingteng high school security uniform and come here to play guitar? But soon, the question was cast aside as she gradually became immersed in the enchanting music. When she snapped back to reality, Qi Feng, beneath the lotus leaves, had already vanished without a trace. He plays the guitar really well, she thought to herself. Suddenly, a hint of excitement surged within her. At this moment, Qi Feng quietly showcased his guitar skills in front of Song Fei. Hearing the system's prompt, Qi Feng smiled slightly. Hint, your outstanding performance has successfully piqued Song Fei's interest in you. Your charm towards Song Fei +10, Song Fei's affection +20. Returning to the security room, he didn't wait long before it was time for school to end in the afternoon. He asked Zhong Xiaoqian to tell Zhong Lan that he would visit her in some time. Then, Qi Feng went to the third floor of the teaching building. That's right, he was there to watch a show. At this moment, Tianlei and a female player named Lulu were cleaning the classroom. Qi Feng watched for a while, smiled faintly, and went up to the fourth floor. As soon as he reached the corridor on the fourth floor, he spotted a young man with his hands in his pockets in the corner. Seeing Qi Feng arrive, Yin Tian showed no surprise, as if he had expected Qi Feng to come. Did Tianlei ask you to help her stop those kids throwing paper scraps? As he approached Yin Tian, he tossed over a cigarette. Qi Feng caught it, curious, and asked. Yin Tian lit a cigarette and tossed the lighter to Qi Feng. He then looked at Qi Feng, took a puff, and said, yes. Then he asked, and you? I'm here to watch a show. Qi Feng smiled, lit the cigarette, and took a puff, saying, but it seems this show won't be happening. Yin Tian's gaze flickered, he didn't respond. After a moment, he changed the subject and asked, how did you make those ghost students obedient to you? Qi Feng calmly replied, there's a saying, money can make ghosts push the mill. Yin Tian clearly didn't believe it, but he sensed the topic and didn't ask further. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps coming up the stairs made Qi Feng quickly hide his figure. 3 ghost students sneaked into the corridor. Leading them was the class monitor from class 3, 4, Yu Xiaoqian. But strangely, Yin Tian, who should have stopped Yu Xiaoqian, also hid and made a shushing gesture to Qi Feng. The 3 had clear division of labor. 2 people were on lookout, and Yu Xiaoqian held a black plastic bag in her hand. The hygiene inspector is here, hurry up and throw it away. After waiting for a while, one of the little ghosts shouted in a suppressed voice. Yu Xiaoqian leaned halfway out into the corridor and shook the black plastic bag in her hand. A pile of paper scraps fluttered down. Immediately, she stuffed the black plastic bag into her coat, and the 3 little ghosts hurried away. Paper scraps. What's going on? Where's Tianlei? From downstairs came a frantic voice. Qi Feng recognized the voice as Tianlei's. Looking at Yin Tian, Qi Feng felt a bit confused. Seeing Qi Feng's puzzled expression, Yin Tian suddenly burst out laughing. Isn't this the show you wanted to see? Come on, let's go watch. Saying this, Yin Tian walked over to the corridor, looking down from a height. The good show is about to start. Are you sure you don't want to come watch? Qi Feng also walked to the corridor and looked downward. He saw Tianlei standing pale in front of the ghost teacher wearing a red armband. Her legs trembled violently. But this time, no one was there to help her. The girl player Lulu, who had helped with the cleaning, had already left once the cleaning was finished. Teacher, I didn't throw these paper scraps. Someone is framing me. Tianlei explained with a pale face, looking at the ghost teacher. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, I have ghost coins, I have 1,000 ghost coins. Teacher, I'll give you 1,000 ghost coins. If you give me a few minutes, I'll clean this up right away. However, the ghost teacher coldly smiled. If the hygiene is unsatisfactory, you must accept punishment. Your punishment is. In the next moment, his body suddenly grew larger and elongated. He opened his big mouth and bit down towards Tianlei. At that moment, as the huge mouth loomed over, Tianlei desperately lifted her head. Then, she saw the 2 people upstairs in the corridor, leaning out and watching her. Qi Feng, Yin Tian. Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. Looking at Yin Tian, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand why Yin Tian, who was clearly upstairs, hadn't stopped the little ghosts from scattering the paper scraps. Didn't they agree on this before? She further couldn't understand why Qi Feng and Yin Tian would both appear upstairs at the same time. At this moment, seeing both of them up there, Tianlei seemed to find a chance to survive. Teacher, I found who framed me. But her words were cut short. The ghost teacher's jagged teeth bit off her upper body. With another bite, he swallowed her lower body. Then, his mouth moved, spitting out a pair of shoes. Qi Feng. I didn't expect this ghost teacher to be quite picky about food. At this moment, the ghost teacher lifted his head, looking coldly at the 2. The paper scraps in the corridor, were you the ones who threw them? It was clear that he had already heard what Tianlei said earlier. However, he couldn't bear to lose such a delicious meal, so he pretended not to hear. This ghost teacher was stronger than the previous one, a powerful ghost-level entity. Of course, even a powerful ghost-level entity was not in Qi Feng's sights. Now, he was wearing a security uniform, with all attributes and ghost power increased by 50%. He also had a purple ghost weapon, the Wild Whip. Even if the previous Aben stood in front of Qi Feng now, Qi Feng could take him down with one whip, no need for any sneak attack. As for Yin Tian, there was no need to mention, he didn't take him seriously at all. Seeing that the two actually ignored him, the ghost teacher was instantly enraged. Chapter 56, Yin Tian collaborates, Qi Feng refuses. Seeing that the two actually ignored him, the ghost teacher was instantly enraged. The ghostly aura surged, ready to charge forward. But in the next second, his face changed dramatically, and he quickly retreated. He looked at the two with terror, his expression shifting between darkness and light. Yin Tian's hair was flying, and the ghost power on his body flickered like fireworks. At this moment, the massive ghost pressure he released was over double that of the ghost teacher. Under Yin Tian's indifferent gaze, the ghost teacher actually felt a chill in his heart. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Damn! In this moment, the ghost teacher was cursing inside his heart. How could this student be so strong? Even Qi Feng felt that Yin Tian was unreasonably powerful. On the system panel. At this moment, Yin Tian's ghost power actually soared to 300. A level 16 player, with a ghost power of 300? You have to know, even this ghost teacher at the ghost level only has about 123 ghost power. Is this guy cheating? Do you dare to attack your teacher? But soon, the ghost teacher seemed to remember something, fearlessly saying, "What you did today, I will report to the school and let the school handle this." And as soon as the ghost teacher mentioned the school, even someone as strong as Yin Tian furrowed his brows slightly. At this moment, Qi Feng suddenly smiled faintly. Take a good look at who I am. I don't care who you are, the school guard? The ghost teacher's eyes suddenly widened. He had just said that Qi Feng's outfit looked a bit strange, not like a student's appearance. He never expected this guy was wearing Qingtang Middle School's guard uniform. Qi Feng spoke calmly, so, do you think that the guard responsible for protecting the school's property and student safety would harm an innocent student? Can I understand that you are questioning the character of our Qingtang Middle School's security? The ghost teacher was rendered speechless. Qi Feng sneered coldly, I think you need to discuss this issue with my big brother Huang Meng. I believe my big brother would love to discuss this matter with you. The ghost teacher was stunned on the spot. Who is Huang Meng? The #1 tough guy in Qingtang Middle School, besides the ghost principal. He often fights with the ghosts from Ghost Street, taking down several of them is nothing for him. Crushing him would be like crushing an ant. The ghost teacher's enlarged body shrank back instantly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He forced a flattering smile, it's a misunderstanding, brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I said you two look so good, how could you be the kind to frame others? It's purely that damned classmate spreading rumors. Rest assured, I've already dealt with her. What a quick change of face. Qi Feng had no intention of making things more complicated, he just glanced at the ghost teacher and lightly responded with an Qi Feng, I didn't expect your identity to be quite useful. Yin Tian retracted his ghost power, looking at Qi Feng with a smile. Qi Feng looked at him indifferently. Speak, why? Yin Tian was startled, then suddenly realized and asked, are you talking about Tianlei? Looking at Qi Feng's indifferent gaze, Yin Tian shook his head and smiled to explain, because this is my way of expressing sincerity to you. Sincerity? Qi Feng didn't understand. To be honest, though Yin Tian helped him deal with Tianlei, Qi Feng didn't have any good feelings towards him, rather becoming more wary and disgusted. He had promised Tianlei before, then at a critical moment, he had backstabbed her. In a horror game, someone who goes back on their word is the scariest. Because you don't know which of their words are true, they say they'll help you, then betray you back, and in the end, you won't even know how you died. Before this morning, I had promised Tianlei to help her stop the little ghosts from causing trouble. But after you saved us, Tianlei's behavior displeased me. She is very selfish, isn't she? Looking at Qi Feng, Yin Tian smiled and asked. But Qi Feng didn't answer, still with a cold expression. Yin Tian could only continue to explain, since then, I have been hesitating whether to help her. Of course, what truly made me decide to change my mind was the moment you called old Yuan and Sulu away in the cafeteria. If I'm not mistaken, I think you called them away to ask for their help, right? Yin Tian smiled slightly, we can cooperate. Cooperate? Qi Feng was taken aback, shaking his head. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Yin Tian quickly said. You just saw my strength. What you need to do, old Yuan and Sulu can help you do it. I can help you with that too. Of course, as part of the cooperation, I also need you to help me with something. No, you are mistaken. Looking at Tian, Qi Feng spoke lightly, I don't need cooperation. Why? Tian bewildered, is it because of Tianlei? Tianlei deserves it, doesn't she? Yes, but not entirely. Qi Feng did not deny it, nodding and saying, you are very dangerous to me. At least, for now, the sincerity you have shown is not enough. Indeed. Tian's strength is very strong, astonishingly strong. But the more this way, the less Qi Feng wanted to cooperate with Tian. Because he did not want to become a pawn or cannon fodder in Tian's hands. Of course, there is one very simple reason. Qi Feng clearly understood his own abilities. In terms of gaming experience, Tian's experience is richer than his own, and in terms of strength, Tian is also stronger. If even Tian could not handle certain matters, Qi Feng asked himself, did he have the ability to handle it? Moreover, there are only 10 days in the game. His tasks were still not completed, what reason did Qi Feng have to help Tian? Let's talk about cooperation later. Looking at Tian, who had a somewhat ugly expression, Qi Feng smiled. Even if I agree now, I think your tasks won't be so easy to complete, right? After pondering for a moment, Tian's expression finally improved a bit. Indeed, Qi Feng was right. Even if he cooperated with Qi Feng now, he still had many things unprepared. Alright, if you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Nodding, Tian said, as a gesture of sincerity, I can help you with one thing before cooperation. Okay, it's settled then. Qi Feng smiled, waved his hand, and turned to go downstairs. He did not cut off the conversation completely. In fact, he was also unsure if he would need Tian's help with future tasks. After all, his tasks, besides the supervisor dream Na, might also involve the mysterious principle behind her. Of course, through this conversation, Qi Feng had also formed a judgment about Tian in his heart. This guy was definitely not simple. He very likely had another hidden task, just like himself. Otherwise, based on the task released as a student upon entering the game, Tian wouldn't need to cooperate with him at all. Surviving for 10 days, plus passing the final exam, was it difficult for a player whose strength had already surpassed that of the school's ghost teachers? And the reason Tian was cooperating with himself, Qi Feng speculated, was probably because his ghost defender identity could help him. When Qi Feng finished dinner, returning to the defense room, he suddenly found Wang Meng fully armed, sitting at the entrance of the defense room with a mighty posture. Looking at Qi Feng, Wang Meng spoke in a deep voice, Qi Feng, do you remember what I told you last night? Brother Meng, you mean? Qi Feng suddenly recalled what Wang Meng had warned him about last night, and his expression slightly changed. Damn, is it happening so soon? Chapter 57, Stubborn Huang Meng. Qi Feng's expression slightly changed, Brother Meng, you mean? Exactly. Wang Meng nodded. I went to Ghost Street today, based on reliable information, a few blind idiots will sneak in tonight. So, you need to be mentally prepared. Patting Qi Feng's shoulder, Wang Meng spoke sincerely, be careful tonight, stick close to me. This way, I can protect you too. Alright, Brother Meng. Qi Feng nodded, at this moment, a wave of gratitude surged in his heart. Who says ghosts are all treacherous, terrifying, and cunning? Wang Meng was particularly righteous, knowing when to protect himself, much more loyal than human players. At the same time, Qi Feng suddenly realized. No wonder he hadn't seen Wang Meng the whole day, it turned out he went to Ghost Street. Thinking about how he had been flaunting Wang Meng's name everywhere today, calling him Brother Meng in front of the ghost teacher, Qi Feng felt a little embarrassed. Wow, the real person wasn't even there, and he had been flaunting Wang Meng's title for a whole day. It's a good thing these ghost teachers shrank back at the sound of Wang Meng's name, or I would have felt embarrassed. Wang Meng laughed lightly, alright, go back and prepare. Bring all your guys along, tonight will be a fierce battle. Qi Feng nodded, turned around, and headed towards his room. He hadn't gone far when Wang Meng suddenly muttered softly, finally got a security guard in, let's not die tonight. Though a bit weak, at least he can help me share the burden, right? Qi Feng almost fell over. Originally, Qi Feng had hoped to capture a couple of little ghosts tonight to absorb their ghost energy. But according to Huang Meng, the ghosts tonight would surely be quite powerful. In his eyes, there was a high chance he would perish. So, Qi Feng felt he needed to be extremely careful. He glanced at his current ghost energy, 168. Of course, the actual ghost energy was only 112, with 12 points gained from absorbing little ghosts, and the remaining 56 points boosted by wearing the security uniform. He looked again at his current ghost coins. 7,063. Qi Feng thought for a moment and spent 5,000 ghost coins to buy 50 ghost energy in the game mall. With the added buff, Qi Feng's ghost energy reached an astonishing 243. Feeling the abundant power within him, Qi Feng's confidence soared. Now, his ghost energy completely overwhelmed the remaining 7 players. Compared to the level 16 In Tian, he was not far off. In Tian's ghost energy was 300, but he was at level 16. And Qi Feng was only at level 7. Plus, with the purple ghost device, the wild whip, and the invisibility cloak in play, Qi Feng was confident he could handle anyone who wasn't a danger-grade ghost. At 10 o'clock at night, Qi Feng and Huang Meng first patrolled the dormitory, checking in. Then, instead of patrolling the teaching building, Huang Meng took Qi Feng to a small forest beside the basketball court to hide. Brother Meng, where do these ghosts usually come in? Why don't we guard a more open place? There weren't any mosquitoes in the small woods, but at night it felt eerie, like a horror movie. Qi Feng crouched on a tree, feeling particularly uncomfortable. Should keep your voice down. Sitting on another tree, leaning against a branch, Huang Meng whispered, these guys usually like to come from the pond over there. We're crouching here, which is a necessary path for them to the teaching building. If they come to steal things from the teaching building and can't win, they'll retreat the same way. We don't need to fight them to the death, right? Listening carefully, Qi Feng felt Huang Meng made a good point. I must admit, although he looks burly, he can be quite meticulous in certain areas. They're here. After huddling in the tree for a while, Huang Meng lowered his voice and called out, and Qi Feng quickly focused. In the dark of night, several shadows crept closer. Among them, the most eye-catching was a floating ghost. Its body appeared semi-transparent, drifting above the heads of several ghostly figures. Damn, how is there even a ghost here? The few ghosts reached right below the 2 men. Huang Meng's face turned pale as he cursed, then suddenly pulled out a chain and jumped down. In midair, the chain traced out a half-circle. One end, a hook, ignited with black flames like hell's fire, whipping towards the floating ghost. Huang Meng, it's you again. The ghosts below all let out a low howl in unison. In a critical moment, the ghost evaded the hook of the chain and floated aside. Some black flames stuck to her, hissing away, her ghostly form writhing with pain. But then, a strong wave of negative energy surged from her body, extinguishing the black flames in the blink of an eye. The long-haired ghost girl coldly stared at Huang Meng and said, Huang Meng, we see each other all the time. We just want that item from the archives. Huang Meng sneered back, easier said than done. If I let you pass, wouldn't I lose my job? However, his expression was not relaxed. Clearly, the long-haired ghost woman was a tricky opponent for him. At that moment, a wet-haired old ghost suddenly chuckled coldly and said ominously, Little white lady is here tonight too, are you sure? Stop yapping. If you want to pass, defeat me first. Huang Meng swung his chain, stirring up dust on the ground, showing no fear at all. Upon hearing this, the ghost woman got angry. Do you really think I can't beat you? The ghost woman floated down from the air. Huang Meng reacted quickly as well, swinging his chain toward the ghost woman. But the ghost woman was very agile. This time, the chain didn't even touch the hem of her clothing, she dodged skillfully. Let's all go. A few ghostly figures rushed forward in response. Just in time. Huang Meng roared, swinging his chain like a windmill, battling with several of them. But soon, reality proved otherwise. Huang Meng was just tough in words. With his strength, dealing with these 5 ghostly figures should have been no problem. However, with the added variable of the ghost woman constantly harassing him, Huang Meng was in a bit of a bind. Before long, 2 cuts appeared on Huang Meng's body. Although he had knocked down 2 ghostly figures, these ones tonight seemed particularly fierce, rushing at him desperately with loud howls. One swing of the chain ripped off a demon's arm, but several ghostly figures instantly shielded the injured one, and the hurt demon rejoined the fray with its severed limb. Huang Meng finally couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, Qi Feng, take care of yourself. I'm going all out, I can't worry about you. Originally, the ghostly figures hadn't noticed another person hiding in the trees nearby. But Huang Meng's shout instantly exposed Qi Feng. The ghostly figures slowed their attacks, cautiously observing their surroundings. The ghost woman moved between the trees with agility. Soon, she spotted Qi Feng hidden among the leaves, dressed in night clothes. Hee hee, found you. Chapter 58, Wild Whip, Admiration for Song Fei. Damn it. That Huang Meng is betraying me. Qi Feng had been hiding in the tree, watching the situation unfold, his plan crackling successfully. If Huang Meng was winning, he would jump in to deal damage, striking the fallen dog while it was down. If Huang Meng couldn't handle it, he would flee at the first sign of danger. But unexpectedly, Huang Meng's shout shifted the target of the ghostly figures. At that moment, the ghost woman suddenly pulled back the leaves and laughed coldly. Hee hee, found you. Then she saw the man hiding in the leaves grin at her. Before the ghost woman had a chance to figure out what was going on, Qi Feng swung his wild whip toward her face. Wild whip, damage to female ghosts plus 30%. With a snap, a whip mark appeared on the ghost woman's face. Ah. The next second, the ghost woman let out a miserable scream. Watching the ghost woman plummet from the air. The few ghostly figures holding back Huang Meng were stunned, looking at the man holding the whip in disbelief. At the same time, is she this weak against a whip? Qi Feng also couldn't believe it as he shook the wild whip. He hadn't even gone all out yet. Looking at the ghost woman falling, Qi Feng quickly realized. If the wild whip was this useful, when else would be a better time to use it? He looked again at the soul-snatching chains in his hand. He never missed such opportunities. Taking advantage of a few evil spirits being distracted, he struck. With a swing of the chain, one evil spirit's head rolled to the ground. All the pent-up anger released at that moment for Huang Meng. The soul-snatching chains whipped through the air, making several evil spirits plead for mercy. On the other side, with a few lashes, Qi Feng scattered the ghostly female spirit. Ding! Successfully killed one powerful ghostly spirit, task completion, 1 out of 3. Turning around. Seeing Huang Meng single-handedly battling 4 opponents and killing them all, Qi Feng's eyelid twitched and he called out hurriedly. Brother Meng, take it easy, let me do this. Saying this, Qi Feng quickly grabbed the wild whip and ran over. The 4 evil spirits were already beaten by Huang Meng until their ghostly energy was scattered. Without breaking a sweat, Qi Feng reached them first and killed all 4. Ding! Mission completed. Within 10 days of game time, the player assisted the ghost to protect Huang Meng by killing at least 3 ghostly entities that invaded the campus. Current progress, May 3rd. Player upgrade experience plus 600, level up to level 8, current experience 400/900. Unallocated attribute points plus 4. Ghost coins plus 2000. Additional reward, experience points plus 400, current experience points 800/900. Additional reward, ghost coins plus 1000. Casually adding the 4 attribute points to strength, Qi Feng's strength reached 55 points. At that moment, Huang Meng finished wiping the chains and walked over. Not bad, kid, you're pretty strong. Patting Qi Feng on the shoulder, Huang Meng praised him. I underestimated you. Huang Meng knew how tricky the ghostly female spirit was. In one-on-one combat, he was naturally not afraid, but definitely not as easy as Qi Feng. Qi Feng pretended to be humble. Not at all, mainly you attracted their firepower, I was just assisting a bit. If we talk about who's powerful, you're the most powerful. Qi Feng gave a thumbs up. Just now, I almost couldn't believe my eyes, I thought it was the legendary Lubu. Huang Meng loved this compliment, continuously patting Qi Feng's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Brother Feng, you're someone worth making friends with. I, Huang Meng, still have some reputation in school. If you encounter any trouble, just mention my name. Qi Feng suddenly spoke up. What if mentioning your name doesn't work? Huang Meng? Qi Feng smiled, just joking. Brother Meng, you're so powerful, who wouldn't give you some face? Huang Meng waved his hand. No worries, if my name doesn't work, come find me, I'll take care of it myself. Qi Feng's flattery was well received, and for the next task of patrolling the teaching building, Huang Meng went on his own. Qi Feng thought about it. Since he couldn't open the offices on the 6th floor anyway, he readily agreed. Then he went to the dormitory, casually grabbed 2 talking little ghosts and brought them back to his room, then started to absorb their power. For the next 2 days, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The ghost class monitor, Yu Xiaoqian, who was caught by Qi Feng on the playground extracting ghostly power, didn't dare to harm other players anymore. Meanwhile, old Yuan and Su Lu were secretly gathering information from the cafeteria. I have to say, having the identity of a ghost protector is really helpful. After 2 days, Qi Feng either extracted ghostly power or was on the way to extract ghostly power. The ghostly power he absorbed during class and at night had already reached 100 points. Now, with the school's protective buff aura, Qi Feng's ghostly power had reached 318 points, surpassing Yin Tian. In the afternoon. The moment Qi Feng saw Song Fei walking out of the dormitory, he took his guitar and headed to the pond in the small woods ahead. Over the past 2 days, Qi Feng had been going to the pond to play guitar every day. And whenever Song Fei had no classes, she would go as well. Though the two had never spoken, they unknowingly developed a tacit understanding through this silent communication. Still at the same old place, Qi Feng began to play a tune. Song Fei stood in the pavilion, quietly listening. As a beautiful and melodious piece ended. Your charm towards Song Fei plus 10, Song Fei's affection level plus 20. Receiving the system prompt. Qi Feng smiled slightly. Still pretending not to notice the other party, preparing to leave. Little did she know, under the charm of the magic guitar. At this moment, the multi-talented him had developed a deadly attraction toward Song Fei. At this time, in the pavilion. Watching Qi Feng tidy up his guitar, Song Fei suddenly felt her heart race. 3 days, the same pavilion, the same place. Unknowingly, her gaze towards Qi Feng changed from curiosity to admiration. And from admiration, it turned into adoration. perhaps mixed with a hint of infatuation. She had never seen such a handsome guardian play the guitar so well, so beautifully. Wait a minute. Finally unable to suppress the impulse in her heart, Song Fei walked over. Hello, Qi Feng. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qi Feng, and Song Fei smiled. She was wearing a pink shirt and blue denim shorts. Her fair, long legs were in high-heeled sandals, very eye-catching. Mature, yet with a touch of playfulness. Who are you? Qi Feng pretended not to recognize her and looked at her. Teacher Song Fei? Song Fei nodded gently, yes. Looking at Qi Feng, she smiled and said, you played the piece Nocturne 5 very well. Qi Feng was slightly surprised. You like this piece too, Teacher Song? Yes. Song Fei nodded. Can I play it? Of course. Qi Feng smiled politely and handed the guitar to Song Fei. Song Fei took the guitar and tried playing it, listening to the wonderful music. At this moment, a system prompt rang in Qi Feng's mind. Prompt, Song Fei's favorability towards you has greatly increased. You can now chat with her about life and ask her some questions. Qi Feng's heart was delighted. Finally, he could ask Song Fei about the secret between Demon Director and Demon Principal. Chapter 59, Mina's Secret, Song Fei's Hidden Task. How do you think I played? After finishing the piece, Song Fei blinked and asked. Her expression was a bit uneasy, like a student waiting for praise from a teacher. Without needing the system's reminder, Qi Feng knew what to do. Gently clapping, Qi Feng praised, very good. With a flash of joy in her eyes, Song Fei shyly lowered her head. Where? At this moment. The system prompt suddenly appeared again. When taking back the guitar, grab her hand and then ask her why she seems unhappy lately. Qi Feng? In broad daylight, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The system's prompt had never been wrong. So, as Qi Feng took the guitar from Song Fei, he smoothly grabbed her delicate hand. What are you doing? Song Fei's ears turned red all of a sudden, trying to pull her hand away from Qi Feng while speaking in a flustered manner. Clearly, she did not expect this guy would make such a sudden move. Qi Feng would not let her escape. Song Fei was just a tiny ghost creature after all. After some struggle, her soft little hand moved in Qi Feng's grip, which only excited him more. Teacher Song, don't be nervous. Qi Feng suddenly said, I just noticed that you seem unhappy lately. If you have any troubles, you can talk to me. Saying this, Qi Feng looked at Song Fei with pure eyes. Seeing those sincere eyes, Song Fei unexpectedly believed him. I don't know how to say it. Letting out a soft sigh, Song Fei shook her head, looking hesitant. Seemingly unsure how to start. Qi Feng, actually, that day when you argued with Director Mina in the office, I saw it. Song Fei's expression slightly changed. You know? Qi Feng nodded and asked, did Mina threaten you? After thinking for a moment, Song Fei nodded. Then, she began to recount what had happened to her recently. Actually, not long ago, there was a night I forgot the lesson plan I needed for the next day in the office. Then when I was going back, I accidentally stumbled upon Mina and the principal in. As Song Fei narrated, Qi Feng's eyes gradually brightened. He found it. The secret meeting place of Mina and the demon principal. It turned out, when Song Fei went back at night, she saw that the light in an office on the 5th floor was still on. She knew it was the office of the guidance director, Mona. After taking the lesson materials, she curiously went to the 5th floor to see what Mona was busy with. But to her surprise, besides Mona, she also saw a creepy bald middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the ghost principal. It must be said, the ghost principal had a very wild time with Mona. According to Song Fei's vivid description, when she discovered the two, Mona was bound to the chair, and the ghost principal held a whip in his hand. Scared out of her wits, she accidentally made a sound. Then, she was discovered by the ghost principal and Mona. But at that moment, neither of them stopped Song Fei. The ghost principal even turned around and gave Song Fei a meaningful smile. Back in the dorm, she spent a fearful night, but nothing happened. Song Fei thought this matter was over. But the next day, when Mona called Song Fei to her office, Song Fei realized the truth. That night, the ghost principal let her go not out of kindness. Instead, he had set his sights on her long ago. At that time, Mona directly told Song Fei that unless Song Fei joined them and became the ghost principal's lover, she would be expelled after the final exam under some excuse. Despite Song Fei repeatedly assuring that she would not leak their affair, the ghost principal and Mona still wouldn't let her go. During this time, Mona had threatened Song Fei more than once. She warned that if Song Fei did not agree, the ghost principal would use force. Aren't they afraid you might get angry and expose their scandal? Qi Feng asked with confusion. According to the system's hint, the underground relationship between the ghost principal and Mona should make them very afraid of exposure. Logically, having Song Fei in a position of power over them, they should either offer benefits to silence her or ensure she could never speak. Why then were they threatening Song Fei instead? Could it simply be that the ghost principal coveted Song Fei's beauty? Qi Feng felt it was unlikely. How could they not be afraid? Song Fei forced a bitter laugh and shook her head. Words alone aren't enough, I have no evidence of their affair. Even if I spoke up, would anyone believe me? Moreover, many teachers in the school are very afraid of the principal. Without evidence, they would definitely side with the guidance director and the principal. If I say anything, I might even get bitten back, accused of slandering them. Song Fei's expression suddenly looked weary. What do you think I should do? Unknowingly, her head had leaned on Qi Feng's shoulder, treating him as a trusted person to confide in. Qi Feng's hands were somewhat awkward, so he could only gently pat Song Fei's shoulder. It's okay, I will help you solve it. Song Fei smiled weakly. She didn't believe it at all. Qi Feng was just a small security guard, how could he possibly help her solve this problem? He had no idea how terrifying the ghost principal was. Even Huang Meng had no chance against the ghost principal. I have made up my mind, if the ghost principal wants me, I will not let him succeed, even if I die. Releasing the pressure in her heart, Song Fei seemed to have come to terms with her thoughts, feeling much lighter. Looking at the distant sky, she murmured. Qi Feng asked, can't you just resign and leave? Song Fei shook her head, teachers who enter the school have a contract with it. If the ghost principal doesn't release the contract, I cannot leave the school. Qi Feng suddenly remembered the few ghostly beings from last night. They seemed to have come for something related to the school. Could it be for that so-called contract? Then where is this contract? Qi Feng asked. Song Fei was taken aback, looking at Qi Feng incredulously. Could it be that he? But she hurriedly shook her head. You can't get it, the contract is on the 6th floor. The archive room there had long been sealed by the ghostly principal's powerful spell, with only one key in his hand. Qi Feng looked thoughtful, seeming to be considering something. Song Fei hurriedly spoke, you mustn't act impulsively. As soon as you touch the seal, the ghost principal will appear, you can't defeat the ghost principal. Seeing Song Fei's worried expression, Qi Feng suddenly smiled. How will I know if I don't try? Qi Feng was not acting impulsively. However, the sudden prompt from the system made him realize that this beautiful ghost teacher was actually also speaking against her will. Deep inside, she desperately hoped someone would help her get that contract, to escape the ghost principal and Dream Na's threat. Ding! Hidden task triggered, Song Fei's plea. Task description, please help ghost teacher Song Fei get rid of the threat from the ghost principal and ghost director. Task rewards, player experience points plus 2,000, ghost coins plus 5,000, special rewards x2. Chapter 60, Setting up the camera, behind the cafeteria. Originally, I just wanted to find out from Song Fei about Dream Na and the ghost principal's affair location. I didn't expect to accidentally trigger Song Fei's hidden task. However, Qi Feng did not choose to accept it immediately. Should I deal with the dangerous ghost named Dream Na, or the even more dangerous ghost principal? Anyone with a sound mind would choose to deal with the weaker one. Of course, Qi Feng's mind was sound. After parting ways with Song Fei, he returned to the security office. Then, Qi Feng took a can of tea leaves and headed to the 5th floor of the teaching building. Right then, he saw that the director's office door was open. After checking that no one was around, Qi Feng slipped into the director's office. What do you want? Before Qi Feng could feel happy, a cold voice came from behind the desk. Turning his head, he saw Dream Na, with her white shirt tightly hugging her chest and a fiery figure, looking at him with indifference. Qi Feng. A few days ago, I accidentally bumped into the director, so I heard you like tea, I brought some as an apology. Raising the can of tea leaves in his hand, Qi Feng smiled awkwardly. He secretly thought it was dangerous, it was lucky that he knew Dream Na liked tea when he talked with Song Fei, so he had specially bought a can of tea leaves as a pretext. He didn't expect it would actually come in handy. Tea leaves? Dream Na frowned after glancing at the can in Qi Feng's hand. Bring it here, let me see. Her fitted white shirt looked like it was a size too small. Her long black silk legs were in black high-heeled shoes with red soles. She exuded a high and cold mature woman charm. Qi Feng quickly handed over the can of tea leaves. Just as Dream Na opened the can, Qi Feng gently flicked his right hand. The activated shadow mini camera silently stuck to the wall of the office. It was truly invisible and without color. Aside from Qi Feng being able to sense the camera was there, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye at all. It worked. At that moment, Dream Na confirmed that the can indeed contained tea leaves, and looking at Qi Feng, her expression softened a bit. I'll take the tea leaves. You can go now. Qi Feng quickly nodded, okay, goodbye, director. Damn, not even a thank you was said. No manners at all, Qi Feng thought, when I used the wild whip to beat you, let's see if you still remain so high and cold. The shadow camera was already set up. According to Song Fei, this place was where the ghost principal and Dream Na often met. Each time the ghost principal returned to the school, they surely entangled here for a while. What Qi Feng had to do next was simply 2 words: wait. In 4 days, the final exams would be here, and the ghost principal had no reason not to come back to inspect the school. Now, it was time to look for Old Yuan and Su Lu, see how their information gathering about the cafeteria was going. The ingredients in the cafeteria are all cheap, low-quality food? There are 6 employees in the cafeteria. The cafeteria owner seems to have ties with the ghost principal? Some ghost students' parents have come to the school about the food issue, but it ended up unresolved? Looking at the information organized by Old Yuan and Su Lu, Qi Feng stroked his chin. Without a doubt, the cafeteria boss intentionally buying low-quality ingredients must be due to embezzlement. And the reason the cafeteria boss dared to be so brazen must be because the ghost principal was backing him up. However, after Qi Feng simply integrated and analyzed this information, the sound of task completion did not ring out. Instead, a new system prompt appeared. Hint: to complete the task, find evidence of the cafeteria boss and ghost principal colluding to embezzle. Qi Feng. Damn it, I knew this 1000 experience points reward wouldn't be so easy to obtain. I thought, how could the task be completed just by my few lines of analysis? It turns out I need to find evidence of their embezzlement myself. Suddenly, Qi Feng thought of ghost chef Old Fei. This guy has a fat head and big ears, and his heart is very dark. He obviously is not a good person. Ugh, a bad ghost. About the cafeteria ghost boss and ghost principal, this guy and the other cafeteria employees might know something. Or, I could directly find the cafeteria boss. With fists and a whip, I'm not afraid he won't honestly hand over the evidence of embezzlement. But based on the information analysis from Su Lu and Old Yuan, I still don't know what level ghost this cafeteria boss is. He knocked on the table. Looking at Old Yuan and Su Lu, Qi Feng smiled slightly. He took out a stack of ghost coins, pointed, and gave each 500. Just as Old Yuan was about to reach out, he was stopped by Su Lu. Brother Feng, no need. We didn't do anything, we just moved our mouths. As long as this information is useful, Old Yuan and I won't feel like we've worked in vain these past 2 days. Looking at Su Lu, Qi Feng was taken aback for a moment and smiled. He still stuffed the ghost coins into the hands of the two. Take it, I have something for you to do. The two exchanged glances, then looked at Qi Feng, who was serious, and finally accepted the ghost coins. Old Yuan spoke up, Brother Feng, you can tell us if you have something. Qi Feng asked, where is the cafeteria boss? Old Yuan shook his head, he rarely appears, they say. After thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, but I heard that he will be present when purchasing ingredients. A batch of ingredients arrives at the cafeteria tomorrow afternoon, so we should be able to find him then. Su Li's words were still very straightforward, Brother Feng, are we going to deal with him? Deal with him? Qi Feng glanced at Old Yuan, who was startled by Su Li's words. Qi Feng smiled, tomorrow afternoon, let's take a look first. Okay, whatever you decide, Brother Feng, I'll listen to you. Su Li nodded, not asking further. After sending the two away, Qi Feng lay in bed, pondering about tomorrow. It's certain that the cafeteria boss has to be dealt with, but the question is how to do it. There are 6 cafeteria employees. Having followed the cafeteria boss for so long, it's hard to say they wouldn't side with him. These past few days when Qi Feng went to the cafeteria, he had already figured out their strengths. 4 were at the evil ghost level, while the one called Old Fei and another chef were at the fierce ghost level. Old Yuan is a bit cowardly, but he should have no problem dealing with 2 evil ghost level employees. Su Lu has stronger strength, but he lost an arm, so he could probably handle 1 fierce ghost level chef. Dealing with 2 fierce ghost level chefs might be tough. Of course, the key is that the cafeteria boss's ghost level remains unknown. If he is at the fierce ghost level, Qi Feng thinks it would be no problem. If he is at a dangerous level, then it might require getting help. Qi Feng suddenly thought of Yin Tian. In the past few days while patrolling, Qi Feng had seen this guy wandering around the 4th and 5th floor offices several times. It seems his guess was right, Yin Tian really has other tasks on hand. Several times when he saw Qi Feng, he wanted to say something. Only to be rejected by Qi Feng. After thinking for a moment, Qi Feng decided. If absolutely necessary, tomorrow he would ask Yin Tian to help. Hasn't he been wanting to cooperate all along? Tomorrow, let's see how sincere he is. Now my ghost power is even higher than Yin Tian's. With Huang Meng as a backing. Cooperating with this guy, no matter what little schemes he had, Qi Feng was not worried. Of course. If Huang Meng wasn't restricted by the school's contract as the security guard of Qingting Middle School, he wouldn't be able to go after the cafeteria staff. Qi Feng wouldn't have sought cooperation with Yin Tian. This was also Qi Feng's last resort in his plan. After ensuring the plan was foolproof, Qi Feng finally relaxed, waiting for tomorrow to arrive. Chapter 61, Peeking at Director Gue. In the morning, at 9 o'clock. With nothing to do, Qi Feng decided to catch a little ghost to absorb some ghost energy. At that moment, he suddenly sensed that the camera in the director's office had started working. With a thought, Qi Feng connected to the shadow mini camera. In an instant, a phantom projection appeared before Qi Feng. In the office, he saw Meng Na walk in wearing a white shirt and a black split skirt. Near the thigh-high split, two long beautiful legs were faintly visible. Glancing at the desk, Meng Na picked up the tea leaves that Qi Feng had sent yesterday and looked at them. She casually threw them into the wastebasket beside her. Kicking up her long legs clad in black stockings, she sat on the sofa. She pulled out her phone and then made a video call. A deep male voice sounded, "Baby, why did you suddenly call me? Is there something up?" Meng Na said sweetly, "I miss you, when are you coming back?" He. The man suddenly laughed lewdly, "Didn't I say I'd be back tomorrow? Can't you wait?" "Of course. I can't wait for you." Meng Na adjusted the camera and licked her bright red lips. As the two flirted, Meng Na stretched her hand inside her clothes. Caught off guard by the scene, Qi Feng almost spurted blood. However, hearing the old ghost's perverted laughter, Qi Feng thought to himself, this old lewd ghost must be the ghost principal himself. While they were flirting, Qi Feng adjusted the camera to capture the exciting scene. Suddenly, he wanted to see what the ghost principal looked like. Qi Feng adjusted the camera angle, directing it towards Meng Na's phone screen. A balding middle-aged man appeared on the screen. A square face with thick eyebrows. Is this what the ghost principal looks like? Meng Na really isn't picky, how desperate can she be? A sneer appeared in Qi Feng's heart. At that moment, the ghost principal suddenly frowned, showing confusion. Is there someone else over there? I feel like someone is peeking. Meng Na froze and quickly adjusted her clothes, standing up to look out the window. No, there isn't. The ghost principal's face darkened. No, you need to turn your phone around for me to see. Seeing this scene, Qi Feng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly cut off the connection with the camera. Sitting on the bed. For a moment, Qi Feng felt a bit uneasy. This damn ghost principal is too powerful, even through the screen, he can feel someone peeking at him? Oh no, I can't mess this up. At this moment, in the director's office, as Meng Na stood up with her phone and walked around the office, the ghost principal no longer felt that sense of being watched. Is it just my illusion? He gazed at the office surroundings in confusion, frowning and mumbling to himself. As a horror-level ghost, the ghost principal had always been confident in his senses, rarely making mistakes. Seeing his look, Meng Na chuckled lightly, "Don't be so paranoid, my dear, I'm waiting for you." Indeed, having found nothing, the ghost principal leered with a smirk. "Okay, dear, I'll be back tomorrow night." In the security room, Qi Feng cut off the connection with the camera very decisively. Thinking about it, even if the ghost principal knew someone was peeking, he probably wouldn't immediately trace it back to him. With his heart still racing, he walked out of the security room. After a while, Qi Feng saw Mona twisting her slender waist as she came out of the office. In his senses, the camera was still safe and sound, so Qi Feng finally set his mind at ease. Watching Mona walk like a cat, Qi Feng couldn't help but recall a scene he just witnessed in the office. He sighed, this ghostly woman, is really seductive. He watched Mona's figure disappear down the corridor. Narrowing his eyes, Qi Feng stroked his chin. From the eavesdropped conversation just now, the ghost principal should be back tomorrow. At that time, the shadow mini camera he set up would definitely capture evidence of their affair. To take a step back, the footage he secretly recorded just a few minutes ago was already enough to put pressure on Mona, the director of education. Next, it was time to back up the evidence. Then, find a suitable opportunity to confront Mona and make her provide all the exam papers and answers for grades 2 and 3. This way, Zhong Xiaoqian's hidden mission could be completed. Of course, before all of this, Qi Feng knew there was still one very important thing to finish first. That was to find evidence of corruption involving the canteen owner and the ghost principal. If he couldn't gather evidence before the ghost principal returned, it would be nearly impossible to obtain it after the principal was back in school. This old ghost was really too clever. So tonight, he had to take care of the canteen owner. At noon, Qi Feng went to the canteen. After eating, Qi Feng originally wanted to discuss cooperation with Yin Tian. But unexpectedly, before Qi Feng could find Yin Tian took the initiative to come to him. "Qi Feng, I am almost ready." Entering the security room, Yin Tian got straight to the point, "I want to talk about cooperation." Half the time for the task had passed, and Yin Tian was a bit anxious. Qi Feng smiled. "Perfect timing, I also have a favor to ask of you." Yin Tian's expression remained unchanged. "It's about the canteen, right?" Qi Feng was slightly surprised. "You know? You underestimate me too much." Yin Tian smiled. In the past few days, Lao Yuan and Sulu have been inquiring about the canteen. Anyone with a little brain can guess it. Since Yin Tian knew, Qi Feng had nothing to hide anymore. Didn't you say you wanted me to see your sincerity? For tonight's matter, I might need your help. Of course, it's only a possibility. Qi Feng added, saying, if I ask for your help tonight, then we can discuss cooperation afterwards. If not, we still won't cooperate. Looking at Qi Feng, Yin Tian shook his head and suddenly smiled. You'll need it. Why is that? Because it's simple, the canteen owner is a dangerous level ghost. You can't handle it. Looking at Qi Feng, Yin Tian said lightly. What he said before wasn't just bluster. In the past few days, apart from having no clue about the offices on the 6th floor of the teaching building, he had thoroughly investigated all other areas, knowing what ghostly entities were present and their strength. After all, his task left no room for mistakes. Any missed details, any small oversight, could become a critical weakness leading to his failure. What troubled Yin Tian the most was that there were a total of 3 dangerous level ghosts in this school. He could handle one, but if 2 dangerous level ghosts showed up together, all he could do was avoid them. That's why he was eager to seek cooperation with Qi Feng. He knew this guy was definitely not simple. Chapter 62, Viciously Attacking Dangerous Level Ghosts, Yin Tian's True Strength. Did Yin Tian really know the canteen owner was a dangerous level ghost? But Qi Feng didn't pursue his intentions. Everyone had their own secrets. Even if he asked, Yin Tian might not say. Alright, let's talk after you take action. Qi Feng said no more, whether it was a dangerous level ghost. He knew right away when he saw the canteen boss. Yin Tian smiled and said, always waiting. He didn't stay, turning and leaving. In the evening, when a truck stopped in front of the canteen, Qi Feng, Old Yuan, and Sulu all looked towards the canteen door. Everyone come out to unload. The truck driver shouted. Several canteen employees came out, some carrying their own intestines, some catching their own brains with one hand, and some holding big spoons. While these ghosts were unloading the ingredients. On the 2nd floor of the canteen, a well-dressed man in a suit walked down the stairs. The moment Qi Feng saw the man in the suit, his eyelids twitched. Damn it, Yin Tian's crow's mouth really hit the mark. Dang how. Canteen boss. Level? Strength, dangerous level. Introduction, the Ghost Principal's nephew, colluding with the Ghost Principal. Hint, as usual, after unloading the goods tonight, he will organize a meeting for the employees on the 2nd floor of the canteen. This is your chance to act. Moreover, the key is that this man in the suit is also the Ghost Principal's nephew. Gritting his teeth, Qi Feng made up his mind. Damn it, if we do it, let's do it thoroughly. Let him not see tomorrow's sun. Before deciding to act, Qi Feng had thought about this issue. Anyway, if he got evidence of the Ghost Principal and canteen boss's corruption, the Ghost Principal wouldn't be able to escape from him. What if he's the Ghost Principal's nephew? Let's not hesitate, once we get the evidence, then kill him. After finishing unloading the ingredients, Deng Hao took 6 employees upstairs. However, Yin Tian, who was supposed to come and help, did not show up. Qi Feng didn't wait any longer. Deng Hao, this dangerous level ghost, was far weaker than Huang Meng, even weaker than Meng Na. With his current ghost power, he should be able to take him down without a hitch. Old Yuan, Su Lu. Looking at the two, Qi Feng said, there will be a fierce battle later, I will help you kill a few employees quickly. Then we'll deal with that canteen boss together. He didn't tell them about Deng Hao's strength mainly because Qi Feng was worried that once they knew it was a dangerous level ghost, they would inevitably feel intimidated. Fearing before fighting would definitely lessen their strength. Alright, Brother Feng, you say we do it, we do it. Sula didn't say much, spat, and drew out a big knife. Old Yuan swallowed, also pulling out a ghost weapon in the shape of a watermelon knife and said, damn it, dead people face the sky. Brother Feng, my life is yours, whatever you say goes. We won't hold you back. This guy finally showed some rare backbone. Qi Feng nodded. Holding the wild whip in hand, he led the way towards the 2nd floor of the canteen. On the 2nd floor of the canteen, it was brightly lit. A few canteen employees were sitting at a dining table, listening to Deng Hao's arrangements. Suddenly, 3 people walked in through the door. Who is it? One of the canteen employees facing the door asked. Another employee at the same table cursed, the canteen is closed, come back tomorrow if you want to eat. The two suddenly widened their eyes, their voices cut off. Because, after entering, Qi Feng closed the door behind him. Then they all saw the ghost weapons in the hands of the 3. A whip, a big knife, and a watermelon knife. Looking for trouble? One employee stared in surprise and asked. The other several employees quickly turned their heads. One yelled, damn it, where did these little ghosts come from, are they looking for death? The ghost chef, Old Fei, saw Qi Feng, was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, "Old Ma, you're wrong. Not little ghosts, but humans." Saying this, he licked his thick lips with his tongue. "Fresh human flesh, I haven't had it in a long time." Immediately, a ghost retorted, "Nonsense, didn't you just eat one yesterday?" Several ghosts stood up from their chairs. With smiles, curses, they didn't take Qi Feng and the others seriously at all. And there were a total of 7 of them on their side, plus the dangerous level ghost Deng Hao in control. They probably never imagined that just 3 humans would dare to actively walk into the trap. Qi Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. He suddenly kicked the ground and charged at the still sneering Fat Lao, his wild whip in his hand cracking through the air with a pop sound. Fat Lao had just drawn half of the bone knife from his waist when his brain splattered out. The long whip, like a spear, pierced straight through his forehead. Now, Qi Feng's ghost power, under the protection of the Ghost Guardian's aura buff, had reached a terrifying 350 points. This was double what it had been when he was in the small woods. Dealing with a ghostly entity with only 100 points of ghost power, at full power, was no effort at all. Sulu also shouted, kicking a metal chair by his feet toward several ghosts, and swinging his big knife as he followed. Old Yuan, though silent, had also aimed at the weakest-looking evil ghost-level cafeteria employee. Their cooperation was incredibly smooth. "Dare to make a move in my territory? You're asking to die." At this moment, seeing Fat Lao being pierced through by Qi Feng's whip right after their first encounter, the cafeteria boss, Deng Hao, immediately flew into a rage. 2 fangs popped out of his mouth, and his 10 fingers extended into long claws. His body moved, charging straight at Qi Feng. But Qi Feng was already prepared. The attack on the nearby cafeteria employee was just a decoy. Qi Feng stopped for a moment, then struck with his whip, hitting Deng Hao's hands. Deng Hao's 2 ghost claws immediately showed a blood-red whip mark. It hurt so much that he gritted his teeth and screamed out loud. This strike actually left his skin torn and bleeding. Qi Feng didn't press the attack, but instead, taking advantage of Deng Hao's moment of vulnerability, he swung the whip again, exploding the head of a cafeteria employee at the evil ghost level. On the other side, Sulu also lived up to Qi Feng's high expectations. With a large cleaver, he directly sliced the body of another evil ghost-level entity in half. As for Old Yuan, he was even more ruthless. He fully demonstrated what it meant to pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. His watermelon knife had stabbed the weakest ghost over a dozen times, leaving it utterly dead. In the blink of an eye, 7 ghosts had been dealt with, 4 of them dead. Including Deng Hao, only 3 remained. But the next scene left Qi Feng dumbfounded. He saw Deng Hao actually throw the remaining 2 cafeteria employees aside and turn to run away. What the hell? This is an evil ghost-level creature? Isn't this just a coward? Qi Feng was stunned. They had just started fighting, and the winner wasn't even decided, yet Deng Hao, this cowardly ghost, actually ran away? Watching Deng Hao charge toward the cafeteria door, Qi Feng's brow twitched. If this guy escapes and calls for help, it would be a huge problem. The next second. Bang! Deng Hao smashed through the cafeteria's glass door. Qi Feng was about to chase after him, but then Deng Hao's body flew back toward him. With a bang, he fell straight to the floor. Deng Hao, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to stand up. Howling into the night wind pouring into the door, a figure with flowing long hair slowly appeared. Damn, this guy really is a true force to be reckoned with. Chapter 63, Physical Transcendence, Big Smart. The newcomer was radiating a mighty ghost power, like a mountain. Such a grandiose display, who else could it be if not Yin Tian? Walking into the cafeteria, Yin Tian lightly flicked his sleeve, smiling as he spoke. "Sorry, I hope I'm not late." Qi Feng. Can't you just stop showing off? But to be fair, Yin Tian's timely arrival really did help him a lot. Otherwise, if Deng Hao had run out and screamed, it would definitely attract the attention of many ghosts from the school. At that point, even if Qi Feng killed him, he wouldn't be able to hide it from the ghost principal. At this moment, Old Yuan and Sula had already dealt with the last 2 evil ghosts. Seeing Yin Tian, both of them showed a look of joy. "Yin Tian, you came to help too?" Yin Tian raised his chin at Qi Feng and said, "He invited me." This guy really knows how to embellish himself, but Qi Feng couldn't be bothered to expose him. Deng Hao, lying on the ground, groaned as he just stood up. Yin Tian kicked him back down to the ground. "Don't move. Move again, and I'll kill you." Deng Hao howled in agony again. Qi Feng's eyes twitched slightly. It was hard to imagine that a dangerous level ghost was being stomped under Yin Tian's foot like a dead dog. Then Qi Feng felt a rush of joy. His ghost power was now 50 points higher than Yin Tian's. Does this mean I can also beat dangerous level ghosts now? Qi Feng couldn't believe it. Had I been underestimating myself this whole time? He glanced at Yin Tian. Soon, Qi Feng realized he had misunderstood. This guy's ghost power hadn't changed, but his attributes had doubled. Hint: Yin Tian has activated the green-level werewolf frenzy bloodline, gaining a double attribute bonus. Looking at Deng Hao, whose chest had slightly caved in, Qi Feng clicked his tongue in surprise. No wonder he's so ferocious. This guy wasn't using magic damage, he was using pure physical exorcism. Qi Feng furrowed his brow and reminded him, "Be gentle, don't kill him." Upon hearing this, Deng Hao suddenly became alert. "Scared, huh? Let me tell you, it's too late." He grumbled as he impatiently took Yin Tian's foot off his chest and stood up. "My uncle is the principal of Qingting High School. I remember what all of you look like. If you mess with me, I'll make sure you can't walk away." "Your uncle is the principal?" Looking at Deng Hao, Yin Tian thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. He nodded and said, "That makes sense." Before Deng Hao could feel pleased, Yin Tian looked at Qi Feng and asked, "In that case, should we kill him?" "Kill him cleanly, so he won't come back for revenge." Before Qi Feng could speak, Deng Hao's face instantly changed. He hurriedly begged, "No, please, big brothers, I was just joking. I have face blindness, I can't even see what you all look like. If you let me go, I swear I'll forget this ever happened." Such a cowardly ghost, it was hard to imagine how he had become a dangerous level ghost. Qi Feng walked up to Deng Hao and spoke coldly, "Shut up." At once, Deng Hao dared not speak. "From now on, I ask one question, you answer one question." Qi Feng sat down on a chair and said coldly, "If you can't answer a question, I'll remove one of your parts." Yin Tian patted Deng Hao's face, "Got it? Got it, got it." Deng Hao nodded repeatedly. Qi Feng asked, "Tell me, how much did you embezzle from the cafeteria?" Deng Hao's face changed slightly, confused. "What embezzlement? Bro, did you misunderstand?" Qi Feng smiled and called out to Sulu, "Sulu, go ahead and remove one of his arms." "Got it." In an instant, a large cleaver came down on Deng Hao's shoulder. No, I'll talk. Deng Hao shuddered, trembling as he spoke. "The cafeteria was opened by me, but every time it made a profit." At this point, seeing Qi Feng's expression turn, Deng Hao quickly changed his words, "Most of the embezzled money went into my uncle's pocket, the principal I only got 2/10 of it. This guy is such a miser, like Huang Shiren I'm his nephew, and he only gave me 2/10. Qi Feng had already seen through his attempt to shift the blame, and didn't waste any time talking with him. He interrupted, "Where's the ledger you used for your transactions? Bring it out." For things like this, they always keep fake books for show. But there must be a real ledger, held by Deng Hao and the ghost principal. Qi Feng only learned this from the system hint a moment ago. As long as he got the ledger, it would mean he had the evidence of the embezzlement by Deng Hao and the ghost principal, and the mission would be complete. Deng Hao clearly didn't expect Qi Feng to be so direct, not even giving him time to fabricate lies. Big brother is wise. Glancing at the cleaver resting on his neck, Deng Hao quickly gave a thumbs up. Then, with a look of grievance, he said, "Yes, there is such a ledger. But you know, I'm just a gopher, my uncle doesn't trust me much. The account book is with my uncle." "The account book is with the principal?" Qi Feng was stunned. "Are you messing with me?" Coldly looking at Deng Hao, Qi Feng was going insane inside. "Damn it, the account book is in the ghost principal's hands, how can I get it? Are you kidding me? This guy is definitely screwing with me. Alu, break his arms." Seeing Sulu raise the big knife, Deng Hao immediately cowered. "Bro, I'm really not lying to you. I know where the account book is kept. Let me go, and I will definitely find a chance to help you steal the account book." "Let you go? If I let you go, won't you just turn around and run to tell your uncle?" Qi Feng snorted coldly, "No need for you to go. Tell me where the account book is kept, I will go get it myself." Deng Hao didn't hesitate and quickly said, "The 6th floor of the teaching building, in the archives room, the 3rd drawer from the left to right in the 5th row, left bottom corner." "Qi Feng. You don't want to say that the key to the archives room is with your uncle, the principal?" Deng Hao looked surprised and nodded repeatedly, "Bro, you are really smart." "Smart my foot. You useless piece of trash." Qi Feng's mouth twitched. Damn, this is a huge loss. Having asked all the questions that needed to be asked. At this moment, Deng Hao was no longer useful. Keeping him would only give the ghost principal clues to find him. Qi Feng signaled to Yin Tian, who immediately understood. Deng Hao was still nervously waiting for the big knife above his head to fall, when Yin Tian suddenly rushed forward and stabbed a dagger through his heart. Next, they simply handled the scene. To ensure no traces were left on their side, Qi Feng left the canteen. Old Yuan and Sula changed their clothes and then went back to evening study. Yin Tian did not return but followed Qi Feng to the security room. "Why are you following me?" Looking at Yin Tian, Qi Feng asked. "Yin Tian? Chapter 64, Een Tion's Trump Card, Cooperation. Een Tion calmed himself down and said. Didn't we agree? I help you deal with the canteen boss. Now that you see my sincerity, shouldn't you also help me? At this moment, Een Tion looked obviously eager. Qi Feng. I mean, are you a bit too anxious? Can't you let me rest for a bit and think of a way? What more is there to think about? Een Tion looked at Qi Feng in confusion and said, we act tonight. Before Qi Feng could speak, he began to analyze. Just now in the canteen, I guess your mission is to get that account book, right? Qi Feng nodded, not denying. Isn't that a resolution? Een Tion continued, our goals are the same. My mission is also to enter the archives room and get something. Don't tell me you don't have the key. Een Tion looked down on Qi Feng and said, I found out these days, you guys wear a big bunch of keys while patrolling. These keys can open the doors of the teaching building. Tonight, we sneak in when no one is around, open the archives room door, and get the stuff, right? Indeed, according to Een Tion's idea, it was very simple. But the problem is, Qi Feng had no key at all. Qi Feng shook his head, I don't have a key. Isn't it easy? What, you don't have a key? Een Tion opened his mouth wide, and immediately disbelief filled his eyes. As a school guard, you don't have a key? Looking at Een Tion, Qi Feng helplessly said, didn't you hear the ghost boss in the canteen say? The key to the archives room is only one, with the ghost principal. I can only take you into the teaching building at midnight, as for entering the archives room, I can't do anything. The door to the archives room is sealed by the ghost principal, and not to mention whether we can break the seal, once the seal is attacked, the ghost principal will immediately sense it. Een Tion's brows immediately furrowed. Clearly, he also felt the situation was tricky. Qi Feng paused, there is a way. What way? Een Tion immediately asked. Qi Feng slowly said, unless we can get the key to the archives room from the ghost principal. This. Looking at Qi Feng, Een Tion opened his eyes wide. Taking the key from the ghost principal, is he not crazy? Trade? Een Tion asked tentatively, but before Qi Feng could speak, he shook his head, we have nothing to trade. So, do you mean to rob or to steal? His eyes suddenly became sharp. He scrutinized Qi Feng. It seemed he was examining what trump card Qi Feng had that allowed him to rob or steal the key from the ghost principal. Een Tion was very clear. Trading with the ghost principal was obviously impossible for anyone. Even if they had something that could attract the ghost principal, they lacked the strength to match him. In this situation, the ghost principal wouldn't need to trade, he could just take it directly. As for stealing, that was impossible too. A powerful ghost like the principal had ghost's instincts. Even if those instincts were not triggered, they were an almost innate presence, and once there was an intrusion, he would sense it immediately. Unless Qi Feng had some kind of tool that could deceive the ghost's instincts, such a special tool would usually start at a purple rarity. Even he himself did not have such a tool, Qi Feng was just a newcomer, how could he possibly have one? Thinking about it carefully, it was impossible. As for robbing, Een Tion felt it was even more impossible, it was no different from seeking death. Qi Feng suddenly smiled, aren't you here too? Me? Een Tion was stunned for a moment, didn't understand, and shook his head, I can't beat the ghost principal. Qi Feng squinted his eyes, quietly watching him. Until Een Tion felt a chill in his heart, then Qi Feng slowly spoke. This task of yours, is it a hidden task, right? Before entering the game instance, you didn't know I could change my identity to the school guard, did you? Looking at Een Tion's surprised expression, Qi Feng said lightly. Since that's the case, I want to know, what were you planning to do to get your task items from the ghost principal? The surprise on Een Tion's face disappeared. He stared quietly at Qi Feng. He suddenly smiled. I have to say, your observation is very sharp, and your thoughts are very meticulous. Among so many players, you are the first one who makes me feel a bit scared. Een Tion flipped his hand and took out a few flags. All right. I have prepared some things. This is a set of one-time sealing formation, it can seal ghosts below the terror level and suppress their strength. Once set up, it can last for about half an hour. However, the area where the formation is set up cannot be too small. Originally, I was planning to find someone to draw the ghost principal into the formation, and then take the opportunity to get the things I wanted. As long as I control the timing of the sealing formation, I can completely get my items before the ghost principal breaks free, and finish the game. Seeing Een Tion hand over one flag, Qi Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Een Tion to have such a thing, hiding it really deep. So why do you still need to find me? Taking a flag, Qi Feng observed while asking. Ghost sealing formation flag, 1/8. Rarity, purple. Description, effective against ghosts below the terror level. When activated, it can reduce the ghost's strength by 1 level, effect duration, half an hour. Tip: an expensive one-time item, your current wealth is simply not enough to buy it. Warning: if used against the ghost principle, the time will last at most 10 minutes, please use with caution. Tian smiled, this thing isn't cheap either, it's better to save it if I can. If I can find a simpler way, I wouldn't want to waste it, right? Qi Feng casually threw the flag back to him. At this point, this guy still wouldn't tell the truth. When it comes to items, if you buy them, they are meant to be used. If he just didn't want to waste it, why would Tian keep looking for him to cooperate? There are definitely other reasons. To be honest. Looking at Tian, Qi Feng suddenly spoke, you have experienced more than just 2 copies, right? Tian was taken aback again. He looked at Qi Feng in disbelief. And Qi Feng's face was calm. After a long while, Tian nodded slowly and began to speak. Yes, this copy is actually the 6th one I have experienced. He asked curiously, how did you figure it out? Qi Feng pointed at the array flag in his hand, this set of things is quite valuable. In fact, Qi Feng was just guessing. With 2 copies, reaching level 16, how amazing a player must one be to achieve that? Anyway, Qi Feng couldn't do it. Moreover, Tian had so many trump cards. It was like a pig wearing a bra, a set after another. Just experiencing 1 or 2 copies couldn't gather so many resources. Looking at Tian, Qi Feng asked again, now, you should talk about why you want to cooperate with me, right? Tian shook his head with a smile and put away the array flag. Originally, the plan had no problem. But I didn't expect that inside the teaching building, there was also a dangerous ghost, that is, the director. And the ghost guard holding the key to the teaching building is also a dangerous ghost. Once we take action, facing 2 dangerous ghosts, I have no chance of winning. Until you appeared. It turns out that when Driamna appeared on the first day, Tian sensed that she was a dangerous ghost. So he later wanted to select strong players among these players to cooperate. And Qi Feng was noticed by Tian after showing his strength. After explaining, Tian looked at Qi Feng, I have made my trump cards clear to you. Now, it's your turn to talk about your plan? How to obtain the key from the ghost principle while avoiding those 2 dangerous ghosts and entering the archive room to get what we want. Qi Feng smiled. At this moment, a plan had already formed in his mind. Come here, I'll tell you. Chapter 65, TSK, the photo is in hand. Will this work? After listening to Qi Feng's explanation, Tian's mouth dropped open, his face changing colors. Are you sure you can lure the ghost principal to the grove? Qi Feng smiled faintly. I can't say 100%, but at least I'm 90% sure. What about those 2 dangerous ghosts? You need not worry, as long as you do as I say, I guarantee they won't attack you. Looking at Qi Feng's gentle smile, Tian gritted his teeth, alright, I will trust you once. But then he added, however, I must say this up front, if I don't see what you said, don't blame me for not following your plan. Qi Feng nodded, let's wait and see. Seeing Tian leave, Qi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, Qi Feng was still thinking about how to get the ghost principal to obediently hand over the key to the archive room. Unexpectedly, Tian had a formation that could suppress the ghost principal's power, greatly increasing the chances of his plan's success. There are 4 days left until the final exam. Looking at Lao Yuan and Sulu who were nervously preparing for the exam, Qi Feng smiled and encouraged the 2 to relax, promising them that they would pass the final exam. For the middle school's calculation problems, there was almost no difficulty for the 3 of them. However, some knowledge points from the textbooks needed to be memorized. At this moment, Lao Yuan was memorizing the knowledge points. Upon hearing Qi Feng's words, Lao Yuan immediately put down his book. Brother Feng, are you really confident? Although Sulu did not speak, he looked at Qi Feng with anticipation. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Qi Feng smiled faintly and said, if nothing goes wrong, you should be able to get the exam papers and answers tomorrow. Sulu immediately threw the textbook aside and stood up. Brother Feng, tell me, who are we targeting this time? Looking at Suli's murderous expression, Qi Feng shook his head with a smile. This kid has quite the killing intent. I won't do it for anyone. Consider this a repayment for the help you gave me before. Also, you can let a few other players know that the final exam papers and answers can be bought from me. The price is 1,000 spirit coins. Apart from Tian, Sulu, and Old Yuan, there are 4 other players who also need to take the final exam. The 2 of them can spare some wool, no problem. But for the others, Qi Feng will not miss the chance to fleece them, one by one. He is no philanthropist. Of course, Qi Feng doesn't force anyone. If you want to buy it, then buy it, if not, then don't. Brother Meng, how long have you been a security guard at Qingting High School? After catching a little ghost who stole something in class and taking it to the security room, Qi Feng was absorbing ghost energy while chatting idly with Huang Meng. Taking the cigarette thrown by Qi Feng, Huang Meng lit it and took a puff. Not counting, anyway, it's been a long time. Are you going to keep doing this? Curious, Qi Feng asked, haven't you thought about leaving the school? A dangerous ghost being willing to be a school guard? The salary isn't even high. Qi Feng couldn't understand Huang Meng's choice. Do you think I don't want to? With a sudden deep inhale of smoke, Huang Meng said bitterly, with my strength, if I roamed in Ghost Street, I could at least carve out a territory for myself. Qi Feng was even more surprised. Then why do you still want to be a guard at school? Huang Meng said helplessly, didn't I sign a contract with the school? Who knows how long I'll have to stay in this broken place? Seeing Huang Meng's gloomy and helpless expression, Qi Feng's heart stirred. Gently exhaling a puff of smoke, he said, what if I told you I had a way to help you get that contract? What did you say? Huang Meng's eyes widened suddenly, standing up in excitement. Ha, brother Meng. Qi Feng was startled by his excitement and quickly smiled, I was joking with you. Huang Meng also realized he had overreacted, awkwardly smiling, little brother, you can't make jokes like that. Everyone knows the key to the archive room is always with the principal. It's tough to get that key. Huang Meng sighed, sitting back down and taking deep puffs of his cigarette. Qi Feng turned his head and quietly looked at the teaching building. He was pondering whether there were any oversights in his plan. Night fell. After patrolling the dormitory with Huang Meng. When standing under the streetlight outside the security room and seeing the light in the director's office on the 5th floor light up again, Qi Feng smiled. In a daze, it was as if he could see two swaying figures under the orange light. He knew that for the two in the office, this night was destined to be sleepless. He also knew that his plan was about to begin. There are 3 days until the final exam. In the morning, Qi Feng began his patrol. He reached the 5th floor of the teaching building. Seeing the tilted desks, overturned chairs, and scattered documents on the floor, it's easy to imagine that last night's battle must have been very fierce. With a slight smile, Qi Feng connected the shadow mini-camera in the corridor. After transferring the data, he returned to the security room to admire it. At the same time, he made a copy, capturing many exciting scenes. TSK. Looking at these thrilling photos, Qi Feng couldn't help but laugh happily a couple of times. With these exciting photos, the first step of the plan is not far from success. At noon, when the students went to the cafeteria for lunch, Qi Feng took the copied data and returned to the director's office. To his surprise, here, he once again heard a familiar voice. I've told you, I won't agree with the principal, you better let him give up. Qi Feng easily recognized it was Song Fei's voice. From her tone, it could be judged that she was in an angry state. Just as she finished speaking, Mang Na's voice sounded. You wouldn't know, but the principal is already back, right? Mang Na's voice carried a hint of seduction. Song Fei. Principal is back this time, you can't expect him to be as easy to talk to as I am, can you? Listen carefully, this is not a discussion. Mona slammed the table and coldly stared at Song Fei. Tomorrow evening, if you still can't make a decision, the principal will personally help you make a decision. Song Fei lowered her head. Biting her lip, she remained silent. Her resolute expression had already shown her attitude. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Oh, two beautiful ladies, why are you arguing? Pushing the door open, Qi Feng walked in with his hands in his pockets, smiling at the surprise too. It's fine to discuss things, no need to get so angry. You little guard? Looking at Qi Feng, Mona's eyes were full of surprise. You? What are you doing here? Song Fei also looked shocked. Suddenly remembering something, her expression slightly changed. She hurriedly ran to Qi Feng, pushing him towards the door while anxiously saying, What are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Qi Feng held Song Fei's hand, gently moving it away, and smiled softly at her. Sorry, I'm not here to find you, I'm here to find her. As he spoke, Qi Feng turned to look at Mona. Looking for me? Mona pointed at herself with her index finger, looking incredulous. Then her expression turned cold, and she sneered, Fine, since you're here, you won't leave. At this moment, Song Fei also didn't believe Qi Feng's words. Seeing that Qi Feng wouldn't listen to her, she could only turn around anxiously to look at Mona. Sister Na, sorry to interrupt you. Qi Feng is here to find me, I'll take him out right now. Saying this, she grabbed Qi Feng's hand. Seeing Mona's aura gradually rising, Qi Feng shook his head. Gently, he said to Song Fei, you go out first. Seeing her anxious face, he softly patted her shoulder, smiling, Don't worry, I'm fine. I. Song Fei wanted to say more. Qi Feng had already given her a reassuring glance. Looking at Qi Feng, who seemed confident, then at Mona, Song Fei hesitated, nodding, then, be careful. Watching the two, Mona impatiently spoke, Enough, stop being all lovey-dovey with your little lover. As soon as Song Fei walked out the door, Mona waved her hand gently. The door of the office instantly closed. Then, the curtains of the windows automatically drew down. The once bright office became very dark. He is quite handsome. Looking at Qi Feng, Mona licked her bright red lips, looking as if she could see through everything. No wonder Song Fei, this woman has been unwilling to accept the principal's pursuit. She suddenly chuckled, but once I've had my fill of you, Song Fei should give up. Or, should I take you to threaten Song Fei? Maybe we can play a little more thrilling. Mona licked her lips, her face displaying an excited smile. As if she saw a beloved toy. Meanwhile, a faint smile also appeared on Qi Feng's face. Little did Mona know. At this moment, standing before Qi Feng, she had already been completely seen through. Mona pulled out a teaching cane. Twisting her curvy waist, her long legs in pantyhose took small steps toward Qi Feng. A disobedient student must be punished. Gently pushing her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose, Mona lightly tapped the cane in her hand. Do you want me to treat you like other students, making you stretch out your hand and hitting your palm hard with the cane? Or should I have you turn around and hit your rear end with the whip? Qi Feng calmly replied, I think it's more appropriate for the cane to be in my hands. You. Mona's black high heels wob. He actually dared to break into his own office. And, he didn't even place himself in high regard. Who gave him the courage? At that moment, Qi Feng took out an envelope. He handed it to Meng Na and said, take a look. Meng Na was stunned for a moment, confused by the sudden envelope Qi Feng had pulled out. She snorted coldly. Looking at Qi Feng, she disdainfully mocked, isn't it too late to think of buying me off now? She thought Qi Feng was scared and wanted to use some ghostly money to buy her off. Let's see how much you can offer. Taking the envelope, Meng Na opened it. In the next second, her voice suddenly stopped. She pulled out several photos, her pupils suddenly widened, and her body began to tremble. What is this? Take a good look. Qi Feng smiled, sitting back in his chair, crossing his legs. At this moment, you dared to take secret photos of me? Meng Na trembled with anger, demanding. Her gaze at Qi Feng suddenly turned extremely fierce. Clearly, Meng Na knew how big of a stir these photos would cause if they leaked in the school. By then, her authority as the head of the department would no longer exist. Watching the ghostly power continuously gathering, Meng Na's momentum rising. Qi Feng remained calm and said lightly, I suggest you better put away your murderous intent. You can't see that these photos are just copies, right? Meng Na was taken aback, then fiercely retorted, where are the originals? Hand them over, or you will die. Wrong. Qi Feng shook his head, looking at Meng Na with calm eyes. Hand them over, and I will die. You. Meng Na's chest heaved violently, a storm brewing within her. Her tone suddenly softened, what exactly do you want? Qi Feng smiled and suddenly asked, are you thinking about whether to tell the principal about this? Before Meng Na could speak, Qi Feng continued, I advise you not to do that. If this matter gets out, the first thing the principal will think of is not protecting you, but kicking you out and distancing himself from you. You are a smart person, you can't be unaware of this point, right? Meng Na was stunned and fell silent. Unexpectedly, her thoughts were completely guessed by this person she looked down upon. After thinking for a while, she nodded. Speak, what do you want for these photos? Qi Feng glanced at her, saying lightly, what I want, can you give? Meng Na spoke, as long as you give me the original film of the photos, I can agree to any price. Really? Qi Feng suddenly smiled and said coldly, I don't believe you. You. Meng Na was about to get angry when her attitude suddenly softened again, how will you prove it? There was a hint of pleading in her tone. Looking at Meng Na now, recalling how domineering she had just been. Qi Feng smiled. I don't want money, I just want you to help me with two things. First, enter the archive room on the 6th floor. Before he could finish, Meng Na's brows shot up. Impossible. The archive room on the 6th floor hid many important documents. If these documents were leaked, even if she could get past Qi Feng, the ghost principal would not let her off the hook. Moreover, the most important key was with the ghost principal, who carried it with him at all times. Meng Na knew she had no ability to steal the key from a terrifying ghostly being. If the ghost principal found out, he would probably tear her apart first. Qi Feng's request was too much. Meng Na's body began to emit a large amount of ghostly energy. The ghostly energy in the entire office thickened to a terrifying degree in the blink of an eye. The lights on the ceiling started to flicker, and a thin layer of frost began to form on the table as the energy condensed. Looking at Qi Feng, Meng Na coldly said, hand over the original photos, or I will kill you. Qi Feng remained unfazed, drawing out the wild whip. I will count to 3. If you can't do it, these photos will first appear in Class 1 of Grade 7, then Class 2 of Grade 7. Chapter 67, You won. Meng Na possessed a terrifying 532 points of ghostly power. Among dangerous ghostly beings, it could be considered above average. All attributes surpassed Qi Feng. But Qi Feng is not weak either. Right now, Qi Feng's ghost power is only 120 points lower than Meng Na's. Plus, he has the Wild Whip in hand, a purple ghost weapon that inflicts plus 30% damage to female ghost entities. Make a move? Qi Feng feels no fear at all. Moreover, before entering this office, Qi Feng had contacted Yin Tian. Yin Tian is currently on the 4th floor, ready to rush up and assist. At this moment, Meng Na's eyes turned sharp as she lunged at Qi Feng. You dare! Qi Feng shook his head and lashed out with the whip. Immediately, a shriek escaped Meng Na's lips. In disbelief, she pulled back her palm and saw a whip mark on her arm. The Wild Whip's plus 30% damage to female ghost entities is no joke. With that single lash, even a dangerous level ghost like Meng Na couldn't bear the pain. Qi Feng stood up, looking at Meng Na, and shook his head. It seems you really don't fear the photos getting leaked. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. As soon as these words left his mouth, Meng Na suddenly hesitated. She had made such a big scene just to intimidate Qi Feng. To bring both of them back to the negotiating table on equal terms. But now Qi Feng had seized the upper hand. How could there be fairness in this negotiation? Seeing Qi Feng about to leave, Meng Na felt a surge of anxiety. She clearly understood that once Qi Feng stepped out of this office, it would be over for her. However, she couldn't overpower Qi Feng at all. Moreover, from Qi Feng's words, it seemed that her photos were now in the hands of someone else. The longer she delayed, the greater the threat of the photos being leaked. Now, it was time to make a decision. Should she agree to Qi Feng, or become a disgrace and get expelled from school? What Qi Feng just said was right. If this matter came to light, the ghost principal would definitely not protect her and would wash his hands of her completely. In an instant, Meng Na made up her mind. The ghostly energy around her suddenly dissipated. Alright, you win. Looking at Qi Feng, Meng Na furrowed her brows and said coldly. Speak, what do you want me to help you with? Qi Feng smiled and asked, how many offices on the 6th floor can you open? Sure enough, his intentions were not simple. Sighing inwardly, Meng Na replied, except for the far left archive room, where only the principal has the key, I can open the other offices. Qi Feng nodded. Good, go to the data room and bring me a copy of the final exam papers and answers. In an instant, Meng Na was stunned. The exam papers and answers? Qi Feng made such a big fuss just to get a copy of the exam papers and answers? She stared blankly at Qi Feng, somewhat in disbelief. Compared to what she had imagined in her mind, Qi Feng's request was unbelievably low. Meng Na blurted out, are you sure? You only want the exam papers and answers? But she quickly realized, for her, wasn't Qi Feng's request better the simpler it was? She hurriedly asked, for which grade? Looking at Meng Na, Qi Feng's eyes showed some confusion. Just a moment ago, she had refused, and now she was so eager. It was the first time he saw someone so proactive while being threatened. Is this woman not normal? Casting a skeptical glance at Meng Na, Qi Feng said lightly, I want them all, from 1st to 3rd year. This request was justified for Qi Feng. Just now, he suddenly thought of a question. If only Zhong Xiaoqian cheated, then Zhong Xiaoqian would undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's suspicion. So, he planned to separate the exam papers and answers and sell some to other students. With papers and answers from 1st to 3rd year, Zhong Xiaoqian wouldn't stand out so much. Of course, only Zhong Xiaoqian would possess all the exam papers and answers. When Qi Feng intended to hand the exam papers to Zhong Xiaoqian, he planned to remind him not to blindly copy everything. From 1st to 3rd year? Meng Na did not hesitate and nodded, all right. I will go get it now. Right now, she just wanted to quickly finish the task that Qi Feng requested and bring back the original photo. To get rid of Qi Feng's threat. Mona, where is Qi Feng? In the corridor, seeing Mona come out, Song Fei's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly blocked her path. Seeing Song Fei looking desperate, Mona quickly took 2 steps back and helplessly said, he's inside. Song Fei was taken aback, suspiciously asking, you didn't do anything to him? What could I do to him? Mona replied rudely. Thinking about how she, a department head, was being controlled by Qi Feng, a mere security guard, Mona felt extremely depressed. Luckily, Qi Feng's request wasn't unreasonable, he just wanted her to get a few exam papers. After hearing the conversation between the two, Qi Feng walked out. I'm fine. Song Fei looked up and down at Qi Feng, then glanced at the gloomy Mona, her face filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that Qi Feng had been inside for so long and was fine. Qi Feng smiled and said, I just had some matters to discuss with Director Mona. You can go back first, I'll come find you later. Qi Feng still had some goodwill towards Song Fei. Similarly, Song Fei was also a part of his plan. Since he had already decided to get the key to the archives from the ghost principal, Qi Feng naturally wouldn't miss the chance to complete Song Fei's hidden task. Moreover, to lead the ghost principal into the trap he had set, he needed Song Fei's cooperation besides Mona's. Soon, Mona brought down the exam papers. Although I don't know what you want these exam papers for. Handing the papers and answers to Qi Feng, Mona warned, but you must not leak all the questions and answers. Qi Feng thought she was afraid of being suspected of leaking them. But then Mona continued to explain, if the school finds out that the exam papers have been leaked in large quantities, there will definitely be a retest. Qi Feng was taken aback, smiled, and nodded. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. What Mona said made sense. If the school has a retest, wouldn't that mean all his efforts were in vain? Cheating isn't exactly a good thing. If this can be kept low-key, then keep it low-key as much as possible. Putting the papers into storage, Qi Feng nodded to Mona and turned to leave. You're leaving just like that? Watching Qi Feng go downstairs, Mona was dumbfounded and quickly spoke up, where's my photo? The original isn't with me. Qi Feng turned his head and said, you only handled one of the two matters. As for the photo, we can talk about it after you've completed the remaining task. Leaving these words behind, Qi Feng went downstairs. And behind him, Mona gritted her teeth in anger, stomping her feet hard. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. However, Mona also understood. Now she couldn't turn back anymore. If the other teachers in the school found out that she leaked the exam answers, she wouldn't be able to stay as a director anymore. Chapter 68, Everything is ready, please invite the ghost principal into the trap. After going downstairs, Qi Feng made several copies of the exam papers and answers and directly went to the dormitory to find Zhong Xiaoqiang. At this time, Zhong Xiaoqiang was sitting on his bed, eating some snacks. Seeing Qi Feng arrive, this kid quickly wiped his mouth and jumped off the bed. Brother Feng, you're here? Qi Feng smiled slightly and waved his hand. Come with me. Zhong Xiaoqiang quickly followed. They arrived at a secluded flower bed beside the playground, where Qi Feng carefully observed the surroundings and then stuffed the second-year final exam papers and answers into Zhong Xiaoqiang's hands. Brother Feng, what is this? Zhong Xiaoqiang, curious, tried to open it, but Qi Feng quickly pressed his hand down. These are the exam papers and answers for your final exam, I got them for you. Ah? Zhong Xiaoqiang looked at the papers in his hands with surprise. Brother Feng, is this really the exam paper? How did you get it? This is amazing. Zhong Xiaoqiang's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Qi Feng. Qi Feng smiled, alright, study it secretly tonight. But don't copy it all. Zhong Xiaoqiang nodded, don't worry, Brother Feng, I'm not that foolish. Saying that, he looked around cautiously and hurriedly hid the papers in his clothes. Seeing Zhong Xiaoqiang's clever look, Qi Feng couldn't help but laugh and felt relieved. Now, Zhong Xiaoqiang's hidden mission should have no problems. Suddenly recalling that when he went to the dormitory, Zhong Xiaoqiang was eating snacks. Qi Feng asked, when I went to the dormitory to find you just now, were you eating snacks? Yes. Zhong Xiaoqiang nodded. Qi Feng frowned and said, you should eat fewer snacks and eat more meals. To his surprise, hearing Qi Feng's words, Zhong Xiaoqiang looked indignant. Brother Feng, you don't know. The cafeteria wasn't open for lunch today. Many students have no food to eat and are causing a scene in the cafeteria. Qi Feng? It seemed that he had wiped out the ghostly entities in the cafeteria last night. So, there was no one to cook in the cafeteria today? Zhong Xiaoqiang continued, I heard that the principal went there and is now ordering food from Ghost Street. Patting Zhong Xiaoqiang's head, Qi Feng said, alright, it's fine now. You can go back. The ghost principal already knew about his nephew Dang Hao's death. However, to trace it back to himself would still take some time. Qi Feng knew he had to quickly arrange his plans. He found Yin Tian and others and handed them the exam paper and answers. Unexpectedly, except for Su Luo, Lao Yuan, and Yin Tian, the remaining 4 players were willing to pay 1,000 ghost coins each for the exam paper. It was understandable. The game had already passed the 7th day, and no one could resist the temptation to complete the task. At this moment, no one wanted to drop the ball. After all, completing tasks not only brought in ghost coins but also gave rewards like dungeon evaluations, dungeon rewards, and experience points for leveling up. However, Qi Feng remembered Meng Na's reminder and did not give them all the answers. Instead, he kept some major question answers. In one go, he earned 4,000 ghost coins, bringing his total to 8,063 ghost coins. It had to be said, this deal was very profitable. Not only did it complete Zhong Xiaoqiang's hidden mission, but there was also an extra income of ghost coins. Thinking about the remaining exam papers and answers, Qi Feng didn't rush to act. There were still 3 days until the final exam. Unlike players, if he sold these papers and answers to ghost students early, they might spread wildly among students. It was best to sell some papers, like math, physics, and chemistry, which were relatively difficult, the night before the exam. This way, even if they spread, it wouldn't be much, and they would only pass around several papers. And he would still have a considerable income. After dealing with the exam papers, Qi Feng arrived at the teacher's dormitory. He knocked on Song Fei's door. Who? Me, Qi Feng. In the room, Song Fei's slightly nervous voice came, wait a moment. After a while, Song Fei opened the door. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt with a small bear pattern. The t-shirt was long enough to cover her bottom, revealing 2 slender, fair legs. On her feet were a pair of pink slippers. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, she quickly pulled Qi Feng into the room. What are you doing here? Qi Feng smiled and said, not welcome, huh? Song Fei hurriedly explained, no, that's not what I mean. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Qi Feng decided not to tease her anymore. I'm here to find you today for one thing. Looking at Song Fei, Qi Feng asked, I ask you, do you want to get back your contract with the school and leave here? Song Fei looked at Qi Feng in surprise. From Qi Feng's eyes, she saw that he was not joking. But she didn't speak. Because she knew how terrifying the ghost principal's power was. Qi Feng continued, as long as you want, I have a way to help you get back the contract. However, I need your cooperation. Looking at Qi Feng, Song Fei finally nodded and curiously asked, how to cooperate? At this moment, the system prompt appeared again. Triggering hidden task, Song Fei's plea. Task description, please help the ghost teacher Song Fei get rid of the threat from the ghost principal and ghost director. Task reward, player experience plus 2,000, ghost coins plus 5,000, special reward x2. This time, Qi Feng did not hesitate. He decisively chose to accept. It's simple, just listen to me. Whispering in Song Fei's ear, Qi Feng revealed that part of the plan. Song Fei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right. She didn't ask Qi Feng if he was confident. Because she understood. Besides trusting Qi Feng, there was no other choice for her. Looking at the somewhat nervous Song Fei, Qi Feng comforted her, don't worry, everything is on me. After leaving Song Fei, Qi Feng went to find Yin Tian. The two arrived in a small grove. After confirming that Yin Tian had set up the formation as he requested, Qi Feng finally went alone to the director's office. Everything was ready. Now, all that was left was the favorable wind from Meng Na. Director Meng, we meet again. Entering the office, Qi Feng closed the door. Meng Na spoke coldly, where's my photo? After Qi Feng left, she had searched the office thoroughly with the photo in hand. But she still couldn't find where the hidden camera had been. Qi Feng smiled and said, don't worry, I keep my promises. As long as you help me finish this matter, I will return your photo and video to you intact. Looking at Qi Feng, Meng Na sighed helplessly. Go ahead, what do you want? Qi Feng replied calmly, Song Fei has agreed to the principal's request. Tonight at 10, after evening study, she will wait for the principal at the gazebo by the pond. So, please tell the principal to be punctual for the appointment tonight. Looking at Qi Feng, Meng Na was surprised, Song Fei agreed to that matter? But then she shook her head, no way? Looking at Qi Feng, Meng Na's expression suddenly became serious, what exactly do you want to do? Don't worry about what I'm planning. Qi Feng said lightly, what I need you to do is to use whatever means necessary to go to the pond with the principal tonight. Whatever is needed, Song Fei will cooperate with you. This isn't difficult, if you do it well, I will naturally return your photo and video to you. Saying this, Qi Feng threw the original photo to Meng Na. This is the original photo. Looking at Qi Feng, Meng Na realized this was a trap without much thought. But what use is that? She couldn't understand. With the principal's strength, let alone 10 Qi Fengs, even 10 of herself would not be a match for the principal. What is Qi Feng scheming by going through so much trouble to bring the principal to the pond? Does he really dare to take action against the principal? After thinking for a moment, Meng Na nodded in agreement, okay. What Qi Feng wanted to do did not interest her. She only knew that if she handled this matter well, she could get back the video of herself being secretly filmed and no longer be threatened by Qi Feng. Chapter 69, Betrayal. On the 6th floor, in the principal's office. Tonight at 10, meeting at the pond gazebo? After listening to Meng Na's recount, the ghostly principal, who was originally angry due to his nephew's murder, furrowed his brows in confusion. Thinking of Song Fei's stunning beauty, he looked at Meng Na with some excitement, so, Song Fei really agreed? Whenever Song Fei was mentioned, the ghostly principal appeared to be lost, making Meng Na feel an inexplicable disgust. These men, once they have a new love, forget the old ones. Suddenly, she thought of Qi Feng. She remembered the scene in the office where Qi Feng had whipped her. Looking at the ghostly principal with a look of a pig, Meng Na smiled and spoke. Of course, while you were away these days, I was doing ideological work with her every day. Twisting her waist, she sat in the ghostly principal's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Meng Na said, honey, you must seize this opportunity well. You must go to Song Fei's date tonight. Oh? The ghostly principal glanced at Meng Na, gently scratching her delicate nose, and asked with interest, why? Of course you have to go. Meng Na rolled her eyes at the ghostly principal. If you don't go tonight, and she regrets it afterwards, I won't be responsible. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go tonight. The ghostly principal wrapped his arms around Meng Na's waist and smiled, baby. You really are my little darling. If Meng Na is a passionate rose, then Song Fei is like a lotus flower. Even just passing by, you can smell the fragrance wafting from her. The ghost principal had long been coveting Song Fei. How could he miss such an opportunity? He kissed Meng Na hard on the face, causing her to pout playfully, and the ghost principal asked, baby, are you not angry? What good does it do to be angry? Meng Na replied irritably, I know you too well. If I get angry, will you stop having thoughts about Song Fei? The ghost principal's face instantly turned awkward. Baby, I swear, in my heart, there will always be only you. As for Song Fei, I'm just playing around. Though he said this. After Meng Na left, the ghost principal quickly got up. He then looked at himself in the office mirror and slicked back his painfully sparse hair with his hand, trying to cover his balding head. Next, he took a bottle of perfume from the drawer and sprayed it on himself. At 10 o'clock at night. After all the students had returned to the dorm, two figures emerged from the teaching building. They walked past the basketball court, heading towards the pond. And as they walked into the small grove, suddenly, golden light rose all around. Instantly, it enveloped the ghost principal. Meng Na, what do you mean? The ghost principal was both surprised and angry. Looking at Meng Na outside the golden light, disbelief shone in his eyes. I don't know either. At this moment, Meng Na was also stunned with fear. You shameless woman, how dare you say you didn't know? The ghost principal sneered, you brought me here, how can you say you didn't know? They had walked into the grove together. Yet now he had trouble, while Meng Na was fine. How to explain this? The ghost principal didn't believe a word Meng Na said. As one of the rulers of Ghost Street, he was not panicking at this moment. Surprise and anger came only from Meng Na's betrayal. He couldn't believe that this woman who had served him for so long would betray him. Who had instructed Meng Na? The ghost principal's mind flashed with several figures. And before he could figure it out, at that moment, his expression changed again slightly. Under the pressure bound by the golden light, he felt his ghostly power was rapidly being weakened. What kind of formation is this, that it can inexplicably lower his power level? Upon realizing that, under the golden light, he could only exert peak danger level power, the ghost principal was shocked. Good, very good. Looking at Meng Na, who was at a loss, the ghost principal gritted his teeth. What you told me earlier about Song Fei waiting for me at the pavilion by the pond was all fake, wasn't it? The aim was to lure me here and trap me. As a terrifying ghost creature, one of the rulers of Ghost Street, the ghost principal's powerful strength was beyond doubt. In his anger, a massive pressure spread around him, instantly frightening Meng Na to retreat repeatedly. Principal, I didn't. Meng Na shook her head, trying to explain something. But then, her heart skipped a beat, suddenly recalling what Qi Feng had said to her in the office that afternoon. In an instant, she understood everything. This formation that trapped the ghost principal must have been set up by Qi Feng. Meng Na quickly looked around. At this moment, there was a light sound. Two figures jumped down from the tree. One of them was Qi Feng. Qi Feng, it's really you. Looking at Qi Feng with a complex gaze, Meng Na murmured. She found it hard to imagine that Qi Feng really dared to make a move against the ghost principal. How could he? Like Meng Na, the ghost principal also had the same thought. Is this the helper you brought? At this moment. Looking at the suddenly appearing Qi Feng and Yin Tian, the ghost principal sneered disdainfully. He had thought that the one instructing Meng Na was one of his own rivals in Ghost Street. But unexpectedly, the two that jumped out were just two weak humans. Even though his ghostly power was suppressed to a dangerous level now, the ghost principal did not believe that just two weak humans could deal with him. He had already sensed that this formation would not last long, at most half an hour. If he struggled with all his might, he would break free from the formation in less than 10 minutes. Looking at Mona, the ghost principal shook his head, disappointed. How could such a smart person like you do something so foolish? You don't really think these two useless people can kill me, do you? Once I'm free, I will definitely track down the one who manipulated you. Mona remained silent. Given the ghost principal's nature, she knew that no matter how she explained at this moment, he would not believe her. She thought to herself, this was all due to Qi Feng's betrayal. Mona had no doubt that if the ghost principal broke free, the first to die would be Qi Feng and the other person, and then she would be next. Even if she did not die, the ghost principal would no longer trust her. Watching Qi Feng walk towards the ghost principal, Mona murmured in her heart. Next, what will you do? As of now, she still did not know what Qi Feng really wanted by trapping the principal. Could it be that he was really just doing it for Song Fei? Was that why he took action against the ghost principal regardless of everything? At this moment, Mona suddenly felt a hint of envy towards Song Fei. Although she had risen smoothly in Qingtang High School thanks to the ghost principal's convenience, she knew very well. To the ghost principal, she was merely a toy. Whenever he grew tired of playing, someone new would replace her position. If one day she accidentally fell into the hands of another ghost, whether or not he would save her, the ghost principal would certainly weigh it carefully. Yet, in the face of danger, Song Fei had a man like Qi Feng, who bravely stood up to save her. Even though Mona still believed Qi Feng's actions against the ghost principal were very foolish. However, deep down, she couldn't help but admit. She admired this man. She admired his decisiveness, admired his courage. She admired his willingness to risk everything for the woman he loved. Is this what they call charging into battle for the sake of a beautiful woman? Chapter 70, Ghostly Deception, The Death of Yin Tian. At the same time, standing inside the pavilion by the pond, Song Fei saw the golden light shine in the small forest. The time had already passed 10 o'clock. Looking at the silent pond, Song Fei gritted her teeth and walked towards the small forest. Principal, can I discuss something with you? Silently activating ghostly power and enduring the pressure released by the ghost principal, Qi Feng said with a smile. The ghost principal stared at Qi Feng, suddenly sneering. Kid, do you really think you've got me? Once I'm free, you will all die. The ghost principal was seething with rage inside. Don't mention just two humans, even in Ghost Street, no ghost would dare to talk to him like this, to negotiate like this. Qi Feng's smile faded, and he said calmly. So there's nothing to discuss? He pulled out the wild whip. Beside him, Yin Tian also produced a dagger, his hair began to float, swirling wildly in the wind, ready for action. The ghost principal's power had already been suppressed to a dangerous level. At this moment, he was not unbeatable for Qi Feng and Yin Tian. But after all, the effect of the formation only lasted 10 minutes, time was tight. Both of them had experience in dealing with dangerous level ghosts, and they didn't want to waste time talking. Since he wouldn't show it, they could only take it by force. Turning to Mona, Qi Feng asked, where on him is the key to the archives? Mona was taken aback, remained silent, looking at the ghost principal. Clearly, she knew but didn't dare to say. Qi Feng frowned and said lightly, do you think not saying it will make him let you go? And you should think about who brought him here. Mona showed hesitation. But before she could answer, the ghost principal in the formation suddenly laughed loudly. The key is in my hand. Qi Feng turned to look. The ghost principal held a key in his left hand and smirked coldly, if you want the key, let's see if you have the guts to come get it. Even when his power was suppressed to a dangerous level, the ghost principal was still the top among dangerous level ghosts. He didn't regard Qi Feng and Yin Tian at all. Before they could free themselves, he wanted to use the key as bait to lure them into the formation to kill them. As the overlord of Ghost Street, he had this kind of strength and confidence. Qi Feng and Yin Tian exchanged glances, let's go. The formation suppressed the strength of ghosts, but had no effect on humans. Yin Tian charged straight at the ghost principal, a dagger gleaming coldly, stabbing at him. Knowing the terror of the ghost principal, he didn't dare to be careless, unleashing all his power at once. Meanwhile, Qi Feng used the length of his whip from outside the formation to assist with a sneak attack. The two worked together, and under the suppression of the formation, they surprisingly gained the upper hand against the dangerous level ghost principal for a moment. Not bad. While dealing with Yin Tian and being on guard against Qi Feng's sneak attack, the ghost principal seemed a bit flustered. Looking at Qi Feng standing outside the formation, his gaze flickered slightly. Suddenly, his body slowed, and Qi Feng's whip struck him. The key flew into the air. Seeing this, Yin Tian's expression brightened, and he desperately suppressed the ghost principal, shouting, Qi Feng. No need for Yin Tian to remind him. How could Qi Feng not know this was an opportunity? He moved instantly, jumping into the air. He grabbed the key. At the same time, seeing Qi Feng enter the formation, the ghost principal suddenly smiled strangely. His ghostly aura erupted like a surging volcano, instantly filling the entire formation. You fell for it. Qi Feng and Yin Tian froze, their movements slowing as if they were stuck in the mud. This is his ghost trap. Yin Tian's face turned extremely ugly as he spoke hoarsely. Seeing Qi Feng also struggling, Yin Tian forced a bitter smile. It must be said that this ghost principal was too cunning. Even when trapped in the formation, he still had both of them dancing in his hands. From the moment he revealed the key, he had already set a trap. First, he feigned weakness, making the two believe his strength had truly been suppressed by the formation. Then, he threw out the key deliberately, luring Qi Feng into the formation. The purpose was to catch both of them in one net. At this moment, the ghost principal glanced at Tian unexpectedly and sneered. "You actually know about ghost traps?" Tian didn't reply to the ghost principal, his expression serious. It seemed he had made a firm decision. Suddenly, his ghostly power surged again, rushing to Qi Feng's side. He forcefully pushed Qi Feng towards the edge of the formation. "Run!" Seeing this, the ghost principal's eyes shone coldly, furious. "You're looking for death." Because of Meng Na's presence outside the formation, the ghost principal dared not be careless. To truly lure Qi Feng into the formation, he had pulled out the real key. At the same time, he had this confidence. As long as the two entered the formation under his ghost trap, they would have no chance of escape. However, he never expected that Tian actually had a hidden card up his sleeve. He could suddenly unleash ghostly power in a frenzied state and briefly break through his own ghost trap. Tian's push sent Qi Feng to the edge of the formation. At this moment, the ghost principal had already rushed up. Ghostly claws formed and reached out towards Qi Feng. "You two little ants will die." But, the ghost principal was caught off guard. At this moment, under the pressure of the ghost trap, Tian's entire body crackled with bone sounds. Yet he resolutely stood in front of Qi Feng. The ghost claw fell, piercing through Tian's body. And Tian also embraced the rushing ghost principal, thrusting his dagger fiercely into the ghost principal's shoulder. "Run!" Looking at Qi Feng, Tian coughed up clots of blood as he spoke. He shouted. "Remember, my task item is a black heart, with a ghost flower on it." Before he finished speaking, his head was bitten off by the ghost principal. Qi Feng finally took advantage of Tian's brief obstruction and returned to outside the formation. Turning around. Looking at the headless corpse of Tian in the hands of the ghost principal, Qi Feng's expression was extremely complicated. Working with Tian was because they both had a common goal. Not to say they were using each other, but they were not yet at the point of life and death. Before this, Qi Feng still held some caution towards Tian. Similarly, Qi Feng could feel that Tian was also wary of him. But he did not expect the person he was cautious of, in the final moment of crisis, actually chose to sacrifice himself to save him. If he could survive, perhaps he and I could become friends? Qi Feng sighed softly in his heart. In horror games, most humans are wary and calculating against each other. But there are also some friends who have experienced life and death together, tied by fate. Such friends are precious and hard to find. Some people have gone through hundreds of dungeons without encountering such friends. He and Tian could be considered to have faced life and death together. It's just that he died, and he lived. "Kid, return the key to me, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Otherwise, when I break free, your fate will be 100 times more tragic than his." At this moment, the ghost principal threw Tian's corpse aside and coldly looked at Qi Feng. Qi Feng chuckled coldly and turned to Meng Na. "What do you think?" At this moment, Meng Na's gaze fell on the key in Qi Feng's hand, filled with desire. Upon hearing Qi Feng's question, she chose to remain silent. Qi Feng ignored the roaring ghost principal within the formation and paid no attention to Meng Na, lifting his foot and turning to leave. "I'm going to the archive room. You decide whether to follow or not." Glancing at the angry ghost principal attacking the formation, Qi Feng quickly walked toward the teaching building. Meng Na gritted her teeth and turned to follow Qi Feng's steps. Behind her, angry roars from the ghost principal echoed within the formation. "You want to break free from my control? When I escape, you won't be spared." Chapter 71, Obtaining the Contract, Huang Meng joins. In the teaching building. Under the streetlight, a shadow stretched long, extending to Qi Feng's feet. "Meng Guo?" Looking at the tall figure in front of him, Qi Feng exclaimed in surprise. Huang Meng stood at the gate. "Qi Feng, I really underestimated you." He turned around, dragging chains that clanked with a clatter. Looking at Qi Feng, Huang Meng suddenly let out a long sigh. "I didn't expect you to dare to act against the principal." His expression was complex. There was disbelief, regret, and perhaps also admiration mixed with some indescribable emotion. "You saw everything?" Gazing quietly at Huang Meng, Qi Feng remained silent for a moment before speaking. Huang Meng sneered coldly, his tone devoid of emotion. "With such a loud commotion, as the defender of Qingtang High School, how could I not know?" Feeling a slight heaviness in his heart, Qi Feng forced a smile and asked, "So, Menggu, are you planning to stop me from opening the door to the archive room?" Qi Feng knew he was not Huang Meng's opponent. Even with Meng Na, a dangerous ghost, they couldn't possibly kill Huang Meng immediately. Right now, he didn't have a second to waste. If he wasted even a minute here, the time for the principal to break free would shorten by a minute. What he lacked the most was time. Huang Meng neither nodded nor shook his head. He suddenly asked, "What will you do when the principal breaks free?" "To be honest, I don't know." Qi Feng shook his head. Looking at the key in his hand, he continued, "From the moment I snatched the key from him, it was doomed that I could not turn back. So, no matter what, I must go in the archive room and take a look." Looking up at Huang Meng, Qi Feng's voice was deep, his tone firm. "Menggu, do you really want to stay in this place for the rest of your life, serving the principal?" Huang Meng's eyes flickered for a moment. Qi Feng walked past him and opened the iron gate. "Menggu, Meng Na has already made up her mind to get rid of the principal with me. If you want to break the contract too, then come with us. There isn't much time left to trap the principal, I can't waste any more time here." "I'm sorry, Menggu." After saying that, Qi Feng dashed up the stairs. If he had time, he would definitely find a way to persuade Huang Meng as much as possible. Because Huang Meng's strength was closest to the currently weakened and dangerous principal. If the three of them attacked the principal, who was suppressed by the formation, even if they couldn't kill him, Qi Feng was sure they could seriously injure him. But they needed to retrieve the mission item from the archives first. With the remaining time to deal with the principal, he might only have 3 minutes, maybe only 2 minutes. Qi Feng simply didn't have the extra time to persuade Huang Meng. At that moment, watching Qi Feng rush upstairs, Huang Meng moved his foot, then hesitated. Seeing Huang Meng waver, Meng Na slightly parted her red lips. "Huang Meng, make a decision." Huang Meng turned back in surprise to look at Meng Na. Meng Na nodded, "You must have seen it too, the principal's strength has been suppressed to a dangerous level. If the three of us join forces, we have a great chance of killing him." Huang Meng said solemnly, "Have you really betrayed him?" "Betrayal?" Meng Na laughed coldly. "He wants to kill me, I am just trying to protect myself." She knew very well that once the principal escaped, he wouldn't spare her. Seeing that Meng Na didn't look like she was lying, Huang Meng was shocked in his heart. He admitted that at this moment, he was swayed by Meng Na. If he could return to Ghost Street, free and easy, who would want to be a guard here? But first, he feared the strength of the principal. Second, there was Meng Na, a dangerous being. Although Meng Na's strength was not as good as his, with her around, Huang Meng had no way to sneak into the archives to retrieve his contract while the principal was out. But unexpectedly, even Meng Na, who was allied with the principal, had also betrayed him at this moment. Just as Meng Na said, tonight's opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Because the principal's strength had already been suppressed to a dangerous level. If they missed tonight, who knows how long it would take to escape the school again. Huang Meng's face changed, and he quickly made a decision. "All right, I will fight with you." After saying this, Huang Meng dragged the chains and turned into a gust of ghostly wind rushing up the stairs. "Tonight, it's either the principal dies or we die." On the 6th floor, Qi Feng took the key and inserted it into the archive room's door lock. He turned the key. With a click, the black patterns on the door came alive, twisting back into the door like snakes. He sensed for a moment and confirmed that the principal's seal had been lifted. Qi Feng pushed the door open. Just then, he heard a sudden rush of wind behind him. Qi Feng looked back in surprise. He saw Huang Meng holding the chains, standing behind him. Immediately, Qi Feng's expression changed. "Menggu, you." Huang Meng revealed 2 rows of big white teeth, grinning eerily. "Little brother, don't be nervous, I'm here to retrieve my contract." His heart raced loudly, and Qi Feng let out a long sigh of relief. "Menggu, have you come to your senses?" Before he finished speaking, there was another gust of ghostly wind. Next, Meng Na also appeared in the corridor. Looking at Qi Feng, Meng Na smiled slightly. "Hurry and find the items. Huang Meng has agreed to join us against the principal." Qi Feng looked at Huang Meng in surprise. "Menggu?" Huang Meng nodded, saying solemnly, "Hurry up." At this moment, he seemed even more anxious than Qi Feng. Because he knew that once the principal escaped, their situation would be 10 times more dangerous than now. A restored principal was definitely not something a few of them could handle. And once the principal discovered he took the contract, the archives room was divided into several areas. The first area was near the door of the room. There were 5 bookshelves displayed. The second area contained bottles filled with organs. The third area had rows of cabinets. From those cabinets, eerie sounds of wailing could be heard, sending chills down the spine. Qi Feng first retrieved the ledger from the third drawer, going from left to right, in the 5th row of the first area's bookshelf. Then he moved to the second area, where he saw the heart that Yin Tian had mentioned. The black heart was enclosed in a transparent bottle, soaked in an unknown liquid. When Qi Feng saw this heart, he was shocked. The heart was actually beating, as if it had life. Although sealed inside the bottle, Qi Feng could sense that this heart contained immense power. Cursed Heart of the Demon Hunter. Rarity, red. Description: its owner was once a powerful demon hunter in the city of Blasphemy, cursed by a powerful abyss demon, causing his body to rot and die, leaving only this heart behind. Tip: merging with it will grant you incredible power, but the accompanying curse will follow you. Please use it with caution. Qi Feng clicked his tongue inwardly and stored the glass bottle containing the heart in his storage space. This was also a promise to the deceased Yin Tian. Meanwhile, Meng Na and Huang Meng had also obtained their respective contracts. Additionally, Meng Na helped Qi Feng find Song Fei's contract. They stored their items in their storage spaces. Qi Feng drew out the wild whip. He nodded to Meng Na and Huang Meng. Now, it was time to deal with the troublesome principal ghost. Chapter 72, Reborn Yin Tian, Am I Delicious? At this moment, in the small forest, under the furious attacks of the principal ghost, the golden light gradually dimmed. Seeing this, the principal ghost's expression brightened slightly. Almost there. As long as he got out, he would tear apart the human who took his key, shredding his body into pieces. Right, and Meng Na. Daring to betray him, none of them could escape. At that moment, a woman emerged from the woods. The principal ghost widened his eyes. Song Fei? At the same time, Song Fei also saw the principal ghost in the formation. Principal? How come you? Halfway through her words, Song Fei suddenly understood. It must be Qi Feng. No wonder Qi Feng told her to meet the principal ghost at the pavilion by the pond tonight. He had set up the formation here. Looking at the somewhat disheveled principal ghost. At that moment, Song Fei felt an indescribable gratitude towards Qi Feng. It turned out he wasn't just talking. He truly was fighting the principal ghost for her. Facing a terrifying ghost. Where was Qi Feng? Song Fei scanned all around but found no trace of Qi Feng. Song Fei, who are you looking for? Seeing Song Fei searching for someone, the principal ghost, who had just calmed down, suddenly felt a surge of intense anger. It was all because of this woman that he was trapped here, and the key to the archives was lost. Song Fei glanced back at him coldly and said, I'm looking for the person who trapped you here. Put. The principal ghost instantly lost his composure, furious, once I get out, you all will die. His fierce appearance frightened Song Fei, making her take a few steps back. At that moment, she suddenly noticed. On the other side of the woods, shadows emerged in the light of the street lamp. Qi Feng? Qi Feng, Huang Meng, and Meng Na. The three appeared in Song Fei's sight. You actually dare to come back? At this time, the principal ghost in the formation also saw the three. He froze for a moment. Staring at Qi Feng, he was a bit incredulous. Could it be that this human is foolish enough to take his things and not run away, but dare to come back to die? However, what did Huang Meng standing with this human mean? Looking at the chain Huang Meng was holding, the principal ghost suddenly had a thought. Could it be? Did Huang Meng catch the two of them? The ghost principal didn't think much. Huang Meng is the school's guard. This human trapped his own principal along with Mona, as the school's guard. How could Huang Meng not rescue himself? Huang Meng, you're just in time. Come over and help me break this broken formation. The formation had already been mostly consumed by himself. As long as Huang Meng joins forces with him, they would definitely break the formation immediately. At that time, none of these people would escape. The ghost principal never expected that Huang Meng had already stood on Qi Feng's side. All right. Huang Meng responded, dragging the chains as he approached the ghost principal. Seeing Huang Meng approach step by step with a blank expression, the ghost principal suddenly sensed something was off. Before he could ask again, he saw Huang Meng swing his arm, and the soul-catching chain suddenly flew out. Huang Meng, you! The ghost principal narrowly dodged Huang Meng's attack, his face suddenly changing. At the same time, Qi Feng and Mona stood beside Huang Meng. Seeing the three stand side by side, the ghost principal realized that Huang Meng had betrayed him too. Huang Meng, I didn't expect that even you would betray me. Looking at Huang Meng, the ghost principal shouted angrily, aren't you afraid of the backlash from the school contract? Contract? Huang Meng laughed and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Is this what you're talking about? He watched as ghost flames ignited in his hand, and instantly, that piece of contract turned to ashes. Watching the gradually weakening golden light, knowing time was running out, Qi Feng shouted, make your move. Huang Meng and Mona didn't waste words and directly launched an attack on the ghost principal. As the soul-catching chain danced, waves of demonic sounds emerged. Not surprisingly, Huang Meng was the one whose strength was closest to the Ghost Principal at that moment. Every attack forced the Ghost Principal to respond seriously. Mona's attack was a giant hand formed from ghost energy. While less deadly than Huang Meng's, it could greatly limit the Ghost Principal's movement. But the Ghost Principal was a terrifying level ghost. Even though his strength was suppressed, the attacks from Huang Meng and Mona still only slightly injured him. For a moment, the Ghost Principal in the formation roared repeatedly. Normally, even if his strength fell to dangerous level, he wouldn't appear so embarrassed. However, this formation not only suppressed his power but also restricted his dodging space. Now, he was like a target. Huang Meng and Mona's attacks could hit him even with their eyes closed. Compared to the two, Qi Feng wielding the Wild Whip appeared less eye-catching. The Ghost Principal was a man. The Wild Whip dealt plus 30% damage to female ghosts, which was ineffective against him. Qi Feng's attack was only slightly stronger than Mona, the director. This was still because the Wild Whip was a purple ghost artifact. Seeing time gradually slipping away, Qi Feng felt secretly anxious. Although the Ghost Principal was being attacked and howled in pain, Huang Meng's soul-catching chains inflicted substantial damage. However, it was clear that the Ghost Principal's vitality was incredibly strong. Just Huang Meng alone would take a long time to kill him. Once the formation's effect faded, they might not be able to kill him. At that time, if the Ghost Principal's strength recovered, that would be another story. Thinking of this, Qi Feng felt ruthless in his heart. Damn it! Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to take this opportunity to cripple him, so he wouldn't be able to recover even if he escaped. Just then, a voice floated in from behind. Did you get the heart? Quickly hand it over to me. Qi Feng was taken aback and quickly turned around. He saw a figure walking over in the light. It was Yin Tian, who had just died in the Ghost Principal's mouth. You, aren't you dead? Looking at the unscathed Yin Tian, Qi Feng was so surprised he stuttered. Yin Tian didn't answer Qi Feng's question, but looked anxiously at the Ghost Principal in the formation. Quickly give me the heart. Once he escapes, it will be too late. Qi Feng finally regained his senses and quickly took out the cursed heart of the demon hunter, handing it to Yin Tian. Here you go. Next, Yin Tian concentrated his ghostly power and punched the glass bottle, shattering it, and grasping the heart in his hand. At the moment his palm closed around the heart, his skin from his fingers to his forearm began to rot rapidly. The power of the curse. Qi Feng's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, the system's prompt appeared in his mind. So this curse power is this terrifying? At that moment, Yin Tian pressed the beating heart against his own chest. Then, he tore open his shirt and swiftly took out a dagger, plunging it into his chest. A series of actions left Qi Feng dumbfounded. Oh no, this guy isn't planning to commit suicide. No, he must be a masochist. As the dagger pierced Yin Tian's chest, streams of black cursed power flowed like water into the dagger. The originally bright dagger turned dull in that instant, and the purple gem on the handle gained some black patterns. Oh heck, so this is how to break the curse. Qi Feng suddenly understood. No wonder Yin Tian dared to merge with that heart. Lost in thought. At this moment, the cursed power was fully absorbed, and Yin Tian put the dagger into a small box. Then, he gradually began to float into the air. In the formation, the Ghost Principal seemed to sense something and raised his head. Meng Na and Huang Meng also stopped their attacks. They turned to look at Yin Tian floating in midair. In the next second, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yin Tian. A mighty presence greeted them, causing Qi Feng to catch his breath and narrow his eyes. At the same time, the trees in the entire forest shook violently, dropping countless leaves. In the formation, the Ghost Principal's expression changed drastically. He trembled, saying, You merged with that thing? Yin Tian slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the Ghost Principal in the formation, he grinned. You're done for. Yin Tian's body suddenly plummeted. He dashed into the formation. The Ghost Principal had just raised his two ghostly claws to block overhead when his arms were sliced apart by a single palm strike from Yin Tian. Next, Yin Tian gripped the Ghost Principal's neck. He slowly lifted the Ghost Principal's body off the ground, laughing coldly. Is my head delicious? Chapter 73, Kill the Dungeon Boss, Ghost Principal. At this moment, the Ghost Principal's eyes widened in terror. Unable to believe that within his ghostly lair, Yin Tian's speed was even faster than his. And in terms of strength, he was being crushed by Yin Tian, this human. Of course, what he couldn't comprehend the most was how Yin Tian could merge with that heart. The curse power on it, even he, a terrifying ghost being, had to fear a bit. Looking at Yin Tian, the Ghost Principal opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. But he could only make a ha-ha sound. Beside them, Qi Feng, Song Fei, Meng Na, including Huang Meng, were all dumbfounded. The Ghost Principal, who remained strong against three people's attacks, couldn't even withstand one move from Yin Tian? Just how strong is this guy now? Isn't he equivalent to a terrifying ghost being? Qi Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly, pervert. At that moment, under Yin Tian's grip, the ghost principal's ghostly energy was being drained continuously. In the next instant, Yin Tian's 5 fingers tightened, removing the ghost principal's head. Then with one punch, he smashed through the ghost principal's heart. At the same time, the formation's effect finally ended. With a soft poof, golden light dispersed. Congratulations players, Yin Tian, Qi Feng, for killing the dungeon boss, ghost principal of Qingtong Middle School. Reward for player Yin Tian: upgrade experience plus 5,000, ghost coins plus 10,000, special reward x2. Reward for player Qi Feng: upgrade experience plus 3,000, ghost coins plus 5,000, special reward x1. The system's prompt echoed in all players' minds. In the dormitory, whether players were sleeping or awake, they all sat up in surprise. Looking at each other, their faces filled with confusion and shock. They could never have imagined. What exactly did Yin Tian and Qi Feng do at that time? They actually killed the dungeon boss? Many people stared at the ceiling with wide eyes, unable to sleep for a long time. At that moment, in a small grove, Yin Tian tossed the head of the ghost principal and waved to Qi Feng. Qi Feng, come here. Qi Feng's eyelids twitched. This guy is really something now. Under the pressure of this guy's strength, Qi Feng walked over. As soon as he reached Yin Tian, one of Yin Tian's arms rested on Qi Feng's shoulder. Qi Feng looked puzzled and hadn't spoken yet. Yin Tian lowered his voice and said, "Quick, help me out, my legs are a bit weak." Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Qi Feng judged that Yin Tian wasn't lying. What's going on? Aren't you quite impressive? He secretly glanced at Meng Na and Huang Meng not far away, seeing that they were looking this way. Yin Tian smiled slightly and whispered in Qi Feng's ear. Impressive my ass, I just fused with that heart, no way I could show my strength so quickly. If it weren't for being afraid that the old ghost principal would escape, I wouldn't have forcibly activated the heart's power to kill him so easily. Of course, you guys already consumed a lot of his ghost power earlier, which helped me kill him a little bit. After a pause, Yin Tian urged, "Hurry, support me, don't let them see that I'm weak." Qi Feng. Director Meng, Brother Meng, please handle the scene. Nodding at Meng Na and Huang Meng, Qi Feng said, "We're leaving now." He glanced at Song Fei, who was secretly watching him, wanting to come over but hesitating. Qi Feng smiled, supporting Yin Tian as he walked over. "Teacher Song, the principal is dead now, so you won't have to worry about him threatening you anymore." Song Fei nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "Qi Feng, thank you." It was clear she was sincerely grateful. Waving his hand, Qi Feng casually said, "No need to thank me, if I didn't kill him, he would have killed me. You also contributed to killing him." Song Fei dared not accept, shaking her head repeatedly, "I didn't do anything." This was Qi Feng's polite remark, and Song Fei didn't dare to take it seriously. She knew very well that without Qi Feng and the others, she didn't know what would have happened to her tonight. By the way, Qi Feng suddenly remembered something, reaching into his pocket and pulling out the contract Meng Na had given him before. "Here's your contract, I found it for you." Looking at the contract in Qi Feng's hand, Song Fei was so excited that she didn't know what to say. "Qi Feng, I really don't know how to repay you." Qi Feng handed the contract to Song Fei. Holding the contract, her beautiful eyes stared at Qi Feng, and suddenly, Song Fei pounced on him. Then, her red lips pressed against Qi Feng's face. "Thank you." Nearby, seeing Qi Feng in a daze, and then looking at the blushing Song Fei. "Yin Tian? What the hell, how did Qi Feng get so lucky? When it comes to looks, I'm clearly better looking than him. Also, the one who just killed the ghost principal was clearly me, why didn't you kiss me?" Yin Tian felt deep down that it was very unfair. At this moment, Qi Feng came back to his senses, touched the spot where Song Fei had just kissed him, and coughed awkwardly. "It's getting late, you should rest soon." Saying that, Qi Feng supported Yin Tian, who was filled with resentment. Under the admiring and respectful gazes of Meng Na and Huang Meng, they returned to their security room. Of course, in the eyes of the two, they just thought it was a bit strange for two big men, Qi Feng and Yin Tian, to have their arms around each other. Maybe their relationship is pretty good? Meng Na and Huang Meng didn't pay much attention to it. Then, the two began to clean up the traces at the scene. "What's your strength now?" Yin Tian had recovered some stamina, and Qi Feng asked curiously. Yin Tian smiled and shook his head. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not as powerful as you think." Saying that, Yin Tian explained, "If we're talking about my strength back then, it should be terrifyingly powerful. Now, well, I'm just a little bit stronger than before. After all, I was just temporarily borrowing the power of the heart at that time. Merging the heart will take some time." Hearing this, Qi Feng finally felt a bit more balanced in his heart and indicated that he could accept it. He then asked, "What about the dagger?" "The demon sealing dagger." Tian took out the box and sighed, "If you have such a special item, it's best to prepare one. In the terrifying world, there are not only ghosts. There are also spirits, vampires, and the existence of demons. Spirits are invisible and formless, they can attach themselves to certain objects. If you don't have some skills to detect spiritual vibrations, you might easily overlook them. And demons can enter human bodies and control them. Besides that, they can also cast curses on their kind and other races, which is the most troublesome. Vampires also have similar curses. An item like the demon sealing dagger can remove the curse on you and transfer and seal it inside. It can also be used to eliminate the spirits attached to items. As for how to use it, you will understand once you get it, as every demon sealing item is different and has its own method of use. Seemingly in a good mood from completing a task, Tian shared a lot of knowledge about horror games with Qi Feng. Qi Feng silently noted down these words in his heart. However, he tactfully did not ask what task Tian was on. From Tian's decisive act of merging the heart and preparing the demon sealing dagger, it was clear that he was well prepared. Qi Feng could easily guess that his task must be related to himself. Next, Qi Feng asked his greatest curiosity. "Weren't you dead before? How did you come back to life?" Although he didn't know how Tian came back to life. But thinking of how Tian had died at the hands of the ghost principal, Qi Feng felt angry. He had thought this guy was very righteous and had even been touched secretly. He didn't expect this guy still had a backup plan and hadn't died at all. What the hell? Tian stared at Qi Feng for a long time. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "I finally believe you are truly a newcomer." Chapter 74, Special Reward, The Book of Contract. Tian said with a smile, "In horror games like this, any player who has experienced a few dungeons practically has a death replacement doll." "How did you not know?" Qi Feng instantly felt embarrassed. He hurriedly typed "death replacement doll" into the game store. Sure enough, several straw dolls appeared in the store. Their rarity levels were purple, red, orange, and gold. Glancing at the prices, even the cheapest purple death replacement doll cost 50,000 ghost coins, and Qi Feng secretly clicked his tongue. Turns out this guy Tian is rich. As for Tian saying everyone has one, Qi Feng believed it. In horror games, having an extra life means an additional choice, an extra chance to live. Who wouldn't want an extra life? To be honest, if it weren't for his current financial situation, Qi Feng would want to buy a purple death replacement doll to carry with him. This thing brings a solid feeling of safety. Closing the game store, Qi Feng sighed, "I didn't expect you had a death replacement doll hidden away, a backup plan after backup plan. No wonder when the ghost principal wanted to kill me before, you charged in so decisively." Tian blinked and suddenly leaned closer, "So were you moved?" Looking at this guy's cheeky face, Qi Feng kicked him away. "Get lost." Tian hurriedly covered his thigh and jumped to the side. "At least I spent 50,000 ghost coins for you." Qi Feng shot back, "Then why don't you say I helped you complete the task? Also, the reward for killing the ghost principal, you got much more than I did." Tian agreed with this statement. If it weren't for Qi Feng dealing with Huang Meng and Meng Na, even if he could trap the ghost principal, he couldn't have gotten the heart. It seems he lost 50,000 ghost coins along with a set of formation flags, but the rewards he received far exceeded his expenses. For example, that heart of the demon hunter, if put up for auction, would at least start at 200,000 ghost coins. After chatting for a while, Tian left. Qi Feng closed the door and slowly calculated the tasks he had completed and the rewards he had received. Task: a ghost student ate the cafeteria food and had diarrhea. As the school security, it is your duty to ensure the safety of the students. Please investigate the secrets behind the Qingtang High School cafeteria. You found the ledger. Please hand the ledger to the new principal of Qingtang High School, Meng Na, and put it in the bulletin board under the teaching building tomorrow morning during the morning exercise. Seeing this task description, Qi Feng was slightly surprised. Meng Na became the new principal of Qingtang High School? What's going on? Promoted? According to the task description, the ledger must be made public for the task to be considered complete. Qi Feng set that aside for now. Next, Qi Feng checked the next record. Congratulations, players, Tian, Qi Feng, for killing the boss of the Qingtang High School dungeon, the ghost principal. Rewards: player Qi Feng gains experience plus 3,000, ghost coins plus 5,000, special reward X1. Looking at the shimmering task rewards in the record, Qi Feng clicked to claim. Gain 3,000 experience, player level rises to level 9, player level rises to level 10, player level rises to level 11. Current level, 11, experience progress 400/1200. Attribute points plus 12. Unallocated free attribute points plus 12. In one go, he leveled up 3 times. Qi Feng glanced at his character attribute panel. Strength, 58. The other attributes, such as agility, constitution, and spirit, also increased to 21 points. Without hesitation, as usual, he added the 12 attribute points to strength, bringing Qi Feng's strength up to 70 points. Looking at ghost coins. 7063 ghost coins, now turned into 12,063 ghost coins. And the ghost power, through 7 days of relentless capture of ghost students to absorb ghost power, reached 270 points. Coupled with the buff from the security halo, his actual ghost power had already broken 400 points. This made Qi Feng feel a little elated, unwilling to take off the security uniform he was wearing. What surprised Qi Feng the most was the special reward that dropped. Special reward, Ghost Contract Book X1. Ghost Contract Book. Rarity, Red. Description: by using this contract book, players can sign a contract with any ghost under the horror level. Tip: unidirectional contract. Once a contract is signed with a ghost of horror level or below, it cannot betray you. If it violates the contract, it will be burned to ashes by hellfire. This is a precious contract that many players go crazy for in horror games. In the auction market, it has a price but no market. Please think carefully before using it. A contract book with red rarity. My goodness, this is a huge stroke of luck. Qi Feng held the contract book in his hand, overjoyed. If he could sign a contract with a horror level ghost, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in game dungeons below the horror level? That would be wonderful. However, when he calmed down, Qi Feng suddenly felt a bit awkward. The contract book is indeed nice. But the problem is, where can he find a horror level ghost to sign a contract with? Horror level ghosts are beings like the ghost principal. If he recklessly took out the contract book and asked to sign a contract with such a ghost, he might end up in the ghost's belly before he even opened his mouth. Qi Feng still had this self-awareness. He knew this was a unidirectional contract. Once the contract is signed, the life and death of the ghost would be in his hands, completely under his control. Any normal ghost would never agree to such a contract. Could it be that he could only wait until he became more powerful to catch a horror-level ghost to sign the contract? Qi Feng's face fell. Damn it, if he could catch a horror-level ghost, why would he need this contract book at all? Having resources in hand but hiding them is not called resources. What if he just perished in some dungeon? Isn't this precious red contract just a bargain for others? Thanks to whom? Thinking about it. Terrifying ghosts, Qi Feng has no hope for that. Since it's hard to contract terrifying ghosts, how about lowering the difficulty and contracting a dangerous ghost instead? Qi Feng thinks that's possible. Ghosts can grow too, right? If he contracts a dangerous ghost, what if one day it breaks through to terrifying? When thinking about dangerous ghosts, the first one Qi Feng thinks of is Huang Meng. This guy is definitely the strongest dangerous ghost Qi Feng has ever seen. He often fights several ghosts alone and can even have back-and-forth battles with the ghost principal sealed by formations. But Qi Feng is a bit hesitant. Can he promise to contract with Huang Meng? A few days ago, he just talked to Huang Meng, and this guy wanted to become the boss in Ghost Street. Suddenly, a woman wearing black silk with a curvy figure flashed in his mind. Qi Feng's eyes lit up. Since it's hard to contract Huang Meng, then let's contract with Meng Na. After all, Meng Na has become the principal of Qingtung Middle School. In terms of status, she can also be considered a big shot, a ghost. Moreover, Meng Na's strength is not weak, she has helped him in early dungeons, which should be enough. Chapter 75, Red Skill, Limited Edition. Putting away the contract, Qi Feng happily continued to check the next piece of information. The next record is Song Fei's hidden task. Task, Song Fei's plea. Task description: please help the ghost teacher Song Fei get rid of the threat from the ghost principal and ghost director. Status: you have killed the ghost principal, task completed. Task reward: player experience plus 2,000, ghost currency plus 5,000, special rewards x2. Qi Feng clicked to claim the task reward. Gain 2,000 experience, player level raised to level 12, experience progress 1200/1300. Gained 4 attribute points. Casually adding the attribute points to strength, Qi Feng's strength reached 75 points. The other 3 attributes also increased a little when leveling up, reaching 22 points. Ghost currency plus 5,000. Ghost currency surged again, reaching 17,063. Qi Feng couldn't help but sigh, truly a hidden task, the rewards are generous. It's almost comparable to the rewards he got for killing the dungeon boss. Seeing the 2 special rewards, Qi Feng's eyes lit up again. Special reward, Eye of Clue, skill. Eye of Clue. Rarity, purple. Description: do you often worry about losing things? It can help you find what you've lost, and it can also be used for tracking and searching. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 2 hours. Tracking? Following? This Eye of Clue seems quite nice. Looking at the other reward, Qi Feng was stunned, it's another skill. Ghost skill, body enlargement technique, advanced. Rarity, red. Description: the advanced version of the body enlargement technique cannot be purchased in the game store, it's a limited edition skill. While in enlarged state, health, attack, agility, and spirit all attributes plus 100%, ghost power plus 100%. As the advanced version of body enlargement technique, the wonders of this skill go beyond that. Players can not only enlarge their bodies but also precisely control the changes of every part of their body. For specific skill usage, players should develop it themselves. A red skill? And it's limited edition. Looking at the two skills before him, Qi Feng chose to learn without hesitation. Especially the advanced body enlargement technique, just the description is very exciting. Lying on the bed, Qi Feng felt a move in his heart, ready to experience the changes of the body enlargement technique. Make me bigger. The next second. Boom! The bed collapsed. Qi Feng. Wow, this is too powerful, right? Who can handle it? The remaining two tasks, one can be completed by finding Meng Na tomorrow. The other is Zhong Xiaoqian's hidden task, which will be completed in a few days. The next day. The cafeteria had a new owner, which made Qi Feng sigh slightly about Meng Na's quick action as the new principal. After breakfast, Qi Feng went to the teaching building. Directly go to the 6th floor, principal's office. Knock knock. Gently knocked on the door. From inside the office, a cold voice came. Please come in. Qi Feng pushed the door open. He saw Meng Na, with her black hair tied up and wearing black-framed glasses, sitting behind the desk, holding some documents. Her white shirt was still proudly supported by her full chest. When she lifted her head and saw Qi Feng for the first time, Meng Na had a face full of surprise. Qi Feng, you're here. She quickly stood up. The hem of her fitted skirt swayed as her two smooth, fair legs moved towards Qi Feng. Her figure was still incredibly hot. But now, Meng Na had a bit less of that coy charm and a bit more of a strong woman's aura. Qi Feng smiled. Principal Meng, congratulations on your promotion. Hearing Qi Feng's teasing, two blushes flew up on Meng Na's face. She playfully glared at Qi Feng. I have to thank you, without you, I wouldn't be in this position. Qi Feng touched the office decorations and sat down on the sofa. Looking at busy Meng Na making tea for him, he smiled slightly. Have you thought about how to repay me? Picking up the teacup, Meng Na pouted her rosy lips and gently blew on it. She handed it to Qi Feng's hand. With her captivating peach blossom eyes, she looked charmingly at Qi Feng. What do you want as a reward? Her delicate jade hand lightly brushed against the back of Qi Feng's hand. Do you want me? Qi Feng. Hint, hug her, kiss her, and then propose signing the contract at the right moment. Seeing the system's hint, Qi Feng put down the teacup and pulled Meng Na into his arms. Snap. With a crisp sound, Meng Na suddenly exclaimed, her eyes turning watery as she looked innocently at Qi Feng. Qi Feng said nothing, cradled her head, and leaned down to kiss her. 5 minutes later. Meng Na was already soft in Qi Feng's embrace. You bad guy, coming in so early to bully me. Qi Feng chuckled softly. The timing should be just about right. Meng Na, do you want to be with me? Meng Na lifted her head, gazing dazedly at Qi Feng's profile. You know the answer. So that means you want to? Meng Na nodded, shyly burying her head in Qi Feng's chest. Qi Feng chuckled and took out a contract. Good girl, darling, just sign this, and we can be together. Looking at the contract Qi Feng pulled out, Meng Na was slightly taken aback. It was clear she recognized the contract. But she didn't hesitate, she pricked her finger with her nail and let a drop of blood fall. The blood landed on the paper and instantly merged into it. A circle of black mist rose from the contract. Seeing this, Qi Feng looked at Meng Na in slight astonishment. He also used a knife to cut his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood. This contract can connect us together, we can sense each other. Don't worry, as long as you don't have thoughts of betraying me, I won't use it against you. Before dripping his blood into the contract, Qi Feng looked at Meng Na seriously and spoke. I understand. Meng Na nodded, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. The drop of blood fell from Qi Feng's hand. Suddenly, the contract underwent drastic changes. A large amount of black mist surged out, quickly filling the entire office. A wave of powerful law fluctuations appeared. The black mist spiraled around the two at high speed. In the end, it turned into two inscriptions, each imprinted on Qi Feng and Meng Na's arms. As the marks were stamped on their arms, they could feel a kind of perception between them. This perception was truly wonderful. At this moment, facing each other, they didn't need to speak. As long as they thought of each other, the other would know with just a single thought. For example, right now, Qi Feng could sense Meng Na's trust in him. This trust was impossible to fake. Moreover, from the look Meng Na was giving him, Qi Feng also knew some of her thoughts. She really was a strong woman. That kind of thought was very bold. It was also very thrilling. Qi Feng smiled, so you can't forget about that tempting whip from last time? Meng Na's face turned red. Still stubborn. Nonsense, I don't have it. In the next second, a whip shadow flashed by. Chapter 76 Huang Meng leaves, catches two little ghosts to celebrate. He taught Mona a harsh lesson. Looking at Mona, who satisfiedly buttoned up her clothes, Qi Feng took out the ledger. By the way, I need you to help me with something. What is it? Mona curiously took the ledger. Opening it, she froze for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise. This is evidence of the former principal's embezzlement? Qi Feng nodded. He didn't understand why she suddenly looked so happy. This is really great. With a smile at Qi Feng, Mona praised and explained, originally, when I became the principal, some teachers in the school had some remarks. Now that there is evidence of the former principal's embezzlement, not only will I gain the support of the parents of the students, but my authority in the school will also greatly increase. Those teachers won't dare to say anything anymore. Next, during the break, Mona posted the evidence of the ghost principal's embezzlement on the bulletin board. Sitting outside the security room, watching the crowd of students and teachers gathered around the bulletin board, Qi Feng smiled. At this moment, the sound indicating the mission's completion rang out. Ding! Mission completed. Player experience plus 1000, level raised to level 13, experience progress 900 to 1400. Gained attribute points plus 4. Ghost currency plus 5000. Qi Feng casually added the attribute points to strength, bringing strength to 80 points. He glanced at the ghost currency, which had reached 22063. Special reward, Scene Transfer Card. Scene Transfer Card. Rarity, Purple. Description: activating this card allows the player to transfer themselves and their companions and enemies within a 3-meter radius to a designated location. Transfer distance, 2000 meters. This card? Seems interesting. Putting away the card, Qi Feng temporarily couldn't think of any use for it. At that moment, the door of the nearby room suddenly opened. Huang Meng walked out. Brother Meng, just woke up? Qi Feng greeted with a smile, but when he saw Huang Meng's clothes, his words suddenly stopped. Brother Meng, what's this? Today, Huang Meng was different from usual. He was not wearing the security uniform, but instead a black t-shirt, the muscles on his chest stretching it tight. Below was a pair of yellow leisure pants. Brother, from now on, the security work of the school relies solely on you. Huang Meng smiled, patted Qi Feng's shoulder, and said, do a good job. Brother Meng, are you leaving? Qi Feng stood up and asked. Huang Meng nodded, yes, I have terminated my contract with the school, I am no longer security. Standing there, quietly watching the teaching building, Huang Meng took out a pack of cigarettes, shook it, and took out one. He placed it in his mouth and lit it. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression suddenly became complex. Next, the security work of the school will be handed over to you. Looking back at Qi Feng, Huang Meng smiled and comforted. But you don't need to worry too much. You might not know yet, but the new principal is Mona. I have already talked to her, and she agreed to hire 3 more guards. By then, you won't be as tired as you are now. Qi Feng. Forget it, the final exam is tomorrow. Tonight, I'll work hard for a night. While patrolling, I'll take out a few test papers to sell. Of course, Qi Feng wouldn't stay as the security guard at Qingteng Middle School forever. His security identity was a gift from the game. Once the copy of Qingteng Middle School was completed, he would naturally leave, and the contract wouldn't matter. Watching Huang Meng's somewhat lonely yet relieved expression, Qi Feng asked, Brother Meng, where are you planning to go? Yinghun Street. Huang Meng took a long drag on the cigarette and said, after all, this is the place I am most familiar with. If I want to make a name for myself, I should start from Yinghun Street. Qi Feng nodded and stopped speaking. After finishing a cigarette, Huang Meng extinguished the butt. Then he turned around and walked out of the school gate. Watching Huang Meng's figure disappear at the end of the road, Qi Feng turned back. In his heart, he also felt a bit emotional. Glancing at the bulletin board, he then found out that the crowd had somehow dispersed. Qi Feng stood up, tidied up his security uniform. With a spirited demeanor. Today is the first day I take on the role of school security alone. So, let's go catch a few little ghosts to suck on. The principal of Qingteng Middle School is one of his own, so why should Qi Feng be afraid? This chance to freely catch little ghosts and absorb their ghostly powers can only be had by those in charge of school security. Moreover, there are only 2 days left. Qi Feng better hurry up and absorb as much as he can. While Qi Feng was happily absorbing ghostly power after capturing 2 little ghosts in the security room, In class 4 of the third year, several players, including In Tian, were frantically memorizing test answers and preparing cheat sheets. They were nervously gearing up for the upcoming exam. The happiness of people doesn't connect with one another. In Tian, what exactly did you and Qi Feng do last night? On the last day, the teachers left the students to review. At that moment, Lao Yuan looked around and finally could not help but ask out of curiosity. Sulu also looked curious. How did you guys kill that ghost principal? What does the ghost principal look like? Is he powerful? Hey, was it thrilling last night? Why didn't you call us? Several players spoke up one after another. It was just a dungeon boss, nothing much. Faced with their curious questioning, In Tian looked indifferent. As if he had just done something trivial. He said lightly, haven't you all killed one before? The others immediately looked awkward, replying sheepishly. No, we haven't killed any. Come on, that was a dungeon boss. Seeing the dungeon boss and coming back alive is already good fortune. Kill the boss? Everyone was just ordinary people, how many lives could they waste? Especially the two who had previously faced the dungeon boss and miraculously survived were now even more ashamed. Why is there such a big difference between people? Lao Yuan, who had a thicker skin, continued to press. In Tian, tell us the details of what happened back then. In Tian glanced at Lao Yuan indifferently. After a pause, he slowly started to speak. Last night, while I was taking a walk, I happened to run into Qi Feng fighting a ghost creature. When I saw Qi Feng, he was being beaten back by that ghost creature, so I helped him out since we are all human. As In Tian spoke, the eyes of the players gradually widened. Terrifying level ghost creature? In Tian killed it just like that? Achoo! While absorbing ghostly power, Qi Feng sneezed. Rubbing his nose. Qi Feng, strange, who is talking about me? Is it that little fiery girl, Mona? As night fell. When the lights-out bell rang, Qi Feng, holding a stack of printed test answers, slowly walked toward the dormitory building. Chapter 77, embarrassed, he's emptied the ghost's family wealth. Big brother insecurity, I really didn't say anything. Tomorrow is the final exam, please spare me just this once and let me go back to rest for a good night. Under the street lamp. Among the dozen or so ghost students caught by Qi Feng, one ghost student trembled and spoke. Qi Feng remembered this ghost student. During lunch, he ordered the most expensive dishes. Looking at the ghost student indifferently, Qi Feng picked him up. Coldly he said, come with me. This scene left all the ghost students present dumbfounded. They thought that with Huang Meng gone, their lives would be a bit easier. Unexpectedly, this new security guard seems even harsher than Huang Meng. At this time, the ghost student was brought to a flower bed behind. Brother, I have money, I'll give you money. As soon as the ghost student was placed on the ground, he said in panic. He had long heard that this new handsome security guard in the security room was a bit twisted. In class, there was a ghost student who just picked his own nose and was caught by him and taken to the security room. No one knows what torture that ghost endured. When he came back, that ghost student's legs were shaky, and his face was as white as a ghost. The ghost student didn't want to become like that. He was still young, with a long ghost life ahead to enjoy. His family had hundreds of thousands of ghost coins waiting for him to inherit. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair.